screams of people as they caught and eaten by the monsters. Aerial monster has already over us and now they are attacking people and eating them on the spot, some even capturing the people and flying away. Many people around us had already fallen prey to the monsters in front of my eyes, and many more are falling every second. My father should be okay, there is a large bunker in the hospital, I reassured myself as I ran toward the bunker with Mom and Claire. Mitchell, Claire, run little fast, Mom said as a more and more aerial monster kept attacking, and roars of land's monsters also becoming louder and louder. When I looked back, I saw the monsters are not far behind me, and their numbers are huge. These ground monsters are crueler than the aerial monster, as they are killing every being that is coming toward them. I am feeling very tired from all this running, but I am still running will my all. The bunker is just a few minutes away. As long as we reached it, we will be safe from the monster. The bunkers in the town could defend even against the lieutenant stage monster, and below, and I don't think there is any lieutenant stage monster in the area around the town. Auntie, my parents. Asked Claire as we were running. You don't have to be worried, darling. There is a bunker next to the bank. Your parents should have gone there, replied my mother. Hearing my mother's answers, Claire calmed down a little and tears that fall from her eyes had also stopped. As we reached near the bunker, the crowd got bigger and bigger, and lots of people had started to push and shove each other to move forward. Roar. Suddenly, a very loud roar could be heard, and hearing that roar, monster had become even more vicious. They mercilessly started to tear the people apart before eating them with relish, while others just revel in tearing the people apart. The monsters are real close to us. Some even had approached a few meters behind us, and it wouldn't take long for them to approach us. But there is hope to survive. The bunker is really close. It would just need a minute for us to reach there. As long as we can survive for a minute, we will be able to survive this horde. Cry. Just as I thought that I heard a loud cry, and next moment a shadow dawned on us, and when I looked up to see the reason for this shadow, I saw a big regal-looking snow-white eagle coming at us. CLAIR. The next moment, before I know it, that eagle monster appeared right above us and picked Claire in its claws, and next moment it flapped its wings and flew above, and all I could do was shout her name. That eagle's speed was very fast, and in just a few seconds, it had disappeared from my view. Seeing her disappear, I felt like my heart was pierced by the thousands of sharp knives. It had brought the pain that is hiding deep in my heart. Something is not right. I mumbled, I feel like I've experienced this before. All of it feels very familiar. Just as I thought that everything around me stopped, and the memories which felt familiar started rushing at me that one moment, which made me feel like my head would explode. This is a nightmare. It is the worst memory of my life, and to this day, I still have nightmares about it. Now how to get out of this nightmare? I can't just crush it apart, I thought as I look at the scenes around me. I can tell that this is a test, and which had put me into my biggest nightmare, but have realized this is a nightmare, and now I have to find the way. Crack, crack. Just as I thought that I found, the cracks had started to appear around me, and they are spreading everywhere. Even my mother beside me stopped at a running position, have tiny cracks around her. Bang! The cracks kept spreading until they covered every inch of time nightmarish dream, and then suddenly I heard a loud bang. The next moment I found myself in a tiny room standing on the runic circle which is shining faintly. What sort of formation is this? To take directly to my worst nightmare. If I had not found something was wrong, then I would have been in the loop forever. When I looked at my holowatch, I found it had been barely 2 minutes had passed since I took a step into the door, but in the nightmare, it felt like an hour had passed. I wiped the tears off my face and closed my eyes in the remembrance of my best friend whom I have known from childhood. That horde not only took her life, it also took the life of her parents too. That was the first and greatest tragedy I had experienced. It had left a deep mark on my life. I once again looked around the room, seeing if there is anything I can take, but this room is simply plain, except for the runic formation and door. There is nothing in this tiny room. Step. Seeing there is nothing, I took a step into the gate while wondering if there will be the third test, or it will directly teleport me to the altar hall where I will be receiving a blessing. When I appeared on the other side, I found myself in the Hall of Altars, and there are already with 3 altars occupied, which is really surprising, as the altars didn't activate till people equal to the number of altars entered the hall. Well, it should be not surprising either, seeing the condition of formation in this Hall of Altars. They are worst in the whole palace. The cracked formations could be seen all over the Hall of Altars. Some cracks were small, some were big. The formation placed on the altars seemed too damaged as well. Of the 16 altars, about 14 are damaged to some degree. The damage on some of them was minute, while damaging on some were big, that no sane person would dare to receive a blessing on them. Of the 16 altars, only 3 altars were occupied, which surprised me very much, as I thought most people would have cleared the tests before me, but that seemed not to the case. They have also stopped by one of the 2 tests. I think it is the second test. Second test was really fearsome. It transferred one to one's biggest nightmare without making one realize. If I had not come to the realization in the dream, I wouldn't have woken up early from it. As for the reason of my realization is a clear and tempered soul. The first soul focused on the tempered soul, so only those who had their soul tempered were able to pass the next test, the test of nightmare. Only with the clear and tempered soul will one able to clear the test. The three altars occupied by the beings of three races, they are human, grim, and monster. The human girl and snakeman were the strongest of their camp. As for the monster, it is likely the monster of the human girl. Choo-choo. As I was in my thought, Ashlyn chirped and flew toward the altar, and before I stop it, she landed on one of the least damaged altar, and next moment energy shields surrounded the altar, and she started to receive the ionic blessing. Sigh, seeing that I took a long sigh and started to do what I had planned to do. I took 2 crystal bottles, one very small, less than half size of my thumb, while the other is a palm-size bottle where I had stored soul-tempering diamonds. I carefully activated runes on both bottles and attached them together before I started to remove the grain-sized soul-tempering diamond into the small bottle. This task is very threatening, as even a slight mistake could cost me my life. The suppressive energy from the tiny grain is enough to break my soul into 2. I worked very cautiously before I am finally able to place the grain-sized soul-tempering diamond in the tiny bottle. After that, I had placed the large bottle in storage, while holding the tiny bottle in my hand. The reason I did that because I want to use the soul-tempering diamond's suppressive energy to perfectly fuse the blessing I will receive in my soul perfectly. It is like me using body cleansing exercise to fuse the energies with my body. Even me without performing body cleansing exercise, the energies will merge with my body, but they will not merge as perfect as when I use the body cleansing technique. So with the help of the secrete method and soul tempering diamond, I will be able to fuse the blessing in my soul more perfectly. With the tiny bottle in my hand, I was toward one of the least damaged altars and sit on it while wishing the damage to the altar did not malfunction it. Buzz. As I sat on the altar, I heard the slight buzz, and next second an energy shield covered the altar and it started to shine in the faint golden light. This golden energy started to spread into my body, giving me a slightly warm sensation. Seeing I am receiving a blessing, I closed my started to receive it wholeheartedly. As I started to receive the ionic blessing, I did not start tempering immediately. It had been just 15 minutes since I finished tempering, and I plan to wait for the 15 to 20 minutes more before I start again. I am waiting because I don't want to damage my soul by overexerting it. Time passed by, and about 10 minutes later, I heard someone new entering the hall, but I did not open me as I did not care. As long as this energy shield covering no one would able to harm me, so why care? As I receive a blessing, I could feel the clear changes it has brought to me. I could feel that every second my soul power is growing. The growth is slow but visible. 10 more minutes passed, and I finally activated the bottle, and slight suppressive energy started leaking directly into my soul. Due to direct contact with my body, they're about null wastage of energy, so it is way better than keeping it in an area mode like a hall. I started to circulate suppressive energy, and whenever this energy would pass by, it would fuse the blessing into my body more perfectly. Time passed and more people, and they too the seats on the altars. From what I have seen, of the 16 altars there are 14 that are damaged, and of that 14 damaged only 10 are good enough condition that one can sit on them, while the other 4's altars formations are damaged too much. They will have to sit on the formation on their own violations. It is very dangerous to sit on those 4 very damaged altars. I hope no human sat on them. I don't want a fellow human die in a feud. I activate a few more runes on the tiny bottle, and quantity of suppressive energy increase. I could feel the torturous pain increasing again, and as I increase the circulation of the energy, experiencing this pain is worth it. I could feel as blessing entering my soul and them merging with perfectly, without even wasting even an ounce of the blessing. Soul power comparable 1 amethyst seal. Now I have received the blessing which is comparable to what 1 amethyst seal of supreme combat exercise gives, and that is not the ending. If I had known what grade of tower of ionic blessing this is, I would have been able to tell how much blessings I would receive, but protection which was showing the information about that was cracked. All I able to that is a rare soul-type tower of ionic blessing. I hope it is the highest grade one, which gave the blessing comparable to the 5 amethyst seal, which would make things long more ways. Another half an hour passed, I had received the blessing comparable to the 2 amethyst seal, and blessing continues coming. Buzz, I thought this tower may be the highest grade one as I am receiving the blessing continuously, but a few minutes later, I heard a slight buzz and warm feeling of blessing disappeared, and the next moment everything in front of me turned dark. Fuck. Fuck shit, gasp, I heard all types of sound when I transported out of the palace, and in all those voices one was mine, and the reason was the deep cut across my stomach. But what I received was very light compared to other people, especially one grim monster. He was cut into 2. The grim monster's screamed wouldn't stop. Well, I would do the same if I were at its place. The bastard is cut into the half. All the people who sat on the damaged altar received some and some type of injuries. Lightest was the cut, while gravest was being cut into two. It's all happened when transported out of the palace. 2 humans and 2 grim monster have been lost their limbs, and now they are busy connecting their cut body parts, including the grim monster that is cut into the half. The grim monsters had fed it several potions, and now busy connecting its both body parts. If it had drunk the potion similar to the grade of the core of ominous plant, then it will take it maximum an hour for it to become good as became, but the potion is lower than that, then it may even take a day or more. Seeing there nothing more here for me, I started to walk after taking one last look at the palace ionic blessing, which hadn't sunk into the soul as it should have been. This palace is clearly malfunctioned, and I only able to open the door due to the mysterious ring. If not for it, it would have been impossible to open its doors. Just what other secret are you hiding? I asked to the plain-looking ring in my finger. I'm very happy I had decided to take the chances with the skeleton in the repository. It was risky, but it was more than worth it as I was able to get this mysterious ring. Both of the time it opened something I had received the windfall, second time way greater than first, and I couldn't help but wonder what I will get if ring able to open something again. Today I had not only received the soul-type ionic blessing, which is comparable to the 25 seals of supreme combat exercise, but also got wonderful treasure as soul-tempering diamond, which one best treasure one could have in the night stage. Now I want a good spot to set up an abode and level up. In the morning I have nearly collected all the miracle fruit energy I needed, and now I have to feed it little more, and I will be able to level up to the peak master and eat the miracle fruit, which directly takes me to the lieutenant stage. Not only lieutenant stage will provide me with enough mana that I could completely cover my body with the swirling armor, but I will also get the totem seed, which helps craft my totem artifact. First thing first, and that is finding the good place to set up an abode. I can't set up my abode here as this is very close to toward the Palace of Ionic Blessing. A fire started covering my body and soon swirls started forming on it. Soon my armor reached the compactness of the 1.15 inches. That is highest I could go in the morning, but now is different. I continued spinning the swirls, and my armor got more and more compact without any shred of the destabilization. Soon it had crossed the compactness of 1.1 inches and kept getting more and more compact. I kept spinning the swirl and only stopped when I reached the limit. I did not stop because of destabilization as there is not any. I had stopped because no matter how much spin the swirls, the armor did not get any more compact. That means I have enough soul energy and control over my powers to make the armor even more compact, but the reason it not getting any more compact because its design had reached the limit. If I want to make the armor even more compact, so it would provide me even more power, then I will have to make the changes in the design of the swirling armor. I had already guessed something like this might happen, and that thought a few ideas, but I will have to try that in the safety of my abode. Currently what I should do is to test the power of swirling armor gave me at the compactness of the 1.01 inches. Bang! Just as I activated the mini blast, I shot in the air like a rocket. My speed was so great that I am barely able to keep my eyes open. I had covered my eyes with rule power to bear the pressure of the air. Bang, bang, bang. I activated the one mini blast after another and moved blurrily. I don't think anyone except for those monsters from the mid-zone is capable of catching me with my current speed. Choo-choo. Oh, as I was enjoying the new power boost, Ashlyn suddenly chirped from my shoulder, telling me that some rats are following us. Hearing that, I started to slow down my speed as if I am searching for something, and 10 minutes later, I could feel that 3 people are following me. Well, it's good they have come. Past few days I have not come across any powerful opponent. They will be very to test my powers. Thud. I landed on the ground and activated my abode before I started placing cameras and sensors around me. Usually, I don't do that as the sensors of abode are more than enough, but I am doing that now as I want to lure the rats out before giving them any inkling. A few minutes passed as I continued placing sensors around my abode, and now I could sense the thick killing intent from the grim monster and know they could attacking me any moment. I waited for their attack while smiling internally when suddenly, I have sensed the spike in killing intent and knew the grim monster is attacking me. Pachak, idiot, I muttered as I sliced the head of the tigerman. If it had been before, I would have had to fight it at least for an hour before I could kill it, but now, I just needed to one slash of a sword to the tigerman that used to scare the shit out of me a few days ago. In the past few hours, there was quite a big change in my strength. Not only I had received the boost in the soul, but my soul had also been cleansed and tempered, which had indirectly helped me get the better control over my abilities, and not to forget the swirling armor, which I had compressed to nearly 1 inch. So when this idiot tigerman sneak attacked me, wanting to slice off my head with its long claws, I just had swung my sword to cut off its head, and the funny thing is, I have only used less than half of my strength to kill it. Why don't you guys come out? I promise I will not run away. I said to the two grim race monsters who are hiding behind the trees. For a few seconds there was nothing but could be heard, but soon I heard the sound of the steps as the yellow snakeman came out of the trees. The yellow snakeman came out of the trees while the other grim monster who is hiding in the tree stayed there. I could understand why it did not come out. It is a little stronger than the tigerman, but the difference between them is not that great. It clearly knew that if it came out it will surely be killed, but I am not one who showed mercy on those who have killing intent toward me, especially the grim race monsters. Ashlyn, go Senzar that's still hiding in the trees to the underworld, I said to Ashlyn while I activated my occult method to face the yellow snakeman that is coming toward me. This yellow snakeman is very strong and swirling armor is not enough. I will have to occult method, and every other strength I have to fight with it, and even then I am not sure I will be able to defeat it. Ah, thud. As this yellow snakeman just crossing the distance, we heard the screaming for a moment before screaming abruptly stopped, and next second Allen came out of woods. It took Ashlyn barely 5 seconds to that grim monster that is hiding behind the tree. Yellow snakeman, which had been slowly coming toward me, stopped seeing Ashlyn came out of the wood, but next moment it suddenly took a leap and swung its sword at me with the blurring speed. This snake is quite crafty. It had acted like it had been surprised by seeing Ashlyn quickly kill its companion before it abruptly leaped at me with the blurring speed. If there had been any other person, he would have fallen to this simple but clever ploy, but it was its back that it had met me, who could sense the killing intent. Seeing its sword coming at me, I also swung my sword at it with full power. Clang, thud, thud, thud. Our swords clashed and I felt immense force permitting toward me, most of that force crushed by the swirling armor, but some of it went inside me. I had to mobilize my rule powers and occult energy to crush the force, and the occult energy came from the enemy. I still have to take the 3-step back to dissolve the residue force in my body. You are stronger than I had expected, but you are still going to die, said the snakeman as came at me with the attack that is stronger than before. I want to reply with something witty, but its attack is so fast that it will arrive in front of me before I could form half the world. Clang, thud, thud. Its thin blade slashed across me, but I had defended with my sword, and like last time, this time also I took the steps back. Clang, 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 clang. It launched one attack after another, not wanting to give me any chance to live. Its every move angled toward either my neck or my heart. It is hell-bent on killing me as quickly as possible. Its attack is fast and swift that all I could do is to defend, and that is also barely. I had a way to underestimate it. This grim monster is very powerful, especially with that speed of it. It had the power to even slay a stronger opponent than it is fighting if I do not have the killing rule, which gave me an inkling of where the attack is coming from. I wouldn't be here fighting, but lying on the ground with either my heart pierced or neck cut. Time passed and half an hour had passed, and my condition had not changed even a bit. If it had been another grim monster with similar power, with strength specialization or all-rounder, my condition wouldn't be this bad. Here I can sense from where its attacks are coming, and could even the flaws in its attack, but I can't do anything about it, as I do not have the speed to launch those attacks. If I were to do that, then I would pay a price, which I did a few minutes ago, and that is why I am just focusing on defending. One would think that I am having a hard time, and would have been feeling quite angry since I am only defending, but no, they would be quite wrong. I am actually enjoying the battle as I am learning many from it. This is a perfect opponent for me, as it is also focused on speed. I could clearly see what a pure speed can do, which helping decide the direction of my future progress. Another half an hour passed, and my condition remains about the same. The only change occurred that I can now read its movements more clear, but like earlier I am too slow to use any flaw against it. Shar. Suddenly I felt the spike of killing intent from it, and before I could dodge, it had released the faint yellow poison fog on me. I wanted to dodge it, but I couldn't as it came too fast, and the snake did not stop attacking with the sword when it had released the poison through its mouth. The poison quickly surrounded me and started to get deeper into me. I could feel the immense pain that poison is giving, but that is all. To others, this poison is extremely dangerous, but to me not so. My body had merged with the essence poison of the ominous ghost tooth flower, which had given me quite an immunity against the poison, so normal poisons couldn't hurt me. If it had been its essence poison, then it would have been a completely different thing. The essence poison of the yellow snakeman tribe is very dangerous, and my slight poison immunity would be nothing, especially when the poison is from the brigadier stage yellow snakeman. How are you still fine? Asked yellow snakeman in horror, as even those with similar level and power as it would be writhing in the pain if they got hit by its poison squarely. Your poison is too weak to harm me. Only your essence poison would able to do something to me, I said as I launched the attack in the rare chance I got, but of course it was easily defended by it. An hour more passed, and in the hour it had launched its poison 5 times more, but except for giving me pain, they are not able to do anything to me. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time we met you will not be lucky at this time. It said suddenly and started to walk into the woods as it did not believe. I will attack it from behind, or even if I did, it is confident to defend against it. Sorry, my friend, there will be no next time. Ashlyn, could you send this dear friend to the underworld? I said to Ashlyn. Hearing that the yellow snakeman stopped and looked back, 9 big fireballs shrinking at a visible speed. Bang, bang, bang. Sensing the aura from fireballs, a clear shudder went through the grim monster's body, and it started to run with its all, but sadly it too late. She had gotten stronger again. I look at the half-burned body of the yellow snakeman and couldn't help but sigh. These fireballs of Ashlyn are too lethal. Just one fireball had nearly burned the yellow snakeman apart. Ashlyn had summoned her then 9 fireballs, but seeing the monster being dead with the single fireball, she had diffused rest of them. It's good thing she did that, otherwise she would have wasted a very good body that will give me large numbers of the mana crystals. I collected all the stuff on the Grim Race monster before stuffing them into my storage with the special storage which I stored the Grim monsters alone. My storages have a shitload of Grim monsters stored in them, and that alone worth fortune, and after returning to the outpost, I am going to harvest the hell out of them. That time I will be swimming in the mana crystal, that is how much I am going to harvest from them. After collecting everything, I went inside the abode and started to do what I do in the evening. 2 hours later, I am standing in the practice room with my heart beating wildly. I now needed to feed a tiny bit of energy to the miracle fruit energy, and I will be able to level up to the peak of master stage. Now the important question is whether to directly eat the miracle fruit after I level up, or I use this miracle fruit to feed miracle fruit energy after I leveled up. The former option will definitely level me up to the lieutenant stage once I ate it, but I can't say anything about the latter option, as there may be a chance that after feeding it the miracle fruit, the miracle energy will not grow bigger enough to level me up to the lieutenant stage. I am leaning toward the latter option despite it is not giving me 100 to level up to the lieutenant stage. The reason for my toward later option is that I am confident that if I feed the miracle fruit to the miracle fruit energy, it will mutate further, thus increasing its speed of eating. There are very few things which could help in growing its mutation, and miracle fruit energy is one of them, and it will more useful if I feed the miracle fruit to the miracle fruit energy. It will help me in the long run. Gulp. I thought for a while before gulping the miracle fruit. I have not chewed it, as I am going feed it to the miracle fruit energy after level up to the peak of master. After placing the miracle fruit in my stomach, I started to perform the body cleansing exercise and soon reached 108th pose, and miracle fruit energy came out, started to eat the energies around it. There were not only medicinal energies inside me, but there are also faint yellow-colored energies in the dense amount. These yellow energies were the poison of the yellow snakeman. I kept performing and sometime later reached the 35th pose of the body cleansing technique. It's the pose that I had reached in the morning. Currently, the miracle fruit energy had grown big enough that I could level up, but I still want to perform the body cleansing technique till the 36th pose, so not only I would level up, but I will also go through the minor cleansing. Thud. A few minutes later, I had reached the 36th pose of the second move and released miracle fruit energy as I fell on the floor. I started to level up as the miracle fruit broke through all the barriers, started to level me up, but there was no smile on my face as I am smelling one of the worst smells, and a smell that is coming from myself. I had gone through the minor cleansing more than 10 times and smell this fucking awful smell tens of times, but I had never able to get used to. No me, but no sane being would get used to this fucking smell, no matter how many times they had smelled it. To get away from the smell, I fully started to concentrate on the level up I am going through. I could clearly feel the advancement of my body and soul, and also see how the miracle fruit energy spreading into every part of my body. Crush. Soon the level up finished and energy of miracle fruit started to seep back in my body, seeing I crushed the miracle fruit that is my stomach with my energy. As if moth had seen the fire, the miracle fruit energy to the U-turn and ran toward the energy that miracle fruit spreading. As it reached energy, miracle fruit energy stared to eat the energy like a beast that had been hungry for God knows how many years. It started to eat the energy, and the more miracle fruit energy ate the miracle fruit energy, the more violet spot grew on it. The speed of their violet spot is slow, but it is clearly visible. Those violet things are mutation, and it is growing as slow but visible pace. Time passed by, and a few minutes later cream violet colored energy seeped back into my body. I was not able to level up, but there is still a smile on my face. Before eating the miracle fruit, the mutation of the miracle fruit energy at 12, but now it had increased to 31, which is 31 times more than the original speed of energy. There is not much growth in the miracle fruit energy, but I am not sad with such speed as long as I provided enough energy to eat it. I am confident that I will be able to level up to the lieutenant stage. A minute later the level up finished. I sensed something from my source which I had expected to see. After leveling up, Ashlyn again started sucking up energy from the blood like dew after every level up. This process lasted for little more than an hour before it stopped, and again the power of my fire ability had advanced. I once again checked my condition before I got up and walked toward the bathroom to get rid of this god-awful smell. After getting out of the bathroom, I started to practice the occult method. Today I had an obvious increase in the soul power, and I want to practice sucking more soul occult energy. Before I was restricted by my soul power as I had quite a strong body but did not have the strong soul power to match it. Now not only I had gained more soul power, but I had had a clean and tempered soul, so I should be able to use more occult energy, which will increase my strength. I really need the strength. If the Grand Palace appeared today, then this ruin will become 10 times more dangerous than before, as those monsters from the mid-zones will also come out for the palace. I practiced Ramon's Fury for an hour before I switched to the swirling armor and started to work on it. I had leveled up so Mew mana storage had advanced. That means I mana to cover more space of my body, and I will add 2 more big swirls as I had planned. It will increase the power of swirling armor by the notch. I even have to try a few things with swirling armor, as the current design had reached its limit. If I have to make the armor more compact, then I will have to make some changes in the design of the swirling armor, but I don't think I will have time to do that tonight. Still nothing, I whispered in as I looked at the sky. I have been sitting on the roof of my abode, waiting for the sign of Grand Palace to appear. It is noon right now, and if the signal of Grand Palace did not appear then, it is likely that Grand Palaces will not appear. I hope that does not happen. Almost all the people in the ruin hoping for the Grand Palaces to appear. Even if they do not have the capability to enter the Grand Palace, they still want it to appear. Sigh. Sighing, I went back to the book I am reading. The waiting is utter torture, so O had decided to read the book that I had been wanting to read for quite a while. Choo choo. I was quite busy reading the book and was reading a very important part when I got awoken from my reading by Ashlyn. It finally appeared. I said and took the jump in the sky and kept jumping till I reached the sky. In the sky I could see a bright blue beam. It is so bright that everyone could see it, and there is not one but 3 other lights of different color, but they looked quite faint. There should be around 9 beams across this ruin. 9 beams mean the 9 grand palaces. I could only see the 4 from where I am, but I am sure there are 9 beams like always. I now have the 7 days to reach one of the beams, and seeing how bright the closest beam is, I should be able to reach it by the night if I ride on Ashlyn. If I to use a mini blast, then it would definitely take me 2 to 3 days. That is why I had said that the fruit of morphing is not the only convenient for the Ashlyn. It is also very convenient for me. Fly high as much as you could. I said to Ashlyn as I sat on the Ashlyn, I don't want coming across any monster from the midzone, so it would be better if Ashlyn were to fly high. That will not help us stay safe, but will also help us reach the Grand Palace faster. Choo choo. Ashlyn's chirped happily as she flapped her wings and we flew into the air. It's cold. I said as I saw the layer of frost coming across on me. Higher we go, the colder it will become in the atmosphere. Nor me or nor Ashlyn is bothered by such cold as we flew through the sky while enjoying the scenery around us. Time passed by as we flew by, and we have not come across any being except for one monster that finished by Ashlyn before it knows what killed it. From how high I am, I could see people moving toward the direction we are moving at their highest speed, but no one was able to match the Ashley N's speed even the slightest. Ashlyn had left all them in the dust. Seeing there are quite a few hours before we reach the beam, I activated a few runes on the tiny bottle I have on my hand, started to circulate the suppressive energy into my soul. I had practiced with the soul tempering diamond in the morning when I was practicing the body cleansing technique, and I have to say, it is one of the weirdest experiences of my life as I was practicing 4 methods simultaneously. I am refining my mana in my refinement engine, which I always keep doing, except when I sleep. It had become an unconscious habit of mine as I am doing it for years. And there is a body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise that I do simultaneous, so every day for more than an hour I perform 3 methods, but today I added the secrete method into the mix. I started it as fun and didn't think I was able to do it for long, but to my surprise, I was able to do it and even able to make quite a progress in all the methods I practice. Though it made me very tired mentally, and I didn't get up for at least half an hour, but it was worth it, and I am planning to do that every day. There is another perk practicing 4 methods, and that it helps divide my mind and multitask. Such exercise help in making mind flexible and agile, which are necessary for any evolver. I tempered my soul with the soul tempering method for half an hour before stopping. I could go for an hour more, but I do not want to do it too much that I ended up damaging my soul. Soon the late afternoon approached, and we were flying above the clouds when I heard something from down below. Fly toward that sound, but not too close, I said to Ashlyn, and Ashlyn slowed down her speed and dived down a little. Gasp. Soon I saw what made the sound and I couldn't help but their gasp. There are two people fighting in the sky. One is human while the other is the grim monster. What made me gasp is their earth-shaking fight and the grim monster. It is clear by the earth-shaking moves they are making. They are from the mid-zone, and what even more shocking is Grim Monster that human is fighting is Special Grim Monster. It is Bearman which is casting the water elemental moves. I had only once seen the Special Grim race when I fought one in the guild challenge. These Special Grim race monsters are very powerful, and they can squash the normal Grim race monster with just a finger. I have heard that their Special Grim race monsters were present in the mid-zone, but it is my first time seeing it. The fight between them is too amazing. If one of them attack me, I stand no chance to defend against it. I would be slain in the single strike. I clearly knew that my power had clearly surpassed the 3-star elite long ago, and now should greater than normal 4-star elite. I thought even if I came across those from the midzone, I would at least stand a chance to run away slowly, but seeing their fight, I had completely lost their confidence. I watched for Minuit more before I left with Ashlyn. I don't to get noticed and bring unintended consequences to myself. Half an hour later, everything turns dark, and I was finally able to see the 9 light beams. Though some of the beams are extremely faint, I can see them when I concentrated. As we got closer to the blue beam, it got bigger and bigger till I see the blue beam that covered the area of few kilometers, and inside that the beam, a silhouette of the palace could be seen. It is a gigantic palace, and it is flying in the sky. If not for the blue beam covering it fully, I would be to see if it is as beautiful as they say. I landed a few 20-some kilometers away from the beam, and then moved toward it with a mini blast. If this had been the outpost, I would not be this cautious about other people noticing Ashlyn's ability, but in this ruin where people who could kill me in a single move are present. Bang! I activated the mini blast and flew towards the beam. My speed is very fast, and it took me a few minutes to reach the hill near the blue beam, a city. I whispered as that is what I am seeing. There are lines and lines abodes till eyes can see, and people could be seen everywhere. There must 300,000 to 400,000 abodes on the human side alone. It felt like a fucking city. The grim monster also had their camp with more than twice our numbers. I had stopped for a few minutes on the hill watching the 2 camps before I walked toward the camp. It had been barely a day since Single went out. There are already this many people. I wonder how many people came in a week. There would at least few million, and that is on the grim side. Both sides had already formed a camp, and security seemed very tight, especially on the border of both sides. The wall of the camps made by the collection of the thousands of protection artifacts. There are hundreds of sentry power, and people could be seen guarding them. There are 4 gates that allow entry into the camp, and each gate had the insignia of the S-Class Guild projected on them. I am a member of the Raging Thunder, so I obviously walked toward the gate which projected the symbol of Raging Thunder. There were tens of lines for registration before they were allowed to go inside, but nor me. I directly walked toward the gate, and no one stopped me. Inside the gate, I had register, which I did by simply flashing my guild badge to the scanner before I entered inside the camp. The camp is divided into the various parts, but 2 are important, and that is residential area, market area. Both are very big, but one made me most ecstatic is the market. This market is at least 1,000 times bigger than the one in garden, and I have no doubt with big market I will find all materials for the 17 potions I need. Not only for myself, I am confident that with millions of people that will be coming, I will find materials to concoct solution for my family and friends. Ting, ting, ting. I was started to walk toward the market when suddenly the bracelet, which hadn't rung ever since I entered this ruin, finally rang. This bracelet had given to us by our former team leader. If we entered a certain range of each other, then this bracelet will ring and show direction. When I looked at the band, I saw it is showing arrow toward the residential area. Without waiting, I jumped in the sky and started to move the direction provided by the foundation. I found many people looking at me. Some even had jealousy on their eyes. They are jealous of me, but the badge I am wearing. It is because of this badge I am able to fly in the air, as only members of the S-Class Guild could fly in the sky within the camp. Thud. I kept following the direction on the band, and soon stopped in from Big Abode and was quite surprised to see the abode. It is nor a normal abode, but the Lord Great Abode. The only person I know who had the Lord Great Abode is team leader, and this abode is not his, as the design of his abode quite different. It may be his or one my other teammates had gotten it somehow. I don't really care much. What I care is who is in the abode. The band didn't show me which is it belongs to. It only shows the direction of the band it synced to, so it could be my former team leader or my teammates. I walked toward the abode and stood in front of its door. The sensors would have already notified the controller of abode that there is intrusion as I stepped on its boundary. Click. I stood in front of the door waiting for the door to be opened, but a minute passed by and door didn't open. I was about to touch the abode when the door opened, and when I saw the person who opened the door, I was shocked. I had never thought I would see her here. I knew she is coming here, but chances of us meeting were quite low, and now I have met here in the ruin. Here come the sleepless, dreamy nights, I thought as I looked at the extremely beautiful face that had appeared in my dreams hundreds of times. Michiel, what a nice surprise, said the girl in a very beautiful voice. Yeah, a nice surprise indeed, Rachel. I said if my parents were to hear what I had said, they would definitely feel little unevenness in my voice. She is Rachel, a girl I had a crush on, the girl who gave me a countless sleepless night. I had thought not seeing her for months would whittle away the crush I have for her, but no, after seeing her again, it came back in the full force. Stop ogling my friend Michiel, it looks very creepy when you do that. I heard a familiar voice that broke me out of my trance. You are misunderstanding. I was just thinking about something very important that I had suddenly come into my mind, I said in pure excuse, which made both of the girls smile. You keep telling yourself that, said Sophia to my lame excuse as she invited me in. This is quite a nice abode you guys have, I said to melt the awkwardness and also stop myself from staring at their asses. They both were wearing shorts and Rachel's shorts were a little too short, and I kept looking at it no matter how much I tried to avert my eyes. So how do you guys meet? I asked them while I sensed at their battle power and barely able to stop myself from taking big gasp. I had thought I had made quite a big progress, but their progress is much lesser than me. Rachel and Sophia both had nearly the same battle power. They are just slightly weaker than me. They must have come quite a few chance encounter to progress this much. Normal means could not increase the strength this much within 1.5 months. We knew each other since we were children, and quite luckily to met each other on the first day of entering the ruin, so we decided to stick together to explore the ruin, said Sophia. When I heard that, I couldn't help but curse Sophia. How lucky she is to get the company of Rachel for 1.5 months. What I wouldn't give to have a company of Rachel for 1.5 months, I thought internally as I once again sneakily took a glance at the beautiful face of Rachel. Well, I should get going, I said and stood up to leave. It has been half an hour since I have come to Rachel's abode, and now it is time to leave, which I really don't want to do. I have not only met Sophia, but I also got to talk a few words with Rachel. I am more than satisfied with that. You don't have to go, you can stay here. There is more than enough room for you to stay here, Rachel said. Her voice felt like God has shown his grace on me. Stay, Michiel, only you, a strong man, could save us two defenseless girls if the grim monsters attack us, Sophia added with the mock scared face. Black lines appeared on my forehead hearing that. Would she even need my help defeating anyone? Unless those monsters from the midzone attacked, I don't think anyone could pose the threat to these two. Okay, I said, accepting their earnest invitation. To others I may look normal, but I am wild with excitement inside me as the next 6 days I am going to spend with Rachel. We were about to out to eat, but now that you have come, why don't you cook for us, Michiel? Sophia asked with an innocent face. So this why she asked me to stay so that I could cook for them. Okay, but I have to freshen up. I said, could you show me my room? I asked. You can take a second one on right, she said. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out me as I walking toward the bathroom to freshen up and started to look around curiously. 15 minutes later, I get out of my room wearing fresh clothes on the showered body. Usually I don't shower as I have to shower again after I finish performing body cleaning technique, but today is different. What happened to Ashlyn? Asked Sophia as she saw Ashlyn on my shoulder. Rachel also looked little surprised seeing her changed look. She has not seen Ashlyn many times, but she has a clear impression of Ashlyn. She mutated, I said simply without explaining how she mutated. Sophia started to look Ashlyn closely, but she did not touch her as she clearly knew Ashlyn didn't like to be touched. God, I wish Jojo would also mutate and get something cool like that crystal tear Ashlyn have on her forehead. Sophia said she looked her monster in corner of the room. Hearing its name, Sophia's monster looked toward Ashlyn and about came to her, but when it saw Ashlyn on my shoulder, it stopped on its track and went back to playing with Rachel's monster. You are cooking right? Sophia asked. I just look at her without giving her. I just wanted you to know that kitchen is that way. Sophia said after feeling my gaze. Do you need any help? Rachel asked. No, I am alone is fine, I said and walked into the kitchen. Normally I would have asked for help as I have to cook 6 people worth of food, but for today's dinner I want to maintain some surprise, so even if I have to work a little more cooking dinner, it is fine by me. After entering the kitchen, I take out things without waiting and started cooking. I'm very careful cooking as I am using the medicinal monster's meat for cooking. I want it to be tasty, but I also want till they are satisfied without feeling repercussion. It's good thing they are powerful and able to digest even high-level medicinal monsters' food if I put up in limited quality. I started to cook, and it took me a little more than 1.5 hours to completely make it. This is the fastest I was able to make such an elaborate meal. You must have made something delicious for you to take so long, said Sophia as she took the seat on the table. I place all things on the table and we started to eat. What is it? It's so delicious. Yes, very delicious, both of them said in unison. The The most delicious dish of all is a dish I made using the meat of silver fang hog. Though the dish was not completely made of silver fang hog, I've added some other meat. A dish made of complete meat of silver fang hog would have been quite overpowering that they might have popped up like a balloon. So in the dish, I have only used 1/4 silver fang meat, while the rest of meat is of some other medicinal monster. In the dinner, I have used many rare and precious herbs. I even used one that is present in the top 10 of the top 3 lists. I am usually not such spendthrift, but I want to be one today, and I have many of such herbs, so using few won't make me lose anything. Gah, I never been so full, Sophia said as she finally put her cutlery down. Sophia did eat too much, even I got surprised by her appetite. It was a good thing that I have not used the meat of silver fang hog, fully otherwise I would have made Sophia explode. Now she won't explode, but she will feel very uncomfortable heat rising through her in a few seconds, and she will do to something very strenuous to get rid of that feeling. It is not only Sophia, but Rachel had also eaten quite a bit. She may not have eaten as much as Sophia, but she ate quite a bit, and she will also have to do something very strenuous to get rid of this heat, thought while laughing very evilly inside me. Michiel, what is this heat I am feeling? Sophia said suddenly. I laughed madly inside me. This is the medicinal energy I have warned you about when you were stuffing your stomach with the meat. Your body is digesting the medicinal monster meat and producing the medicinal energy, and this medicinal energy is little above what you can handle. I started with a serious face while casting a side glance at Rachel. Ha. When I see her skin also getting red, I couldn't help but laugh madly inside me, thinking my evil plan going to be successful. So what do we have to do to get rid of this medicinal energy? Rachel asked. Her face has also become puffy red like Sophia, but unlike Sophia, this puffy red had made her look very cute. You have to digest that medicinal energy, and the only way to do that is to do very strenuous exercise. I perform body cleansing technique to digest that medicinal energy, I said. What are we waiting here then? Let's go to the training room, said Sophia in loud voice and nearly ran toward the training room with Rachel. I followed behind them while checking the God-given assets of Rachel from behind. I can't get enough of it, no matter how many times I looked at them. Averting my eyes from the perfect ass of Rachel, I took fast steps to match their speed, and soon we reached the training room. Do you know the body cleaning technique? I asked Rachel. Yes, Sophia taught me. Rachel replied. She saw me performing every day and asked me to teach her. Her progress is the same as me at the 70-second pose, said Sophia as she carefully looked at my face as wanting to see if I am angry about that. Why would I be angry? Instead, I am quite happy as she did. She must have mentioned my name to Rachel many times when she taught Rachel the technique. Here is the poses that above 70-second pose. You can look at them before you start, I said, and projected me performing body cleansing exercise on the projector in front of them. Before coming to this ruin, I had sent a recording of my progress to all my friends, and that time my progress was only 70-second pose, so I could only send that much, but now I have not performed all the poses of the first move, but also performed quite a few poses of second move. And I have all that recorded. I have a habit of recording myself while training. It helps me decide the course of action. I had directly skipped to the 70-second pose in the projector, seeing how unbearable it is for them to experience the medicinal heat which kept increasing over time. It took them a few minutes for them to memorize complete poses of the first move before they started to perform the body cleansing exercise. They started performing the body cleansing technique. I walked to the perfect corner from where I could see every movement made by Rachel and watched the movement of natural treasures that bestowed on her by God. Her movement felt like an exotic dance to me, especially now that the shorts she is wearing turned completely wet, highlighting every curve of her body in near transparency. Watching her made my little brother stand in attention. If not me having fine control over my body, I would found myself in quite an awkward condition if girls had looked in my way. It didn't even take 5 minutes for them to reach the 70-second pose. They seem to have practiced the body cleansing technique daily for them to reach the 70-second pose, as their speed is little slower than me. At the 70-second pose, both of their beet red bodies return to normal, but I know not for long as the medicinal energy is still being digested in their body, and if stopped for even a few seconds, the redness will come back in full force. After reaching 70-second pose, they started on 73rd and forward, and their speed is not seem to lessen much. The only change in speed occurred when they reached the 77th pose. From there they started to slow down. While performing the technique, as if feeling my intense gaze on her ass, Rachel suddenly looked at me and caught me red-handed looking at her ass. I thought she would glower at me, but to my surprise, she just looked at me for a moment before she continued to practice. I did not look at her for a while, but without myself noticing, I again started to look at her with the same intensity as before. Soon they reached 80th pose, and I took out a mask from my storage and covered my nose with it, seeing the speed they are performing. They will surely reach the 84th pose, and I don't want to be caught off guard. They kept performing and finally able to reach the 84th pose and started to go through the minor cleansing. I could see on their face how awful the smell, but despite smelling the smell, they did not stop. Both of them are at the peak of lieutenant stage, so they have enough energy to perform the first move completely, but having energy doesn't mean they are able to do it. In the body cleansing technique, having energy is important, but it is not the most important thing. The most important this is will and persistence. Only those with will and persistence were able to reach very far in body cleaning technique. They did not stop at the 84th move. They continued to move forward, but their speed had clearly slowed very much, and it is obvious that they are reaching their end. They could perform a maximum of 4 to 5 poses before they collapse on the floor. Hun. She again caught me looking at her, and this time I was looking at her breast, which is partially visible due to skin vet clothing that was covering her well-rounded breasts, and the funny thing was she was not wearing the inner garment, so I getting quite a good view of her God-given assets. I hope I get to see her like this every day till the day palace is opened, I thought as my eyes reverted back to Rachel. No matter how much I tried to control my eyes and mind not to look at Rachel, but they wouldn't listen to me as they would always revert back to Rachel. I got attracted to Rachel the very first time I saw her, no matter how much I want to forget. This crush of mine never seems to go away. Instead, it gets stronger and stronger. Thud, thud. Finally, both of them collapsed one after another at the 90th pose of the body cleaning exercise. They looked very tired, but the smile could be seen on their faces as they collapsed tiredly. I excitedly watched the heaving breast for Rachel as swell and contract a little as Rachel took the deep, tired breath. Hun. Suddenly Rachel craned her neck and our eyes met. Like other times, she did not look angry, but unlike other times, she did not look away after taking a look at me. She kept looking at me with the single focus. Fuck, why did I forget that she had eaten medicinal monster meat and could recover the ability to move just in a minuet? I cursed myself as I kept looking in the eyes of Rachel. I am embarrassed and wanted to look away from her eyes, but every instinct of mine is screaming at me to not look away. They are telling me if I look away, then there will be hell to pay. So I and Rachel's eyes kept locked at each other. I did not even dare to blink as I kept looking at her while she is doing the same. We kept looking at each other for more than a minuet before Rachel finally broke the contact by looking away, and when she looked away, I saw a small curve formed on her lips. If it is an angry smile or something else, I don't want to think about that. How am I able to recover so early? Sophia asked weakly as she weakly stood up. It's because of the medicinal energy. It's not making the body stronger and increases healing power, but it also helps in faster recovery after overexertion, I answered. I have heard quite a lot about the medicinal monster's meat, but it is the first time experiencing its effects. It's no wonder they are selling its meat at a sky-high rate, Sophia said as she sat near me after she sat beside me. Rachel had also come from the shower a few minutes, but she sat silently without talking, and I haven't had guts to start the conversation, so I was relieved when Sophia came out of the shower and started the conversion. The medicinal energy that medicinal monsters give is really amazing. Its many uses, especially when it merged with your body as major cleansing, I said, and I became little lost remembering scenes of energy being melted in the major cleaning. How is the major cleansing of body cleansing technique? Is it as wonderful as people say? Rachel asked. I got quite surprised seeing her asking question. I thought she's very angry at me seeing how shamelessly I was ogling her. Since it is a question from Rachel, I started explaining how the major cleaning feels like. In my excitement, I even told her how I trained in body cleansing technique and how my way is the best way to practice body cleaning is. That's it. From tomorrow you're going to practice with us. I want that smooth, vibrant skin like yours, and with you practicing with us we will make more progress than normal, Sophia said. Soft and vibrant skin. I had inkling Sophia may say something in the back of my mind when I am explaining to them, but I did not expect she will not inspire by the benefits of the getting stronger instead of the smooth and vibrant skin it gives. You don't have a problem with training with us, do you? Sophia asked, looking my little conflicted face. I was thinking of rejecting as I preferred to train alone, but when I saw little hopeful emotion in Rachel's eyes, I gave up rejecting Sophia's offer. Some of my secret will be revealed, but so be it, I thought, and put up a bright smile on my face and said, of course, I will be delighted practice with you guys. We talked for a few more minutes before we went to our separate room as it became quite late. In my room, I laid on the bed while thinking about the thing I will have to do. I have a total of 6 days from tomorrow as Pace will open in the 8th day of its sending signal. Tomorrow I will train with the girls while revealing the secret of the soul-tempering diamond, though I will not tell the secret, just lie, that I had only obtained one tiny part through the chance. And after that, I will go the market in search of herbs I need to make the potion, and seeing the scale of the market, I am very sure that I will be able to get all the materials I need to make the potions. After deciding everything, I practiced 4 methods together, slept right after taking a shower. I woke up in the early morning and walked out of my room after freshening up. Seeing no one in the main hall, I walked into the kitchen and started to make the meal that we all eat before we start to practice. I was busy cooking when I heard the footsteps behind me, only to see Rachel is coming toward me, and there is anger could be seen in her eyes. The anger is very apparent in her eyes. Last night I thought she didn't take it at heart, but it looked like she had stuffed that anger deep in her herd, and now seeing me alone, that is going to burst out. Rachel idea I had started to explain when Rachel did the most opposite thing which I thought was possible. She came extremely close to me, and before I know it what is happening, she kissed me on lips directly. I was so shocked by this change that I wasn't able to respond to her kiss at all. All I was thinking if it was a dream or not, but soon I decided to forego that question and started to respond to the kiss with the same passion as Rachel. Who cares if it is a dream or not? All I care about me kissing Rachel, even if it is the dream I wouldn't mind. First, the kiss was slow, but as time passed it got more and more passion that not our lips were touching each other, but also our hands and thinking it may be a dream. I take my hands to her ass and squeezed it gently. I wanted to do that since the first time I saw them when entering this abode, but I couldn't, but now I got a chance. Even if this chance is in the dream, I am more than happy to cash on it. Her ass is way better than I had imagined. It's soft but firm. I wanted it to compare it with something, but I couldn't as I found there is nothing I could compare it to. Mitchell, are you cooking something delicious? I can't wait to taste it. We were lost in kissing when suddenly a voice rang out in our ears and it coming closer. We instantly separated at the same time and stood in different corners of the kitchen, and second later Sophia came in with wearing her usual training clothes. It smelled delicious. What is it? Said Sophia as she came near the stove and looked at the dish that is cooking on it, completely obvious to the little awkward position of Rachel and me. I straightened myself and look at Rachel, whose expression had turned back to her usual quasi-poker face one, but I could see the clear joy in her eyes. I wanted to ask her what has just happened, but seeing Sophia is present, I refrained from doing it. Whatever happened, I like it very much, and when I get alone time with her, I would definitely going to ask her, I thought while being extremely giddy. It's really tasty, Sophia said suddenly, and when I look at her, I found she's tasting the food from the pot which is still on the stove from the spoon which she takes out from God knows where. Sophia, stop doing that, it isn't ready yet. I admonished Sophia as I saw her taking away another spoonful from the pot. It isn't ready. It tasted delicious, Sophia said, and she begrudgingly put down the spoon had taken out from somewhere. Leave now, let me cook in peace, I said to Sophia. She started to leave, but her also Rachel. I asked Sophia to leave because I wanted some time with Rachel, but now Rachel also leaving the kitchen. Seeing Rachel leaving, I asked her to stop with the muted action, but she just smiles evilly at me and left the kitchen, Sophia. I quickly finished cooking and started to set the table while thinking hundreds of ways to get the Sophia out, so that I could get some alone time with Rachel, and asked her about what she did earlier. Rachel, Sophia, does any one of you know energy isolation formation? I asked. I know many formations including the common isolation formation, but I do know the energy isolation formation as it is not only high-level formation but also requires basic mastery in the art of runic formations. I do, Rachel answered. Why do you need energy isolation formation? I asked Rachel, can you draw it across the whole training room? I said, dodging the question which made of the girls glower at me. I thought Rachel will not draw the formation before knowing why, but to my surprise Rachel just glowered at me for a few seconds before she started drawing the formation. It took her 15 minutes to draw the formation, and the formation she had drawn is flawless. No mistakes could be seen in it. Now what? Rachel asked, still glowering. I did not say anything, just took out the tiny that I am wearing as a bracelet and activated few ruins on, and suppressive energy started to came out it. Soul tempering diamond. I had adjusted the right amount of energy about get up and about explain what I am doing when I heard Sophia shouting soul tempering diamond loudly. What, soul tempering diamond? Rachel also shouted second after Sophia did. Hearing their shouts I felt little down. Before gaining the knowledge crystal, I do not have any idea about these excellent treasures, but seeing how shocked they are seeing it, these have pretty good ideas about what soul tempering diamond is. Soul tempering diamond, right? Sophia as stutteringly as I stood up after placing the bottle at the center. My brother told me is the one the best treasure of the soul for the night stage, Sophia said. I nodded. Not only it is useful in the night stage but the above stage also, but it is the night stage warriors could get the most benefit from it. Do you guys know any soul cleansing method? I asked. They both shook their head cutely. I'll teach you to listen well. I said and started to teach them the secrete method. The secrete method is very easy since it only has one circulation. The real problem is practicing it. It is damn torturous that no sane person would do so. Both girls screamed loudly as they tried to circulate the suppressive energy into their soul. Circulate this while performing body cleansing exercise. The pain will be manageable that way, I said and walked toward the place that is near Rachel. Let's start then. I said about to start as like them my body also turns red. The medicinal energy in the meat was not enough to make me go red. I had also eaten some strong medicinal monster's meat that I had cooked myself in Ashlyn. Wait for a minute, I think this will make our practice even more perfect and less painful, said Sophia as she put transparent box black beside the bottle. Inside that box a thumb-sized black rock could be seen. Just as she did, very calming energy started to spread out from the box. This is soul calming stone. It may not be as precious as your soul tempering diamond, but it will help in reducing pain and side effects of excess tempering, Sophia said. What she said is right. The soul calming stone may not be as precious as soul tempering crystal, but it is very useful when one tempering the soul, as it will help in negating any side effect one has when one tempering one's soul. We should start practicing now, said Rachel. I nodded as started performing technique immediately. As if we wait a little bit more, the smoke will start to come out of our tomato red body. With them, I started to practice. Like yesterday, I started to practice all the 4 methods together, and today it is a little easier as I am only feeling a tenth of pain while circulating 3 times more suppressive energy than normal because of soul calming stone. This soul calming stone is really amazing as it is able to lessen the pain of tempering by very much that even a normal person would able to refine the energy. If I had the soul calming stone in a test of Palace of Ionic Blessing, then it would have taken me 10 minutes to complete the test rather than 3 painful hours. With the aid of soul calming stone, I started to circulate more and more suppressive energy without much fear of torturing myself to death. I could feel my soul getting cleansed at the visible rate. I am sure that in this session I am going to make double progress than I made when I was in the Tower of Ionic Blessing. As I kept practicing, I noticed that effect in the soul calming stone diminishing little by little, though this diminishing effect is barely noticeable, and I noticed it by chance. That means at the current level I will not feel the diminishing effect. I will only feel when the circulation reached 2nd accomplishment, and in 3rd accomplishment, the soul calming stone wouldn't even work anymore. I felt disappointed, but it is true as not only I am feeling, I know this due to all the knowledge I have in my mind. Still, I am very happy to practice with the help of the soul calming stone. If my luck is good, then in a few days I might able to reach the 1st accomplishment. Thud thud. Time passed by, and when it was about to be an hour, both girls finally fell on the ground in minutes difference, while I kept performing for half an hour more before I fell into the ground. 42nd pose of the second move. You are way ahead of us, Mitchell. We will have to try very hard if we want to catch up to you, Sophia said a second after I fell on the ground. I wanted to say something, but I didn't have the energy to do so. After saying that, they both left the room while I stayed 5 minutes more before I had the energy to walk and leave the training room. 15 minutes later, when I returned from the shower, I found Sashel and Sophia are sitting on the couch discussing the ways they could grow stronger in 6 days, so they could have a better chance of obtaining big things in the Grand Palace. With the monsters from the mid-zone coming, the pressure on us had increased as well. Those bastards are crazy strong, and if we want to get something valuable, then we at least need to have strength. I know a way to increase the strength, and in this way, you won't have to train at to increase your strength by leaps and bounds, I said. Both of them started to glower at me, thinking I am making fun of them. Stop shitting us, Mitchell, Sophia said gloweringly. It's not a joke, but a truth, I said. Come, let's go to market first. I have to buy a few things, and after we return, I will make your strength grow in leaps and bounds that you may even able to stand a chance against some of the monsters from the mid-zone, I said as I pulled both of them from the sofa toward the door of abode. Why are we going to market? Asked Rachel after we got out of the abode. We have to buy few things that are necessary to raise our strength, I replied, to which she opened her mouth to say something but closed it as no words came out of my mouth. We walked silently toward the market, and the scene I saw was 3 times bigger than yesterday. I had expected that the market will grow bigger, but I didn't think it will grow this in just a single night. Unlike yesterday, today humans and the Grim monster had connected the markets just like they did in the garden, but the scale is huge and security of it is very tight. I could see the guards from the human side and Grim patrolling heavily. There reached the even in the slight argument that occurred between the people of the 2 races. This market is powder keg near the fire, just a slight mistake, and that powder keg would blast apart. If the battle happened, then hundreds of thousands, even millions of people would die. Yesterday, there were barely a few thousand people were on the human side, but now they have become near million, and it will keep increasing in 6 days. So both sides didn't want anything to happen to jeopardize their lives because, in just big battle where millions of people would involve, even strongest person would fall if enough people attack him. The fees for setting shop are quite hefty, and if not for me getting a 50 discount due to belonging to S-Class Guild, I would have also felt the pinch. After setting up the shop, I connected my HoloWatch to the market server and published the list of things I want in the name of my shop. I've even projected the list on the projector of my shop, so now I just have to sit and wait for herbs to come to me. All of these herbs you are asking for either rare or very rare. If not for being in the ruin, it would be very hard to get hands on such rare herbs outside. Said Rachel read the numbers of the herbs I want to buy. Yes, they are very rare herbs, and outside the big organizations, guilds, and adventurers paradise buy them at the high price. So it is only in this place I would able to get hands on such rare herbs and medicine. Outside they would disappear as soon as they appear in the market. If I am not wrong, then you should be concocting potions with them, right? Asked Rachel, as expected someone from the alchemical organization. Yes, I have come across some soul, body, and vitality strengthening formulas, I answered, but next moment, I found both of them being shocked and Rachel even put her fair hands on my mouth. I am surprised by her sudden action and wanted to ask why she did that, but I didn't as I saw a girl coming across our shop. Do you have the White River Peach? Asked the girl. Yes, I have, but I will only exchange it with the things I need, I said as I motioned toward the projection of herbs that I activated. You need this, right? Said the girl and took out herbs she wished to exchange. I nodded and changed the herbs with the girl. There was no hassle in the transaction as the herb she brought was that of equal value. Mitchell don't mentions the word strengthening potion in front of other people or you will be in big trouble. Whisper Rachel. Sophia also nodded with a serious face. I nodded. I don't need to be an idiot to understand the gravity of their words. I already expected that strengthening potions are very rare as I have not heard of them even in grim battlefield. So I was already very cautious as I not only posted for the herbs of strengthening solution, but other herbs that are important as well. The people kept coming to my shops every few seconds. Some exchange with the herbs I have while others asked for the robot parts and other things I have. To get these herbs, I have offered the wide range of exchanges with stuff I have that even Rachel and Sophia became wide-eyed seeing the amount of stuff I have. I want to tell them that this the least of the important stuff I have. If I told them about the knowledge crystal, large check soul, tempering diamond, mysterious ring, and the storage spaces I got from killing a shitload of grim monsters, they would be shocked of their mind. They also may have important stuff, but I don't think they would be compared to me. Sometime later, Rachel and Sophia started to pay for the stuff from their things. I said no to them, but they had insisted after asking me which herbs are for strengthening potion. Sophia, why don't you go and buy the herbs from the shops? This way we would be able to get out of the market early. I asked Sophia, which my usual voice, but there is an intense excitement in my heart. You are right. Let's go, Rachel, said Sophia, hearing that I got punched in the gut. I had made this plan when we coming for the market and waited for the perfect moment to ask this question, but Sophia folded all again. I just wanted to some alone time with Rachel so I could ask her about the morning. Seeing her behavior, I just wanted to curse her bad. I covertly held Rachel's hand, but she easily pulled away from my grip and went away with Sophia while giving me a teasing smile. Rachel's behavior is really confusing since that kiss in the morning. She would sometime act close, sometimes distance. Her mixed signals are confusing to me and felt no less than torture, and the worst thing is she is doing it deliberately, doing all this to the intention of torturing, and me who had a hopeless crush on her couldn't even get angry at her. Alone in the shop, I tend the people who came for the exchange and shooed away those who wanted to buy the stuff I am, but did not have anything I want. These people come to my despite the clear note on projection saying that I want exchange stuff only with the things that are projected. While I was tending the shop, a tiny incident occurred between the grim monster and human. Though the argument was small, it had brought hundreds of guards from both sides in just a few seconds. It didn't take a minute for a matter to be resolved, but brought the whole market to the attraction, as people from both sides have touched their weapons ready fight in case fight broke out. About 2 hours later, Rachel and Sophia came back with lots of herbs that we needed, and I also finished buying all the herbs I needed to buy, so I closed the shop and went back to abode with potion materials of all 17 potions. It would have been very nice if Jim would have been here. Some potions need basic alchemical skills, I said as I entered the abode with Rachel and Sophia. Just as I said, I felt all hairs on my body rise suddenly and found Rachel glaring at me very fearfully. Don't you know I am from the alchemical organization? Didn't you that I may some alchemical skills? Rachel said in a very slow tone. Fuck, Rachel is angry. She is very angry. Seeing her getting very angry at me, I looked at Sophia for help, only to see she is looking at me gloatingly wanting to have fun at my expense. That damn Jim. If not for him, I wouldn't have said such a thing. Jim had said that you 3 siblings, despite born in the alchemical organization, have zero knowledge of alchemy. I said, explaining stutteringly. This was his exact words he said when I asked him about Rachel and her sister's alchemical skills. I didn't hesitate to throw Jim under the bus as it was he that said these words to me. That little bastard, I will see him when I return, Rachel said through gritted teeth before she turned to me, which again scared the hell out of me, and I promised myself that I will try my hardest to never anger Rachel again. Give me that potion formula and take out the herbs. I will show you my zero alchemical skills, Rachel said. Without hesitation, I forwarded the formula to her and also started to take out the herbs medicines which I had already separated when I got them. Taking the herbs and medicine from me, she typed few buttons on her holowatch. Next moment, a big counter appeared from the ground. She placed all herbs and medicines on the counter and started to read the formulae before she started to take out various alchemical instruments from her storage. I would have been surprised if I saw her taking out alchemical instruments earlier, but now hearing what she said, I am surrounded anymore. After she took out the instruments, she started to do real alchemy, which is a really complicated process. A simple mistake could result in the waste of all ingredients. Rachel started to make the potion with a singular process. Her motions were fluid, and not the single error could be seen on them. Rachel must have quite an experience for her to be this fluid. That little shit, I cursed Jim in my heart. If these were not the skills, then what it is, but when I compared her to Jim, she seemed lacking very much. I have seen Jim make potions several times, and when I compare to both of them, there is a clear difference to be seen in their skills could be seen. Compared to Jim, Rachel does seem novice, but I am not an idiot enough to say that and bear wrath again. Alchemy is a slow process, so after watching Rachel work for a while, I walked away and let Rachel do her work in the piece. While Rachel was busy making the potion, I was busy reading the book that I hadn't had a chance to read since yesterday, while Sophia, to my surprise, opened a book and started to read. Sophia reading a book quite surprised to me, as her personality is impulsive and impatient. Such rarely have time to read. Potion is ready. I was lost in the book when I suddenly heard Rachel's voice. I put down the book and walked toward the counter where I saw green potion in the large beaker. So what is this potion? Sophia asked as she looked at the bubbling potion. That is when it struck me that I had only provided Rachel formulae and herbs, but did not provide her the name and type of the potion. So I fearfully looked at Rachel to see if she is angry with me or not, and felt quite relieved when I saw there was no anger on her face. It is physical strengthening potion. I said I did not state the name of the potion as it is something weird in the universal language, and I have a problem finding the right word for it in the common language. Mitchell, don't talk about you knowing the formulas of strengthening potions. People kill for such things, said Rachel in a heavy voice. Yes, don't talk to such things. My brother's friend was tortured for one strengthening formula, Sophia also said. Okay, I said, and warned myself not to talk in public about such a thing. So shall we drink this? Sophia said as Rachel divided the potions into the 6 parts. Yes, we can drink them, I said. Stop, I said when Sophia about drink the potion bottle just beside the counter. Let's go to the practice room. The potion digested better when performing body cleansing exercise right after drinking the potion, I said. Really? Asked Sophia. Yes, I've experienced myself, I said as we walked toward the training room. Gulp, don't overexert yourself. We have other potions to drink today, I said before I chugged the potion and started performing body cleansing technique. I slowly started performing body cleansing technique without care for advancing in it. My goal is to digest potion, and there are other options also that I have to concoct and perform the body cleansing technique for it. Few seconds after drinking position, a blazing volcano like an energy shot through every inch of my body, which made me feel like I had not drunk the potion but lava. Feeling such pain, I screamed loudly, and I am not the only one. Sophia and Rachel had also screamed. Fuck, in the potion description there was nothing mentioned about this hell-like pain. The potions I drank before had not even given me uncomfortable sensation, but this one gave me hell-like torture. Despite feeling torture-like pain, not one of you stopped performing body cleansing exercise. They could see inside them how the potion merging perfectly inside them when they performed the body cleaning technique. The pain lasted for half an hour before it started to subsidize. It was a good thing we were performing the body cleansing technique, otherwise it would have taken the double time for us to digest the potion, and would have felt the hell-like pain till it digested. God, this pain was greater than what we experienced on that test, said Sophia as she laid on the floor. Drinking this position had tired us out both physically and mentally despite giving us strength. If I am not wrong, then this potion has given physical boost comparable to 14 to 15 seals of supreme combat exercise, which I think is very good. Which potion are we going to drink next? Sophia asked while still laying on the floor. Soul, I said, is making this potion very easy and should be finished in 1 hour's time. Time passed by, and 2 hours later, we drank the soul strengthening potion, and 3 hours after that a vitality strengthening potion, which is helpful in increasing the body's healing power. After drinking 3 potions, I finally came to my room some time ago. I did not sleep as I want, as my mind still thinking about the kiss that Rachel given me in the morning. Should I go to her room? I asked myself, but shaking my head thinking that would be stepping out of my bounds before again started thinking of going to her room. An hour passed, and I couldn't decide whether I should go to her room and ask her about why she kissed me in the morning and what's its meaning. I was busy in my thoughts when I noticed the movement happening corner of my eyes. When I looked, I saw a door forming in the few seconds. Rachel came out and she looked very furious for some reason, and seeing her I just wanted to go and hide somewhere. "Mitchell Czar, you are the biggest coward I've ever seen," Rachel shouted, and she came really close to me, which made me like she is a big bad lion and I am a small lamb which she could eat in a single bit. What did I do? I asked immediately as I could see what cowardly thing I did. I even looked straight at her when she caught me red-handed. "What did you do? What did you do? Let me did you what did you?" Rachel said through the gritted teeth as she forcefully stabbed her sharp finger at my chest. I wanted back away, but I didn't. I have a feeling that taking a step back wouldn't be a right choice, so I bear the pain of her stabbing finger. "For months I've been giving hints, but you're like an idiot, you're never noticed. I even kissed you in the morning. Do you know much courage it took for me to that? I thought after the kiss you will understand. I thought he will come to my room, but no, like an idiot you didn't," Rake said loudly before she started to leave. Hearing that, I felt like my heart struck by lightning, but at the same time I felt like I have reached cloud 9, but this is not the time to think about that. Rachel is leaving, and I knew I let her leave without saying anything. I will lose my chance for forever. "Rachel, wait," I said and pulled her hand to stop her. "I didn't know you liked me. Instead, I thought the opposite. If I knew you liked me, I would have asked you out ages ago," I said, and she was about to reply, but I put my finger on her lips. "I wanted to come to your room, but I was really confused. You were giving so much of those damned mixed singles," I said, and only then I took out my finger off her lips. Hearing my words, she stayed silent, but anger on her face subsidized a little by little, seeing that I felt relieved. "You really didn't know I like you?" Rachel asked softly. Tears could be seen welling her in her, and she is not the only one. "Like I said, if I knew you like, I would have asked you out that exact moment no matter where you were," I said. We both stayed silent for a while before we started talking, and this time we talked about our feelings. It was long and slow talk, and her nail attacked many times in the chest, but I bore it. Before I knew it, the 2 hours passed, but in these 2 hours we did nothing but talk. "You still owe me a date," Rachel said finally. "When we return from this ruin, I will give you the best date of your life," I said as I gently hugged her, and she let me. "You better," said Rachel, muzzled her head in my chest. We stayed life that few minutes before letting go. While letting go of the hug, our lips automatically came close and we started to kiss. This kiss, unlike the one we had in the morning, which was full of passion, this kiss is gentle but no less amazing than the one in the morning. We kissed for quite a while before finally letting go. "Good night, Michael," said Rachel as stood. "Good night, Rachel," I said as I watched her leave through the door. "While I am a little sad, I am also happy. Rachel is the only girl I liked from the bottom of the heart from the first time I saw her. I still remember her extremely worried face when I first time saw her. Her sister Sarah was stung by the dangerous bee monster that was burning her vitality. She got quite angry when I had followed them to the abode, and she got even angrier when I offered honeycomb of daffodil honey. But sometime later she apologized about her behavior, as her sister's condition stabilized by the daffodil's honey I gave her. After that, we met many times, and now that remember those memories, I found Rachel did give me some cues about liking me, but these cues were very missable, and some of these could easily be misinterpreted into the opposite meaning, and probably that is why I had an impression that Rachel didn't like me or didn't like me enough to accept the date. But now that I had finally got her, I will never be letting her go. Time passed by, and every day we would drink the potion and get stronger, and seeing we have enough material. We have drunk similar potions again, despite knowing it will quite wasteful, and the boost it will give diminished quite a bit. We still drink the potions, as we will need every bit of strength in the Grand Palace. So we did not much care about the very precious herbs and medicines. We are drinking them up like water. We had the only goal in the mind, and that is getting stronger. To others, it may be wasteful, but I don't think drinking extra potions will be that waste, as they had merged into our bodies. As long as Sophia and Rachel reach the major cleansing, this digested potion particles will come out body and fuse. So if we reach the major cleansing, we will still able to get 60 to 70 from second potions that we have drunk. As for the relationship between me and Rachel, also going very well. First, we decided to keep a secret, but we weren't able to keep our hands off each other, and when Sophia caught us kissing, we simply forgot about keeping it a secret and started to enjoy each other's company whenever possible. I had many times wished for Sophia to disappear, as whenever we in any intimate moment, she would always appear to disturb us. The only time we had for ourselves was the night after training. That was the only time we got for ourselves where there is no Sophia to disturb us. In such a blissful way, the days had passed, and now only 2 final days had remained for Grand Palace to be opened. "Get a room?" I heard a familiar voice. Hearing that voice, we both broke the kiss and laugh. Rachel wanted to get off from my lap, but I didn't let her. After several tried to get off from my lap, she finally stopped and mellowed against my chest. The last 5 days had passed like a blur, and now only 2 days had remained till the Grand Palace opened. We had finished our morning training of the body cleansing technique a few minutes ago, and made quite a progress, but not as much as we like, especially Sophia and Rachel. Their progress had been very fast, but since yesterday they have stuck in the 107th pose. They are just one pose away from major cleansing. It will not only cleanse their body, but will also increase their power quite a much, as it will fuse all potion particles they have hiding in their body. So it is very important for them to reach the major cleansing, so their strength could increase for the Grand Palace. They will as much as strength they can get to deal with the monster from the war zone. It is not only them that are stuck, but I am also too stuck in the secrete method. I had thought that it would take me at most 2 days to reach the first accomplishment, but more than 2 days had passed, and there is no sign of me reaching first accomplishment. The secrete method is different from other methods. There is only one circulation, so I don't have an idea about one's progress, and only able to know about it when one reaches there. So I just have to practice will my all and hope that I will be able to reach it as soon as possible. Sophia, would you do me a favor? I said ask. Today is the last day, and I have to buy lots of things, but most of my sellable stuff was used in buying potion material, so I want her opening the storage bands of the grim monsters that I have killed. What do you need? She asked. Rachel also became curious, me asking Sophia's help instead of her. Just opened a few storages of grim monsters, I said, just as she heard that her face changed instantly. If I am not wrong then, the reward both of the sisters received through that treasure map chance is mana transmutation crystals. The mana transmutation crystals they have received are of very high grade. Their grade is comparable to the, or above the grade of blood drop that I have received. It not only makes their mana lethal, but it also make their bodies stronger, and if I am not wrong, there is hit of rule energy present in the mana transmutation crystal they have received. And because of that, Sophia and her sister's power advances daily, and when she will reach the peak stages of night stage, their speed improvement will increase many times more. And Sophia is not only got something that increases her power daily, but Rachel also has something because she is also improving at the same speed as Sophia, and she does not have the special mana transmutation crystals. I have sensed her mana and know she's still using that lowest grade mana transmutation crystal that organizations gave to their super elite. You know, Sophia asked, to which I just smiled. When do you want me to open them? Sophia asked. Now would be fine, I said. The sooner I collect stuff, sooner I will able to exchange it for the stuff I need from the market, which now had to grow big as a city. Okay, said Sophia, and soon we get out of the abode and started to fly toward the empty space in the camp. The camp now turned into a full-fledged city. Millions and millions of abodes could be seen on the neatline, with people could be seen coming in and out of them. This my first time seeing camp of this scale. Hell, I have never seen camp that is 1/10 of the size of this camp. This should do, I said as I found the empty stretch of large land that is surrounded by the tall and thick trees. Thud, thud, thud. Give me the storage you want me to open, Sophia said. I directly handed her the storage pouch where I store all the storage equipment. Did you kill only around 80 grim monster? I'll let you know that both have killed more than 500, Sophia said gloatingly. No, these were from 3-star elite or above grim race monster, I said with a smile. Sophia's mouth opened wanting to say something, but she closed without saying anything. Seeing her behavior, Rachel laughed, but she stopped as soon as she received a glare from Sophia. We will see if you're telling the truth or not, said Sophia and unloaded the first storage. D-Hub. A shitload of stuff suddenly appeared in front of us as Sophia activated all release function of the storage. There are a lot of stuff there, herbs and medicine, metals, monsters, human bones, and other stuff. Of all the stuff, most space taken by the monster parts that were carefully packed. Let's sort, and like I said earlier, you guys can freely take anything that you liked, I said, and started putting different stuff in the different storages, what I have to keep for myself and what I have sell in some other categories. Our speed is quite fast. Within 20 minutes, we have finished sorting out all the stuff, and Sophia released the next storage, and we stared to storing again. As more and more storages opened, we have come across many interesting and rare stuff, but nothing could compare to the soul tempering diamond I have. Soul tempering diamond is one of rarest treasure amongst the night stage. It is not very easy to find such treasure, even in the storage of a powerful grim race monster. Mitchell, I am taking this metal, said Sophia. I looked at the metal and nodded. It was one of rare metal, but I have no need for it as it is not required for the totem artifact I am crafting. Sophia and Rachel now and then ask for some stuff they liked, and I would let them have it as the stuff they have asked either is not required by me or not that rare. And even if the stuff was rare, I let them have it as one is my very friendly and other will be my girlfriend. Time passed by and it took us nearly a day to sort of out this stuff, and we are lucky enough to get the two things that were on the same level of soul-calming crystals, which made me really ecstatic. The first thing was shared between three of us as it was a large quantity, and the second thing I took for myself as that thing is very useful for my sister. After sorting all the stuff, we directly went to the market. Both them had something to buy, and I had a shitload of stuff sell, buy, and exchange. I have told all the things about it. Now could you give me any suggestion on perfecting its design? I asked. Currently, I have summoned my swirling armor and told them about all its secrets so they could help in improving its design. I have tried to perfect its design for the past 6 days but no improvements, so I have decided to ask for their suggestions. This swirling armor is one of the things I am most proud of, and I would not share its secrets even with Rachel if today had not been the last day. Tomorrow, the Grand Palace would open, and I know my current strength is not enough to challenge those monsters from the midzone. So I want to increase my strength as much as possible, and this swirling armor is one of the things that could provide me the I will need to get that. I just have fixed the flaw in its design. Wow. Both said in unison as they looked at the armor. Sophia had seen the swirling armor before, but that it had only covered my hands and feet, but now it is covering my hands, feet, shoulder, and chest. It is just incomplete in the stomach and waist part. As long as I leveled up to the sergeant stage, I will be able to form the complete armor without any gap. This fire armor of yours is the work of art. It had such an exquisite and powerful design. It's no wonder you are able to increase your strength by so much when you summon this armor, Sophia complimented. She had seen me using this armor and have an idea about the strength it could give me. This armor has a lot of demands. Not only it requires quite a lot of soul energy, but it also requires fine control over one's ability to perfectly control the hundreds of swirls it has. A slight mistake could make the whole armor collapse. Rachel, as she carefully observed the armor on me, and when she looks up, I found she is giving a look that unconsciously made my little brother a little hard. Seeing my ragged breath, Rachel smiled teasingly as me before she turns to Sophia to discuss the armor with her. It would be really hard to think correct improvement unless I see its power with my own eyes, Sophia said, and she took out an exquisite green saber from her storage. Why don't we fight? It will be easy for me to get the correct idea about your armor in the fight, Sophia said. Okay, I said and took out my red sword. If she wanted a fight, then I will give her a fight. As I said okay, Rachel swung her saber at me. Due to her having a wind elemental power, her speed is very fast. She had arrived before me in a moment and attacked. Clang, thud, our weapons clashed and she had to take a step back to manage the force that I sent to her body. She looked quite surprised by that, but she recovered quickly and attacked me again. Clang, thud, thud. Seeing she is using more strength in the attack, I also did the same, so when our weapons clashed, she had to take 2 more steps back to dissolve the blow. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons kept clashing, and each result of the clash would either be standoff or her taking a step back, which seemed to make her angry, and she started to increase the strength of her attack at every swing of her saber. At last, she even activated the occult method, and I had no choice but activate my occult method to deal with it. Rachel is very powerful, but I am a little stronger her. It will be very difficult for me to defeat her. I would have to keep fighting for hours before I could get a chance to defeat her. Fighting her, I noticed that there is a very strange energy present in her attacks. This strange energy is neither from the rule power, mana, or occult method. It is very manhwaedit. If not for higher senses braced to me by killing, I wouldn't have able to sense this strange energy. All right, we can stop now. I got a pretty good idea how strong your fire armor is, Rachel said after half an hour of the fight. Rachel is clearly shocked by my strength. He tried to hide it, but she was not able to hide her shock from my eyes. She probably thought that I would have equal or little lower strength than her, but this fight has told her clearly that I am stronger than her. I got an idea, said Sophia suddenly and tried to tell her idea, and when I listened to it, I couldn't help but massage my temple, but I still tried, but as I expected it had failed. We tried the ideas till the evening, but no result came out. I had thought that they would be able to provide me some clue, but they were also as helpless as me. After coming back to the abode, I cooked the most elaborate meal I could and used the most expensive herbs and spices making it. It also helped that I found some monsters that are the same level of deliciousness as the silver fang hog in the storage of the grim monsters. Tonight is last night I have with Rachel. It will hard to tell if we are able to in the same place in palace, but chances of happening are very low. Today, I will go through the major cleansing no matter what, Sophia said as we enter the training. Their progress had been stopped for a few days, as they have been stuck in the 107th pose of body cleansing technique. I'm also having a problem is advancing in the secrete method, and the worst thing about it is that I don't know when I could reach it, as all I could do circulate as much as suppressive energy as possible and reach the first accomplishment. Let's start, I said as I and Sophia placed soul tempering diamond and soul tempering diamond in the center of energy isolation formation. As I have said, everyone started performing. I, as usual, started practicing 4 methods together, but now I am mostly focusing on the secrete method, as there is still time before I could go through the second major kleesnizing. I started to circulate the suppressive energy at the limit of my soul, with feeling heavy pain which nothing compare to the torturous pain, so I could circulate the energy without fear of getting tortured. Time passed by as I kept circulating suppressive energy, but no result came. Sophia and Rachel had also reached the 107th move 10 some minutes ago, but they are unable to reach the 108th pose. They are trying very hard though, and if they kept trying such for a while, then they may able to reach the 108th pose and go to major cleansing. I was just thinking that when I heard cracking like the sound from my soul, it felt some imaginary layer impurity covered my soul fully, and now that layer cracking, seeing I started to circulate the more and more suppressive energy despite feeling the strain from my soul. I am very close to reaching the first accomplishment. As long fully blast apart this imaginary layer of impurity covering my soul, I will reach the first accomplishments, and its benefits will unimaginable. Bang! I heard a loud bang from my soul, and that imaginary layer blast apart from my soul. The next moment I saw myself in completely different place. This place is hard to describe as there is nothing as everything. In this place I could see every memory of my life with perfect clarity, and no matter which memory I want to see, it will appear in front of my eyes. Is this the deep subconsciousness mind palace? I thought. I remember one article I have read not too long that everything is connected to the soul, and realm of mind is also present in a soul, if one able to go deeper enough then able to see and remember things that could have to see ever before. This place is like the center of the soul, and memories are only one part of mind palace. If what I read is right, then I can do many wonderful things here that are simply impossible outside, and I am going to take full advantage of that. I summoned my swirling armor not on me, but in front of me, and next, I summoned out images I got from concentrating on the blood drop. I only summoned the somewhat clear images while I felt out the blurry ones. These images are the things that given me inspiration about creating the swirling armor, and now these images would again help patch the flaw in my design of the swirling armor. There are 27 images in from me. I magnified their clear parts to the limit of their clarity. This place center of my soul, and here I could do or imagine whatever I want to. I could even imagine Rachel here, and she will appear in front of me. Gasp. After I magnified all the images, I started to look at them one by one. If I got any inspiration I would instantly apply on the swirling armor, but like earlier, whatever I applied on it fail and armor would collapse. Still, I did not feel sad and kept trying new things. The fire armor of the monster is really amazing. It had added thousands of different things, and I kept trying ideas after another. Eventually I will succeed. Gasp. As gasp came out my mouth when I saw the image. Last, when this image came to mind, I was barely able to see it for a second before it disappeared, and I had felt very disappointed as this was the clearest image of all. And I magnified, I was able to see the deeper level of monster armor, and in the deeper layer I saw runes. In a deeper layer of the armor is complex network ruins. There are thousands of runes there, and they seem to be assembled in the formation of some kind. I am shocked seeing that. I had known that fire armor of the monster is more complicated than it seemed, and seeing formation I had lost my mind, and wanted to use the runic formation in my swirling armor, but I soon discarded that idea. Even if I had a wide knowledge of runes and could add a simple formation, I cannot do that as I do not have mana or soul energy to power up the runes. Even to run the simple formation, I will have to reach the mashal stage, which is the last sub-stage of night stage. There are other ways life if I was able to strengthen my mana hundreds of times more or increase my soul power to a very high degree. Only then I will be able to employ very simple runic formation. So there is no way I could use the runes in my swirling armor. I will have to find some other way to perfect the design of my swirling armor. With that, I tried different sorts of methods. Many of them failed, and some got successful, but I did not the energy to employ them, so I could only try to find another method. I magnified the another and I saw completely different design of monsters' fire armor. Seeing completely different design is not rare. I have already seen more of these at 10 completely designs before. What is important to the design being compatible with my armor. In this image, I found the base of PowerPoints are connected by the network of the strings. These string would not only take extra energy from one power to other PowerPoints who needed it, but also help in stabilizing the PowerPoints by sharing force that destabilizing the PowerPoints. There are tens of thousands of such strings spread across thousands of the. I got very ecstatic when I saw this complicated network of the string in PowerPoints. This is what I am searching for till now. I am very confident that this method will work, as not only it is flexible, it also has huge potential. Otherwise, how it would have able to work on connecting tens of thousands of PowerPoints. So without waiting, I started to use this string method on my swirling armor. I started to connect the base of every swirl with a tiny thread of the fire. be it a small swirl or big swirl, I started to connect it all. The network of lines grew bigger and bigger as it started to connect all the swirls and amazing things, except for little shaking. The armor hadn't collapsed, which is a big relief. D-Hub, I thought that all will be well and this design will work, but something happened. When I had connected the last line to the last swirl, the armor collapsed suddenly. Thinking I would have made some mistake, I had tried again, but every time I had failed. I was about to give when thinking it will not work when I once again look at the image, and that when I noticed the problem. I did everything right except for making the center, the image incomplete, so I was not able to see that if the image had been completed, I would able to see the central PowerPoint where all the strings are connected. I have to create a center swirl where all the strings could be connected. This central swirl had to be big and powerful than all the swirls, capable of withstanding the highest pressure. To create where? I thought there are only two places that are suitable to create a big swirl, that is my chest or my back. After much thinking, I chose the chest part. There are already two swirls on my chest, so I erased them and started to create a big swirl. As I started to create it, many times my armor collapsed due to imbalance between swirls. It took more than 50 tries for me to find the perfect size of the swirl which will balance with all the swirls in the armor. After seeing the armor is stable, I started to connect more and more swirls together with lines. Yes, 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 I shouted as all the swirls got connected, and after that I started to spin the swirls, and as I spin them, the armor started to get more and more compact. I spin swirls faster without care, as here in the realm of mind, I do not need the soul energy, so if swirl to the limit, I will be able to see the limit of my new design. 0.1 inches, this is the limit of what it can get, and that is in its current form. When I will fully ably cover my body fire, it will become even more compact by then. My armor can reach 0.1 inches at least, but that doesn't mean I will be able to make it that much with my current ability. To make my armor this compact, I will need shit loud of soul energy and even finer control over my ability. Currently my swirling armor has a compactness of 1.1 inches, and now I have resolved the design issue. I will be able to make it more compact after I return. Now the design issue is resolved, I should now work on solving the issues that current swirling armor has. The armor is a little more complicated than before, which in turn had increased its summoning time. I now had to find the correct method of summoning, which would make its time of summoning equal or less than before. Time passed and I kept trying different ways of summoning the armor. Some were bad, some were good. I chose one good method and started to work on improving it. This method of summoning is a little different than before. If I master it properly, then I may be able to bring down the time of summoning armor less than before. Not only did I work on cutting the time of armor summoning, but I also carried out a few trials on complete fire armor, which I will have when I reach the lieutenant stage. I am doing this because I don't want to be caught off guard after reaching the lieutenant stage, so it is much better if I prepared for it before. If I luckily was able to level to the lieutenant stage in the Grand Palace, then it would be a huge help. So while most of the time I would focus on cutting time of armor summoning, I would also try creating complete swirling armor from time to time. Buzz, I was working on my armor when the Mind Palace shook a little, and I knew my time was over. This opportunity was nothing less than a big chance. I was able to correct the flawed design of my swirling armor, and also able to get much inspiration from the images that are going to help me very much in the future. Thud, as I came back myself, I had found myself in extreme physical weakness that I directly fell on the ground. Mentally, I am absolutely fine. I never felt so clear-headed in my entire life, but physically feeling extremely tired and smelled familiar foul smell around me. Gasp when I checked my condition. I gasped in shock. I am shocked like never before. It took me a while to come back to myself and thoroughly checked my condition, which again made me shocked and ecstatic. From what I am understanding, when I reached first accomplishment, I had entered Mind Palace, but my body continues performing the 4 methods unconsciously. It is said we are the ones that hold ourselves back, and I couldn't agree more seeing the condition of my body. When I entered the Mind Palace, my semi-conscious body kept doing what I am doing, so my body kept performing poses of body cleansing technique. I kept circulating supreme combat exercise and secrete, and also kept refining mana. My mind was absent when I was doing that, means I had not felt any pain, tiredness, or other things that hold me back. I kept performing by unearthing every bit of energy in my body. So in the semi-conscious state, I had created 3 seals of supreme combat exercise, and just 2 circulations away from creating the 4th seal, I have also purified quite a mana and circulated a large amount of suppressive energy through my soul. As for which pose I have reached in the body cleansing technique, I don't know as to when I came back to myself. I felt extreme tiredness and fell on the ground with a thud before I could tell what pose I was performing. So I will now when I will check the footage of the practice, for which I have to wait till I got some energy to move, as currently I am completely drained. Time passed by and soon 5 minutes passed, and I got enough energy to sit. When somehow able to sit, I saw both Rachel and Sophia still performing the body cleansing technique and still stuck at the 107th pose, which made me a little disappointed. I looked at them for a while before I opened my watch to check the footage of my practice. Rachel has shared some authority of this abode with me, so as long as I connect, I will be able to see the footage of my practice. Ha 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 ha, 87th, fucking 87, ha 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 ha. As I saw the footage, I started to laugh madly with joy. I must have laughed for a few minutes before I stopped due to tiredness. I am ecstatic because I had reached 87th pose when I had reached the first accomplishment. I was performing 56th pose, and that would have been my limit for today, but due to me being in a semi-conscious state, I broke that limit. 31 poses mean 3 minor cleanings. It is a new record for me, and I performed these 31 poses in only 6 minutes. It had been minutes while I felt like I had spent 6 hours in Mind Palace. You guys must be wondering why I laughed like a mad earlier, right? I asked, but off course except for the little expression of their tired faces. Normally, I wouldn't tell anyone this as it involves my secret, but I already told you many of my secrets to you guys, so telling this one won't hurt too much. I said, as you might not, but when I practice 4 methods together, so earlier when I reach the first. I started to tell what happened earlier and even told them about my trip to the Mind Palace. At first, they were annoyed when I started talking, but soon surprise appeared on their faces, which again changed into utter shock. Due to the shock, they even stopped performing the body cleansing for a second and about falling down. It's good thing they did not, otherwise they would have lost the chance to reach the major cleansing today. After hearing what I said, these two who nearly depleted all their energy started to perform with newfound vigor, trying over and over to reach the 108th poses despite failing many times. SSS. They tried and tried, they focused all their energy, and finally, they were able to reach the 108th move, and at that exact moment, I activated perfume to deal with the extremely foul smell that came after it. It was Rachel who reached the 108th pose 2 seconds before Sophia did, and now they are performing till the last to get the full benefits of the major cleaning. While they were performing, I kept tracking their battle power, which is increasing every second. I was so busy tracking their battle power that I forgot to look at Rachel's assets, which I usually enjoy very much. Those undigested potion particles and some other energies that present in bodies must have been coming out and meeting before completely fusing with their body, thus making them stronger every second. Thud thud, they kept performing and their body kept fusing with melted energy. It kept happening for a few minutes till both of them fully performed the 108th pose and fell down on the floor. What you said earlier was fake, you said to motivate us, right? Rachel asked as she came closer to me. To her question, I just shook my head to say no. She stayed silent for a second and looked at me intently. You are a genius, Rachel said suddenly, and before I could register her compliment, I found her lips on me, kissing me passionately, and who I am refuse a kiss from a beautiful girl. Get a room. We heard Sophia say, but we were too lost in the kiss to listen to what she said. Our tongues kept dancing with each other, while fireworks started to light up in our hearts. While kissing, I felt my little brother rise, but I swiftly controlled it. Despite controlling early, I know Rachel felt it, as I felt shudder running through her body. We kissed for quite a while before letting go of each other and walking toward respected rooms. The thick perfume may have the drowning foul smell. It still exists along with the filth that came out of us during the cleansing. Half an hour later, I finished with showing and now sitting on the side of the bed, looking in a certain direction. It will be our last night in this ruin, so I want to spend some time with Rachel, as in the morning the grand palace will appear out of that huge blue beam. Soon the door formed and Rachel walked out wearing her usual shorts. She wanted to sit beside me, but I pulled her a little, so she could sit on my lap. Mitchell, she said, and about to say something, but I stopped her with a kiss. I want to kiss her as much as I can, as today will be the last day I will be able to do that, as it will take a month at least before we could meet after entering the palace. I have something for you, I said, and took a palm-size exquisite red box, gave it to her. What is it? Said as she took the box from me. Don't open it, I said when she about to open the box. Hearing that, she arched her elegant brow at me. Open it on your birthday, I said. 6 days later is Rachel's birthday. I would have really loved it if I was with her that day, but I cannot, as we will thousands of miles apart in our respectable outpost. You know my birthday is on 21st. Rachel asked in surprise. She had not told me and she hadn't shared it on social media either, so it's really surprising to her for me to know her birthday. Jim mentioned it once, I replied with a smile. Jim had mentioned just 2 days before the opening of this ruin. He said they were planning a huge party for her after they returned from the ruin. After we stayed silent for a while before we started to talk, we talked about many, but most of these things were mundane, but they held great meaning in my life. While in talking, Rachel again asked me the question of practicing 3 methods at once. This time, instead of answering in one word, I explained her in the detail, and by the time I finished, I found her mouth wide open, in which I kissed without wasting any time. Would you stay with me for the night? I asked but soon regretted it. Our relationship is new. It hadn't reached a point where we could sleep in each other's room. Seeing the question is not appropriate, I opened my mouth to apologize when her answer shocked me. Okay, she said, and this she kissed my shocked mouth. We talked for a while before we laid next to each other to sleep. I wanted to stay awake and talk with her the whole night, but I didn't because this is likely the most sleep I will get in the next 3 days. I closed my eyes and fell asleep a few minutes later, and when I woke up the next morning, I found myself in completely different positions that I slept in. Last night we had slept on the same bed, but there was quite a distance between us. It will suffice to say we weren't even touching each other when we slept, but now we are jumbled in. Our hands and legs are entwined. I could feel the breath of Rachel on me and could kiss her if I want to. I was just staring at Rachel's peaceful face when I saw her lashes fluttering. "Good morning," Rachel said sleepily as she found me looking at her. "Good morning," I replied. We stayed in an intimate position before Rachel moved her face for the kiss. We kissed. First the kiss was gentle before it slowly turned passionate as Rachel came above me. This kiss was filled with passion, desperation, and longing. Today we will enter the palace and could only be able to meet later after a month. When we broke the kiss, I found Rachel quite red. I first thought because of the kiss, but soon realized there is another reason, and that is my morning wood. Earlier her legs were quite away from my little brother, now she is top of it. "Sorry," I said, looking at her bright as tomato face. "It's natural." Said got off me. "I'll go to my room to freshen up," Rachel said and left, but not before she gave me a quick peck on lips. Sigh. I took a long look as I saw her leave before I went to the bathroom to freshen up and bathe. 15 minutes later, I came out and packed everything and wore my artifacts before I walked toward the training room. We woke up quite early, so there is still an hour before dawn, so I decided to go to the training room and do what I wasn't able to do last night. Standing on the center of the training room, my fire ability started to cover my body unlike before when I first covered my body fully in the fire, before swirls started to form on my body. As the fire covered my body, swirls also started appearing on it, and so is small strings that connected to the base of the swirls. Soon the swirling armor covered my body, and seeing it forming fully, I started to spin the swirls to make it compact. Gasp. I spin and spin the swirls till I reached my limit, and the compactness I got was 0.8 inches, which is greater than I imagined. I had thought it would be 0.9 inches, but is 0.8 inches. 0.1 inch could make a lot of difference in power currently. I could feel the intense power in the armor. This new design not only corrected the flaw, but also made it more powerful. Currently, even if I could not beat those monsters from the mid-zone, but now I have enough power to run away from them without losing my life. This is the assurance my new swirling armor gave me. This new design is quite good on you, and if you're able to feel that empty part in the stomach and waist, you will instantly turn very handsome, I heard Rachel say as she entered the training room with Sophia. This silver swirling armor does look very good, and when I will reach the lieutenant stage and complete the armor, this armor will become quite an eye candy, which in turn will make my average appearance turn handsome. Both of them are fully ready, wearing all their artifact and weapons on the waist. This is my first time seeing Rachel fully armored, and she looked very valiant in her full armored self. "After we return to the outpost, you are going to help me design such armor for me," Sophia stated, hearing that I know I will have to help her or she will hound her till I help me. "You will help me to Mitchell," said Rachel. "Also, of course, my dear, how can I refuse you?" I wanted to say that, but I didn't. "Let's eat quickly, the blue layer on the palace will disappear soon," Sophia said. I nodded and went toward the kitchen to eat. After finishing our meal, we went out and Rachel just deactivated her abode, and about putting her into storage when we bright blue layer that was covering the grand palace disappeared suddenly. "Wow," 3 of us said in unison, when the full view of the grand palace appeared in front of us, as it is more majestic than what described in documents. The grand palace is more majestic than it's described in the documents. I have seen its lifelike painting, but nothing compares to the real thing that is floating in front of us. It looked like it was made of sacred marble, as one would feel very peaceful looking at it. I want to take a picture of it, but I know it will not be used. It said that the palace releases some kind of signal that makes it hard to shoot any videos or take any pictures of it. Seeing the bridge appear soon, we took in the air and moved toward the palace. While we were going, other people were also going. I could see thousands and thousands of abodes disappearing every moment as their owners are moving toward the palace. There were already 500,000 people waiting down below when we reached the near place, and that is for the human side. The number of grim monsters have already reached over 1,000,000. The people kept coming, and soon the numbers of humans had reached 1,000,000 and numbers of grim monsters had reached over 1,000,000, and people kept coming. We waited for bridge to come down, like that is the only way to reach the grand palace. If tried to fly to, then it's his funeral. From what I have read, anyone who does not use the bridge and reach the 100-meter range of the palace will directly vaporize. He will not leave anything behind. His body, artifact, clothes, all will be vaporized with him. I wish I could reach the third test, Sophia said softly. In all the 9 palaces across the ruin, there are 3 tests one has to pass. After passing every test, one will get the price, and the price of every test is greater than before. The first 2 tests are similar in all the palaces. They never changed, but the third test is different. It always changes. No one had the idea what test it could be. You will be able to reach the third test as long as you give your all. You are surely able to reach it, I said. It is very, very difficult, but she can do it as long as she passes 2 tests and takes full advantage of their rewards. Then she may be able to reach the third test. The reward of the first 2 tests helps in increasing the strength directly, while the reward for the third test is a thing. It could be a mystical artifact, or a potion that could directly rocket one's strength to an unimaginable degree, or some other thing, but that thing is always very, very precious. The test I am most looking forward to was the second test. It had the thing that could increase my power to a very high degree, but the use of that thing purely depends on me. Time passed by and nearly an hour passed, and all the people present the camp had arrived, be it humans and or grim monsters. They all arrived and now waiting for the bridge to come down. Buzz. We were waiting for the bridge when we heard the soft but resounding buzz, and next moment, as rainbow-color bridge started to come down from all sides of the palace. The bridge may seem slow, but it had come down within a second. Buzz. As the bridge touched the ground, another buzz was heard, and 4 giant hourglasses had appeared on 4 sides of the palace. These hourglasses could be from any part of the bridge. The hourglass represents the time which one has to climb the bridge, which is about 3 hours. Millions of people ran toward the bridge as it appeared. Thousands of people became the victim of the stampede. It was quite a scene to watch. We have come behind when we saw the bridge coming down, as have known this will happen. As for climbing the bridge, we are not that worried, as to climb the bridge one needs to have the strength of medium 3-star elite. So even if we started to climb it last hour, it will take maximum half an hour to climb the bridge fully. Let's go, we have waited enough, said Rachel half an hour later after the bridge had appeared. Nearly all the people had started to climb the bridge. There are only a few that still hadn't started to climb or leisurely walking toward the bridge. Step. We all took the step on the bridge together, and next moment we felt the pressure came down upon us. This pressure is nothing to us, but to a normal 1-star elite, it is like a mountain. It would have been really difficult for us to take a few steps if we had to climb these steps on the first day, Sophia said as we climbed the step. Both Rachel and I nodded to that. When we first entered this real 3 of us strength was around the 1-star elite, but now nearly 2 later our stretch had increased, so much that reached probably above 4-star elite or very near a 5-star elite. I can say that for sure. This is the very fast speed of progress, and very few people in this ruin are able to match us in the progress, but this is just the starting. If we are able to perform best in the tests, then we may even be able to gain the strength of 1 or 2 star more, which will be really amazing. I couldn't help but get excited when I thought about the tests, but soon calmed down because these tests are really tricky. Even the strongest of all could be ousted in the tests. One not only needs strength, but one also needs to have wits and a cautious mind. If one won't clear the test with strength, then is goner. In front of these tests, even the strongest person not sure whether he could clear tests or not. On the first hundreds or so steps, we saw no one sitting or huffing for breath, but as 100 steps passed and pressure reached high that only 2-star elite could walk, then we started to see people sitting on the stairs of the Rainbow Bridge, while many people could be walking with their all. These scenes are eerily similar to the Awakening Ground, I said as I looked around. Yes, it is very similar to the Awakening Ground. The only difference between them is that to climb the mountain in the Awakening Ground we had to give our all, use a bit of energy we have, while here climbing this bridge we are not even breaking the sweat. Rachel said. I couldn't agree with her more. I still remember how much pain I had, and to experience to circulate supreme combat exercise, so it would provide enough to fight off the suppression I was feeling. We had reached the last stage of the and now there are people everywhere, be it grim monster or humans, are tiredly walking or sitting on the stairs, some even fallen unconscious due to the suppression. We kept climbing relaxedly, and 20 minutes later, we reached the grand plaza that is in front of the majestic palace. It is really beautiful, Rachel said as we walked closer to the palace. We can only reach 1 meter from the palace. To enter inside we will have to wait for a while. Currently, barely an hour has passed. There are still 2 hours before the Rainbow Bridge disappears and the palace gate opens. So to pass the time, we started to walk around the palace admiring its beauty. As we were walking, I felt Rachel's hand touching mine and I grabbed it. We had slept together in a safe bed, so the holding hand will not be any problem. As I clasped my hand around Rachel's hand, Rachel also clasped her hand in mine. It felt quite nice to hold her hand in public. I wish I could call her my girlfriend, but Rachel had strictly forbidden me from doing that. She said that I could only call her my girlfriend when I have her to at least 1 date, so I will have to wait for at least a month before I could call her my girlfriend. Sophia also saw us holding hands, but didn't tease, as she knew quite well this is the last time we will spend time together before we could meet again a month later. Time passed by and more people kept coming, and soon the number crossed the 100,000, but that was just the start. The average strength of people here 3-star elite, and there are also some people here who would break their own limit, so the number of people that will be entered the plaza would be more than million. Buzz. The top end got empty of the sand and the bridge disappeared. As for those who were on the bridge will be transported outside. Welcome to Hyacinth Palace. Those of who were able to clear the preliminaries can enter the palace gate for the first test. As voice sounded suddenly rang out right after the rainbow bridge disappeared. Others needed their translators to understand what it said, but I understood it as it was the common language. Let's go. Sophia said, and we walked toward the giant door of the palace, which had now turned into the portal. It is a good thing that the portal is huge, otherwise there would have been a stampede. Call me as soon as you reach the outpost, I said to Rachel as we reached near the gate. Good luck, Rachel said as she gave me a peck on lips before three of us took the steps inside the gate. The next moment I found myself on the top of the hill, and before me is the most picturesque scenery I have ever seen. There are beautiful hills, waterfalls, and lakes everywhere. Collect as many as point you can be. We have a special name for this test, and that is the Harvest Realm, as here one has to kill to get the points. What I am seeing in front of me is not real. It is an illusionary realm, but everything I do and feel is similar to reality. In this, everything is assigned a single point, and when one kills that person, the person will get that person point. This is a ruthless test. Of the more than 1 million that entered here, will only 10,000 be able to move forward, and even among the 10,000, there will be a distinction. The price of this test is a potion of enhancement, and what grade of potion one would receive depending on their score. Top 1,000 will be able to get the peak grade position, top 3,000 will get high grade potion, top 5,000 will get medium grade potion, top 10,000 will get the low grade potion, and as for those who got the score above top 10,000, they will be sent out. Even the lowest grade potion could grant 1 strength of the comparable to the 3 amethyst seal. The craziest part about this test is that everyone able to see your score, as it is literally floating above one head like mine, which has numeric 1 above my head, and what's even worse is that those who got the score in top 1,000 have their location shown on the sky. Their some dots have started to appear on huge that is imprinted in the sky. Though the location would be exact of the general area, it is still enough for thousands of people to hound you. The saving grace that location will be fixed for half an hour, so if one is fast enough, one will be able to run from the crowd of thousands that will be tracking him like a hound. So here points will be everything, and seeing how there is no death in the test, the people will be absolutely ruthless. They do everything kill you, and with the only focus of getting into the top 10,000. The test will last for a day. People will have to collect all the points they need in a day. One may think days' time is very too little for more than 1 million people who will be participating in the test, but is more than enough, seeing how small this illusionary realm is. My plan, of course, is to get into the top 1,000. Only then I will be able to get high-grade potion, which gave is comparable to 1 ruby seal. A ruby seal is made of a fusion of normal 10 amethyst seals or 100 normal seals. The power it gave is super amazing. The high-grade potion is my target, and for that, I will have to reach the top 1,000. It will be quite difficult, as not I will need to use my strength to get there, I will also need to use my brain. Currently my rank is above 10,000 only. When I enter the 10,000, only I will be able to see my rank in the back of my hand. Pachak, there will be danger every step with more than 1 million people ready to kill each other, so I will have to be alert at every moment. This realm is fake, but everything else is like reality, which means I stay under the same limit I was outside. I cannot increase my strength at will, or I cannot materialize a thing that is not on or in my storage. So here I will have the strength that I have in outside, and will have to fight with same strength, unless of course my rule power advance. That is the only way I could increase my strength in this world, as I could not any other method. My soul type secrete method, for some reason despite it being soul type. I materialized the mask above my face and summoned my swirling armor on the body before I started to go down on the hill. My on target to kill whatever that gives me point. Be it a monster, human, or the grim monster, I will kill it to get the points, and just that moment, I heard a rustle and saw grim monster coming out. Its eyes lit up as saw me, and so was mine when I saw it. "You're very unal." It stopped halfway as I instantly arrived before it and pierced its chest before it knew happened. I did not use the mini blast. Mine and armor power was enough for me to gain the instant speed. In the past week, I've improved tremendously. Not only I had drunk a shit load of the potion, but I have also made improvement in my swirling armor, which increased my strength by a notch. Now in this test, the only monster from the mid-zone is a challenge to me. Even if there was someone who improved as me, he will no threat to me with my current power. 3 seconds later, both parts of the body disintegrated and disappeared, and I started to walk down the hill searching for anyone who I could kill. Currently, I have only 3 points, and I will need to have above 400 points to be sure to gain the spot in the top 1,000. In the document, it is written that gaining points is easier, but maintaining them hard, as once one name reached in the top 1,000, thousands of people hunt you like a dog, and you have no choice but to run as even strongest would not able to deal with that much of people. It's a good thing. This test lasts for only a day, otherwise it would have near impossible to maintain one's top score. Clang clang. I have heard the sound when I was walking down the hill, and I slowly walked toward it. Careful not to burn any leaves by my fire. Even with my current control over the fire, I couldn't help but burn down some grass as I walk. I wish I had the ability like Ashley and could change the temperature of the fire, but I did not. Everything came with the price, and for the power of swirling armor, this is the small price I have to pay, and that is why I did not walk on the ground when I move in swirling armor. I finally got close enough to where the sound came from, and was quite surprised. There are 6 people fighting, and they are not fighting in the team, but to each other in a jumbled way. Anyone is attacking anyone. If it had been outside, people would have formed the group, but here there is no group or race, only points. That is the thing that mattered most. These 6 people have 14 points together. If I am able to finish them all, then I would gain those 14 points, and will have 17 points together if I am able to beat them all. Why, I have to beat them all. I just have to wait for the final winner, and I will get all the winner points when I killed him. After making the plan, I moved a few steps back and hid behind the tree so they could not find the firemen easily. I did not have to wait for long, as in 5 minutes the battle ended, and the winner, Big Goatman, with a sawtooth blade in his hands. SRSRR. Seeing the fight finished, I walked out of my hiding place. I did not even try to hide my step or the grass I am burning while walking on it. So you were waiting for the final price, stated Goatman, and it attacked me with full force with the dangerous-looking blade of it. I shook my head seeing the sword coming at me and swung sword of mine in response. Pacha. Its head also fell on the ground in second. Later it completely disappeared, while the numeric 3 above my head turned into the 17. Like I had said, there is barely anyone who could challenge to me except for monster form mid-zone, and from my knowledge, there are only 1,500 from our while 500 from the grim monster's side. I don't know if it's true or but it said that many covert deals were made if or other opened. They keep no restriction on the normal warriors, but when it came to best, they interfered a little. I know to get into the top 1,000, I will have to deal with some monsters from the mid-zones, and I am ready for them. Time passed by and I kept killing whoever came into my way, and in just 4 hours, I had gained the 61 points, and if past statics were right, then I should be able to enter the top 10,000s after getting 5 some points. After 4 hours, only strong had remained, and all of them had become quite cautious in not revealing themselves easily. The sounds of the forest and sound large. The sound of the forest is natural, but the second sound of crowds is not. If I am not wrong, these people are chasing the one who has entered within the top 100th. I kept hearing now and then, but I have no interest in chasing because being top 1,000 now will only lead into trouble, and I don't want thousands of people chance after me this early. An hour later, I entered the top 10,000, but it was no surprise as I already expected it. I would have reached it quite early if I had hurried, but I didn't. With my prowess, it is not difficult for me to enter top 1,000, even top 100 is possible, but I had delayed it due to fear of being chased. Time passed, and 13 hours had passed since I had entered this ruin, and my points had reached 308, and now I am hiding as anyone saw me with 308 points would attack me. So I decided to wait till 16 hours are over and then start killing, even if I didn't kill anyone in top 1,000, as long as I kill enough and made my score reach 500. Suddenly I heard a rustle, and only to see a ratman coming toward me, and just as it saw me it attacked me. Seeing its attack, of fire started covering me and cosmic energy started filling me. Clank, puh-puh. As our weapon clashed, I found myself puking blood. This ratman is really powerful, otherwise it would not have collected 378 points, which is a score in the top 2,000. It caught me by surprise as it leaped when it was outside my sensing range, otherwise I would have definitely sensed. It attacked again, but this time I am more than ready as my swirling armor had completely formed and all lines are connected. This is the strongest opponent I've faced till now, and I am planned to testing my power at it, and I won't start with my strongest more. Bang! Seeing its short swords are coming at, I activated mini blast of my sword hand to full power. I want to see this monster flay away by crash breaking all of its bones, so I can bound it and kill few minutes before this test's time is. Pachak, shit, I thought it would block my sword and thought even if it's able to block it armor, it is wearing block enough it won't die, but to my utter shock, my sword had directly cut into two. 462. Run, I shouted to myself as I saw my rank in back my hand. My location had now appeared in the sky and Horde should reach within a few minutes. I have to create as much as the distance between us as possible, otherwise I would be drawn by the attacks of thousands of people. Bang, I shot through the air with the power of my mini blast, and then I started to fly away. The map will show my earlier location for half an hour, and I would far away in a minuet when people reached that place for me. It's all happened because of that damned Ratman. If not for it being too weak to defend from my attack, I would have not been in this predicament. When I had sensed its battle power, I had thought it will be able to defend against my attack, but I had underestimated the power of new swirling armor too much and killed it with the single strike. I not will have to change the places every half an hour, and also I should hide carefully, as people will going to know what's my score is as long as they looked above my head. Thud, I have run for 5 minutes with the power of mini blast before landing near a very large tree, this tree enough to hide me for half an hour before I have to start running again. I hope that one notices me, otherwise once the chase started, it will be very difficult for me to get away, I thought as I sat on the good hiding spot. I stayed hidden for 24 minutes and only moved away minuet before my location about to be refreshed, and 5 minutes later, I landed on another spot. 21 hours had been passed since the test had started, and now only 3 hours remain till the test end. My ranking is sliding, but I am not worried because the score above 600 points is enough for me to stay in top 1000. Bang. Seeing there is only 1 minuet till my location is refreshed, I activated Mini Blast and shoot into the sky. While running on the sky, I moved my gaze away to find the perfect spot for me. My luck is quite good. I was about to start searching and you appeared. I heard from the left side of me, only to see a snakeman coming toward me at a very fast speed. Fuck. I cursed when I looked at the snakeman that is coming toward me. This snakeman has only 12 points, and it looks quite younger than other grim monsters, and that what made me curse despite me sensing its battle power. This youngness is proof that this grim monster is special grim monster. Not only they are younger than the normal grim monster, but if one could concentrate enough, one could sense elemental energy around them. If I am not wrong, then this grim monster is water elemental. Bang. Seeing it is coming toward me, I did not waste any time and activated Mini again to run away. I am quite surprised by its speed, and heaved a sigh of relief that I had fixed the flaw in my swirling armor that had not only made it more combat, but also made me quite powerful otherwise with my old swirling armor. Even if I had activated the occult method, I wouldn't have been eventually caught by it. But now my speed had increased immensely that to get away from this monster from the mid-zone that I wouldn't even have to activate the occult method. Hell, I am not even using my full power of the mini blast. Bastard, you wouldn't stop, would you? I heard from behind, and when I looked, it is sensing water arrows at me. Sup. The distance between is quite great, so I only had to move a little bit to dodge the arrows it sent. Now only 2 hours remain till the test, and more than 100 people are following me. In the 100 there are 12 powerhouses that have similar or greater strength than me. Despite that so many people following me and kept attacking me every second, I remain nearly uninjured. There is a reason for that, is everybody hunting everybody. The 100-some people following me have maintained a strict distance between each of them, as it happened many times that their neighbor attacked them for their points. The ones who killed most were the 12 people that are following me. They would anyone that had a chance against. If not for them killing near hundreds, there would have been near 300 people following me. Bang, bang, bang. Now only an hour had remained, and people behind me had turned more than 600, and they are crazily attacking me. I am using the full power of my swirling armor to run away, and also eating the speck of ominous plant's core every minuet. Only because of it I was able to keep running, otherwise bearing so many attacks, I would have surely died, but it is getting harder for me as every minute new people will add up. Every few minutes I would see someone myself like me, who is running from the ground of hundreds and thousands. Few of them I even saw getting killed by the attack of the crowds. Fuck. I screamed again as in the last hour, the crowd behind me swelling at a visible rate. 10 minutes ago there were 600-something people following me, but now there are above thousands, and every second their number is swelling. And these people who are following like crazy are very strong. More than 50 of them have the strength equal to more than me. Seeing how every second I am getting injured, I decided to use my final move, which is an occult method. The occult method is the only thing that could compare to my swirling armor, and when I used both them together, they gave me astonishing power. Bang! I shot out at blurring speed as my speed instantly doubled that I had nearly left 99 behind. This crazy speed was my confidence after I had made this perfect swirling armor in my mind palace. I know that there are very few people who are able to catch me, and these very few people are monsters from the mid-zone. The stronger monsters would have collected all points by now, are busy running away from the crowd. Currently there are barely 20 people and chasing me, and one by they also leaving seeing my speed is too great for them to catch up to them. They are strong, but they are not idiot. They knew with my strongest speed it would be very hard for them to catch me. Congratulations 10,000 people for passing the first test. I suddenly heard, and when I looked at Holowatch, I found the 20-hour had finally passed. Seeing that I finally let go, and next moment, I found myself disappearing from this beautiful realm. When I came to myself, I had found myself in a marbled hall alone. In front of me are thousands of potion bottles that could be floating in a circle. All the bottles look the same, but as long as I pick them, they will revert to their original color. Congratulations on getting in the top 1,000. You have gained the right to choose one Tier 1 potion. A robotic voice rang across my ears. I am not surprised by hearing the robotic voice, as I have read about this in the documents. Without hesitation, I walked toward the floating potion bottles in a very ecstatic look. No matter which potion I picked, be it either strength type, soul type, or vitality type, my strength going to sour. Each of these potions capable of giving me the power equal to 1 ruby seal, though it will be in 1 domain, instead of 3 that ruby seal give, it will still enough to raise my strength exponentially. Sup. I picked one bottle without much thought as they all looked the same. As I picked the bottle, the other thousands of bottles disappeared automatically, and the bottle I picked became transparent. In the transparent bottle, there is a thick shiny red liquid from which smoke could be coming from it. This potion is made from the very diluted blood of the fire beast, which has very faint bloodline of Cheruf. With your physique and soul, your chances of digesting it are 25 maximum. If you like, you can return this potion and get a chance to choose any Tier 2 potion. I had a voice say again. I was both shocked and surprised. Surprised because among the numerous record in the document, I have never any mention of the palace offering the return of the potion. And because I have heard the word Cheruf, it had completely blown my mind. I have read about, and most people who have fire abilities also know about it. Cheruf is the mythical being of the fire domain. It is said very powerful that simple punch from it is able to tear apart the worlds. Even if the voice said that it is a potion made from very diluted blood of that mythical being that had the very faint bloodline of the Cheruf, I am still shocked. I used to think these beings were mythical, as their name suggests. They do not exist in reality, but now it may not be true. They may exist, but not in our world. Now the question is, should I return it and get the chance to choose high-grade Tier 2 potion, which will be a grade lower than the one I am holding. Though the enhancements will be lesser than the peak grade potion Tier 1, my life would at least be very safe. I moved my hand toward the strand which had appeared when I was thinking, and about to place the potion on it for return when I suddenly, "You have 6 hours to digest the potion." I heard the voice say. I am a little surprised seeing it replies in a human way, but not much, as the documents clearly mentioned that the AI that Grand Palaces has is very advanced. I may have rejected the offer, but I have no idea about how I am going to survive after drinking this potion. The reason I had rejected the palace's offer, because I felt from the bottom of my heart that not drinking this potion would huge waste of the opportunity. I have always trusted my heart, though trusting it sometimes leads to very dangerous condition, but the rewards I get is also equally good as the result. So seeing there is no good method, I can do this the old way. The simple way I use for digesting the things that could not be easily digested. I started to take off my artifacts and even clothes I was wearing below it. I don't want anything that could hinder my movements even for a bit. I know very well that even a moment could cost me my life. After stripping to my underwear, I activated the few runes on the small bottle which I am wearing at the bracelet. I increased the suppressive energy to the highest I could bear. Gulp. Finally, after making all the preparations, I opened the and gulp it down and started performing body cleansing exercise. Not only body cleansing exercise, I also started practicing the other 3 methods as well. I want to give my best, and performing 4 exercises together is my best. I started practicing 4 methods together, but to my surprise, the torturing sensation that I was waiting did not come. This potion felt like water, as I did not feel anything from it. It was neither hot, neither cold. The only thing that made it different from the water is that it was very thick and red. Seeing no result, I looked inside me, where I found it is spreading into every inch of my body, as a normal potion does, which scared the hell out me. This is an abnormal potion, and the more it started to act like a normal potion, the more terror I started to feel within. Seeing its behavior, I felt very soon a very dangerous thing going to happen, and if I wasn't ready by then I would simply disappear before I would have a chance to fight back. So I increased my speed to the limit. I performed at the speed I've never performed before, as I could literally sense the death from the red potion that is spreading through my body. I have never sensed such a heavy feeling of death from anything. Even when I force-fed the monster core, the feeling of death I had felt were lesser than it. So I performed as my life depended on it. I am very lucky that I had come across the 4 methods that I am circulating. Some of them may be common, but they are equally special, and each one of them had saved my life at least once. If I had not had them, I would have surely lost my life. Hun. I was just thinking about the methods and how they had saved me when I felt the temperature of my body rising. First it's slow and barely noticeable, but as time passed, the temperature kept rising and I started to notice. Due to my having a fire-type ability, I had quite a bit of fire resistance, and ever since Ashlyn drank that drop of blood, which made my ability advance after every level up. So my fire resistance has become quite good, and because of it, I was able to bear very hot temperatures. As the temperature of my body increasing, my body was able to resist it, but now the temperature is increased above my limit. I started to sweat and got worried about this increasing temperature when I reached the 35th pose of second move in body cleaning exercise and miracle fruit energy came out. Gasp. Seeing it coming out, I instantly became happy as now it will able to eat some energies and able to lessen the load on me. That's what I thought when I received my biggest shock. Miracle fruit energy, which until now dared to eat all the energies, leaving none, is now staying away from bright lava-like energy, not daring to move too closer to it. Seeing such behavior of miracle fruit energy, I felt an absolute shock within me. After the shock receded, a fear came, and this time I felt a genuine fear. The miracle fruit energy is the one thing I have been counting on most to control the power of the potion, so I could have time to digest the potion. But now that is not the option, and I have no other option, and that is the freaking the hell out of me that I nearly stopped performing. Get in control, there is still hope. I said to myself, even if miracle fruit is energy is not eating it now, but it will be able to eat it later when the suppression increases, and if I am able to reach second major cleansing, then I will surely have a chance to live. It is very easy to think about reaching the second cleaning, but it is very hard, but seeing how my body is heating and the rate of its heating, I have no choice but to reach major cleansing, otherwise I would really be burned to the cinders. Soon the smoke started to come out of my body, and that is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that the potion has also started affecting my soul. I could feel it spreading and affecting my soul. It's a good thing that I have soul tempering diamond and secrete method, due to which my soul is currently out of danger and getting stronger with the potion, but I could feel more and more potion's energy entering my soul, which will be very hard to deal with. To deal with it, I would also have to circulate more suppressive energy. That will be absolute torture. I wish I had soul calming stone. If I had that, then I wouldn't have to bear such pain while circulating the suppressive energy within me. The soul is not a problem, for now at least. The problem is the body. Only the burn had started to appear. I feel like I am in the very hot furnace as my body is literally baking. While performing, I even started to question myself on whether I had made the right choice by drinking the potion. I shook the thoughts of self-doubt and started to perform more earnestly. Even if in the half-burned state, as long as I reach the major cleansing, I will be able to survive from it. As I was performing, I was also keeping an eye on what was happening inside me, and I noticed a peculiar thing which made me instantly happy. I noticed that the potion's energy particle, which I used to as one entity, is in fact are two entities. Both of them are red, but one had darker shade while others had a little lighter. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice the difference, as there is only a slight difference between the shades. As I circulated the body cleansing technique at higher poses, I noticed some of this particle of different shade merge before breaking into the dust, and this dust could be eaten by the miracle fruit energy. It only happens once, and I was lucky enough to see the process. So if I am right, then the higher I go in body cleansing exercise, the more dust would be created and will be eaten by the miracle fruit energy. But it is not very easy, as it seems like a basic precondition of all that is reaching the second major cleansing, and I had already felt like I had reached my limit at the 81st pose which I am performing. Despite reaching my limit, I kept performing as I know stopping means death, and I do not want that. I screamed loudly, and after that my painful screams started. Till now I had been bearing the pain with gritted teeth, but it had now reached the limit which I can handle mutely. My skin, which had to be soft and glowing with vitality that even girls would be jealous of, now starting to turn black. A layer of black burned flesh started to appear on it as I was powerless to stop. Bodily pain is not the only pain I am feeling. I am also feeling the extreme pain in the soul. Potion had started to pass through my soul. To stop it from damaging my soul, I had to circulate the huge amount of suppressive energy, which in itself is painful, but now that pain of circulation had started to get drowned by the pain of potion. The injury of the physical body could be healed, but healing the injury of the soul is really difficult, and that is why even if I had to bear the extreme torture to circulate a huge amount suppressive, so I could save my soul from getting injured, then I am ready. I screamed and screamed that my throat had become dry, that there was barely any sound coming out of it. My body had burned 1/4, not only externally but internally also. In this burned form, I had not only lost my hearing and voice, but I am now unable to see through my eyes. I could feel my burned flesh sticking into the floor. It is a horrible feeling, but I have no time to care about, as every minute my body is getting more and more burned. The only thing that is giving me hope is that my progress, I had just now had reached 100 JTH pose. As long as I reach the 108th pose, I will have some chance to survive. I am saying chance and not surety because I found the suppression does not seem to work on this potion energy particles. It only works when two energy collapse and turns into the dusk. Only on the dust this suppression seems to work. Many times while performing blind I had nearly fell. My flesh had turned very mushy. It will stick to whatever I had stepped on. If not for me having a strong body and quite good fire resistance, I would be burned into cinders by now. My body had burned about 40, and it will be able to handle a few more percents before it finally collapsed due to reaching its limit. I too had reached the 107th pose of the second move of body cleaning technique. I have to reach the 108th in a few minutes, otherwise I would not get a chance against it. Ah! I screamed with barely any voice. My mouth is half burned and I am also feeling very torturous pain in my soul. I am frightened and also in extreme pain and know that I could lose consciousness any second due to my body and mind being reached at their limit. Ah! I again gave last hoarse scream and moved my body with my strength as I know this my last chance, so I gave it my all. Bang. I reached the 108th and I heard the loud band inside my body, and when I looked at what was happening, I wasn't able to close my eyes for a while. When I looked inside me, I found the potion energies are merging with each and turning into the dust, and that dust, in turn, turning into the liquid, and this happening at very fast. Before reaching the major cleansing, there was barely one of potion energy had turned into the tusk, but now nearly all of merging and turning into the dust. I could feel that second major cleansing is twice as strong as the first major cleansing, as it draws out energies that are much deeper than before. Inside me, I could see all types of energies from potions that I had drunk before, the medicinal energies, and I even spotted a very tiny amount of miracle fruit energies, toward which energy of miracle fruit ran like a hound. More and more energies started to come out of my body and melt before they fuse into my body, which seemed to heal my body rapidly. The healing speed is so fast that it took me just 30 seconds to fully heal after I reached major cleansing. When my eyes healed and I was able to see, I found myself completely covered in the thick burned skin. I can see blotches of my flesh skin on the floor and shudder when I thought about moments when I left the botches. While physically I am doing fine, on a soul level I am still feeling torture. I am circulating an immense amount of suppressive energy, and that suppressive energy helps my soul from getting injured. Though I am feeling immense torture, the benefits I am getting through it also immense. I could feel my soul getting stronger at the visible rate, and there is another change happening which I am not sure whether it is illusionary of real. I hope that the amount of suppressive energy I am circulating would be enough for me to reach the second accomplishment. Whether I will succeed in reaching it or not, only time will tell. In my body, all the potion energy had turned into the dust before it melted and started fusing with my body. The strength of my body is rising even faster than my soul. I could literally feel myself getting stronger, and most amazing thing is that energy of miracle fruit is growing at a visible rate. If it kept growing at this rate, I am confident that the energy will grow big enough to make me level up. I kept performing while tracking the changes in my body. I am especially tracking the red potion energized. Earlier I had thought that all energies of the potion had turned into dust, but I was very wrong. There is one of the energies that I had not turned into the dust, and when I carefully observed them, I found they also had a different shade of red than the two red shades. The more I observed these energy particles, the more mysteries they seemed. Thinking of uncovering their secret, I concentrate all my power onto these particles to see their mysteries. Gasp! I concentrated my mind power to the limit on the single particle, and what I saw made me shocked out of my mind. On that small energy particle, I saw runes. Though the runes seem very blurry to me due to my not having enough soul energy, I am still sure they are runes, and these runes are in special formation. These particles are extremely small. It is impossible to see them with eyes, but despite being such micro size, they have runic formation carved on them. As I was concentrating my mind to see the runes clearly when I felt that particle shine, and before I knew it, I found myself getting sucked into that small particle. Gasp! When the light appeared in front of my eyes, I found a completely different scene in front of me which shocked me to my core. I saw a man holding a spear standing in space, and in him are a horde of beasts. The smallest beast there is big as a city, while the biggest is beyond measurement. The beast is very different from any monsters I have seen, but they bore many similarities to the beasts of the myth. The man with the sword seemed smaller than the speck dust in front of the beast horde, but despite that with him started front, no beast dared to take a step forward. Suddenly the man said something which I wasn't able to hear for some reason. Hearing man voice the leader of the beasts got angry and roared several times. Hearing beasts roar, a man said something with an expression of disappointment flashed across the face. He again said something, and the result he got was the same, but the roars were more serious and beast horde attacked right after. Seeing horde attacking, the man shook his head in disappointment again before his expression became resolute. Soon fiery blue runes appeared on his body, and he shot toward the beast horde like a rocket. It is a disappointment that I can't seem to hear or feel the aura of the scene in front of me for some reason. The man went toward the beast, and suddenly his speed increased again, and he reached near the beast instant, and what happened next will be forever etched in my mind. The man reached near the beasts and swung its sword, and next moment, the beast, which was more than 100 kilometers long, split into two, and that was just a starting of men's slaughtering. He moved into the center of the horde and started to swing his sword. Every swing of his would split the beasts into two. The bests, who looked crazy powerful, tried to attack him, but all of them were missed. The man would dodge any attack that came at him. I was first confused about how one hit is able to kill the beasts that tens of kilometers long when I noticed an extremely faint blue line coming out of his sword, which seemed to cut apart any monster that came in its way. If I am not wrong, then that blue line is a fire that is concentrated to the extreme degree. I know it is not as simple as it seems. There must be other unseeable factors involved in it, like the runes that are flashing across the body to the man. As I watched the fight, I noticed another thing, and that is the combat style of the man. It is very simple. There is no more complicated or anything. They are just simple moves that are able to bring out utter destruction. As I watched, I started to notice they may be simple, but there is complexity in them, and they have certain types of charm infused with them. As if enlightened, I forget everything and started to focus on the combat style of the man, especially the charm. I was thinking of making certain changes in my combat style, as I felt like my current combat style had reached its limit, but no matter how much I tried, I wasn't able to come with something that is useful. But now, seeing the man's combat style, an otherworldly charm that is present in his every movement, if I am able to learn even a fraction of it, my power will soar. The boost will be able to give me will be tens or even 100 times greater than it. The man kept killing one beast after another. It's like he became the Grim Reaper that will keep killing whoever came in its way. The only beast who is able to fend off his moves is the leader of the beast. The leader of the beast seemed to have equal strength as the man, and able to fight with him on the equal ground. But the problem is that the beast leader is too big and not very agile, or I might say it is not agile and fast enough to stop the man from killing the beasts of its horde. While I watched the battle, I mostly focused on the man, watching the moves he used and the charm that came with it. It is a thing that will help me gain a higher strength. The more I observed the moves of the man, the surer I became that the mystical charm present in his attacks is similar power, like rule power, and occult energy that one needed to comprehend. I do not think at my current level I could comprehend the mysteries of the charm, but I am confident that if I kept looking, I will learn something, and I am already learning something from him. Watching the man using the simple moves to cut the beasts that are tall as the mountains, I have come to learn that it is simple moves that are the best. One does not need to get into complicated moves to make the attacks more powerful. I know there may be many complexities involved in such simple moves that I wasn't able to see with my current stage. The battle raged, and more beasts fell to the man's sword. The leader of the beasts tried to stop the man, but no matter what it did, it wasn't able to obstruct the man from killing its minion. In the short battle, a single man had already finished half of the horde, which made the leader of the beast very angry, but it controlled itself, and did give it to its rage. It kept attacking the man, hoping to land one of its attacks on the man, but not single to its attack, was able to hard the man. Finally, in resignation, it let out a roar full of indignation. Hearing the roar from their leader, all the monsters started to run away, including the leader of the beast who is at the rear, covering its minions' escape. The man again shook his head seeing the beasts escape, and said something softly, and next second, the fiery blue runes on his body lightened up even more brightly. As the brightness of the runes reaches its peak, the man swung its sword, and a very long, thin blue line released from his sword and went toward the running beasts. Seeing the thin blue line coming, an absolute horror appeared on the faces of the running beasts, and the leader who was covering the exit of its minions suddenly let out a huge roar and flap its with all its force and stared run away. It completely forgot the minions which it tried to cover and ran for its life, but it seemed to be no use. The thin string, whose speed was slow, but suddenly became fast and started cutting all the beasts that came in its way. When it finished killing all the beasts, that string moved toward the beast leader that is running with all its might. The monster flapped its wings and even said something roaringly to the man, but he just shook his head. Seeing the reply from the monster became angry, and blood-red glow started to envelop it, and its speed started to increase immensely, and just a few seconds, it increased tenfold. But the increase in speed seemed to have no effect on the blue of string as it followed the beasts and reached its body, and before it could let out another roar, That string lit represent before it cut through the beast before disappearing fully. The man moved, and the next moment he appeared where the best cut into two before he started collecting its core and the core of other beasts that he had killed. As he had just finished collecting the last corpse of the beast, I found this world shaking, and then everything turned black. When light dawned in front of my eyes again, I found myself still performing body cleansing technique while feeling intense pain from circulating the suppressive energy. I became very happy seeing that, as I might have made some immense progress while my mind was busy watching the memory, but when I looked into myself, I found there is barely any change, and seeing the progress miracle fruit energy had made, I concurred that barely 5 seconds had passed since I sucked into that memory, which made me quite disappointed. I tried to concentrate one more time, but found I had spent quite a bit of energy, that now I couldn't even find that cluster special potion particles, which had the runic formation drawn. I tried to find them again and again, but I was unsuccessful. Seeing there is no result of my search, I could only sigh in defeat and concentrate on my current predicament. Currently, I am no bodily danger, and as for the soul, the potion particles had also seemed to be reaching their limit soon, seeing how their advancement had slowed down, seeing I am both happy and sad. Happy because soon I won't have to circulate this torturous suppressive energy anymore, and sad because once the potion energy finished, my soul power won't be able to progress much, and I will not be able to reach the second accomplishment which I had hoped for. There is some good news as well. The energy of the miracle fruit about reaches big enough to help me level up to the lieutenant stage. I kept performing the body cleansing technique, as I haven't finished performing the 108th move, and still going major cleaning. Each second the energies that are hiding deeper into my body would come out and melt before fusing with me again. As I was reaching the end of the 108th move, I found the potion energy that had to spread into my soul had stopped, which made me instantly stop the circulation of the secret technique, as it was being too torturous for me. Gasp. After I stopped circulating the secret method, I felt quite free, as if a big load had come off from my back, and when I checked the strength of my soul, I couldn't help but gasp as it quite substantial, and if I had able to reach the second accomplishment, it would have been comparable to the progress of my body. Thud. I fell on the ground with a thud as soon as I reached the end of the 108th pose. I had been completely squeezed. If not for performing the whole 108th pose, I would have fallen into the ground. Lying on the ground, I saw miracle fruit energy, which had grown quite big, breaking all the barriers it came across to level up with crushing speed. The raging momentum of the miracle fruit energy had stopped, and the reason is my refinement engine. Last time also, when I had leveled up to the master stage, something like this happened. I had to tear apart the barrier to level up, and this time I am also going to do the same. Using all my power, I crashed across the blockade. I thought the barrier would crash, seeing how much force I had put in, but aside from little shaking, nothing had happened to it. It surprised me little, but I soon calmed myself and started to build the force to crash against the blockade again. I kept building sufficient force, and when I wasn't able to control it anymore, I made it crash on the blockade. Crack, just a crack. I asked myself when I saw the result, which again surprised me, as the blockade of this time more powerful than last time. If it had the same as the last time, then the miracle fruit energy itself would have been enough to break through the barrier. I did not give up and started building more and more force every time, but most of the time I would only form a crack on the blockade, and that crack would disappear within the second. I have to crack the barrier, and for that, I continue attacking against the barrier, so I could accumulate more and more force before it mixes it with previous force to make it stronger. Crack, 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 bang. This strategy seems to work, as every time the cracks would wider than before as soon I started to form the bigger and bigger spiderweb on the barrier before I had accumulated enough force that it was able to tune the blockade into the dust as it crashed against it. The energy miracle fruit separated into two and spread into me and Ashlyn to make us level up. While miracle energy was leveling me, there is a big change happening to my refinement engine as well. The glass vessels that had formed last time started to swell. They are swelling a balloon. I could clearly see the 3 spots over my refinement engine where they are swelling. They seemed like small circular domes on my refinement engine. I have read a lot of the refinement engine, but I had never read about such freaky stuff happening to the refinement engine. It is common for change to occur in the refinement engine when one level up every time, and there is a big change when leveling up to the lieutenant stage, but I have never heard something like this happening. All my friends had leveled up to the lieutenant stage, but no one mentioned something freaky like this happening. Buzz. As I watched 3 small glass-like done forming on my refinement engine, my gaze attracted to another thing that is happening just beside the refinement engine. A few seconds ago, something faintly started shining beside the refining engine. First, it was very faint, but as time passed, the shine started to grow brighter and brighter for some time before it all disappeared, and on its place was a white crystalline drop, the totem seed. This white crystalline dot is the totem seed. Only with the help of it, I will be able to craft the totem artifact. If I had all the totem materials with me, I would have made my totem here and now. When I finally looked away from the totem seed, I had found all the movement on my refinement engine had stopped. There is an obvious change that could be seen on it. Not only it becomes quite bigger, there is also 3 small glass-like domes that could be seen on it. They are transparent and seem to be made to store something, but when I scanned them with my sense, I got no reaction from them. I would have started my refinement engine if not for me being in the middle of the level up. The level up is nearly finished, and I could feel the enhancement it had given me, and it is bigger than what I had received after I had leveled up each time. Time passed as I kept tracking the changes that level up making in my body, and like that few more minutes passed, and level up finally finished, and a few seconds later, the thing started happening which I was waiting for. Ashlyn again started to suck off the energy from the blood drop, and that in turn started to make my fire ability stronger. I did not waste any time and started to comprehend from the blood drop. I know how important these images that it gives me, and I wanted to get as much as possible, as some of the images I might see may be able to perfect the design of swirling armor again. This time the process lasted for quite long as I had feared that I would lose time, but hearing no warning which sounded half an hour before the time was over, I felt quite relieved. Time passed by and I kept comprehending and only stopped when Ashlyn had stopped sucking the energy from the blood drop. This Ashlyn had sucked more energy than any other time. I wonder how powerful my ability has become. Spray, the first thing I did after getting up, to pick my storage and took out the heaviest essence perfume from it before spreading it on me and my body. After that I took a few wet towels and started to wipe my body with them. With major cleansing there is a lot of filth accumulated on my body. If I am not in the constraints of the time, I would have definitely taken the bath. I cleaned my whole body with the towels and spread the different perfume over my body before I started to wear my clothes. After wearing clothes when I looked at the time, I was surprised to find that only 3 hours had passed. I had thought that at least 4 hours would have passed, but to my surprise, only little more than 3 hours had passed. That means I have nearly 2 hours till the next test starts. I have very much liked to take a sleep of 1 hour. I would have even taken that if I had not leveled up, but now I had leveled up, I have no time. With me reaching lieutenant stage, I now have enough power to construct the complete swirling, but before rushing into, I have to check my body and see how much enhancement I have received from the potion. I already have a good idea, but I still double-checked it. Earlier my power was close to or at 5-star elite, but now it is near 7-star elite. I am very sure of it. This potion had not only increased my soul, but it had also increased my strength and vitality. To put it roughly, I had strength and vitality enhancement comparable to 7 amethyst seals and soul power equal to 5 amethyst seal. It would have been close to 7 amethyst seals if I had reached the second accomplishment. This quite huge progress, and some might say impossible. People take months and even years to make such progress, and I made it in the few hours. If others were to know it, they would be shocked. This is far greater than getting the strength of 1 ruby seal in 1 attribute that is normally given by the high-grade potion, which made 1 attribute too strong compared to other attributes, while the enhancement I had received in 3 attributes in near equal value, which made my power very balanced. After checking my strength, I moved toward the real topic, and that is swirling armor, and I couldn't help but get excited when I think about how I am going to wear complete swirling armor for the first time. The fire started covering my body, and at the same time swirls started to form on it. Soon the armor nearly formed, and only the stomach part remained to be covered, and just as I started to cover it, the armor had collapsed. I'm not one bit of surprised seeing that, as this is my first time trying the complete armor in reality, so it will take a little time but not much as I had already known its basics by practicing in the Mind Palace. Now I had just to tweak a little bit before it completely formed on my body. What I said holds true. After half an hour of constantly trying, I was finally able to form complete swirling armor on my body and started to spin its swirls to make it compact. 0.9 inches, that is how compact I was able to make my armor. It had thickened 0.1 inches than before. I wanted to make it compact even more, but I couldn't. The boost in my that lieutenant stage has given me quite substantially, so it is quite difficult to press out all that fire created by mana, and it will only get harder as with every level up. Seeing the armor is not getting compact, I left it to that and started to do practice with my sword, to get used to my new strength and armor. I am not only trying to get used to my new strength, but I am also trying to simplify the moves I used. I wanted to make them as simple as possible, as I saw them in that memory present in the potion particle. I know it is impossible to simplify my moves in an hour as it will take a month to do that. I am still doing it as I feel it will be much help to me in the next two tests. The second test will start in half an hour. Sometime later, I heard the voice from the palace and golden hourglass appeared in the room. Taking one glance at the hourglass, I continued practicing. I will have to get used to my new power as quickly as possible, as in the next test I will need all the strength I could get. As I practiced with my complete swirling armor, I found I was able to do many interesting things I couldn't before. Some of these things were surprising while were shocking. And these were the only things I was able to find out. If I had the time and more space, I would have been able to find out more things about this complete swirling armor of mine. I stopped practicing when there were only 5 minutes until the test started and closed my eyes for the rest. It has been more than one full day and I haven't slept for a minute. I am feeling a little tired, but I squashed it down. There is no time to rest. One test is over and there is still today and tomorrow, and I don't think I will get any sleep in these 2 days either. The second test will start now. You have 1 minute to enter the door, said the voice. When I opened my eyes, I found a beautiful golden door in front of me. I put on the mask and without hesitation walked inside the door. When I walked to the other side, I found myself standing on the gigantic disc, and around me, people could be seen coming out of the golden doors. Arena. This gigantic disc is the arena, where there will be battle royal fought between 1,000 people, and that battle will last till only 100 people have remained in each arena. There are a total of 10 arenas for 10,000 people. I could see other arenas floating in the dark space of the palace. A numeric one could be seen floating above my head. Like last, it denotes the points I have. This time also there is a division of reward and my target is top 100. It will be very hard as there will be 10,000 people fighting for it. Previously, I wouldn't have the confidence to gain the spot in the top 100, but now I have. As long as I try hard, I will be able to get the spot into it. Unlike the last test, there is one difference, and that is that we are not fighting in any illusionary world. This is the reality, but people will not die in this test, as once the attack they are receiving is fatal to them, they will be transported out. Soon all the thousands of people have transported into the giant disc, and now we are looking at each other with our weapons ready. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone would start attacking each other like crazy. Let the battle royal commence. The voice boomed across the dark space. In the first second nobody moved, but as the second passed everyone moved toward each other with the intention to kill. Bang! I activated a mini blast and I shot through like a rocket. This is the highest speed I've ever been. It is many times more than the power blast I used to get into the garden. I had expected something like this to happen and intentionally used the minimum power for the mini blast, but I still got this blurring speed. Though the speed is great, I am able to control it, albeit barely. Pacha. I swung my sword at the first thing I have come across. To my disappointment, it was human. I would have preferred to eliminate the grim monster rather fellow, but I still slashed my sword across his neck because I needed to. I want to rank within the 100 in the 10 arenas, and for that, I will have to kill whatever I come across, be it grim monster or human. I will kill it as long as it gives me the points. My sword cut across his neck, and I thought I had really killed him when the next moment I saw his projection shatter before disappearing. I heaved a sigh of relief. In this test, everything is real. Even if the person is transported, the energy projection will replace its place and give one the feeling of killing the real person. My speed hadn't slowed down even a bit after finishing the first opponent, and I moved forward and came across another opponent just second after killing first. It was the grim monster, and it was very surprising seeing me coming at it with blurring speed. It lifted its weapon for defense, but it was too slow, as it had just lifted its axe for inch when slashed my sword across its body. The move is not the flashy one. There is no feint hidden. It is just a simple slash, and it had done the work. It had cut the grim monster in two. Pacha, pacha, pacha. I kept killing one after another, but it is not indiscriminate. I am only killing those who are weak. As for those who could defend against me for one or more move, I am leaving them for later. In just 5 minutes, I have reached the top 100, which is really a record, while the others were finished 10 or so opponents. I have finished over 50. It is a refreshing feeling to be ahead of everybody, and all of this possible because of speed. The speed I have is incredible, and the thing, it is not even my highest speed, but it is the speed I can currently control. My strength had risen too early that I did not have the time to get used to it. Now I am fighting and getting used to my new strength, and the more I get used to it, the more strength I can use. Compared to others, my strength is very balanced. I am not too strong as one aspect than others, so all 3 points complement each other, giving me the highest strength. There is another use of that, and that is occult energy. With my body strength plus vitality and soul strong, I can house more occult energy in my body. More and more time passed, and my rank improved yet again, but now opponents started to get stronger and stronger, that I have to use more power than previous to kill every new opponent. It's a good thing I have the killing rule, which is helping me select who I should kill and who I should leave for the time. The battle royal happened across the whole arena. I am just one of the lucky ones who have the strength to run away from all jumble, but as the time passed and we kept getting filtered, the final time of the battle had arrived as there are about 300 people left in the arena. There are about 2,000 people from the mid-zone who had entered this ruin, 1,000 from our side and 1,000 from the grim monster side, and now 80 of people left in the arena are from the mid-zone. It is not only happening in my arena, but on the other arenas as well. All the people left now are strong with at least 5-star elite strength. Currently, I have enough points to stay in the top 100 even if I didn't get any points, so now I am moving toward a very strong opponent. This will be the strongest grim monster I will ever face, and if I am not wrong then its strength is at least 7-star elite. On its forehead there are 6 white stars, but I did not believe it for a second. It may have this strength before entering the Grand Palace, but after passing the first test and receiving a reward, its strength had increased quite a much like everyone else who was within top 1,000. It had just finished off its opponent when it saw me coming toward it with the swift speed. Seeing me coming, it did run away. Instead it smiled and swung its gigantic hammer, which is fully cased in fire, at me. Seeing its attack, I smiled and directly attacked with my sword. This will be my first time directly fighting against any special grim monster, and this grim monster is exactly opposite of me, as it is a strength-based monster while I am speed type. The only common thing between us is our fire ability. Bang! Its fiery hammer and my sword clashed. Just as they clashed, the fire that was covering his hammer thickly whizzed away before the deafening sound of clash rang across the whole arena. I felt a huge amount of force traveling inside me, though my sword, and prepared for defenses inside my body to protect against the remaining force that will travel inside my body after passing through the swirling armor, but something amazing happened that shocked me to the core. As the immense force went toward my swirling armor, it crashed across the swirls like always happened, but this time instead of taking the force brutally, the swirls started to suck the force and started to spread around all the swirls across the body through the complicated network of lines across all the swirls. Before I knew it, all the force tore apart by the swirls that I did not feel anything. Not only I am shocked seeing this, but the scarlet color Rhinaman also seemed very surprised by it. The swirling armor behaved like this before, but never to this degree. This crushing effect is 10 times more than before, and the only reason I can think is my swirling armor is complete. It was in shock for a moment before it swung its hammer once again, and this time the power of its attack was 3 times greater than before. Seeing its attack coming, I also added the power of my attack. Bang! Our weapons clashed again, and this time also the result was the same. No one had taken a step back, seeing that its already crimson eyes started to become even darker than they literally started glowing. Bang, bang, bang. We kept launching one after another attack, but no matter how much he tried, it was not able to break into my defense. While it was fully focused on attacking me, I am mostly focused on the defense. It's not like that I don't want to beat it. I very much want to do that, but that is not important right now. The most important thing is to get used to my power, as the third test would need it. In all the 3 tests, it is the third test that is most hard and dangerous, as there is no lifesaver in it. One could easily get killed in it. In the past 2 times when this ruin had come, many people had lost their lives in the third test, and I don't want to be one of them. So it is imperative for me to get control over all my power, as only then I will be able to survive and pass the third test. As we were intensely fighting, we both suddenly took the jump back, and the reason is some opportunist bastards tried to take advantage of our fight and attack us. Both of us had scored in the top 100, and if one was able to kill us, they would get that score, but not one of us is an idiot, otherwise we would have used our full strength and occult method long ago. Bang! I activated the mini blast and moved toward the opportunistic bastard who dared to attack me. If I let him be. After he attacked me, then I would be letting myself down. Clang, puh-puh. My sword clashed against his shield. This man had quite good strength and instincts. As seeing me taking a jump back, it instantly activated his shield, knowing I will come for him. As my sword clashed on his shield, it had transmitted the huge force into it, which not only made him take a step back, but also made puke blood. No weak had left in the arena now. I thought as I looked at him, just puking a few mouthfuls of blood by my attack before getting ready to face my attack again. There are only about 200 people left in the arena, and all of them are very strong. Clang, puh-puh, another of my attacks hit squarely on his shield, and this time also he puked blood while taking a step back. I have attacked him a total of 9 times. On every attack he would put on his for defense and always puke blood while taking a step back, but after every attack, he would lift his shield in defense. I was just thinking whether to continue attacking him or attack some grim monster, see how they more of them in the area, when I felt another sneak attack coming at me, and this attack is very powerful. Bang, sup. I activated the mini blast without hesitation and dodged the attack barely. I could still feel a very sharp wind blade that passed by my ears. The one attacked me must be very powerful, otherwise I wouldn't have so little time to dodge. With me comprehending the killing rule, it is very hard for others to sneak attack on me, as I will either sense killing intent, or I will sense the attack coming since my senses are stronger than the usual. So the one could get so close to me, their attack has to be very powerful. When I looked at who attacked me, I found it was a special grim monster, a Croman to be exact. It looked very surprised seeing me dodging, but that was for a moment before it came at me with blurring speed and attacked me with its sword. I had already started spinning the swirls on my swirling armor fast as I could when I survived its sneak attack, as I know it is a very powerful opponent, and now that I am sensing its battle power, I have become even surer. This Croman is very powerful, and even if I would have known that even if I had not been able to sense its battle power, the score above its head would have been enough. Bang, bang. Seeing it coming toward me, I did not back down either. I had activated the mini blast and sped toward it, and when I got close enough, I activated another mini blast on my sword hand for an extra boost. It looked surprised when I increased the power of my attacks through the mini blast, but it did not back away. Instead, it increased the power of its attack. Clang! A deafening clang rang out. It was so loud that it had made deaf for a moment, and with the clash came immense force. The force was much more intense than I had expected, and unlike before this time, a very tiny part of it was able to enter my body. Though the force was very tiny that I would have been able to bear when I had the strength of the one-star elite, this force had made me surprised, and I am surprised not because it was able to breach me, but because the force was too little. The attack just now was very strong that it could make the one with the power CX star elite heavily injured, but my armor able bear it. It looked shocked, but soon that shock turned into cruel anger, and it attacked me again, and this time, its attack is even more powerful than before. Seeing a very powerful attack coming, I started to spin the swirls as fast as I could, as I will need as much as power I could to clash against the coming attack. Clang. Another loud clang rang out, and like last time the force was able to travel inside me. It's just that its amount was little greater than last time, but it was not threatening as the swirls crushed apart most of the force before it could reach me. The faster swirls not only give me high attack power, but their defensive power is also increased when they spun faster. You are very good, but I will still take your points, said the Croman in a very squeaky voice. This must be the first time anyone spoke in the arena, as here everyone was busy killing each other to get the points. To his provocation, I just smiled and started to use all my soul power to spin the swirls faster and faster, as I am going to need it now. Clang, clang, clang. We attacked each other at the same time, and this time there was no stopping even for a moment. It is very clear that each of us wants to defeat the other and will not stop till we do that. I kept activating one mini blast after another to match up to its attack. With the incomplete swirling armor, it would have been impossible to do that, but with the new swirling armor is very possible. The only constant activation of mini blast took is mana. It takes a shitload of mana. It's a good thing I have a Lieutenant Stage Monster Core in my stomach, which is giving me all the mana I am needed. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons kept clashing, and every clash would produce more defeating sound than before, with more force seeping inside my body. The force that is seeping inside me can't be blocked by my body alone, and I am using the defenses of my rule power. It would have been good if I was able to borrow Ashland's power, but regretfully I cannot. The palace has a very powerful restriction that is barring Ashland for using her powers aiding me. Except for not being able to come out of me and use her power to help, she is able to do anything, which is literally nothing, and she is very angry about. The main reason for her anger is hunger. It had been more than one day and she hadn't eaten anything. Not only she, but I had also not eaten anything, but our reason for that is different. Her is she cannot get out of me, and mine is I didn't have much time. Earlier, I was too busy in the practice that I can completely forget and only remembered when I was taking a step inside the gate, but by that time, I had already become too late. I am quite enjoying my fight, as with such intense fighting I get to use all my power, which is really helping me control all my strength. If we continue to fight a little longer, I will gain complete control over it. While I am happy, the Croman opposite of me is fuming with anger. It had probably thought it would be able to beat me after some time, but except for getting the slight upper hand in the battle, it is not able to do anything to me. As we kept fighting, no one dared to sneak attack on us for some reason. While I am fighting, I am also very careful of my surroundings, as I don't be an idiot who became so lost in battle and got killed by the sneak attack, thus losing his chance in palace. Such a thing has happened many times, and there are marked words of cautiousness written in the document, saying always be careful. Buzz. Time passed by and we kept fighting when suddenly I heard a slight buzz, and the next moment I found all my movements restricted, and it not only me but others around me also found their moment restricted. Congratulations on passing the second test. Congratulations on passing the second test. I heard, and the next moment all the restrictions on the movement had lifted, all people had gained their mobility, but no one dared to attack each other. The test is over, at least for us. The 100 people who have entered the top 1,000 will get the reward for passing the second test. The reward is divided into 3 parts according to the rank they got. The top 100 will get the best, the top 300 will get the second best, and the rest will get third best. The ranking had completely formed, yet as the test in some arena hadn't finished, so the final ranking will conclude when all arena will their tests. Currently my rank is 41st, which is decreasing every few minutes, seeing that I am not worried as I know no matter how much it decreases, I will be in the top 100 when the test is finished. So now I just have to wait for a little and I will get my reward. That is what I can't seem to do so. I am way too excited about it to keep calm. Of all the rewards of 3 tests, it is the reward of the second test I have most looked forward to, as I know it had the possibility of skyrocketing my strength. Though the first test reward was better than I had expected, and I got a huge boost, but I am still looking forward to the reward of the second test, as it possesses the ability to increase my strength grandly. I want to have the strength of minimum 8-star elite when I get out this ruin. It may sound far-fetched as it is very hard to increase one's strength after having the strength of 6-star elite, but I am confident that with the help of the second test's reward, I will be able to reach that or greater power. I looked at my opponent for a while and walked toward the corner and sat down. It may take a few minutes for other arenas to finish the fight in a minute or hour. I don't know, but I am going to use this precious time. Sitting down, I took out the meal I had cooked specially to eat between the break in the test, and now I am eating it. I was really hungry. I thought as I felt the uncomfortable heat of the medicinal energy in my stomach. My body earlier would not have been able to handle this much energy without performing supreme combat technique, but now I don't need to. I can easily bear it with my strong body. I really wanted to take a nap, but I didn't like last time when the gate will be open. I will have to enter inside within a minute, and here I don't trust anyone to wake me up. The second test is complete. Enter the doors to get the reward. You have 1 minute, said the voice, and next moment the doors started to appear in front of everyone, and the color of everyone's door is different due to their rank. The door that appeared in front of me is golden, in which is the minority, and less than 10 people in my arena have that. Most of the doors present are silver and copper color, with copper being the majority. The golden door is given to those who have their rank within top 1 like me, whose final rank is 67th. As for silver, given to those to have below 300, while rest got the copper colored door. I looked at the door for a few seconds before I took a step inside it, and when I entered another side, I found myself standing in a small room which is densely packed in the runes. This is the densest runic formation I have ever seen. There is rune carved in literally every inch of this room. This is the comprehension formation. The voice finished its lengthy explanation, and hourglass, which is marking 12 hours, appeared above me. This room is the reward of the second test, known as the comprehension room. This room is made of a special stone called comprehension stone, which is thousands of times more expensive than the soul-tempering diamond. The formation is also known as comprehension formation, and it used in the comprehension of the rule power. Sitting on the stone, one can comprehend rule power faster. As for how faster, it depends on one's comprehension power. There is one condition, though. It will not help in producing new insight about the rule power, but help in consolidating insight that one already had, which means the more insight I have, the higher my comprehension will be. I am sure that I have loads of insight accumulated, and now this room will help me solidify that into the comprehension. Buzz. Without wasting any second, I walked into the center of the formation and sat on. In the next moment, I heard a soft buzz, and all the runes that carved in the room started to brighten up. I closed my eyes and found my mind usually fast when I think about the rule powers. Just a second after concentrating, I felt like I am understanding a lot. The only regret I have is Ashlyn. If she could have come out, then my progress would have been doubled, and just as I thought that, I found a very strange power covering me. It felt like this power connecting me and Ashlyn at a very deeper level. This power suddenly strengthens our connection more than 100 times, and now only that, I found I am sucking the comprehensive power from the formation 3 times faster than before. Ashlyn, are you doing this? I asked hesitantly. Choo-choo. I received a positive answer from her. How are you doing this? I asked, as I have never seen her using such strange power before. Choo-choo-choo-choo, she chirped, and I couldn't but sigh, asking myself why I asked her such questions. Her answer is like always. She didn't have any idea how she did this. She just wanted to experience the energy of comprehension, and something like this happened. This new ability is related to forming deeper connections. I didn't know any miracle fruit gives such ability. Maybe this ability is a variation of some connection type ability. I would have thought deeply about it, but I didn't have time to as I have rule power to comprehend. With that thought, I closed my eyes and concentrated on the killing rule as Ashlyn is focused on the Sunfare rule. As I begin concentrating, I found the different insights I have gained till now started merging and forming comprehension. I could see my ribbon that represents the killing rule started growing. Though the speed of its growing os is very slow, barely visible to the eyes it's growing that what it matters most. Michiel may consider this as slow speed, but to others it humongous. Others will be shocked to see the speed of his insight turning into the comprehension, but there another whose speed greater than Michiel, and that is Ashlyn as the growth of silver-red feather is so visible that even a normal people could spot it. The insight turned into the comprehension as the streams turn into a river. It is slow but the constant process. I can feel the rule powers in me getting stronger and stronger as both started to comprehend, just little thought helping me merge the insight I have into the comprehension. Soon my killing rule crosses the halfway mark of the middle level, and now my comprehension speed slowed down a little as all the insight I have started to use away. The insight is gained through daily life, be it fighting or rest. As long as one understood something or thought something that aligned with the rule, the insight is created. That is why the rule everyone comprehended is different than others, as it was comprehended by self. Only the rule that is comprehended by insights gained by self is have a brighter future. If others used others' comprehension regularly to gain insight, the rule power loses its prospect as it is not gained by self. That is why it advanced that one should use one's insight to advance one's rule, rather than gain insight from the rule that is comprehended by others. That does not mean one should not use the other's rule for comprehension. One should use that, but its insight should not be more than a half. If the rule is more than half comprehended from the foreign source, then one's rule became alien to oneself. It would have been quite good if this room would have helped me gain the new insight that would have made my comprehension rise by leaps and bounds. However, it did not. It only helps in merging the idea to create the comprehension. Still, there is a lot of comprehensions, and it will help me make quite an advancement into my comprehension. Time passed, and finally, I have used up all my insight of the killing rule, and it had reached about 70 in the middle stage. 30 more, and I would have been able to reach the high level of basic grade in rule comprehension, but all the hoped are lot yet. There is still Ashlyn. As we share the rule, we also gain insight into each other's rule. Just as I have gained some insights in the Sunfire rule, Ashlyn also gained into the killing rule, and when she will merge her insight, then my killing rule will also advance in the comprehension. Sup. When I moved to the Sunfire rule, I couldn't help but sucked breath sharply. The Sunfire rule, which was little behind the killing rule, is now ahead of it. Ashlyn had taken its comprehension to later part if middle stage of basic grade. She just need another 20 comprehension to take it end, but I don't think she will able to, as her insight had also run dry that she is barely making any progress. Choo-choo. Ashlyn finally chirped in defeat as she finally used up all her insight, but her mood didn't let down for long as she quickly moved toward the killing rule. Seeing that I also moved toward the gunfire rule and started to merge my insight into it, I have quite much insight, so the Sunfire rule started to make quite a progress. Feather, which was blazing with explosive power, started to become little in control. The Sunfire that Ashlyn control went toward the explosive power, but the one I comprehend controlled power. Both have the same might in its own way, and when they merge together, they have explosiveness and control together. Time passed by as I continued to turn insight into the comprehension, and before I know it, I used up all my comprehension, but the progress I made was substantial enough to put a smile on my face. I have reached near the end of the middle level of basic grade. I just need 5 comprehension more, and I would be able to reach the high level of the basic stage in the ruling power. Soon Ashlyn also finished, and she made comprehension of my killing rule reach where the comprehension of the Sunfire rule is. Both of the rule powers need short comprehension before they reach the absolute end of the middle level of basic grade and ready to break through into the high grade. Hun. I opened my eyes and looked at my watch and could help but surprise seeing how less the time had passed. I had thought 6 hours would have been passed, but there only 1.5 an hour passed. How is this possible? From what I read, people take a minimum of 5 hours before they could use up all their comprehension, but we had taken just 1.5 hours. It may be due to our rule powers had just advanced a month ago, and we did not have much insight to convert into comprehension. Michiel did not know that it's not his insights are less, but he had comprehended them just too fast. I and Ashlyn had used up all the insight we have, so even if we kept sitting on the runic circle, there is not going to be much use. So it is better to utilize the time than uselessly sit in one place. I took out my abode and went inside before I started to release everything. I've been holding back before. I took a quick shower. All of it took me record time for half an hour. After wearing fresh clothes, I set up an alarm and sleep that I had been wanting to do for so long. When I woke up 4 hours later, I felt very refreshed. All of the tiredness that came from fatigue and sleep deprivation is gone. I freshened up once and got out before packing it back to my storage. Now I have 6 hours and I am going to use that up well. I thought my rule powers had advanced tremendously, and I think I have reached little above my minimum strength target. I'm very sure that I now have the strength of 8-star elite and not the beginner but advance, and if I make little more than my strength may reach near 9-star elite. 9-star elite. How freaking cool that would be if I reached that strength when I had entered this ruin. I had the strength of 1-star elite, and now I have the strength of 8-star elite. There is now less than 6 hours till the third test starts, and unlike 2, I don't have any idea on what the third test could be. It is always different. I may not know what the third test is, but one thing I know for sure, and that is that this test is going to be very hard, even fatal. Each time during the third test, many people lose their lives, but if they are able to pass, the reward they get is also absolutely amazing. Of the 1,000 people that will participate in the test, only 100 will be able to get a reward, and for this test, my target is to become absolutely first, as the first reward is absolutely best. 573 Hydra I. Enter the gate and clear the third test. Only first 100 to clear the test will be eligible for reward. The palace sound said, and the next moment as the golden door appeared without any hesitation, I took a step inside the door while thinking about what the test could be. Gasp. I took a large gasp when I stepped into the other side. I have again entered the arena, but this time there were no humans or grim monsters around me, but an energy statue of creature that came from the myth. It had become the character of many books and movies and many children of slaying. I had the dream after hearing the stories from the myth. Hydra, a 3-headed hydra to be exact. It is a gruesome creature of myth nearly unkillable due to its extreme regeneration power, and if myths to be believed, it is said if one cut off its head, then 2 shall grow in its place. In the memory or whatever I saw in the potion particle, I won 4-headed hydra, which is part of the horde of a mythical beast. There the man with a sword has killed the 4-headed hydra with a single slash. The hydra in front me is not real as it is made of energy L, but it is still fearsome. It is about 200 meters tall and has 3 giant heads which could easily swallow me whole without a problem. As I looked around, I saw thousands of screens on the corner of the arena. I could see some people like me staring at the hydra at the utter shock, and when I looked more screens, a big smile appeared on my face as I saw a familiar face on the screen. Sarah also passed the second test. I could see her figure standing in front of the hydra. As if feeling me staring, she looked at the screens before smiling in it. I also smiled and looked at her and mouthed best of luck. Sarah isn't the only one who is able to reach the top 1,000, Sophia too able to reach it. You will have to fight the hydra and empty its life bar. It took nearly 5 minutes for the voice of the palace to finish its description, and only hearing it, I was able to take a sigh of relief. Hydra is nearly unkillable at my current level. I have no way of defeating if it has the myth-like abilities like super healing and growing 2 heads after cutting one. In this test, I did not have to kill the hydra. I just had to empty the life bar which had appeared above it. As long as I will empty its life bar, it will be considered a win. It's like a game, but in this game, one can lose one's life. The only way to avoid that is to crack the purple band. As long as one transmitted mana or soul energy to the purple band, it will crack and transport one to a safe location. Though one will be safe, one will lose the chance to get any reward, but compared to the life, that is nothing. The hourglass had already appeared, and I have 30 seconds before I have to fight this fearsome hydra, and now I am trying to remember everything I know about this hydra, so I could empty that life bar as soon as possible. Battle start. ROAR. Just as the hourglass emptied, the palace voice sounded again, and a moment after that, I heard the loudest roar of my life and saw the hydra, which was still as the statue till now, roaring loudly, and now water blast coming toward me from 3 of its mouths. If I had some doubts about its strength earlier, now seeing the momentum 3 floods like water jets coming out of its mouth, I know how strong it is. Bang! Seeing the water jets coming at me, I instantly activated Mini Blast under my dodged sideways, as I know if the water jets hit, then I will at least be getting seriously injured the least and dead the most. The shot out like a rocket. The speed is greater than I had imagined, but I was able to control it enough to not crash against the boundary of the arena. Roar. 3 of its head roared and attacked me again with the fearsome water jets, and to their response, I dodged again, attacked with my skill. Sup. Multiple fire arcs shot out of my sword. They went toward every part of its body, but most of them went toward its head. Roar. The hydra roared loudly, seeing the arcs of fire coming at it, but it made no attempts to dodge. Even if it made the attempts, most of my blades would crash against it, seeing their speed and its huge size. D-hub. The arcs of fire crashed against the Hydra. All of them struck the target. Seeing that my mood became ecstatic and I looked at life bar, expecting some change, but to my utter disappointment, the huge life had no changes in it, not even slightly. This really shocked me. I had known that there will not be any big change, but seeing how huge the life bar is, I had expected some changes even if they are very slight, but no, the life bar remained unchanged. ROOR. My mood fell after seeing that and wanted to attack again, but I saw those water jets coming at me, so I have to dodge the attack. As I dodged the attack, I attacked with the fire arcs again, but like last time there was no effect on Hydra, instead it made it angrier. ROOR. Its three heads roared loudly and attacked. This time the Hydra not only attacked me with its water jets, but it also came at me with the intention of biting me whole. ROOR. It kept coming at me while I kept dodging with a mini blast while dodging its attacks. I would have to constantly adjust the power of it, as it had three heads which could not only be able to attack me with the fearsome ranged attack, but also with its body. Bang bang bang. The three heads of it are very dangerous. They look big and bulky, but they are very agile, wanting to bite me off from any direction possible. If not for me having instant speed, I would have had a really big problem dodging its attack. I hope Sarah and Sophia are fine. With the strength they would have obtained from the two tests, they should be fine, I reassured myself. Time passed by as I kept dodging attacks, and now I have identified its rhythm. I could easily dodge its attack. In the past hour, not only I was able to get used to its rhythm, I even got used to my strength, which was the main thing I was doing. Now that I got good control over my powers, it's time to begin my offensive seriously. Do vote, and won. The comprehension room earlier was quite small for me to help me properly get used to my new strength, but fighting in this giant arena helped me a lot in gaining control over my strength. Now I have good control over my strength, I can now start my attacks in reality. Bang bang. While dodging, I activated Mini Blast again at 30 degrees and shot toward the left head of the Hydra, and activated Min Blast again on sword hand and attacked. Slice. My sword sliced across its neck, creating a big wound on its huge head, but right after I made the wound it started to heal, seeing that I am not a big surprise as I had already expected it. It is a Hydra that has great regeneration power. It would heal its cut neck within seconds. Compared to it, the small wounds I made were nothing. I had created a huge injury. It made an effect on its life bar. I wanted to check it immediately, but I could not as I found two heads of the Hydra coming at me. Bang! I activated Mini Blast and dodged the two heads, and while dodging, I looked at the life bar, which again shocked me. This attack I had made was quite powerful, and I had thought I would have at least taken one of its life away, but to my shock, only less than 0.1 of its life went away. If my attacks were going to harm it only this much, then it would take more than 12 hours for me to finish it off. By that time, only lower spaces of top 100 would be left for me. Currently, no one has passed the test, but soon they will, and once it starts, it will not stop. Looks like I have to use that, I thought, and the next moment occult energy started to fill into my body. This is my first time activating the occult method since I rose in strength in Grand Palace. Now my body and soul are stronger, it can house more occult energy, thus giving me more power. As occult energy filled my body, I can feel my strength is rising exponentially, and which is giving me the feeling that I am invincible. Bang! After I filled my body with the occult energy, I took a U-turn and shot toward the Hydra with the speed that I was extremely blurring. It is the highest speed I've ever been. Bang! Just as I reached the beast, I activated my mini blast behind my sword hand attacked. Slash! My sword went half a meter deep inside it, and before its two deads could reach me, I went far away with the remaining power of the mini blast. 0.5. It is not much, but it is not less either, I thought when I saw the damage I was able to deal with the monster. Roar. It roared and came at me, but at that time, I had already gone quite far. I let it chase me for a minute before I attacked it again and went away before it could catch me. My speed is too swift for it to catch me. In the 1,000 people that are fighting in the arena, there are many people who are stronger than me in the strength, but I don't think there is anyone who is faster than me unless one has something akin to swirling armor I have or any mystical method. I don't think anyone here could match against me in the speed. Slash. After 2 attacks, I started attacking it every minute, at every chance I got, and despite being a copy of the mythical beast, it was powerless to stop me. I kept attacking, and with every attack, it would lessen its life bar bit by bit, and in less than an hour, I was able to lessen its life bar by nearly 50. Now one more attack and I would be able to make its life bar 50 empty. The 50 life bar is very important, as after its life bar empties 50 its power would be doubled, and so its defense. Slice. ROARRR. I attacked and its life bar emptied by 50, and it let out a huge roar. It was so loud that I found my ears were at the limit of bleeding out. Slash. I continue attacking as it has never changed anything unlike before. I was able to deal with a similar level of damage as before, or may say even faster than before as I became ever more proficient in using my power. Buzz. I attacked and before I know it, I was able to empty its life bar by 80 and was continue attacking when I heard the light buzz and all the thousand screen that was surrounding my arena black out for a moment before a numeric one in universal language appeared, and with it came the huge image of grim race monsters. The meaning of it is very clear. The first place is taken. Seeing the photo appearing, a sense of urgency arose in my heart, and I sucked more occult energy and started to attack with even more fury that I emptied up life bar nearly 90%. Now there's only 0.2 before the life bar's damage reached 90, and when that happens, the real fight will be started. After 90, the Hydra will go to the rage more and every second its power will increase. So as soon as I have to finish the battle as soon as possible as after its life bar went above 90. I took a deep breath and started to fill my body with the occult energy, and at the same time, I started to spin the swirls on swirling armor fast as I could. For this moment I had fought so slow. To get used to the full power of mine so I could use it without fear in the battle. If I had used my full power, early in the battle I would not have the ability to control it. So it was imperative for me to fight while increasing my slowness in the battle despite knowing that somebody could finish the battle before me and get the first spot. That did happen, and I am a little sad about it, but not much because I clearly know the consequences of hastiness. Finally, my body filled with occult energy to the brim, and I am also made my armor compact as I could. Bang, bang. Despite using less power, I created an impact when I used the mini blast. The speed it gave is absolutely amazing. As one moment there was a difference of a few hundred meters between us and next moment, I found myself next to one head of Hydra swinging my sword. Slash, my near made cut of a meter in its body. If not it is so damn thick, I would surely cut its head off. RORR. A moment it let out a huge roar, which not only made my ears bleed, but also made me nearly blacked out. It came at me with a huge roar with speed like never before. Even if it's made of energy, I could see the extreme rage in eyes that made me think it is a real mythical beast, not the one that is made of energy. RAOR, it came at me with the roar with the speed like never before. Its speed is far greater than before. If I had not increased my power to the limit, I would have been in its mouth by now. Currently, it is not able to catch me, but a few minutes later when its power increased, it will not have any problem catching me. I have to finish this Hydra as soon as possible. RAOR, shoo. Seeing it is not able to catch me, it roared in indignation and attacked me with furious water jets. These water jets looked really dangerous. If one then hit me, then I will directly reach the underworld. Bang, I dodged its powerful water jets and moved toward it with force of the mini blast. Slash, my sword slashed across its neck, creating a quite huge wound, but when I looked at the life bar, I saw only a fraction of points had been taken from its life bar. This attack I had made using my full strength, and the damage it did was counted the only fraction of points. If it had been before it reached its rage mode, I would have definitely taken at least a few percents from its life bar. Roar. It let out a roar and attacked me, which I had dodged before attacking it again. The Hydra is very fearsome, and it will become even more at the time passed. I have to finish as soon as possible. If I let it become too strong, not only will I lose my chance for the price, I might even die. I continued attacking, and it kept coming at me. The game of cat and mouse continued, but with the passing time, changes started happening in the game. The strength of the Hydra kept rising at the unbelievable rate that every attack of mine, barely able to deal with any damage to it, and its attacks came very close to touching me. The only solace I have that in just a few minutes, I was able to shave off quite a bit of life off it, and now only 3 had remained. As long as I cleared it, this fearsome test will be over. Slice. My sword sliced across its neck one more time, and just as I finished the attack, I found 2 fearsome water jets coming at me. Bang, bam, pa-pa. I activated the mini blast on top of my high speed, but the water jet still grazed by me, and I felt like I had been hit by the sledgehammer. The immense force crashed on me, most of it filtered by the swirling armor, but some of the force went inside and injured my internals. I puked blood as I shot toward the ground. I shuddered and started to stabilize myself, as I know that once I crashed against the floor with this force, I would surely be turned into the meat patty, which I don't want. Bang, crack. I activated the mini blast to forcefully divert my fall. While doing that, intense pressure appeared on my body, and my bones started to crack under it. I was already heavily injured when that water jet grazed by, and now diverting my fall injured me even more. It was a good thing I had hidden lots of speck of ominous plant's core, which I can eat anytime. I used my tongue to remove the speck under my teeth before biting it. As I bit it, the healing energy started spreading in my body and healing my injuries. Bang, I barely able to stabilize myself, and just as I did that, I activated the mini blast again and moved toward it with swift speed. Its power is rising at very fast speed, and if I didn't kill it soon enough, I will continue receiving such attacks and may even die, so matter I have to kill it as soon as possible. Bang, bang. Seeing me coming at it, I launched water jets at me from 3 of its heads, which made me activated Mini Blast again to divert my way before activating Mini Blast to move toward it. This was the most daring move I had done with the Mini Blast. It looked like I am crisscrossing through the air in sharp angles. It may look fun, but it had put immense strain on my body, so much that several on my bones were verge of breaking. The risk is worth it, as I will be able to successfully land an attack on the beast before getting away. Time passed as I continued to perform such an attack, and in this way, I have shaved away 2.8 of its life bar. It was really dangerous, and 2 times I even hit by getting seriously injured in the process, if not for me having a speck of ominous plant's core under my teeth. Now only 0.2 of the life bar had remained, but that is giving me the most headache. For past minutes I had been trying to land an attack, but the monster had become powerful, that it is not giving me any chance to get closer to it. Whenever I tried to attack it, it would attack me with its water jets, and it had grown stronger. It seemed to have an unlimited supply of water jets, as it is attacking me every second from it. It would have been quite good if it only had a head, but it had 3 damn heads, which are making attacking it even more difficult. The speed that I am most proud of now is no use other than helping me dodging its attack. Shoo. Dodging another of its attacks, I started spin swirls on my armor faster and faster to get more power, as I will need as I could for the daring move that I am planning to do. I am planning to finish this Hydra in a single move. It is very dangerous to the level of life-threatening, but if I am successful, then I will finish this battle within a single. Bang, shoo, crack. Just as I dodged the fearsome water jets, I activated the Mini Blast shot toward it, seeing that it roared and attacked with the water jets. Seeing water jets coming toward me, I activated the Mini Blast and moved away before I activate again to move toward it, and have to activate Mini Blast again to dodge before activating Mini Blast again to get on it. This constant activation of the Mini Blast in to move unnatural angel started to put lots of strain over my body, which made numerous bones of mine cracked because of it. If not for me eating several specks before I started my daring move, I would have collapsed under such roar, puchi. Bearing the immense pressure, I reached directly above the middle head of the Hydra and stabbed my sword directly into its eyes roaringly, while feeling 2 immensely powerful water jets about to crash on me. But just as they were about to touch me, they disappeared just like the Hydra that is below me. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. I heard, and a very big smile appeared on my tired face. The battle had lasted only 3 hours, but it had completely tired me out. Thud. I weakly landed on the floor and looked around only to see, besides the face grim monster and human, my face also appeared. I am 3rd. I said in my mind, I was a little disappointed seeing I am 3rd, as I wanted to become 1st, but my mood soon improved thinking about the progress I have made. I was 1-star elite when I had entered the battlefield, and now I am 8-star elite. Compared to those who entered from the mid-zone with the power of 6-star elite, my result is very good. I look at the small screens which are showing battles of others. Of the thousands of screens that had surrounded the arena, now less than 500 had remained. Half of the people had become disqualified. Sarah and Sophia are still fighting. They seem to struggle against the Hydra very much, but looking at their battle, I know they will be able to kill it. It will just take little more time, that's all. The golden door had appeared again in front of me to take to the place where I will get a reward. Most of the people enter this ruin in the dream of getting the reward from this place. It is a place where one could get the life-changing opportunities, and nearly all the reward obtained through it present a life-changing opportunity. Whatever I obtain through it, be it knowledge crystals, mystical methods, inheritance crystals, mystical artifacts, whatever one gets from it is life-changing. After staring at the golden door for a few seconds, I took a step inside it, and what appeared in front of me is the large hall where hundreds of beautiful small cases could be seen floating. Select one case as your reward, said the palace voice, hearing that I walked toward the hundreds of cases that are floating in the irregular fashion. All the cases looked the same, but they contain different things, and my life future course will set on which case I picked. I looked around for a while before I suddenly picked up the case that came floating in front of me. Knowledge crystal. I whispered when I saw a tiny knowledge crystal in storage. Unlike last time, I am not disappointed getting the knowledge crystal. I have known the importance of knowledge contained inside them. Their value isn't less than any mystical artifact or mystical method. Hell, I think their value is more. In the repository, I have come across the 3 knowledge crystal, and the knowledge I have gained from them had been extremely useful to me, especially knowledge plants, which had many alchemical formulas and knowledge of natural materials, which not only helped me identify important treasure like the soul-tempering diamond, but also gave me important method like the secret method. I was about to take out the knowledge crystal and use it when I heard the palace voice again. You have obtained the command token and passed the test. You are now eligible for the apex reward of this ground. Hun, what command token? What test? I asked myself. Till now I had passed 3 tests and received respective rewards from them. So when did I pass the new and what is this command token? Unex, excuse me. What is it tc command token and test that Yao M mentioned? I asked in the broken universal language. I have knowledge of the universal language and know it as it is my mother's tongue, but I still stuttered when I spoke it for the first time. The potion that you have drank was the test, and the ring you are wearing is the command where your reward is placed, said the voice. Just as I heard that, I looked at the plain silver ring I was rearing in my hand, only to see the ring which had been normal without change till now is glowing faintly. Gasp. I hesitantly used my mental sense on the ring, and it seeped inside the ring. Next moment I saw inside it, which made me gasp in astonishment. There's a small box inside the storage, but I didn't focus on that. I focused on the ring itself, or I might say the storage space of the ring. The space is really huge that even my whole town could be placed in it. This ring has the space of 10 km square. Even in my wildest imagination, I have never heard any storage space to have this much of space. And the interesting thing is this ring can be hidden. When I touched this ring with my metal power earlier, small information transmitted inside me. That information not only states the size of it, but it also stated how this ring could be hidden. I followed the procedure and found the plain silver ring being melded in my finger. It completely disappeared from my finger, but I could clearly feel it inside my finger. I again added some metal energy inside it, and the next moment it appeared on my finger. I could always keep it hidden and use it. It is quite sneaky. I added mental energy inside it, and another small box appeared in my hand. It's the reward I got from drinking that hell potion, which was a reward but also a test. It is no wonder it was life-threatening. The documents that Guild had provided had no mention of such potion. Inheritance crystal. I shouted loudly when I saw a black starry crystal inside the box. Just one look was enough for me to know it is an inheritance crystal. I have become very ecstatic seeing the inheritance crystal. The thing I wanted most from the third test's reward was inheritance crystal. From what I have heard, this inheritance is one of the best in the world. The normal inheritance crystal couldn't be compared to it. Inheritance crystal could be said to be the most important thing in one's practice, as it decided the trajectory of one's future. A good inheritance crystal could make even an idiot rise high. The inheritance crystal could only be sold in the central continent, and those which are able to pass in the continent are one of the worst grades. That is why people prefer to head to the central continent when they reach the peak of the night stage. In the central continent, one not only could buy the best inheritance crystal, but also could get all the important things needed for one's breakthrough to the Lord stage. I don't know much about the inheritance crystal, but I know that they are very important in deciding the future trajectory of one's practice and are absolutely necessary when one leveling up to the Lord stage. It in an apex Godslayer inheritance. Don't fuse with it unless you have a very pure body and soul. A deep voice resounded in through the palace. This voice is very different from the voice which I had heard from the palace before. Godslayer inheritance. I have never heard such a name of the inheritance before. It is quite a domineering name, and to fuse with this so-called Godslayer inheritance, I will need to have a very pure soul and body. These are quite harsh requirements, as I clearly know that the standard of this palace is quite high, and I likely have to perform the 16 moves of body cleansing technique and reach the 10th accomplishment in secrete method. I am saying that because of all of the inheritance obtained through this ruin had been very high level, and the inheritance I've obtained is likely level above that, and only use this inheritance when I met all of its condition, otherwise I will die horribly. High-level inheritances have lots of conditions, and one has to meet all of the conditions before one could even think about fusing with that inheritance. If the conditions are not met, one has to suffer very grave consequences, like never able to practice magic again or death. When I first looked at it, I had thought that the inheritance crystal is totally black in color, but when I looked carefully, I saw it is in color of the night. Inside it, I could see numerous glittering stars and celestial bodies of sun and moon. That is all I could get from the inheritance crystal, as when I tried to probe it with my sense, I didn't get anything. I also asked the palace, but unlike before this time, I did not receive any response. Sighing, I put back the inheritance crystal in the storage ring and looked at the knowledge crystal in my hand, which I am going to use now. I sat on the floor and touched the knowledge crystal. Just as I did that, the knowledge crystal melded into my hand, and my thoughts started to slow down. Being familiar with the process, I did as much I could not panic, but seeing my thoughts slowing down, I did panic a little, but not much. Soon my thoughts completely stopped, and they for a few hours before I started to become conscious again. I wanted to craft trash. I whispered to myself, the knowledge I have received is about the totem artifacts. I now have knowledge of total 100 totem artifacts, and every one of them is hundreds, even 1,000 times better than what I had been planning to craft. These totem artifacts are not only great power, but their potential is also very great, but the things they needed to craft are very, very rare, especially the things I need for the totem artifacts that present in the top 10. These totem artifacts are the terror. Each and every one not only gives the fearsome power, but they also have the fearsome potential. These totems not only useful in this world, but in other worlds too. After waking up, I had become completely lost in this totem artifact that I even forgot to check the time. Sigh. I took a long sigh after I am barely able to break myself away from the knowledge of totem artifact. Each and every totem artifact is incredible, even the one ranked at the 1000th is 100 times better than the one I had chosen for myself. Seeing there was nothing else to do until I transferred out of the palace, I started to put precious stuff in the ring. The ring had a very huge space, and I could be easily hideable. I have lots of stuff ranging from the parts of robots to powder of herbs. I want to place most of the stuff into the ring and kept minimum things at the storage. So even I ever came across any unfortunate accidents that made me lose my storages, it will be facade as most of the stuff will be present with me in my storage. In 2 hours I finished transferring all the important stuff into my storage, and now I am waiting for the band in hand to light up and get me out of this realm. It shouldn't take long. There are only a few hours till 3 days are over, and so, in a maximum of 6 hours, I would be able to go back home. Until that time, all I have to do wait. So I waited and started to go around the information on the totem artifacts one by one. Buzz. Time passed by as I lost in the information of totem artifacts. I was amidst understanding very special totem artifact when I felt heavy vibration like a shock from the homing back, seeing a bright smile appeared on me and it has been 2 months since I've entered this realm, and now it is time to go back home. I thought as activated the homing band with my mental energy. I found energy from a homing band covering my body, and I completely disappeared into the darkness. The darkness lasted for a few seconds before I found myself in a large square beside Adventure's Paradise. I could see hundreds and thousands of people around me coming every second that empty square is filling at the visible speed. Buzz. The second after I appeared, I found my holowatch is buzzing with thousands of notifications. I swiped cleared all the notification as it is not the time to read them. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn appeared out of me and started demanding food. Without waiting, I handed her a small pouch. I know this nowhere near to sate her as she had been hungry for 3 days, but she will have to do with till we reached our apartment. In the next 10 minutes, the square got filled with people, but I could clearly see the disparity in numbers. Whenever any ruin opened, a lot of people get killed, and this time also there is no surprise. Thousands of people have got killed. After 20 minutes, when all the people had come to the teleportation formation closed, with that all the people started to move. I also walked toward the direction of my friends with the help of the band that my former team leader had given me. Michiel. I heard my name and only to see Rachel calling me. She is not alone, there is Sophia and Reina. Only Leo could not be seen, but I know he survived as I had received the message from him. Not only Leo, but my other friends survived too, as I received messages from them too. You guys have gotten quite strong. I said in compliment, but little astonishment could be heard in my voice. I had estimated Sophia's power when I saw her fighting the Hydra, but Rain and Rachel, who I had not seen, had also made advancement in leaps and bounds. Raina's power is near her sister, and Rachel likely to have the strength of the strong 7-star elite. My progress is the greatest of them all, but I know how many chances I have come across to gain such strength, but their progress is not much less at all, and they are done way better than most people who entered ruin. Soon Leo arrived, and he too made big progress similar to that of Rachel. It will suffice to say that our team had made quite a progress in the ruin. Raina, are you feeling fine? You looked a little pale. I asked Raina as we were flying toward our apartment. I have come across something in ruin. It will pass when I rested enough, Raina said with a light smile. I know that everything is not right, seeing how worried she looked for her sister. I wanted to ask more, but I refrained myself. Raina is only slightly pale, and if she said she will be fine, then she should be, and if they needed help, they just have to ask. It has been more than 2 hours since we went from the ruin. We first talked to our friends, and then we met with our former instructor, whose power I am still not able to see despite advancing leaps and bounds. Leaving the square, we went to the guild to use its network to talk to our family from guild's secured network before applying for leave and mid-zone. Now that our strength surpassed the 3-star elite, we can apply for leave, so we did, and we also apply for mid-zone as we have far surpassed the power of the outposts, and even in mid-zone we will be fairly strong. Both of the requests will be processed as long as we proved our strength in the guild challenge. We would have done that earlier if not being there is already a huge crowd waiting to do that. Goodbye, Michiel. Goodbye, both of you. I bid farewell to both of them as I flew toward my apartment. When I reached my apartment, there was already a drone waiting beside it holding a huge package. I took the package from the open door. Choo-choo. Just as I entered the door, Ashlyn started to chirp furiously, wanting me to open the package as soon as possible so she could eat. Here you go. I didn't delay and opened the package for her as I know how hungry she is. After opening the package for her, I took off my clothes, went to the bathroom, and did not get out of it for an hour. I had not taken a good bath in these 3 days, and I am dying to do that as I was feeling quite itchy. Only after taking a long bath did feel calm and refreshed. When I got out of the bath, I found Ashlyn lying on the table with a bloated stomach. No matter how many times I looked at her, I always found very cute with this pose. I shook my head seeing that before I opened a few dishes and started to eat. I haven't eaten anything for a day and feeling quite hungry. If not for me wanting to wash away that itchiness, I would have started eating with Ashlyn. After I finished eating, I laid on the bed to sleep and fell into dreamless sleep a few seconds after my head touched the pillow. Tring, tring, tring. I was in a sound sleep when I heard my holowatch ringing insistently. First, I didn't wake up as I was in quite deep sleep, but when I heard it continue ringing, I opened my eyes. Sophia, I thought when I looked at the projection of Sophia had appeared on my holowatch. Sophia, what hap? Mitchell, something happened to Reina. Please come to our apartment quickly. I heard Sophia crying just as I received the call. When I looked at her appearance, I found her face filled with tears. I'll be there in a minute, I said, and next moment, fire covered my body as I ran toward the balcony. Bang! Just as I opened the balcony, I activated the mini blast and shot towards Sophia's apartment and reached them within 10 seconds. Click. As I landed on the balcony, Sophia ran toward and opened to let me in. What happened? I asked as I saw Sophia lying on the bed. She looked ghastly pale and very unconscious. Before falling unconscious, she said she got infected by corrupted soul liquid, Sophia said shakingly. See, I sucked a deep breath when I heard the corrupted soul liquid. Corrupted soul liquid is a liquefied soul. Under some special circumstances when a being dies, its soul instead of dissipating like it normally does gets liquefied. The liquefied soul is the best to treasure to increase one's soul power, but only when it is purified. The unpurified soul liquid, which is also known as corrupted soul liquid, is one of the most dangerous poison to one's soul as it contains the will of the being who had died, which is very chaotic. How much time has passed since she became unconscious? I asked while searching my mind for ways to purify the corrupted will out of Sophia's soul. F5 Minuit, Sophia answered. I nodded and started to take out a few things from my storage. In the knowledge I have received, there are many things that could purify the corruption of one's soul like a potion. Though I do not have the potion materials to create a potion to clear Reina's soul corruption, I have something else which is one of the best materials for purifying the soul, and that is soul tempering diamond. It is the best thing to purify soul, but the problem is it worked better when its suppressive energy circulated through the secrete method. But currently, Sophia is no condition to circulate secrete method, and passive suppression of soul tempering diamond most would able to stop corruption from spreading, but it not clear the corruption or wake her up. It was a good thing that I have something that would be helpful in waking up Reina for a few minutes at least. The first thing I did was to take out the soul tempering diamond and increase its power as much as I could. I have increased it so much that I was barely able to move in such suppression. Circulate the secret method to bear the suppression, I said to Sophia as I placed the soul tempering diamond on Reina's body. Only then I looked at the Sophia. She is bleeding from her eyes and nose due to suppression she is feeling, but she still stood near her sister. I couldn't help but get surprised seeing that, as the suppression is too great, even I am having a problem moving under such suppression despite reaching one's accomplishments in secrete method. After taking a glance at Sophia, I took out a few herbs from my storage, beaker, and can of water. I washed herbs there without caring for the mess I am making. I would go to the kitchen to wash them, but it would take too much time. After I washed all the herbs, I put them all into a big beaker and started to boil them. This is soul-enhancing potion, but I am not going to feed her to enhance her soul, but to wake her up, as this potion produces torturous pain. As long as Reina woke up and started circulating the secret method, cleaning the corruption would be no problem. I am boiling the herbs at the perfect temperature. If I increase the temperature, it will burn the potion, which I don't want to happen. Time passed at an excruciatingly slow pace, but 35 minutes later, the potion finally got ready. Seeing the potion ready, I took out an icy herb from my storage and placed the drink on to cool it. It usually is better to let cool slowly from room temperature, but currently we don't have the luxury to wait. Hiss. The position made a hissing sound as it started to cool down rapidly, and in just a minute, the temperature of the potion cooled down to slightly hot. As soon as Reina wakes up to teach her the secret method and make her circulate it as quick as possible, if she fell unconscious again, it will very hard to wake her up again. I said to Sophia, I would have taught her, but it better if Sophia taught her, as both were sister and knew each other from the birth. Okay, said Sophia, nodding toward her, lifted Sophia TP sitting position, and started to feed her potion little by little. The quantity of you is enough for 2 people, but I am feeling it all to Reina. The more pain she would feel, the more chance that she will wake up. Soon I finished feeding all the potion to Reina, and except for a few drops that had fallen. Seconds passed by, but no change occurred in Sophia, seeing that we became very worried as the pain should have hit her a few seconds after drinking the potion, but there was no movement from her after a minute. I was about to make another pain-inducing potion when I felt the eyes of Sophia twitching, and a few seconds later she opened her eyes slowly. Soph, SHH, listen to what I say. Sophia cut off her sister. Reina opened her eyes and was saying her sister's when she was interrupted by her sister's voice. I am going to teach you a method. Quickly memorize it and start to circulate it. Circulate as much as suppressive energy as you could. Sophia said quickly and started to teach her sister the secret method. Unlike before, Sophia is not hasty. She slowly taught the method to her sister, so she understands it even in an intoxicated state. It's a good thing that the secret formula is straightforward and only has one move. Do you understand? Asked Sophia to Reina. Reina nodded loosely. Good. Now circulate it with as much as energy you can, Sophia said to her sister. After Sophia finished, Reina slowly closed her eyes and stayed still as before. Others might think she has fallen unconscious, but I know she is circulating the secret method. I hope she circulates as much as suppressive energy as she could. Only flowing a high amount of suppressive energy she will be able to stay awake and cleanse her soul of the corrupted soul energy that had been corrupting her soul. Time passed by and soon 5 minutes passed, and a very light gray smoke started to release from her body. I am shocked seeing that as the soul is incorporeal and invisible, me seeing this smoke means that the corrupted soul liquid that Reina had inhaled was very corrupted. I accidentally sniffed some of this gray smoke and felt a little disoriented, seeing that I was about to put short distance between Reina when I found the gray smoke flying toward the bedside table that is behind me, and when I looked to see what attracted the gray smoke, I found it was Ashlyn. She is sucking the gray smoke to be exact. It is red, the crystalline tear that is sucking off this corrupted soul smoke. I was shocked to see that and asked Ashlyn telepathically, but I received no answer from her. I felt a little worried about Ashlyn sucking off the corrupted soul energy, but soon shook off. Ashlyn could drink of the blood of King Stage monster. What is there to be worried about little corruption which is at night stage? She is likely enjoying eating this corrupted soul smoke. As time passed, more and more smoke started to come out of Reina's body, and that gem kept sucking it off whatever smoke came out of it. One could see a definite change in Reina's color. The vitality is returning, and the paleness is vanishing from her skin as visible rate if I am not wrong. Then Reina's skin color will return to normal within an hour time. As the time it will take her to remove the corruption in her soul, I have no idea, but I sure it will take at least 3 hours. Time passed by, and we watched Reina's condition in silence, not speaking even a single word in case we disturb her. As an hour passed, her skin color returned to normal as I guessed, but the gray smoke coming out of her had thickened very much as I have to create distance between us. She must have got corrupted with the soul-corrupting liquid for some time. If it had a corruption of day or two, she would cleanse it by now. Due to time it had reached quite profoundly in her soul, it will take her quite a time to clear off all the corruption. Time passed and more than 8 hours had passed when Reina's eyelashes fluttered before they finally opened. Her eyes looked bright as the sky and not a hint of corruption could be seen in them. How are you feeling? Sophia asked as she touched the cheek of her sister. I am good now. All the corruption I got infected with got cleansed. Reina replied. How did you come in contact with the corrupting soul liquid? Sophia asked her sister. I also erected my ears to hear that. About 3 weeks ago, I was exploring one damaged tower. There I came across the soul-corrupting liquid and got infected before I could escape from it. That time I had something to cleanse the soul corruption. I had thought that the soul corruption I had completely cleansed, but half a day ago, I started to feel a little different in my soul. After returning, I was planning to go to Adventurous Paradise for a checkup in the morning when the corruption hit me suddenly at night, Reina explained. So that's how it is. She should not have taken the risk if I had been in her place. I would have either asked help from my friends and had gone to the Adventurous Paradise for the checkup. What did you eat the first time to cleanse the corruption? I asked. As I am baffled, if she had used something when she got corrupted by the soul liquid, then there should be corruption coming back. And even if some corruption had to remain, it would not have affected her this much. I have seen the power of that gray smoke, and it is enormous. Hearthstone herb, Reina replied. Hearthstone stone herb, no wonder this happened to her. Hearthstone herb used for a different purpose than she had eaten it. Hearthstone herb does not clean the corruption from the soul, it only suppresses it for a while. The reason you got sudden eruption of corruption, because the suppression of Hearthstone herb had weakened, and corruption had started to affect you bit by bit, I explained, and the confusion that Reina had in her eyes got cleared. Here I was going to give to Sophia in ruin, but I thought I should give this both of you together, but now looks like if I had given this Sophia before, you would have easily able to clear off that soul corruption. I said as I handed two very tiny bottles, and inside it are soul-tempering diamond of the rice grain size. This is too precious, Sophia said, but she still took it. She knew the value of the soul-tempering diamond, and when one adds secrete method into it, its value increased tenfold. This is soul-type natural treasure, right? Reina asked as she took the tiny bottle from my hand. This is the same bottle that I placed on her, and when she woke up I had deactivated all its runes, so it could not emit any suppressive energy. Yes, a very precious soul natural treasure, Sophia whispered while being still enamored in rice grain-sized soul-tempering diamond. In the ruin, I wanted to give it to the Sophia, but when I received the knowledge from the knowledge crystal, I had become hesitant as I will need everything I have and more to get the things that I am going to need for the totem artifact, but seeing Reina's condition, I shed all the second thoughts I am having. The soul-tempering diamond may be necessary, but a friend's life is also meaningful, and not to forget I have about 30 pieces, so giving small pieces to friends will not affect much. Well, now that you are fine, I should go, I said. Mitchell, wait, Reina said suddenly and took out an exquisite box from her storage. I am very familiar with this box as a reward for the third test placed in similar boxes. The box in Reina's head means she had passed the third test. Well, she does have the strength to move it. I would receive some amazing price after passing the third test, but what I had received a bunch of rocks and crystal. Reina said, manifest sadness could be seen on her. I too would be sad if I had received a reward which I least want. These stones and crystals were in reward of the third test. You can have one someday, it might become useful to you, Reina said as she opened the box. Gasp. I had thought there would be some precious minerals and crystal inside the box since it is the reward of the third test, but what I saw in the box beyond precious, especially to me, who is about to craft a totem artifact. I let out a huge gasp and started shaking when I saw the things inside the box. These things are beyond precious, and if I obtained any one of stuff from the box, then I have hoped to create a totem artifact from the top 10, which I didn't even dare to dream due to their core material being scarce. Mitchell, what is it? Both of them asked after seeing my abnormal behavior. Do you know the price of these things? Their value is hundreds, even 1,000 times more than a soul-tempering diamond, depending on one who wanted it. What? Both of them shouted in unison. They could not believe what I have said. Are you telling the truth? Reina asked in a loud voice which surprised me very much. Reina always been soft-spoken and calm. This my first time seeing her losing her calm and raising her voice. Each and everything here is at least 100 times more precious than the soul-tempering diamond, I said as I looked at 5 things that are placed in the small box. Both of them carefully started to look at the 6 adult thumbnail-sized things neatly placed in the exquisite box. I picked up the colorless crystal from the 6 small things. The thing I had picked up could be said the best and worst among 6 things. Mitchell, would you mind telling me about these metals? Reina asked. Sure, I replied. These are not metals. The correct term for them would be natural treasures, and these 5 align toward the 5 elements, and the one I had picked up has a neutral alignment. This one is named. I started to tell them their names and their detailed information. These are perfect materials to craft the totem artifact with unlimited potential, I said. I have guessed these little stones were natural treasures, Sophia said with a sigh. You have not crafted a totem artifacts, right? I asked. I know they have created it, but I still wondered despite knowing that. No, we have not, but we are going to in the coming month. We already have a totem blueprint, and our brother is going to send us some material that needed. As soon as materials arrive, we will craft our totem artifact, Sophia said. Do you know what I received as the reward of the third test? I asked. No, but it must be something delicious since you were ranked third, Sophia said while Reina looked surprised and about to say something when I spoke before she could. It is Knowledge Crystal, who knows totem artifacts, I said, and hearing that both of their expressions had changed. Are there many amazing totem artifacts in the Knowledge Crystal? Sophia asked slowly. I could hear the excitement in her voice. Beyond your imagination, I said, and waited for Sophia's question, which she will ask, given her excitement. Tell me about these totems artifacts. If they are better than totem blueprint that brother had sent us, we will choose yours, Sophia asked while being super excited. Sure, I said and started explaining short information of each artifact from 100th to 1st. Rihanna was calm despite hearing me getting Knowledge Crystal, but when she started to listen to a description, she began to get more and more excited till she can't control herself, and that is her reaction initially. With passing, she grew more and more excited before becoming numb and quietly listening like her usual self. It took me quite a while before I could finish up telling the description of the top 100 totem artifacts. What you said is true, right? You are not joking, right? Sophia asked with a little shaky voice. I could understand her reaction, as I had the similar one when I first received the knowledge yesterday. I am telling the truth, I said. Compare the totem artifacts you stated. The blueprint our brother had sent is absolute trash, Sophia said, and Reina nodded to that. Mitchell, you have to give me the blueprint of Everlasting Blaze, Sophia said while she looked at me with the second best puppy dog eyes I ever saw as for the first, it is my charming little sister. Everlasting Blaze, a totem artifact from Everlasting Elements series, which ranked 4th in the list of totem artifact I have. The Everlasting Element has a total of 16 totem artifact in it, and they align toward 5 elements and their variation. Everlasting Blaze is a powerful totem artifact and very suited for the Sophia Whole Fire Head blazing flavor. If she were able to craft this totem artifact, it would give her a huge boost to her boost. These totem artifacts, especially those in the top 10, they gave more than power boost, their usefulness show in the higher stages. Sure, and Reina, which totem artifact do you want? I asked Reina, who seemed to be in deep thoughts. She got little startled by the question but did not answer quickly as if making a difficult decision. Ephemeral Glaze, Reina finally said after some time. I am stunned by her choice as I had expected her to choose from the Everlasting Frost from Everlasting series like her sister, but she wanted the exact opposite. Ephemeral Glaze is the exact opposite of the Eternal Blaze in properties, but in definition as well. Everlasting means to last forever, while ephemeral is for an instant. The Ephemeral series ranked 6th, but is as powerful as the Everlasting series. It's just that it is powerful in its way, and it depends on its user how much power they brought from the artifact. It is like Toe of Rule's powers. Both Rule of Killing and Rule Sunfire are the peak 2nd level rules, but Sunfire is the purely offensive rule while Killing focuses on senses, but that does not mean Rule of Killing is weaker than the Rule of Sunfire. Both of them are equally powerful, and it depends on the use to brought out their real power. I took out the physical pad and started to draw the blueprint of the totem artifacts that they chose. The totem artifact blueprint I got couldn't be drawn electronically, or the will fry. Not only the totem artifacts I have, but common artifacts also couldn't be drawn, or they will cook the system. For some reason, complex runic formation fry the electronic system when it is drawn on them. The reason for it is that the system is too delicate, but if the electronic system is robust, then it can bore the pressure of the intricate runic formation. The natural treasure you have may work as the core material for the totem artifacts, but other things that it needs are rare and expensive as well, I said as I passed them to copies. These compies contain the totem blueprint and list of material they needed to craft it, including the supplements of that materials. Okay, I'll leave now, I said to them. They are busy reading the copy I have provided to them. Michela, wait, Reina said, and she took out a small transparent bottle from her storage, gave it to me. It is pretty much useless to me, but it might turn useful to you. I looked at the palm-sized bottle in my hand. Inside it is a thumb-sized gray stone. Just looking at it gave me shudder. If I am not wrong, then this gray stone is a solidified soul, which compared to corrupted soul liquid, is useless at least here in our continent. It is relatively easy to cleanse corrupted soul liquid and make it a pure soul liquid, but it is extremely hard to purify the solidified soul. In our continent, there are ways to cleanse the liquefied soul but not the solidified soul, and even if someone knows how to purify the solidified soul, they will not do it, especially when it comes from the ninth stage evolver. As it requires too much hassle and resources, it is merely not worth it, and I know it clearly because I have hundreds of ways to that. Still, I am delighted to receive this solidified soul. Because when Reina took out this solidified soul, Ashlyn nearly went out of control for it. She wanted to eat it badly. If not for asking her control herself, she would have leaped at it. Choo choo choo. Just as I reached my apartment, Ashlyn started to chirp at me, demanding that solidified soul. Take it, I said as I took out the solidified soul from my storage and gave it to her, and she somehow ate that piece of the solidified soul, which is slightly bigger than her head, before she went inside me. I have never thought that I would be able to obtain the Azrath crystal, I whispered as I looked at the small, colorless crystal in my hand. This crystal is of neutral alignment and quite rare amongst the natural treasures. I was able to get it is my immense fortune. The totem artifact I loved the most is number 3 on the list, and it is very suited for me. Still, I had not dreamed of crafting it as it requires a natural treasure, but now that I got the natural, I can collect the other rare materials. Just thinking about them makes my head hurts. Other materials are not in the level of natural treasures, but they are very rare and expensive. Finding them would be very difficult, but I am willing to spend all I have for the powerful totem artifact, and I have time. I am only at the initial level of lieutenant stage, and I could craft totem artifact in any level of lieutenant stage, so there is a chance that by the time I reach the peak level of lieutenant stage, I would be able to collect all the material I needed for the totem artifact. I have so much to do. I have to call Sarah, then go to the guild to apply for leave and transfer to Midzone, and clear the guild challenge before doing all that. After that, I have to harness the mana crystals from the Grim monsters' bodies, and ask the twins to help me clear the storage of the Grim monsters, and then put all the precious things I have on the market for exchange for the materials I need for my totem artifact. I will take at least today, and tomorrow does all that, but before I could start on my list, I have to take a bath and eat. I would have also liked to sleep a little as I was only able to take the sleep of 4s, but I have no time to sleep till night. So I first went to shower and take a short bath before I started to cook. I would have liked to order from outside, but they do not have the medicinal monsters. I need a daily dose of medicinal energy, as not only it's excellent food for the miracle fruit energy, it also a unique thing that could increase my healing power and not forget its addicting taste. I had just started cooking when I noticed something that made me close my eyes in ecstasy. I had never thought I would also be in receiving end when I fed Ashlyn the corrupted solidified soul. A second ago, when I was cooking, I had noticed there is change happening in my soul. My soul power is slowly increasing. First, I did not sense it as the pure soul power merging with my soul at the languid speed, but as time passed, I finally able to detect it as it actively affected my soul. Ashlyn had eaten of that solidified soul, which was very corrupted, and now she is transferring a tiny bit of soul power to me, and it is extremely pure, not a single bit of impurity or corruptness could be felt from it. I might even say that the level of purity of soul energy that Ashlyn is transferring in me higher than the purity of my soul. It felt like this pure energy that Ashlyn releasing me clear stream water, that merging into a river that contains barely drinkable quality water. That is the difference between the two. The thumb-sized solidified soul contains quite a bit of soul energy. At least it holds the soul energy of 3 to 5 night stage beings, which is immense. I wonder how much soul energy Ashlyn will transfer to me. I kept sensing the energy for a while before I started to cook. If I had not had to so many things today, I would surely track my progress, but unfortunately I did not have time. I cooked while Ashlyn kept transferring the soul energy to me, and such time passed by. The soul power infusion had lasted for 1.5 hours, but the soul power boost I got is incredible. I have gained the soul power that is equal to about 2 amethyst seals of supreme combat exercise. This is enormous progress. It will not only help me use my rule powers more smoothly and take more occult energy in my body, but it would also help me make my swirling armor even more compact, thus increasing my strength. Choo-choo. Ashlyn came out of me soon after she finished transferring the soul energy to me and started to eat on an already set the table. I had to join with her. So you finally got the time to call me back, Sarah said. I could see her small projection and know she is quite angry. Yesterday, after I returned from the ruin, I had messaged her like all my friends, and a few hours ago when I was at Sophia's, she had called me few times, but I wasn't able to receive her calls. You know I would never miss your calls. It's just that something had happened to Reina that I wasn't able to receive your calls, I said, Sarah's anger quite quickly. If I did not tell her reason, then she will remain furious throughout the conversation, which I really don't want to see. What happened? She asked. I started to explain to her in detail about what happened, was quite relieved when I saw anger had disappeared from her face. She's all fine now, right? She asked. Yes, she is fine now, I replied. You haven't gone to the guild, right? She asked. Remember to add the midzone we have selected. I will call you as soon as I receive the confirmation. She said. When we were in the ruin, we have decided on the midzone we wanted to go, and to my surprise, Sophia said she's also thinking about going to the same midzone since her brother also went there. So if everything went right, then Sarah and I will be going to go to the same midzone. I couldn't help but get excited when I think that. Of course we will be going to the same midzone, I said while goofy smile couldn't help but appear on face when I said that. We talked for 15 minutes more, and I informed her what I received from in reward in code, and she also told me what she had received, and that completely shocked me and made me very jealous. I feel like the reward I had received from the third test is not for me, but for her because her reward and mine are perfect for each other, and many hope to get this reward. That is when I told her what I had received. She literally started to and jumped in joy while I felt both happy and jealous. She also cleared the third test, and the reward she got was called a mold. Mold is a mystical thing that can be directly crafted into totem artifact with mold. She wouldn't have to collect any materials or anything, as long as she has the totem blueprint could create any artifact. She will have to carve totem artifact on the mold and merge that mold into her totem seed, and her totem artifact would be ready. That is how mystical mold is. With the totem artifact blueprints I have, she will be able to create any totem artifact. I shook my head from these jealous thoughts and went to change. First and foremost, I have to the guild. There are lots of things I have to there. Let's go, Ashlyn. I said and directly jumped out of my balcony. I used to feel weird when I saw people doing this, but after doing this, I thought it is fantastic as I do not have to waste my time on the elevator. It saves quite a few minutes. Mitchell, said Sophia and Reina as they saw me when they came out of their apartment building. Let's go, I said, and 3 of us flew into the sky toward the guild. It took us 10 minutes to reach the guild where we met Leo and Rachel together with them. We went to the upper floor of guild to finish off the guild challenge. So much crowd. Rachel said, seeing there us a crowd of 50 to 60 people. Don't worry, we will wait for an hour to the maximum, I said. Most of the people who went to the ruin return with the strength of 3-star elite, and it is especially true for the members of the S-Class Guild, so it is reasonable for them to come here and test their power so they could become eligible to apply for leave or for midzone. Have you guys noticed, there are lots of rookies in the outpost? Leo said, and hearing my mood fell a little. Yes, there are. Whenever any ruin opened, they call lots rookies to the outpost. Rain said, and everyone understood her meaning. Whenever any ruin opened, people make fast progress, and when they came out, they apply midzone or leave, so fill the numbers. They called lots of rookies across the continent, and with rookies there had been instructors. So before we leave, we will also get a team rookies to teach, and only when we finish training. It had been a week since the rookies have arrived means we will get our team rookies in 3 days, and that why I had said to meet Sarah again, I will have to wait for at least a month. Easy breezy, Sophia said as she came out after taking a guild challenge. As I had said, we had to wait for an hour before we number came. The guild challenge is no challenge. It has now become a formality for us, as the maximum strength required to pass the guild challenge is 3-star elite, and we have far surpassed that requirement. I'll go now, I said and walked toward the guild challenged, and minute later returned. I had spent less time fighting in the guild challenge and going there and returning. Now that we have to finish this formality, let's submit our applications, Sophia said, and we nodded and took an elevator to the upper floor. I am planning on taking a leave for 2 weeks to go home before going to the midzone. Not only me, but my friends were doing the same. We have just returned from ruin, where every day was life and death, and now we need some time to relax, and what better place it could be than home. Usually people don't get to go home unless they spent 6 months in the grim battlefield, but there is always an exception, like clearing the guild challenge, which we did. The forms I had to fill are simple, and it got accepted right away. I will have to train the rookies for 15 days before I am free to leave for the home. I will spend 2 weeks at home and before returning to the grim battlefield, but my destination would be midzone. As for which midzone I will be going, I will know that by evening. Most of the time we get the midzone they wanted, but sometimes the guild will send us to different midzone, different from that one made. I hope something like that won't happen to me, and I don't something like that will happen to me, as 99 of people get midzone of their choice, only one sent somewhere else. Ting. I was getting out of the room after submitting my application when my HoloWatch buzzed. I received a mail, and when I read the mail, I got shocked. It is very short mail written very formally. It said that my presence is required at the conference room 51, which is at the top floor of the guild. If not foreseeing the guild sends it, and there is pass attached to it, I would have thought it someone playing the prank on me. But the question is, why would they ask on the top floor? The top floor of the guild is reserved for the guild leader and vice leaders. Others are restricted from going there unless they have the pass. Mitchell, what happened? Sophia asked as she saw me in deep thinking. I've been asked to go to the top floor. I replied, for why? She asked back. I don't know. I said, well, you should go see and what they want from you. She said. I nodded and walked toward the elevator that leads to the top floor. I scanned the pass they have provided, and the elevator started automatically. A few seconds later, I reached the top floor, and when I got out of the elevator and saw the top floor, I couldn't help but get shocked. The top floor is very luxurious. They are using calm glow crystal as lights, and the ground has a marble that always stayed warm. It is the floor where the guild master and vice guild master's offices are, and are also the place where they live. Ordinary people can't reach the post of guild master and vice guild master, as they are sent from the continental headquarters of the guild, which is in Warzone, which means they are scarily strong. The lobby is completely devoid of people except for the beautiful receptionist, and when I had sensed her power, I found her to be stronger than me. As for how strong, I don't know, as I can't seem to sense her battle power or stage. I followed her quietly, and a minute later, she stopped in front of the room on which Conference Room 51 is written in the bold letters. When I opened the door and walked inside, I found a familiar person sitting on the head chair. I had seen her before. It was when I first time entered the guild. Her name is Alina Bentz, and she is still giving me that threatening she had given me when I saw her first, and there is a change in that threatening feeling. Instead of decreasing with advancement of my strength, it had increased instead. That means the progress I am so proud of is nothing in front of her. She had made more progress than me at the same time. I would not have been shocked if she is above the night stage, but my former team leader had said that all the guild leader and vice leaders have to be at the night stage. It is rule of some kind. Please take a seat, she said softly, but I felt as I had felt the rumbling thunder in my eyes that brought me out of my thoughts. I literally heard the thunder when she spoke. Others might say I have hallucinated, but I know I have not. She somehow managed to add the properties of thunder in her voice. You have ranked 3 in the 3rd test of Grand Palace of Epherian Ruin, and should have obtained either Knowledge Crystal or Inheritance Crystal, right? She asked. I am utterly shocked when I heard her say that. I have taken all the precautions. I cloaked my homing band. I didn't explosively mention my rank on call. I have taken all the precautions as I could for others not to know my rank. As I am aware that the higher ranked reward has a high value, take it the reward I got as an example. I am ranked 3rd, and the reward I got is Knowledge Crystal, which has information of total 1,000 totem artifacts. Every artifact in the list is powerful, especially those in the top 10, which required a natural treasure as the core material. I was quite scared and thinking of many ways to go around her question when I calmed down and started to think about the question she had asked in a calm mind. Somehow I am ranked 3rd in 3rd test, and also know that I had either received Knowledge Crystal or Inheritance Crystal as the reward. That means only these 2 rewards given to the top 3, but that is the thing I will think later. So she knows I either received Knowledge Crystal or Inheritance as a reward, but don't know exactly which. I can fool as I have not gained knowledge from 1 Knowledge Crystal but 4 Knowledge Crystal. I can fool her by saying I had received Knowledge Crystal of Universal Language, but before that, I have to act a little. How do you know? I asked with little stuttering voice. I have my ways, she said smilingly. You don't have to feel scared. I am not going to harm you. I will pay for what you will give it to me, she said. I acutely noticed that I have to agree to the transaction as she did not mention about me wanting to accept or not. There is no choice for in this transaction. Thank God I had received many knowledge crystals, otherwise I would have had to tell them about the totem artifacts. If you have the inheritance crystal, then I will pay in the occult methods. If you share the knowledge with me, then I will pay according to it, she said and looked at me for a reply. I did not reply, as hearing her I had a different idea. I want to see what she is offering for the totem artifact blueprints. If the offer is good, then I don't mind giving her the blueprints of artifacts, as in my head they are not going lay any eggs. Seeing I am not saying anything, she smiled, as if she guesses something. If you have gained the knowledge of plants and potions, then I will provide potions from the formulas you have provided. If you have gained the knowledge of mystical methods, then I will provide you the resources that need for the mystical method. She continued stating what she will provide in exchange for the specific knowledge, and hearing her, I got know about types of knowledge crystals that exist, and there are many of them. I let her continue talking as she hadn't spoken about the thing I want. She continued for 20 minutes before I heard what I wanted to hear from her. If you have gained the knowledge of the totem artifact blueprints, then we will provide you with materials to create any totem artifact of blueprint that you have provided. If I have gained knowledge totem artifacts from the knowledge crystal. I cut her off. It is the moment I was waiting for her to say that since she started speaking. I have gained the natural treasure to craft my totem artifact, but the other materials are very rare that I may not even able to gather them all in the year. Not only they are rare, but they are also costly, and even if I sell all the things I have, I will not be able to buy all the materials I need to craft the artifacts unless I sell the inheritance crystal, which I will not do for any price in the world. Does your knowledge include Emperor-class totem artifacts blueprints? She asked. I nodded. The Emperor-class totem artifacts she had mentioned are the top 10 artifacts, and all the Emperor-class totem artifacts required natural treasure as the core material. I'll make it clear before we talk any further, I want all the material I need to craft the Emperor-class totem artifact. Unless you provide that to me, I will not be uttering a single word even if you torture me, I said while putting a brave front. Ha 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 ha. Hearing what I said, she stayed quiet for a few minutes before she started to laugh madly, till tears began to streaming down from her eyes. Calm down, little man, I am not going to torture you or anything. It is just a transaction where I will gain the most, she said while wiping the tears off her cheeks. I will be able to provide you with materials needed for the Emperor-class totem artifact, but you have to provide me something of the worth in exchange. How about 10 blueprints of Emperor-class totem artifacts and 50 blueprints of King-class artifacts? She asked, to which I shook my head. The knowledge crystal I have received had the 50 totem artifact blueprints. 5 of them were Emperor-class, while 45 of them are King-class. In the 5 Emperor-class totem artifacts, 2 are single while 3 are series in which contain 7, 12, and 16 blueprints, I said. I am not going to tell her about all the blueprints I have. I am already giving hundreds of times more than what she is giving me. A blueprint worth far more its materials. If I did not have the desperate need for them, and they could not be obtained in this continent, I would not have spared her even a single blueprint. I like smart people. Let's sign a contract to finalize our transaction. She agreed and took out a silver page. The page is entirely blank except for having the sigil of the guild on it. A silver contract. Seeing it, I heaved a sigh of relief. The silver contract is significant that even she who is powerful beyond my imagination won't dare to break the terms of the agreement. With silver paper in front of us, we started negotiating the terms of the contract. It took us an hour, but we had finally decided on it. The terms straightforward. She give me material for the artifact. I give her the totem blueprints. Now that the contract is signed, show me the materials you need, she said. I nodded and started to write down the list of the things I needed. There are total 137 materials needed for my totem artifact. I've already got the most important thing I needed, but I am not going to tell her that. The more I can squeeze her, the better. I finish writing down all the 137 materials, and also their supplementary materials if she were not able to find the original. There are quite many materials in the list. You write down the totem artifact blueprints. I will come back in few hours after I collect the materials you needed, she said, and before I could say anything, she disappeared from the room. I hope she will get all the materials I needed. I want to craft my totem artifact as soon as possible. With that thought, I started to write the blueprints on the pad. It will going to take quite a few hours to draw all the totem artifacts blueprints, I thought with a deep sigh. Time passed by, afternoon gone, and evening came, but I am still writing the runic blueprints of the totem artifacts. Except for taking a short break to eat the few snacks, I did not take any break from the writing. Click. 3 more hours passed when I finally stopped up as I heard the sound of the door opening. She came back, and she seemed to be not in a good mood. I have nearly collected all the material you have needed except for 2, she said. She had collected 135 materials in just a few hours. I thought with the astonishment. I know how rare these materials are, and know that most of them could only be found in the central continent. She's able to gather all these materials in the outpost of the small continent. Shows her reach. Which ones are not able to gather? I asked. A natural treasure and feathercast stone, which is rarer than some natural treasure. She replied. How much till will take to you to gather these 2 materials? I asked. At a minimum, I will be able to collect them in 2 weeks. Maximum, it will take 2 months, she said. Buzz. I was about to say something to her when my holowatch buzzed with the mail. When I looked at it, I found it is from the guild, and I excitedly opened knowing what it is about. But when I read it, I received the exact opposite answer of what I had expected. By any means, do you have a way to change the midzone I am being sent to? I asked her with my most hopeful eyes. No, it is out of my jurisdiction, she said while shaking her head. GH. I felt as the sky had collapsed when I heard her answer. The mail that I had received from the guild is about the midzone zone. I did not get the midzone that I wanted instead, given the midzone that I have never even heard of. How many plans I have made it. I had thought I would adventure with Rachel and provide the date she wanted so that I could call her my girlfriend, but this one mail destroyed it all. Do you know anyone who could? A guild leader, perhaps? I asked again. I am desperate. I want to be Rachel, and if I want to spend some price for it, I am ready. The postings are decided through the high command. Nor me or guild leader have the right to interfere with it, she said. The final hope I had got dashed by her words. Looks like all the things I have dreamed about will go in drain. I was sad for a few seconds before I got control over my emotions. The thing had happened, and it can't be changed. Now I have to think about what to do next. Which midzone you got anyway? She asked when I had just reined in my emotions. Milfred. I replied. You are quite lucky to get Milfred. It's a junction midzone, she said. Junction midzone? I asked. I have never heard such a term before. You might not know this, but on the grim battlefield, the number of natives is only about 15. Just 15. I thought I had heard that people from the other continents and central continent came to our continent's grim battlefield, but I had thought their numbers would be less than us natives. But who would have thought that we natives are even less than 1/6 in grim battlefield? It's no wonder there are thousands of outposts. When I was in the Westblood, I had been informed that there are only 20-some outposts, but after coming to the grim battlefield, I have come to know that there are more than thousands of outposts and their higher-level battlefield like midzone and warzone also. Most of the outposts and midzones have people of the same continent, but there are about 10 of midzones called junction midzone, where people from all the continents except central continent are found. These junction midzones are very powerful and competitive, and because that is why people from junction midzone qualify to the warzone the most, she said. Hearing her immense excitement produced in my heart for a moment before it got drawn by the thought that I would not be able to be with Rachel in midzone. I am going. So it will take a maximum of 2 months for you to collect the last 2 materials. I asked, wanting to deviate my thoughts from the thing about midzone, at least for a while. Yes, 2-month maximum, but if my luck is good, then I may able to gather them 2 weeks, she said and passed me the storage pouch. Here is the material, you check it and give me the blueprints that we have agreed, she said. I took the storage pouch from her hands and sank my consciousness in it. One by one, I checked everything. It took me 15 minutes to verify all the things to my satisfaction. These are the blueprints according to the number of materials you have provided, I said as I handed her the bundle of blueprints. We have decided the value to every blueprint to the 137 materials. Now that she had given me 135 articles, I have to provide the number of blueprints we have agreed on, which is about 1/3. The value of the natural treasure she had yet to give is 3 times more than all of the materials, so I will. Good, I will contact when I finished gathering the last 2 materials, she said as finish inspecting all the pages. It's pleased doing business with you, she said while I just nodded as I can't no pleasure is mine cause it's not. This transaction is completely one-sided from which she had profited hundreds, even thousands of times. Since this transaction is a little one-sided, I give you a tip, she said just as I get out of the conference room. A little. It's more like completely and utterly in your favor, but I stayed silent listening to what she has to say. Something is cooking on Grim Monster side. Don't go too deep when you hunt outside, she said. I shudder a little when I heard that. Are the Grim Monster planning a big attack? I asked Grim as the Grim Monster launched a big attack every few years, and in these attacks they participate in millions. Many outposts had been raised by such attacks, and I don't want to experience it now when my strength is still weak. I may be strong by the outpost standards, but compared to the monster who is sitting in front of me, I am weak as an ant. Not to forget these battles fought by millions, in such numbers, even the strongest person could fall. I don't know, it could be nothing but their mischief to stress as they do now and then, she replied. It was quite late when I reached my home after I showered. I started cooking. Rachel should have called. I thought she would have received her result a few hours ago, but she didn't call. Does she receive terrible news or she is celebrating? I can't seem to decide. I would have called her but did not as I didn't want to. My mood is quite off after seeing the result. I don't want to call her in such mood. After I finished cooking, Ashlyn and I ate with silence. Soon we finished eating while Ashlyn laid on her stomach. I started to practice to digest raging medicinal energy in me. I am not only practicing body cleaning technique but 3 things as well, but I am most focused on the secrete method. I felt like I had made quite much progress in the science way, and especially when I drank that hell like a potion. I feel like if I continued practicing, then I may able to reach the second accomplishment in the month or soon if I come across any lucky chances. I was preparing to sleep when I remember the most important thing. I have reached the lieutenant stage, and now I have to send a mail. It is about my refinement engine, lots of weird stuff happening it, and I am not understanding them even a bit, and the site did say that I should send a message. I quickly started to type the message on my HoloWatch. About the queries I have, the most important of all are 3 weird glass domes that had appeared on my refinement engine. After typing everything and double-checking, I touched send and hope I will receive a reply soon. Tring, tring, tring. I was woken up by the phone's ring, and when I opened I found it is a bright day outside. Yesterday night, due to the whole Raina's soul corruption episode, I did not get any sleep, so before sleeping last night, I did not set the alarm so I could a long sleep, which I had not got in the few days. When I looked at my HoloWatch, I found it is Rachel that calling and seeing that I felt like reality is crashing me. Hello. I said as I accepted the call after some time of hesitation. I would have to tell her at some point. The sooner I tell her about it, the better. But I was about to say to that when I noticed her expressions on her face. She did not seem unusual self. There is evident sadness could be seen on her face. You look sad, what happened? I asked. You must have been wondering why I hadn't called, right? She asked, to which I nodded. I had many ideas on why she hadn't called, but I didn't voice them out. Well, the guild fucked me up. I was in that one who didn't get what mid-zone they want, she said with clear her voice. Which mid-zone did you get posted to? I asked. If someone very familiar with me to hear my voice, they would notice that it had become an octane slower. Some unknown mid-zone named Milfred, she said. As I heard that, I felt like thousands of fireworks had lit in my heart, and I had received the happiness of all the world. It made me feel happy like never before. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, yes. I started to laugh madly before I began to shouting the top of my lungs. Rachel became bewildered by my sudden outbursts and asked me the reason, but I am too lost in the happiness to reply to her question. Mitchell, what happened to you? She asked again. Nothing happened to me. I am just happy because we are going to be together, I said before. What do you mean? She asked confusedly. I too received Milfred Rachel. We are being posted to same midzone, I said. What? She roared as she could not believe such a fantastic coincidence could happen. Are telling the truth? She asked. I would never lie to you, I said. We both stayed silent as both us happy but did not know what to speak next. Some speechlessness has come over us. I wish my siblings and friends could join us in that midzone, she said with the sigh. Yes, it would have been quite good if they also been posted to same midzone as us, I repeated, but internally I am thrilled. I am thrilled that none of my friends joining me in the Mildred, there only be Rachel, and me no one would disturb our time together like Sophia used to do in the ruin. Why do I feeling you are pleased seeing others are not with us in the midzone? Rachel said suddenly and looking at me questioningly. Happy, of course I am happy. Yesterday when I came to know I am being posted to Milfred, I was crushed, so crushed that I could not make up an effort to call you. But now that we are going to the same midzone, I am extremely happy. Though I am feeling a little sad that our friends wouldn't be able to join us, I am happy that you will be with me, I said. Seeing the little anger she had left on her face dissolved, I heaved a sigh of relief. We started to talk about her days, and when I told her about the transaction of yesterday, the curses began to fly from her mouth, which even made me blush. But that she asked me to explain all the 10 Emperor's class totem artifact, and that I cursed internally, asking myself why I had told her that I had received 10 Emperor class artifacts. I know that she has not only wanted to totem blueprint for herself but her sister and brother and also for Jim. I would have planned to give Emperor class blueprint, and their one totem artifact series, which has many non-combat totem artifacts, which is very suitable for Jim. Jim is no problem, but I don't much like her siblings that much. They always seem to look down on me too much, and it pained my heart to see that I will be giving them blueprint for the Emperor-class totem artifact. Give them a chance, they are not that bad. Rachel said as if reading the struggle for you. I am doing this only for you, I said grudgingly. Don't worry, I will make up to in future, she said, and she put on such expression that made imagine my wildest fantasies for a second. I soon finished telling her about all the details of the Emperor-class totem artifacts. She had recorded all the information I had told her, and now she will say to her siblings and Jim. And when they select the artifact blueprint, I will tell her materials that needed for them before giving them the runic blueprint when I met them in person. After I finished my call with Rachel, I started with my morning chores and got a free 2.5-hour layer. I had just finished the bath after I finished with practice. After changing into new clothes, I jumped out of the window and started flying toward the destination. Half an hour later, I reached my destination. It is an outskirt of Fort Cavendish and also known as the Warehouse District. The tall building could be seen neatly by the line. These tall buildings are not the residential building, but the warehouses. These warehouses not only go up, but they also go deep underground. I had paid extra to get the warehouse floor above, so I don't have to go the underground. I soon the warehouse and scanned my holowatch to go to my booked floor. I reached it 2 minutes later. This should be enough, I said as I looked at the open stretch of 100 meters and activated all release from the storage pouch. Thud, thud, thud. Repeated thud sounds could be heard as the body after the body of the grim monster fell on the ground. All types of grim monsters could be seen on the ground with various expressions of their faces, but two were most common: fear and indignation, be it grim monster or humans. Both have this expression when they die. Seeing the bodies of grim monsters filling the room, walked toward it and started to place the runic disc on them. The reason I have rented this warehouse because I want to harvest the mana crystals from them. I have killed thousands of grim monster in the after ruin, and if I were to harvest, then in my apartment, it would take a day to that, while day would be more than enough here. I could help but get excited when I saw all these bodies of grim monsters, as after I am finished harvesting them, I will have a small roomful of shiny mana crystals. Ting ting ting, the ting sound would ring out every few seconds. The sound had a clear meaning that the grim monster's body had been harvested. After hearing the sound, I would then pick up the runic disc, take out all the mana crystal out of them before taking another body of the grim monster and placing the runic disc on it before moving toward another runic disc. In this process, I did not even have a second of rest, but I didn't mind as I liked this process. Seeing the body of grim race monster turning into the husk, and I taking out shiny crystals from the runic disc before placing that runic disc on the other grim monster. I am collecting more thousands of mana crystals every minute, and in just a few hours had already collected near million, and there are still many grim monsters remain in my storages. I have killed lots of grim monsters. Some were weak as a 1-star elite, who give me crystals in 100, while some were powerful as 5-star elite, who give me diamonds in thousands. My only regret is that I was not able to collect the corpses of those above 5-star elite. If I can manage that, I would have been harvesting lot more mana crystal, and that I am harvesting now. I may not be able to collect their bodies in the ruin, but I will surely collect them in the midzone, where there will only me, Rachel, and no other friends to disturb me. Now whenever I thought about the midzone, my eyes became dreamy, and I would get excited as I am getting now. I have to wait for a month more before I go to the midzone. Ting. Time passed by and evening approached, and that is when I heard the last ting one of the runic disc. And when I counted the mana crystals, I am shocked because I now have the mana amount to about 2 million. This is a considerable amount, especially in Outpost. I still remember how valuable these crystals used to be, that people started to fight for a single of these crystals, but now I have 2 million of them. I curse it at people who say money doesn't bring satisfaction, cause I am feeling quite satisfied seeing the shitload amount of mana crystals in my storage. I placed 10 of mana crystals in my standard storage before placing 90 to my storage ring. I have stored almost all my important stuff in my storage ring, as I felt that the most secure thing I have that others will have a tough time finding it. Grrrr. I tapped a few buttons on the control panel, and a moment later, I felt the suction force of the exhaust. The whole floor is now filled with the husk of the grim monster, and I want any husk here for the next thing I am going to do. I had already messaged the sisters. One of them would come to a few minutes later. I have quite several grim monsters storage bands that I wanted to open. The storage bands that I had asked Sophia to open in the ruin were all from the 3 stars light to 5-star elite. The ones I left to open are from those who are below 3-star elite. Though these grim monsters storages may not have precious stuff that 3-star elite above grim monsters storage had, I am still very excited as I had gained most of these storage rings in the Gratin. so there ought to be some precious herbs and medicinal monsters in them. Getting them would be enough for me. Like me, my friends also rented the warehouse, so they could safely harvest the mana crystal from the bodies of grim monsters that they have killed. Zoo, it's nothing. She replied, "Here are the storages," I said as I handed her small storage pouch in which I had placed all the storages I had got from the grim monsters. "Wow, these are lots of storages," Raina said before she took out the storage and activated the all-release function of it. Thud, lots of stuff fell on the ground with nearly filling half of the floor. I take one look at the things before I walk toward and start to place it on my storage. Like before, I placing import things in my storage ring and less critical in my standard storage. I did not fear Reina knowing about my storage ring unless one actively spread one's soul energy to pry. It is impossible to see where the stuff is going, so I didn't have to problem about her knowing. I finished collecting all the stuff in my storage in 2 minutes before Reina released another warehouse. I am fast, and I have to be as there are hundreds of rooms. Not only will they take today, but they will also take tomorrow. Reina kept releasing storages after storage, and I kept stuffing them under my room at my fastest speed. In storing the stuff, I found many interesting things, some precious metals, precious herbs, but one that surprised me most is I found 12 energy crystals. They were the same grade as ones I had seen in the repository. Of the 12, I have given 3 of Reina despite her saying no repeatedly. Finally, at my insistence, she took it. Hun. Sometime later, when I am stuffing the things in my storage, I spotted something I did not dare believe it, a thing that all who craft their artifact dreamed about, at least those who know about it. A thing that is worth 1,000 times worth than the Emperor-class artifact, and it might even equal in value to the inheritance crystal I have received. It is called a conscious egg stone. It helps in breeding a conscious to the weapon, though the chance to that happening is 1 in 10,000. It still makes very precious, as totem artifact with consciousness has a lot more potential than other totem artifacts. It became many times more powerful than the objects of its grade. There are many other unbelievable things an artifact with consciousness could do that I did not dare to believe. Without stopping or making a distorted sound, I quickly pocketed stone, which looked like an egg, and continued with putting stuff into my storage as if nothing had happened. I may look calm on the outside, but I am very excited inside, as this conscious egg stone will change my life completely. If it can create a consciousness in the totem artifact that I will craft, then my life will change completely. 3 days had passed by since my transaction with the Vice Guild Master, and today is the day I will receive the information about the rookies that I have to instruct from tomorrow. The 3 days went quite smoothly, without any problem. The only regret is that on the second day of storage opening, I didn't find any treasure. I thought since luck had shined on me the first day, it would shine on me on the second day also. If not something as precious as conscious egg stone, I might get one or natural treasure. But nothing of that sort happened. The only exciting thing I found in them was several hundred vigor berries. The vigor berries are quite surprised. They are things that became very useful during emergencies. From yesterday, I started helping twins creating their armor. I had thought that Sophia would forget about, but no, she not, especially when she came to know that we will not be in the same midzone. Ting, I didn't think I would instructing some familiar faces, I said, looking at my holowatch. The mail I had just received is from the guild. They had sent me the information on the rookies that I am going to instruct from tomorrow, and the 5 names. I saw 2 names that I know very well. It looks like tomorrow will be fun, I said as I closed the window of my holowatch. 3 hours after finishing my practice, I laid my head against the pillow and fell onto sleep in just a few seconds. The next day I had woken up before the dawn and started to what I daily do. 2 hours later, I flew apartment toward the guild with the excitement of meeting some old friends of mine. 10 minutes later, I reached the guild only to see there was a massive crowd of rookies on the ground. In my time there hadn't been this amount of rookies. Our numbers were barely 1/3 of what I have seen below. Seeing the crowd below, I clicked on a link that is provided in Press Tracker, and soon their location appeared in front of me. Soon I spotted a team of 5 people. There are 3 men and 2 women. Of the 3 men, 2 are my friends. Thud. I suddenly landed in front of me, which startled 3 of them. When I saw your name, I didn't think you would be our instructor, but seeing you in person looks like it is true, said Fatty as came at me for a hug. Yes, I was also quite surprised when I saw the name of the 2 of you. I said to 2 people, these 2 are Nigel and Billy. They are one of the first friends I made in the Westblood city. They had helped me quite much when I was a rookie in Westblood, but our position had changed as they are rookies now. Hello, I am Michiel Zar, your instructor, I said to 3 people, and 3 people had also introduced himself to them. These 3 are named Wally's, Jen, Tina. Wally's is a tall young man who seemed to be in his late 20s. The girl named Jen is quite a beauty with blonde hair, while Tina seemed to shy girls with curly, which is twirling in nervousness. I wonder her curly hair was natural, or it had become wavy of her twirling them so much. You all know skywalking skill, right? I asked. Yes. All of them replied in unison. Good, then let's go, I said, and I jumped into the air. They jumped after me one after another. As we started flying through the air, I took a look at them and found them having the same expression I had when my friends and I were flying with our instructor for the first time. The awe, fear, and pride being the member of the S-Class Guild could be seen on their faces. Mitchell, I can't seem to sense your stage. What stage are you? Asked Billy. I had covered myself with the light-killing energy. Unless those who do not have rule comprehension the same as mine, they will not be able to sense my level. I did this to produce the same effect, my former instructor. My old instructor had hidden his battle power and stage from us, that no matter how much we have, we were not able to sense his level and could only guess amongst ourselves when he didn't tell us despite being asked by us many times. Guess, I said with a smile before I increased my speed again. There is another reason I am hidden in my battle power from them. That reason is that my power stage is lower than 5 of them. All 5 of them either is at mid-lieutenant stage or above. That Blondie Jen is captain stage. If I were to show them that I am at the initial lieutenant stage, would they even respect who had already scored a minus point being younger than all of them? Instructor, which hunting ground are we are going? Asked Jen right after we have crossed the city gates. Sardine Hills, I replied. I have one of the most profound memories of that place. Not only I had killed my first grim monster there, I had also encountered the occult method there, and also met Sophia and Reina there for the first time. Sardine Hills are perfect locations for them to train. It is one of the closest low-level hunting ground from the outpost, and it is connected to the mid-level hunting ground if we want to. In these dangerous times, this is the best place the rookies to train, and I am not the only one who thought that I saw many teams running toward the direction of the Sardine Hill. Soon we crossed the barren land and entered the forest from where we started to walk on the ground. For me, there is not much danger in any area of the outpost, even if the 9-star elite came. I have the confidence to exchange a few moves with it before running away. But I am doing this to teach the rookies if they careless flew over the forest, then it wouldn't take them long before they became meat on the skewer of the grim monsters. So it's better if I teach them from the basics so that they would end up in the belly of the grim monster. We walked for 1.5 hours later. The silhouette of the Sardine Hills could be seen. Listen well, you will only be fighting the groups of grim monster who have 5 or more members, and don't expect me to help you when you get a hard time. I will only intervene when every bone of your body broke, or you are death's door, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. My tone said it all. I am following my former team leader's method, personally experiencing them. I know how effective they are in quickly raising strength. Grim monsters, it's just had been a few minutes since we have entered the Sardine Hills, and we saw the silhouette of the grim monsters. Seeing it all, half of rookies behind me stopped on their tracks and let out shouts of surprise. This must be their first time seeing the grim monsters. Not all people were daring like me and twins, who would go to the hunting ground even before joining the guild. Seeing the grim monsters, I did not stop and walked as if I did not see them. These grim monsters were not even a 1-star elite. A simple slap from me could send them to the underworld. Oh, look, a treat, said the grim monster as they spotted our team. Hearing a grim monster's voice, the rookies behind me started to take out their weapons. 2 people even summoned their totem artifacts. I took a side look at them before 3 fingernail-sized fireballs formed on my tips of fingernails, and with the slight motion of my hand, they flew toward the grim monsters. The tiny fireballs may seem slow, but they are extremely fast as they reached them before they were able to draw out their weapons. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. 3 fireballs touched the 3 grim monster, and they stood still before red hue came over them. The red hue lasted for a second before it turned gray. They became a statue of gray ash, and ash could be seen flying coming off them as the wind passes. Gasp, gasp. Repeated gasps could be seen from the rookies as they saw 3 grim monsters turning alive to the statues of ash. To create the fireball earlier, I have taken the inspiration from Ashland's tiny fireballs. Their fireballs will seep inside the body and burn it from inside. The fire that I used is made only my fire ability. I did not use any rule power in it as I won't have to. These grim monsters were too weak for me to use my rule power to kill them. My fire ability is more than enough to deal with them. They have really turned into ash, said soft voice. This voice woke up all the rookies out of their stupor only to see their fellow team member walk near the grim monster, and now she's poking them with her sword. No one expected the shy girl to be this daring while they were in a stupor. She had already walked near the monster bodies and started poking them. It really is, said others as they reached near the statues and started posting them with their weapons in hands, that in a few seconds, the whole bodies of grim monster collapsed into the ground, becoming a pile of ash. Let's not waste time, you all still have monsters to fight, I said and started to walk forward, and they hastily followed behind me. We started walking, and next in no time, we have come across a lone grim monster which had turned into statue ash like its kin earlier. We moved forward and came across more and more grim monsters, of which were killed by me. Half an hour later, after entering the Sardine Hills, I noticed that there are a lot more grim monsters than usual if I were to guess. Then I might say there is at 3 times more grim monsters than the normal. Something may be really fishy with the grim monsters, as she had said, I thought. It's a good thing that I had warned my friends, especially Sophia, who were going to take her charges hunting ground, which is a little deeper. Finally, I said in my mind as I sensed a team of grim monsters. There are 5 grim monsters in that team, and all of them are at the captain's stage. They are perfect for these 5 to fight. There's a team of 5 grim monsters just ahead. Give your all fighting them, I said, and before they could ask any question, I disappeared from their view as if I am teleported. I've pulled this trick lot smoother than my former team leader did. When my former team leader training us, he was 3-star elite. In contrast, I have the power of 8-star elite, so it took me little effort to pull off blink technique in front of the rookies who are not even the 1-star elite. Ashlyn, kill any grim monster that attracted by the sound, I asked Ashlyn, who was sitting on my shoulder. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped twice and flew off my shoulder in the sky. With Ashlyn's interference, these 5 will able to fight without any disturbance from the other grim monsters. Hidden on the tree, I watch 5 of the coming across 5 snakemen. Snakemen said something, and before long, the fight started between the 2 groups. As the first clash, it was very evident that rookies are in a very disadvantageous position. It was their first time fighting the grim monsters, and they are totally unfamiliar with, so it is normal for them to be at the disadvantageous position. As they got familiar with the fighting style of the grim monster, they will gain their advantage back, would able to beat these grim monsters they are fighting. Time passed and the rookies started to get their advantage back, but they are nothing close to winning the fight. The battle power both teams' passes are similar, so even I could not tell who would win the fight. The fight longs on, and rookies started to get advantageous and started to rain down injuries on the snakemen. Seeing that snakemen began to give their all, they started to use poison attack, and the leader even had the occult method, which it's activated. Once again the battle tilted in the favor of the grim monsters, and they started to make the rookies bloodied, but the rookies kept fighting without backing down. Interesting, that little packet has quite a will, I said as I saw something interesting in the fight. Some more time passed, and battle again tilted on the favor of humans, and a few minutes after that, the first snakeman killed, and soon after the second, third, and fourth had in succession. Only the leader of the grim monsters remained, who has also seemed to be in worse condition while fighting against Jen. Sometime later, seeing all of its mates died, and its condition also getting worse, it tried to run away only to be killed by Jen's power move. Well done, I said as I suddenly appeared in front of them. Of the 5 of them, 3 seemed fine with little serious injuries, which can be healed by the potions, while 2 of them were quite worse. One is hit by the core poison of the snakemen, while others had occult energy ravaging her body. I walked toward the Jen crouched beside her. Her condition is quite bad as the occult energy is ravaging every part of her body. Whenever you fight the grim monster that has an occult method, create a barrier of rule power inside you so that you can keep the occult energy at bay, I said to Jen as I placed a hand on her shoulder. A second after I take off my hands Jen's shoulder, she opened her eyes, which were filled with complete disbelief. Removing occult energy that ravaging Jen wasn't much difficult. With my current control, I just had to spread a small bit of sunfire into her, and within a second all the occult energy that had been ravaging had been vaporized. In the group, the one I am most impressed with is this Tina. Her willpower is fantastic. Despite directly taking the core poison of snakemen, she continued fighting and first to kill the grim monster. Even now, despite being in the immense pain, she is only whimpering, not screaming in pain like any other average person. Seeing her, I couldn't help but remember the time I was hit by the core poison and had to bear the pain through the sheer willpower. By some strong anti-poison. Normal anti-poison don't work on the core poisons of the grim monsters, I said as I vaporized poison off Tina. After that, I gave them their high-grade runic discs to harvest the mana crystals off the grim monsters. After taking an hour rest, the hunt started again, and it continued till late afternoon before we came back to the outpost. Hence, my first day instructing rookies had passed without any problem. Days passed by as I trained rookies, and 12 days had passed. These 12 days were quite eventful not only for rookies, but for me also, as I noticed the number of monsters kept increasing. They are increasing at a fast rate, and for the past week, we did not have to enter the Sardine Hill in the forest way. We came across enough grim monsters to keep us busy for the day. The forest used to act as a buffer between the outpost area and the hunting grounds, and now the boundary of the hunting grounds expanding at a rapid rate, and now there is the only wasteland between the two. It was a good thing that Adventures Paradis had posted an advisory not to venture deep the third day the rookies' training began. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Everyone is on the edge in Outpost, and I have heard many people from the other places have also come if I am wrong. They have called the reinforcement through the grim monster, did this sort of thing every few years to taut the nerves of humans and didn't attack. Humans still does that despite, because if grim monsters do attack, they attack with the numbers enough to raise the outpost to the ground, and also capture lots of humans to keep them as the livestock. I had just returned from the training rookies a few hours ago. I finished instructing Sophia and Reina before 3 hours ago. I just finished practicing body cleansing technique half an hour ago. Currently, I am practicing with my sword at his plodding speed. In this past 12 days, except for training rookies, twins, and practicing, I am also doing one other thing, and that is simplifying my sword moves. Ever since I saw that memory from the potion particle, I had this in my mind, and I am regularly doing this for the past 12 days. I had been somewhat successful in simplifying some moves. The progress is small, but as long as I kept doing, I will be able to simplify all my moves, and my power will rise. I could still feel the small change these simplified moves to my strength. I was hoping that to get another look at that legendary fight. For that, I am practicing the secrete method, giving my all as long as I reached the second accomplishment. I will have a chance to go inside my mind palace again, and there, I could watch the fight back with much better attention than I saw before. The reason I am concentrating on the secrete method because I could not be able to find those potion particles again. Either those position particles have disappeared, or they will only appear when I reach third major cleansing, which I thought would take more time than reaching the third major cleansing. I practiced till 11 before I took a shower and laid on the bed very tired, which made me sleep within a few seconds. The next day started as usual. After freshening up, I ate and practiced before showering and getting out of my apartment. I met the rookies at our usual spot near the gate. When all of them arrived, we went toward the hunting ground, or I might say new hunting ground, as after everything after the barren land has become the hunting ground. I have been exceptionally strict with rookies. I let them fight with the grim monster till they are dead tired and every bone of their body broke, and that is why their strength had risen sharply. Though it paled a little in front of the progress I made when I was a rookie, they are still progressing at exceptional speed. If everything went well, then all of them would have the strength of 1-star elite by the time training is over. Currently, 2 people have already very close to having the power of 1-star elite. One is Jen, who is most active in the team, and other Tina. This short girl may not have much talent, but she has the will. Till now, any monster she had come across, she had killed it on her. Many times she suffered under poison or broke half of the ones in her body. Still, despite everything, she bore it on her own, never giving up till she had killed the opponent she had been fighting. Today we are going a little deep, I said as we entered the forest from the wasteland. No one objected what I said, as they know that I will not be going to change my mind if they object. So after I said it, they all nodded. Though the numbers of monsters had increased, they are all very weak, all of them more vulnerable than the 1-star elite. I want them to fight the 1-star elite. The stronger the opponent would be, and the higher they will rise. And what I mean going deep, that we are going deep in the forest, and if we have not found 1-star elite in the woods, they will enter the Sardine Hills. We had to enter the Sardine Hill. There is 1-star elites in the forest, but not in the numbers I wanted, so I had to come to the Sardine Hills and found the exact number of grim monsters I was looking for. Currently, the 5 of them fighting the 4 1-star elites. 3 men are fighting 2 1-star elite grim monsters, while 2 girls are fighting each 1-star elite, respectively. They are doing quite well, though they are taking the beating. They are improving bit by bit. This is a critical battle. If they can beat these grim race monster, then both of the girls would reach the level of the 1-star elite. At the same time, the other 3 would become quite close to becoming it, and would able to become 1-star elite by the time training is over. They kept fighting, giving their all, slowly started to get even with the monster, before they began to gain the upper hand in the fight. I watched them while sitting on the tree, while ready to help them if they came into any mortal danger, while Ashlyn is flying above, killing any grim monsters that are attracted by the sound of a fight. The fight lasted for a whopping 3 hours, but they finally able to gain victory over the grim monsters. Well done, you guys did very well, I said as I appeared in front of them. Quickly drink potions and harvest these monster. You guys still to kill few more before you can properly have the power of 3 stars elite, I said while tapping the shoulder of everyone to remove the occult energy from their bodies. Without my help, they would be able to clear the occult energy in their bodies, but it would take too much time. Blow. They were harvesting the mana crystals from the monsters when I heard the loud horn. I couldn't able to react for a second when hearing the horn. Quickly take the runic disc of the monsters, I yelled. All of them who were shocked in a stupor quickly started doing what I have said without any objection. There is going to be a huge battle. I thought as I heard the peculiar horn sound that is blaring non-stop. Run as fast as you can, I said. They nodded and started to run fast while I followed behind them while asked Ashlyn to be front to clear all the monster that came in our way. Team leader, do the orcs will really attack the outpost? Asked Jen as she was running. Yes, I said. When one first time come to the outpost, they automatically receive a booklet from the outpost. In the brochure, there is information about everything, and one of this information is about the emergency horns. There are 19 types of outpost-level horns, and this horn that we have been hearing is top of the list. Its meaning is evident that grim monster with numbers over 5 million are attacking. I don't know exact, but if I referred to the data of the battles that had happened before, I could tell that numbers of the grim monsters would be between 7 million to 9 million. This is just a prediction. I would only know about the real numbers when I will reach the outpost. As we were running, we saw other teams coming across us and started running with us. The reason is Ashlyn. Many grim monsters tried to attack, but they returned to Ash before they could even lift the weapon. Many surprised seeing Ashlyn's power, but not shocked as some monsters have incredible strengths. As long as she does not use the rule power, people would only be surprised by her strength. The grim monsters seemed to know what the blaring horn means and tried to impede us by attacking crazily, but Ashlyn killed all of them. She's so fast attacking that she barely gave me any chance to attack. Well, it is understandable why she did it. She barely gets a chance to fight and now is getting it, and that is without any restraint she is revealing in it. More and more grim monsters kept attacking us, but Ashlyn would kill them before they reached a 5-meter distance from us. Blow. Another horn blare out strongly with completely different sound that is blasting from the outpost, and I know what is the meaning of this horn is. It horned from the grim monster's side, which is ordering them to regroup. If earlier I had any doubt about the battle is not happening, and it's all being a big joke from the grim monster side, then now all the doubts have vanished after hearing the horn. The battle will happen, and this will be very brutal as millions would take part in it, and in such action having casualty of thousands is normal. As the horn of grim monsters started to blare out, the grim monsters stopped attacking and started retreating toward their outpost. The battle never a simple affair. There are powerful scouts of both sides keeping an eye on each the movements. Not forget those mighty powerhouses who arranged these sorts of battle. To the powerhouse on both sides, these big battles are huge sharpening stones where they fight their juniors. These battles are some grinding process of them where they whittle away weakling. The deaths of thousands and even millions don't matter in the grand scheme of things, as there are thousands of outposts in this continent alone. There are tens of other continents, and not forget the central continent where the real battlefight of the world is. Soon we get out of the forest and saw thousands and thousands of people are getting out of the wood at their faster speed, and they all are running toward the outpost. As we reached the barren land, we took the air and started to run toward the outpost. Ting ting. Our holowatches started to ring as we enter the signal range of the outpost without hesitation. Everyone opened their mail. The mail is simple. It is about the classification of and which they should report to. They have divided everyone's strength in 9 levels. 9th level are those who have the strength below 1-star elite. 8th level are those who have the strength of the 1-star elite. 7th level are those who have the advantage of 2-star elite. 6th level are those who have the power of 3-star elite. 5th level are those who have the force of 4-star elite. 4th level are those who have the advantage of 5-star elite, and 3rd are those who have the power between 6-star elite to 9-star elite. As for the 1st level and 2nd level, referred to the Vice Guildmaster and Guildmater level strength, they will be one who will be the main force of this battle, and from what I have heard, they seem to possess enormous strength. We kept running on the wasteland and soon could see the silhouette of the outpost, but it looked very different from the morning. The color of the walls had changed to red from the while, and there is a large crowd of millions could be seen in front of the outpost. As we reached closer, we saw a distinctive deviation of the millions of people into different camps. They each are separately under the humongous projection of the numeric 9 to 4, and not everyone could enter under these level. There is small test to gauge one's strength. Only after getting one's strength verified will one able to enter the camp. Thud thud. We landed on the round one after another after that. I took out some stuff from my storages and gave them to the 5 rookies. Take these, it will help your chances of surviving a little, I said as I give them loads of stuff. There is a complete set of peak night artifacts, 100 healing potions bottle each in which I added the dust of ominous plants core and 3 vigor berry each. It's too much. They said in unison to you, this stuff may be costly, why, but to me, it is nothing. I said, and it is, except for the vigor and 5 dust of 5 specks of ominous plants core that I mixed in the potions. The artifacts didn't mean much to me. In the ruin, I have collected loads of artifacts. Though the artifacts from the humans were a minority, there are still loads of them in my storage. After little insistence, they have accepted the things I have given them, as they knew the stuff I have given them is best of the best, and will help in battle very much. After giving them stuff, I explained to them about the specialness of the potion and vigor berries, which shocked them to their core that they couldn't able to close their mouths for a while. Only after some time did they able to get control over their emotions before they started to change the artifact they were wearing. Stay safe, I said to them and walked toward the wall. Unlike those in 4th to 9th who was stationed in front of the wall, those at level 1st to 3rd, were posted on the wall. As I am walking toward the wall, I saw more than 1,000 people were already on it, and more are coming climbing on it every second. I walked toward the wall if it was before I could taken a simple jump and reach the wall, but I can't do that if I did that now, then I might get shot by the defense system of the outpost. The stairs are the test for the 3rd level to prove their strength. Only those with the power of 6-star elite or above could climb it. Soon I reached the stairs. I could see many people on the stairs. Each of them had the strain on their faces. Some were walking on it, while others just sat on stairs with exhausted faces. I could clearly sense their battle power and knew they are not weak by this outpost's standards, as all of them have the power above the 4-star elite, but this test is 6-star elite, and only those who have the strength of the 6-star elite or above would be able to climb the stairs. I looked few seconds before I took the step on the stair, and just as I did that, I felt intense pressure on my body and soul. The pressure is so intense that even normal 6-star elite would have to slow down, but I did not. I took a step after step in the casual fashion as if the stairs are the regular stairs and there is nothing special about them. It's not like I am not feeling the pressure. I am also feeling the intense pressure, but my body and soul are strong enough to bear the strain. In just a few minutes, I reached the top of the city wall. There are many people who could be seen on the top of the wall. Normally in the outpost, there are no more than 200 people who have the strength of 6-star elite, as the limit of outpost is 3-star elite. As one gained the strength of 3-star elite, on normally go to the midzone. But the ruin changed everything. Now there are 3 times more people that have the strength above of 6-star elite or above, and not to forget the reinforcement that outpost had called. They must have asked for few thousand such warriors. All my friends were already present on the wall, and I am now walking toward them straight, and a few minutes later, I could see the figure of the 4. Michiel. Rachel said as she spotted me. In the past, I sometimes used to think about Rachel when I saw this Rachel, and now every time I see this Rachel, that Rachel came into my mind. Everyone, I said, how many grim monsters do you think will attack? We all had made our guesses. What is yours? Sophia asked. I think about 8 million. I said, I did not guess the number from the air, but made a guess after referring to the number of monsters attacked in the past battles. Your and Reina's number is the same. Let's see if it held true to not when monsters attack. Sophia, as said with a laugh. Though Sophia is laughing, hidden lines of worries could be seen in her eyes. This battle going to be very massive, and millions will fight in such battle. There is hardly any guarantee of life, and one could be besieged by thousands of people with similar in a second. There is no telling what will happen in such a battle, so one has to be extremely careful and always take on a look at one's surroundings, as a slight mistake could make one lose one's life in the instant. We talked while more and more people got assembled both on the ground, and while 2 hours later there are about 4 million people got assembled on the ground, while about 5,000 on the outpost wall. Except for 1,000 people who were from this outpost, the other is the reinforcements. The guildmasters and vice-guildmasters of the various guild hadn't made their appearance yet, but they will soon. Ting ting. Just as I thought that I saw a young man with spiky silver hair, late teens and or early 20s came flying, and behind him are 9 people. Those crazy bastards from Red Flag had come. I heard someone say to the 10 people came, so this is a guildmaster and vice-guildmaster of Red Flag. They looked like any other team, but these people are extremely powerful and that no one could match them except for the guild leader of other S-class guild. A minute hadn't passed when another 10 people came. These 10 people all are young women, and some of these young women are extremely beautiful, especially the leader. If I am not wrong, then these people were guildmaster and vice-guildmaster of all women S-class guild Silver Butterfly. Soon after, the 3 teams of other 3 S-class guild had appeared. After that, people from A class, B class, and C class guild have appeared as well, but it is obvious that all the decision-making power is in the hands of 5 guildmaster of S-class guild. The only people that are absent are the people from Adventure Paradise. Till now I have never seen any member of Adventure Paradise coming. Why is there no one from Adventurers Paradise here? I asked twins. The friend of their brother works for very high in the Adventurers Paradise works at the Adventurers Paradise. Adventurers Paradise only steps in only when those above knights attack, Reina said. That means we will receive no help from the battle, as I don't think those above knights will get involved in the battle, and if they did, then all I can do is pray to the god that I would not get killed by side fluctuations. Ting ting ting. Suddenly my holowatches started to ring at the same time. I did not waste any time and opened the mail. It's about deployment. I thought when I read the mail there are 4 gates in the outpost, and we have to guard all of them if the grim monster attacked, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Which gate did you guys receive? Sophia asked. North. I said while Carl and Rachel got south, and as for the twins, they received the current on which we are standing on. Best of luck to you all, stay safe, I said before I went toward the north gate. The mail had said that the army of grim monsters had left their outposts and would reach our outpost by the evening. There is barely 3 hours till evening. A few minutes later, I reached the North Gate and found that the ones that are responsible for guarding North Gate are from Scythe, seeing that I heaved a sigh of relief. I had feared that North Gate might go under the command of Red Flag. I didn't want to be under a bunch of cowboys who fights under the slightest provocation. I stood on my place and waited, and 3 hours passed, and just as information predicted, we saw dark silhouettes of grim monsters appearing in huge numbers. "Fuck, how can they be so many?" said the boy beside me when he looks at the numbers of grim monsters coming toward. Their numbers are more than we had estimated. They are about 10 million grim monsters, and I am just estimating with my eyes, but the thousands and thousands of drones that Outpost had deployed are saying the numbers of grim monsters are far higher than they had estimated. The Outpost had given a number of 8 to 9 million, but there are a whopping 10 million. This is enormous numbers, and seeing such figures, people are literally shaking. I have never seen such numbers of grim monsters before. The maximum I've seen is 5 million in Ruin, but there were collective numbers of grim monsters and humans. The army of grim monsters is very far. However, the oppressiveness could still be felt kilometers away. Those with weak will faint on the spot, feeling the oppressive feeling the army of the grim monsters is radiating. I could see hundreds of people falling unconscious due to this oppressive feeling. All these people are rookies. Only rookies who do not have much experience could faint under such circumstances. "Wake them up. If they did not wake up 5 minutes, execute them," said the guildmaster of Scythe. Every person had to fight. Even the whores and non-combat personals are kept in reserve. If the need arises, they would have to fight. Those who could fight are present. As for hiding in the room or somewhere, they did not even think about it, as doing so will lead to execution without any court. These battles are directly related to the survival of the race, and there is no compromise in that. One could decline the missions from the guild hundreds, and maximum punishment he would receive is expulsion. But if one dared to defy the order of battle, there is direct execution. Those who fainted woken up forcefully, and those who were about to faint steeled their heart forceful for them. It is better to die brave and than a die like a coward. One might think overcondition is very grim, seeing enemy had more than double number than us, but it not that grim as it seems. From thousands of years, we were able always fighting against grim monsters in the disadvantageous position. We rarely have the advantage of numbers against them. We have won the battle when the number of grim more than 5 times more than us, than what is number which is just a little more than double. The grim came closer and closer to us, till there are 5 kilometers of distance between us. I see the figures of grim monster, is bright moonlight of the 3 moons. The monster stopped 5 kilometers ahead of us, and a few minutes later, they divided into 4 parts and moved toward the 4 gates. They only have one aim in mind, and that raising the city, and we have to defend it. It may be a game for the higher-ups, but for us, it is a life-and-death situation where we have to survive and win at all costs. Soon 4 teams, armies of grim monsters, appeared in front of the 4 gates. There is just distance to 2 kilometers, which is nothing to us as it can be crossed in few seconds. A deep shout rang from the army in grim language, and the next moment, a section of about 1 million grim monsters separated from the army and came toward us. The same command followed from the other 3 armies of grim monsters. I could clearly see it from thousands of feeds. Level 9 attack. The guild leader of Scythe seemed to understand the meaning as he issued the order for the first, second. Nobody moved but a tentatively large section of our army, and also started to move. Soon they starting run toward the grim monster that is coming. These level 9 are the rookies. Their strength is lower than 1-star elite and has a number of 500,000, which is half than what the enemy is sending. I had activated the particular feed, which is showing footage of my 3 rookies. Billy, Nigel, and Wally's. These 3 did not have the power of 1-star elite yet, so they had to place in level 9. I could see them running toward the grim monsters while screaming loudly. I could see the fear in their eyes, but there is also fighting intent in it. Clang, clang, clang. A minute later, 2 forces clashed with the loud metallic band. Sparks could be seen flying everywhere, and colorful elemental attacks from be seen coming from the human side. The grim monster seemed too prepared, and they did not hesitate to use their full power to attack. Humans became wild as they clash. They are filling the gap of number with their madness as they are fighting without the care for injuries. Such a fight is really awe-inspiring that I just wanted to jump off the wall and launch the attack at the grim monsters. But I controlled myself and looked at my watch to see how those 3 are doing, and I have to say their condition is not good. Their bodies have ridden with injuries, and they are fighting at least 2 grim monsters each. They are having a hard time now, but I am confident that their condition will improve soon as they fought on. They are quite lucky to survive the first clash, some humans not. Just under the minute of the clash, thousands of humans got killed. However, the number of grim monsters that killed is higher than human. It still hurt to see fellow humans dying every second. 15 minutes after the fight started, the death rate started to slow down, and the battle started in earnest, but then from the grim monster's side, another command issued, and people, and little more than 500,000 grim monster, separated from the main army, more moved toward the battle. Level 8 attack. Seeing that, guild leader of the Scythe ordered 1-star elite to fight. We have about 200,000 1-star elite, and that means they will be fighting the grim monsters that are 3 times more than their numbers, but I'm not worried about them as I was worried about the rookies. 1-star elite had quite a battle experience. When I was 1-star elite, I could easily able to handle 3 to 4 grim monsters who have similar power as me. As I had expected in the clashing, there was barely any hesitancy on their parts. The human, like a wild dogs, attacked the monsters without hesitation. 1-star elite started to fight on the other battlefield also, and I can see the feed of Tina and Jen's fighting. Both of them are holding their own, and their condition is a lot better than the other 3, but that is for now, as in such chaotic battle, anything could happen. Barely 3 minutes had passed when the grim monster sent 2-star elites to fight, and seeing our side also sent the 2-star elite of our side. Looks like the time I fight isn't much away, I said softly as I looked. 2-star elite on both sides clashed with furor. Level 4 attack, said the guild leader of Scythe, and around 10,000 5-star elite went toward to clash against around 50,000 5-star elites that are coming from the grim monster's side. The battle is brutal, bodies could be seen everywhere, but no one has the mind to look at them, as one distraction would turn them into the same body they were looking. It has been only an hour since the battle had started, and humans already had the casualties of more than 10,000. It is a massive number of people to die within an hour, and the most regretful thing is this just the starting. Currently, 6 battles are being fought in front of the gate. They are between 9th to 5th level. They are fighting separately, but they are inching closer and closer. If they kept getting closer at such rate, then it wouldn't take half an hour most for whole battlefields to merge and become one battlefield. The next one to fight will us. I have already double-checked everything. My artifacts are ready and all the potions and everything where they should be. As long as the guildmaster ordered, I will jump down from the wall. Seeing such a massive battle, I couldn't help but get excited. Though there is immense danger, there is also a chance to earn a vast fortune. Not to forget, the stuff they will have in their storages will be huge, and their bodies will also give a massive amount of mana crystal, but these were not the things that were making me excited. The thing that is making me excited is fighting the battle itself. I had never got a chance to test my power correctly when I was in Ruin. I wasn't able to accurately know my battle power, but I know that it is comparable to the 8-star elite. Whether it is a weak 8-star elite, a medium 8-star elite, or powerful 8-star elite, I don't know. After returning from the Ruin, I have made quite a progress. Not only my soul power had advanced, but I had also gone through one minor cleansing, and not to forget my progress in simplifying my moves. I want to see how powerful I have become, which is making me very excited. I moved my eyes from the battle that was happening in front of me and looked at the feed of my holowatch where 5 battle playing out. They are the battles of rookies that are under me. They are in the precarious condition due to enemies' huge numbers, but they are doing good, fighting with their all. I could clearly see the improvement in them. In such high-pressure battle where a single mistake could take their life, is making them improve themselves at the visible speed. I am quite happy seeing their progress. I hope they make huge progress and survive this battle. Level 3 attack, said the guild leader 20 minutes after the 4th level. This is the moment I was waiting for, and just as I heard the command, I jumped from the wall as swirling armor started covering my body. Thud, by the time I had landed on the ground, swirling armor had covered my body. It was at 0.9 inches compactness. I could make it more compact, but I want to fight in this compactness for a while before I make it even more compact. As I landed on the ground, I started to run toward the 30,000 grim monsters that are coming toward us. The oppressive might these 30,000 releasing is greater than all the 2.5 million grim monsters are producing. These were the most powerful grim monster aside from those at Guildmaster and Vice Guild Master level. These 30,000 monsters have the power of 6-star elite to 9-star elite. They are the absolute elite. I wished I wouldn't have to run on the ground like Corporal Stage, but this is a command. Earlier, before the battle started, they have issued a strange command that all of at 9th to 3rd level will have to fight on the ground. They are not allowed to fight on the air. I had thought this little discriminatory, as air will be a battlefield for Guildmaster, but after seeing the grim monster following the ruled, I relax a little, and now seeing the mighty 9-star elite following the same rule, I relaxed completely, thinking there must be some profound reason behind such command. The grim monsters are 100 meters ahead of us, and we will clash against these 30,000 monsters in few seconds. Seeing monster this close and sensing thick killing intent from them, killing intent me couldn't help rose higher and higher. It wanted to me kill anything that came in my way, whether it friend or foe, I have to kill it. I quickly got control over this feeling as this feeling is very dangerous. Killing rule is an excellent rule. I might say it even better than total offensive rule like Sunfire, but it did have some drawbacks. When sensing a massive amount of killing intent, it starts to develop violent tendencies. It happened because it is influenced by the mass killing intent. This mass killing intent makes it develop berserk tendencies, which are if not controlled in time, it could influence enough to lose rationality. This has likely happened to the owner of the wild axe from which I had comprehended the killing rule from. In the quest for vengeance, he started to kill indiscriminately, which warped its killing rule little by little. That killing rule started to affect it in return. The rule power is part of one. If there is change occurred to it, then it will reflect on the host, and if there is any change happen in the host, then it will reflect on it the host, vice versa. The grim monster has entered my sensing range, and I could clearly sense the battle power of them. Die, bang. 3 grim monsters of Ratman tribe shouted as they appeared in front of me and swung their weapons at me, seeing that a light smile appeared on my face as I activated the mini blast of my sword hand. Pachek, pachek, pachek. Their weapons were half reaching into me when 3 heads came flying from their bodies. These 3 Ratmans were the 6-star elite. I would have easily able to kill with a simple swing of my sword, but I wanted to be faster, so I used mini blast as the low power, and before they know what happened, their heads were flying in the air. Bang, pachek, bang, pachek. Others around me looked shocked seeing this spectacle, but I did not pay them any heed and against stated killing grim monsters as I was cutting grasses. With the power I had now, those below 8-star elites are ant to me. Though what I did may seem amazing, it is not that, as I could see many people had killed 3 or more grim monsters at once. These people are the strongest of the 3rd level, the 9-star elites. Bang slice, bang slice. In just 1 minute, I had killed 16 grim monsters, and these grim monsters were either 6-star elite or 7-star elite. I kept activating one mini blast after another, and each mini blast would kill at least 1 grim monster when activated. In that way, 5 minutes had passed, and I had killed over 50 grim monsters. I was busy killing grim monsters when I sensed exceptionally strong killing intent locking on me. This killing intent seems unusually thick. It only when there is a personal connection. One does not have this amount of killing intent toward the stranger or regular enemy. When I looked at the person who is targeting me with such thick killing intent, I found it a tigerman. A very angry-looking tigerman is coming at me with breakneck speed, and when I looked at its forehead, I found it had 8 white stars on it. Soon it had come closer to me enough that I was able to sense its battle power and knew it really is a 1/8-star elite. You have killed my little brother, it said as it leaped toward me with 1-meter-long metallic claws that it have on its both hands. Sorry for that, I replied and swung my sword with the help of a mini blast. This time, I did not hold back anything and used the full power of the mini blast. Clang, step, step, step. Just as our weapons clashed, I felt immense force coming toward me. That force crashed into the swirling armor, and it started to grind away the force. But the swirling armor was able to grind all the force as some went inside me, and able to breach the second and enter inside my body. Though the force was tiny, it still shook my body that I have to take a few steps back to dissolve it. I smiled and started to spin the swirls faster and faster. To deal with 8-star elite, I have to increase the power of the armor. Clang, I was taking a step back when another attack arrived. It's a good thing I was ready and defended, but it again made me take a step back, but this time the impact was lesser than the last time. Clang, the armor is getting stronger and more compact, and by the time it launched its 3rd attack, I did not even shake from my spot, which seemed too shocked it. You are good, I said with gritted teeth, and next moment I felt a spike of aura from it and knew it had activated its occult method. I could feel its power rising sharply as it had activated its occult method, but I don't have any fear toward it. I know I could easily handle it. With my swirling armor's compactness reaching 0.8 inches, it had become many times stronger than before. Die now, it shouted and attacked me with its claw. Its claws is very forceful. If I do not defend against it, then this claw is powerful enough to slice into several pieces without any obstruction, but I am not an idiot who will not defend against such a threatening attack. Bang, I activated the mini blast and swing my sword at the blurring speed. If its claw is not fast enough, then my sword will directly cut off its neck. Seeing my sword's speed, it got little alarmed and increased the speed of its claws, though its speed is not high as my sword, but it will able to stop it. Clang, its claw and my sword clashed, and the deafening sound rang out, and with the loud sound, both of us took the 2 same back at the same time. As we stabilized, we looked at each other in shock, and both of us shocked by the same thing. The power of my move is shocking. While its claw did not have the speed it had raw might, I thought I would have to take tens of steps back to dissolve the blow, but who would have thought that I just needed only 2 steps? Bastard, I will kill you. Suddenly it growled loudly and launched an attack at me. This attack was lots more powerful than last time. It is evident to me, sensing its increasing battle power, that it is sucking more occult energy for a higher power. Seeing its aura rising, I also started to spin the swirls faster and swung my sword at it. Clang, clang, clang. The intense attack started, and this time I was able to use the simplified moves that I had practiced for the past 12 days. I have to say they are working, but not as great as I had expected. Well, seeing that man cut the gigantic beasts apart with a simple sword move, I let my hopes hung too high, and now I am clearly deposited by the result. Though I am disappointed, I am not sad as the simplified moves did increase my power, and if I feel that if I can simplify all my moves, I might able to increase my ability quite substantially. Every minute we launched hundreds of attacks, each attack aimed at the weakness of others. If it hit the vital spot, then there is direct death. That is how powerful our attacks are. As I used the simplified moves, I started to get an empty feeling as if the moves I am using are not complete. I first thought it was because I've simplified all my moves, but soon realized that these simplified moves are lacking something. They felt very incomplete. I tried to find the problem, but even after thinking for every angle, I won't be able to find the reason for this incompleteness, so I let it be for the future. Clang, clang, clang. Every move of my opponent getting stronger. If it had a normal grim monster, it tried to run away, but this tigerman is hell-bent on killing me that it forcefully started to store more occult energy from its body that made it very hard for me to respond to its attacks. Looks like I have to use that finally. I thought, and next moment, I started to spin my swirls faster and faster till my swirling armor had reached the compactness of the 0.7 inches. In these 12 days, I was able to bring back my swirling armor's 0.8 compactness. Then with an increase in my soul power, I was able to make it even more compact, reaching its compactness to the 0.7. Bang! I activated Mini Blast, and this time my sword was even more faster. It is so fast that even I am barely able to see it, seeing the sword coming at its heart at the blurring speed. It got alarmed and sucked even more occult energy to respond to my attack. Clang, puh, step, step. It barely able to stop my sword from piercing its chest, though it's able to stop it. The attack still made it quite injured as it started vomiting blood as it began taking steps back. Bang, bang. Not wanting to give it any more chance, I activated a mini blast on my legs and hand and shot toward it. Puchai, my sword pierced through its chest before it could even lift its hand to defend against my attack. I had just taken out my sword off from the Grim monster's chest when I heard the rough voice of Grim giving a command in Grim language, and hearing that I knew the battle of real powerhouses will start in a minute. Silver Lites attack. Sail the Guildmaster of Scythe, and next moment, some people behind him started to move. Silver Elite. I am shocked hearing that word. From what I've heard, there are 3 types of elite. They are white elites, silver elite, and golden elites. I thought white elites were the only elites, and seeing how powerful they are, how there be someone more powerful than them, but unfortunately there is. I have never believed it to be right, but Sophia said that it is accurate, and she even said that there is a significant distance between the type of elite, and it is very hard to overcome that distance. Slice, slice. I kept killing the monster that came in my way, but also looking at the sky as right after the Guildmaster ordered. Some people flew out from the wall, and these people are not walking on air but flying in reality. If I am not wrong, then these guys are using void boots. Void boots are the artifact that helps flying, but mono expenditure of it huge that brigadier and above stage warriors use it. These people are Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster of C-Class Guild and Vice Guildmasters B-Class Guild. These means the remaining Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster S of S-Class Guild and a class, and Guildmasters of B-Class Guild could be Golden Elite. Pachak Pachak. Another 2 Grim monsters came at me. I decapitated them before I looked up to see that Grim monsters also had Apard. They are about 600 in numbers, but I am not looking their number but the forehead of the monsters for some reason. All I was able to see the blurry silver. I can see the number of stars on their forehead. Soon they came closer, and then suddenly, without talking, they moved toward each other at the speed that I wasn't able to see. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment I heard the booming sounds. The shockwave created by the attack was powerful enough to vibrate the ground we are standing. The whole fight below literally stopped hearing the booming sound. The fight is happening above, but I can see clearly. They are moving just too fast for my eyes to catch. I have Killing Rule, which makes my senses stronger, but even with its help, I wasn't able to see the fight clearly. It is all a big blur. There are hundreds of fights going above, but I can't see any of them clearly, though I can't see. Hearing the booming sound and the vibration of the earth is enough for me to estimate their power. They are super powerful. Every single one of them is a monster who could blast me like watermelon with the casual slap. And these are just the silver elites. I wonder how powerful would the golden elites be if silver elites were this powerful. Bang. I was watching the battle above when I felt threatening sense over me, and I activated Mini Blast at full force and swung my sword. Clang, step, step, step. Weapons clashed, and due to the immense force, I had to take several steps back to manage the blow. Not only that, I also had to drink the blood back that came to my throat. When I looked up to see who attacked me, I found it was a werewolf, and not a typical werewolf either, but a scarlet werewolf. It is a special werewolf that has fire energy. It is an 8-star elite, and its power is countless times higher than the other 8-star elite I had fought earlier. This werewolf seemed quite familiar. I felt like I have seen it somewhere in the ruin, but can't exactly sure where. And another thing is, this grim monster is giving me quite a weird look. It is looking at me like I am delicious meat. You have ranked 3rd in the Grand Palace. You must have got some good thing, right? It said suddenly. Oh, so this grim monster was in the Grand Palace and likely to reach the 3rd test. I thought, and seeing it knew I come 3rd, and I also understood the weird look it is giving me. It is a look of greed. It probably want the reward I have received in the 3rd test. Yes, and it's very good, I said while stretching the last word. It first got happy, but seeing me stretching the last name mockingly, it got angry as I saw fire sparks lighting up on its fur. You're very funny. Let's see if you can still make jokes when I tear you apart in a limb by limb, it said and swung its blazing red axe at me. Bang! I also activated Mini Blast at full power and attacked it. This grim monster is very powerful, and I have to be very careful with it. Clang. Our weapons clashed, and this time, I only shook a little. The last time I was caught little off guard and its attack wasn't able to defend correctly, but now I am sufficiently vigilant and careful. I will never let such lapse happen again. Clang, clang, clang. We kept launching one move after another, wanting to see the gap in other defense to finish the other one, but we never able directly injure the other. Finding a gap in others' defense is easy, but exploiting that gap is very difficult, as we both have a similar level of strength and could easily counter the attacks of others. While we were fighting, the fight above me also raging as well, I could hear the booming sound every second, and this booming sound will get bigger and bigger and bigger every second as they started to use their real power. Every attack of theirs would vibrate the earth, as the fight is being fought on the ground rather than in the sky. Their battle is so ferocious that a single small spark released from their weapon could kill anyone who is below, and that is the reason is why there is strict order for us to fight on the ground, so we could not become collateral damage. It had been near 10 minutes since the battle above started, but I saw not a single body of anyone falling on the ground. If it had been we white elite fighting, some organizations would fall on the ground. Unlike above, I could see bodies falling every minute. Most of them were from the grim monsters, but some of them were from the humans too, seeing that my heart pained, but I could not do anything except for tried to finish this battle early. I was thinking about using the occult energy when I felt werewolf's aura was rising and knew it had started to use occult energy, sensing that I did not hesitate to use the occult power myself. Clang, puh, step, step, step. Our attacks clashed again, filled with intense occult energy. As they disagreed, I felt full force traveling inside my body. If I did not have this swirling armor to protect myself, then my body would have burst apart like a balloon with such intense occult energy. Though I have not burst apart, I have become quite injured that I had puked several mouthfuls of blood and took tens of steps back. I am not the only one who suffered. Werewolf also had suffered a similar fate as me. Both of us stopped and wiped the blood off our lips at the same time. We did not move and just stared at each other. I could see the clear look of disbelief in its eyes, and I would be too if I had been in its place. There is a difference between sky and earth between our bodies, and due to that we can accompany different amount of occult energy, but despite the difference in occult energy, the power we have produced were nearly the same. If I had used the occult energy as people usually do, I would have been blown away by its attack, but instead of using the occult energy directly, I merge it with the swirling armor. It not only increased the power of my swirling armor tremendously, but it also bears lessen the burden that occult energy put on body and soul. In this way, I could use the occult energy for more extended periods. It may seem fantastic method, but there is a huge drawback, and that is it requires an immense amount of soul energy and reasonable control over all the powers. As swirling armor uses lots of energies, if all them clash together, then that cocktail will blow me apart in tiny pieces of flesh and blood. Bang, bang, we kept looking at each other intently for a second, before coming at each other with our fastest speed. Not holding anything back, I activated Mini Blast under my legs to increase my speed and attack leverage even more. CLang, we clashed again this time. The clash is more powerful than the last time, but unlike last time, we did not take a single step back or puke blood before the clash. We have sucked even more occult energy, which increased not only our strength but also our defense. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed at the blurring speed, and sound would have been deafening if not for the even louder noises coming from above. We attacked each other, and with every attack, we would take even more occult energy inside our body to make the offense even stronger. I am not only sucking even more occult energy, but I am also spinning the swirls on swirling armor for more power. Though it had reached the limit of compactness, I wished to use the heat of this battle to break the past limit. Things became a little easier to do when your life is on the line. Thud. We were intensely fighting when we heard the loud thud, hearing that I know someone had fallen to the ground. Whether it is grim monster or humans, I don't know. I don't know about its condition also, but if I had not been busy in the life and death battle, I would have surely had little near it, and the reason is to sense its battle power. I had tried to sense their battle power, but I received no response. I have tried it on the wise Guildmaster also, but there also I had received no response. The reason is that their power is so strong that whenever tried it, I could sense nothing except for the unfathomable deepness. But there is always an exception when one is at its limit there, its internal defenses loosen a little. That gave one a chance to get a glimpse of their battle power. However, doing that is extremely dangerous since their power could be above the limit of what one could sense, and thus it backfires on the soul, injuring oneself in return. But that risk I will be willing to take as it will give me a glimpse of the target that I have to chase. Clang, clang, clang. It is reaching its limit. With constant usage of occult energy, the monster had reached the limit of the amount of energy it can use. I can see little sign of it overdrafting it. Clang, I was just thinking that when the monster used the force of our clash, and to create the distance between us before running away. You will not run away. I shouted, and the next moment, I activated the mini blast and chased it. I have experienced its power and knew that it had cleared the test means it had also obtained something good, and now I want that something good he had received. If one could see my eyes, they will find the intense greed hidden in it. Slice. I attacked the next moment, my sword sit across its back. If not for it dodging it on time, there would be just a thin line of blood but two halves of the monster. Bang, slice. Despite receiving an injury, it did not stop, and I did not stop either. I continued to follow him across the battlefield. If it had been little weaker, I would have able to kill this grim monster in a single attack, but it has had similar power like me, and that is why despite having a clear advantage, I was unable to land a fatal blow on it. Slice, slice, slice. It started running all over the battlefield, and I followed it and used in every chance of land an injury on it. On chase, I have come across many grim monsters, and I have killed them if they came in my and the werewolf's way. In the 15 minutes of the chase, I have already killed near 30 grim monsters, and in these 30 grim monsters there were 2 weak 8-star elites, which is a heart pierced by my sword. Early when the battle started, I enjoyed decapitating the monster, but I soon realized that it is not wise choice economically as decapitating the head. I was wasting 20 of mana crystals I will be harvesting from the grim monster, so I chose the stabbing in chest. However, I still decapitate the grim monster when I have no choice. Here every grim monster I have killed will be mine. There are thousands of drones above that are tracking and recording every movement of everyone, so one did not have to worry about the monster they have killed taken by someone. 10 more minutes passed and kept chasing it, and now its back is wholly ridden with the injuries. Even with its terrifying vitality, it has problem healing all the wounds I have bestowed on it. These were not the normal wounds, but the wounds that had been infested by my rule powers and occult energy. Clang, pa. Stopped running suddenly and used its axe to block my attack. The block had cost it a few mouthfuls of blood, which had bits and pieces of its internal organ mixed. Bastard, you forced me to do this. It shouted with extreme anger, and there is also small unwillingness could be seen in it, which quickly turned into firmness. As it finished speaking, I felt its aura rise as it started to take more energy, and seeing that I heaved a sigh of relief and sucked the occult energy to the limit of my body. I have been holding back some of my strength till now, and reason is, I feared that it received some mystical life-saving artifact from the Grand Palace. This is reason why I chased it, but did not dare to kill it outright, since it might trigger that life-saving artifact. But seeing it overdrafting the occult energy, I am now sure that it had not received such artifact, and could use my full power. Clang, pa. My sword clashed on its axe. I had reached the big shock, but it started to puke blood and take tens of steps back. Seeing its desperate move failed, a look of horror appeared in its eyes, and it began to running away again. I could see cracks forming on its dried skins as it kept overdrafting the occult energy to run away. The occult energy's side effects are very severe. The occult energy it using making its skin dried and forming cracks on it like a parched soul. Slice, slice, slice. I did not hold back and kept an attacking attack of mine would give it seriously injured, and with every attack would make it even more injured. As time passed, its body reached the limit of the amount of overdraft occult energy it can take and started to decay slowly, and that decay started to slow it down little by little. Puchai, ah. Finally, 10 minutes later, I was able to pierce its heart from behind. It wanted to take me down with it, but sadly, that attempt of it failed miserably as I burned its heart apart the second I pierced its heart. I did not let the monster body fall after taking my sword out of its chest. I touched it directly placed in my storage. There are quite high chances that its storage still has the reward it got from the Grand Palace, but it may also have not had anything, as it may have received something like knowledge crystal, which could be instantly used or sold away elsewhere. Anything could have happened. I wanted to check its storage, but I couldn't. First, it is a grim monster's storage, which I can't open, and the other thing is I am in the middle of the battle. After storing the body of the grim monster, I looked up and see there is a slight decrease in the number of people that are fighting above. When I was fighting with the scarlet werewolf, I saw a few bodies of grim monsters falling below. Bang, slice. After watching their blurry fights for a few seconds before I activated the mini blast and started killing again. All the battlefields have been merged and indiscriminate killing happening everywhere. I have seen a 7-star elite grim monster entering the foray of 1-star elite and massacring them inestimably. I have killed that grim monster, but there are many more of them who are doing the same thing. I stopped those who I saw. Still, I can't stop everything as the battlefield too enormous for me to be everywhere despite having the advantage of speed. War is cruel, but it also the best tempering ground. Those who survived its baptism would be improved further, even those who reached the dead end would end up improving after experiencing such a cruel war. I am running around all over the battlefield, killing at least 5 grim monster every minute. I mostly focused on 6-star elite or above, but I did not shy away from killing those below it. I would kill any grim monster that came in my way, which is within an hour I had killed. Near 1,000 grim monsters and powerhouses had started to notice me. I could feel their gazes of me. I don't think on the whole battlefield anyone could match my speed. Even those peak 9-star elite would not able to match my pace in the killing, and reason for that is speed. I have a distinct advantage of speed with the mini blast. I can get the speed that no white elite can match me unless they have created something like swirling armor or they are Jill. Jill had the speed type ability and comprehended the rule of speed. Only she would be able to match me in speed at a similar stage. Bastard, wait. I heard the shout again. Behind me is a monster which had a very high speed that even I am having a big problem running away from. I had thought there would be no one who will have the speed to catch me with my speed, but half an hour later, I come to know there may be some grim monsters that able to match me in speed, and this grim monster is one of them, who had been following me like a bloodhound for the past half an hour. The grim monster is Cheetaman, and it is not a normal Cheetaman but a special Cheetaman that has elemental wind power, which is helping it run very fast that it had come very close to catching me. It is a 9-star elite, which currently I do not have the power to fight against. There is a difference in power between 8-star elite and 9-star elite. With my current power, killing 8-star elite is my limit. This is why I am running like a dead dog, as I know once I get caught, then I will surely reach the underworld. The only silver lining in this chase is that I could still kill the grim monsters that came in my way, and my rate of killing has increased. I just have moved my sword lightly, and that grim monsters would be dead. I only kill grim monsters that are 7-star elites or below, because these monsters are powerless to stop my attack. In contrast, some 8-star elite could stop me if they are prepared, and once I stopped by some attack, the grim monster that chasing me will catch up, and I will not have any other chance to run away. I may seem fine like in kicking, while running away I am in bad condition. I have already been using everything I have that, including occult energy. I am using it to my body limit, and could only use it for a maximum of 2 hours. After that, either I will have to tone down occult energy in my body or stop it altogether. I wish this isn't a battle, otherwise I would run away into the city half an hour ago. But I can't not do that. I can't be far away from the premise of battle otherwise. It will be deserting, and I will be executed. There is another problem, which is my depleting soul energy. To us rule power, occult method, and using them together in swirling armor while controlling all these swirls require a tremendous amount of soul energy. I long fight. I usually lessen the amount of rule powers and occult energy I use, so I could have a chance to recover soul energy that I lost, but here, I spurging the soul energy like I am high on crack. Though the problem of soul energy is not as critical as occult energy that will start harming my body, the constant depletion is still a very huge, and it would eventually be dried up if I did not give it time for the accumulation. Facing such a dilemma, all I could do is grit my teeth and circulate Supreme Compact exercise, hoping to create a 4th amethyst seal, which would increase my power, also help me increase the amount of occult energy I could store would also increase. But how difficult it is for practice Supreme Combat exercise. I practice it daily, but the progress I make is negligible. It was my luck that 4 days ago, I was able to create a 37th seal of the Supreme Combat exercise. At my current stage, the small seal did not give me much improvement. The only amethyst seal could provide me with something, but for an amethyst seal, I will have to create 3 minor seals, which are the challenge itself. An hour passed by as such, and the grim monster continued chasing me. Though I had killed more than 1,000 grim monsters of all powers, I started to feel tired. I knew that I can't my current power for less than an hour. If I did not find any solution by then only a death awaits me. Shake, 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 boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, I felt the intense booming sound that had completely drowned the sound of fight that is happening above, an evident shaking of the earth. The earth shaking at such frequency that it felt like the earthquake had come, feeling such nearly all the fights on battlefield stopped for a short second. Are the Golden Elites fighting? I thought as I continued ran away. Such intense sound and this heavy earth-shaking could only mean that the Golden Elites must have started fighting in the other battlefield. There are 3 other battlefields besides ours, being fought in front of the 3 other gates of the outpost. This loud sound and shaking of earth had left me in shock. Their power must be too very high to create such aftershocks that are being felt from the kilometers. Such power is beyond my imagination, especially when the night stage projects it. The fight that is happening there does not affect me, but the fight which will start here will sure project those who are fighting below. The Golden Elites of other battlefield had started fighting. It wouldn't be long before the Golden Elite of another battlefield also started to fight, including ours. I hope they started to fight as soon as possible, and one of their attacks could be crashed against the cheetahman that is chasing me. I had some small hope that after 1.5 hours of chasing, it will leave it be, but no, it is still chasing me like a mad. To get away from it, I even went toward the fights that have been fought between 9-star elite of humans and monsters race, but unfortunately I did not. It's not like they don't want to help, it's just that they are busy fighting against 3 to 4 monster each. They are barely holding on to their life and did not have time to fix my broken life string, which could be sapped at any moment in the present hour. I barely have an hour if I did not find it a way, and then I will surely not survive. There is a way which could help me from this grim monster and could even kill it, but if I use that, then I don't know if I am able to live after that, and also if I lived, then my life would not be much better. That way is Ashlyn. She has the power of 9-star elite and would be able to kill it, but there is a very high chance that people who are fighting above or those who had not attacked yet will notice the peculiarity in her. She had swallowed a monster that had eaten God knows how many miracle fruits, and now Ashlyn have inherited some or all that monster abilities, and if any silver or golden elites were to notice that, then the uproar will occur. Both humans and Grim Monster will forget the fight and come after her. After seeing the unusual lust of Grim Monsters for the miracle fruit, I asked twins there is something even more special about them, seeing there is nothing special about miracle fruits other than performing the miraculous feat. The answer I have received from them is single they lust for miracle fruit because they want to provide it to their higher-ups. It is the same for humans. In the central continent, whatever miracle fruit appeared, powerful organizations would snatch it. These powerful organizations would pay any price for these miracle fruits. As for why they need it, it's obvious to make their member even stronger. It is the same for Grim Monsters. That is why they will do anything to whenever anything related to miracle fruit, and Ashlyn, who herself became a miracle after swallowing that monster, would possess an immense research value. So unless it is extremely important, I don't want to expose Ashlyn's ability as it would get me into the deeper mud that I am already is. It is time to fight, said the gruff voice, and next moment, we saw about 200 Grim Monsters suddenly appeared in the sky in the lead of 2 Grim Monsters. Their 2 Grim Monsters seemed very special. One is Bearman's, who seemed like it had made of steel, while others were Foxmen, who had faint green smoke covering its body. When I looked at the green smoke, and a shudder ran through the deepness of my soul. I have never felt such a sensation before, though it is my first time feeling I understood it very well. That smoke is very dangerous, and I should stay as far as away from it. Yes, it is time to fight, said a familiar voice, and next moment, a big crowd of humans suddenly appeared in front of the Grim Monster with the lead of Guild Leader of Scythe, and behind him are about 100 people. Having half a number of Grim Monsters didn't seem to bother the Guild Leader of the Scythe as it looks at the 2 leaders of the Grim Monsters. Seeing them coming face to face with each other, I swiftly changed my direction, started run toward the boundary of the battlefield, nor only other smart people, but I was doing the same. The place below they will fight will be most dangerous. I have seen people becoming a passing casualty, and I don't want to be one. Boom, 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 shake, shake, shake. I had just reached the boundary of the battlefield when I started hearing the deafening booms, and the earth started shaking so loudly that cracks began to appear on it. I could the cracks forming on the ground. It is like I am experiencing the real earthquakes. Many people stopped fighting just a second after they had experienced this, but I do not have the luxury, as the Grim Monster is still chasing me using its full power. If I dared to stop even for a second, it would hack me into 2 with the long knife of its, so it's better if I did not stop even for a second. Time passed by, and the fight had raged even more, and now I could see the soil lifting in the air by every move they make. While running, I sometime would sneak a look at the battlefield of the Golden Elites, but would show nothing but the blur. These blurs are so fast that I would even have a problem defining whether they are from humans or Grim Monster. When Silver Elites are fighting, I will able to tell their figures, but with Golden Elites I didn't even able to say that. SHHHO. I was thinking of saving myself when I saw the green blur falling toward the ground at the immense speed, and its direction is where I am running. I was about to change my path, but before I could, the green blur crashed on the ground. BANNNG. That green blur crashed on the ground, and it created a massive shock on the ground that acted a brake, which made me tumble forward uncontrollably. It's all happened so fast that I barely had a chance to do anything. I was like a leaf that had been blown away by the force of the hurricane. Crash bang. I finally crashed on the ground, but before I could even look at my surroundings, I found a huge thing that had crashed into me that broke nearly all the bones of my body. I wanted to look who crashed when I saw a blurry figure a few meters ahead of me, which standing up from the ground. Though the figure is blurry due to the cloud of dust, I can still see the silhouette of it, and when I thought it could be a horror dawned on my face. It is that Foxman. I thought in horror and used all my strength to get up and run away. While I was getting up, I saw a thing which had crashed into me. It turned out to be Cheetaman that had been chasing me for an hour. Seeing the grim monster fear appeared on my eyes and me about call out Ashlyn for help when I noticed a peculiar expression on its face. There is the look of extreme pain on his face while its whole body is shaking uncontrollably. What happened to it? I asked myself before I started to crawl out of the hold. Yes, I had ended up in the hole that made when that Foxman crashed through. One can imagine how powerful the impact is to create such a big crater. Boom. I had just taken a few steps when I heard the loud boom and knew that Foxman had flown up through that crater. The force of its jump so high that I nearly fell on the ground again. Seeing it disappear, I heaved a sigh of and inhaled back when I smelled the most beautiful perfume ever. In that exact moment, a horror drowned me, and I knew I had inhaled what I shouldn't. Thud. The next moment I became completely immobile, and feeling of extreme pain shot through my body, and I powerlessly fell on the ground. I now understood why the monster had such painful expression, but unable to let a single sound. I somehow smell the smoke that lingered around Foxman, and it has now infected me, to be affected my soul. It is something like soul corruption, but more powerful. I could see green energy is infecting my soul speedily, and the more it infects, the higher the pain I would feel. Just as I saw soul infection, I used my soul energy to activate bracelet I had in my hand while I was doing. I found out that I am utilizing lot less soul energy that I soul. There is 30 decrease, and that when I remember the soul infection is also at the 30. Seeing that horror again down inside me, one didn't need to be smart to understand what is happening. I wasn't able to use the soul energy of the soul parts that had been infected. This time I did delay and activated the bracelet, and soon, the familiar suppressive energy enveloped my body, and I started circulating the secrete method, but by that time the infection had already spread in half of my soul. Sizzle, I am feeling an immense pain, but that is not what I am focusing. I am focusing on the green infection that is spreading in my soul. Me circulating the secrete method had only slowed down the infection speed to a little bit. Seeing that, I increased the power of bracelet to the limit of what I can bear. The suppressive energy now enveloped me like jelly, even I am having a problem bearing it. Ah! I screamed soundlessly when I started to circulate the secrete method with thick as water suppressive energy. I had never circulated this thick suppressive energy before. Even when Reina's soul was corrupted, the suppressive energy wasn't this dense. This thick suppressive energy dangerous, especially when one circulated as it could crack the soul. I could feel this suppressive energy I am circulation has reached the very end of my soul limit, and it increased even little, then will start harming my soul. With my circulation of thick suppressive energy, the infection stopped spreading, but it had still covered 60 of my soul. I had thought that with this amount of suppressive energy circulating in my soul, not only will the infection will stop, but quickly begin to cleanse away. But to my utter surprise, there is no quick about this cleansing process. This green infection had not only spread quickly, but it had also spread quite deep inside my soul, and even with me circulating this thick amount of suppressive energy, the cleansing speed is very slow. It is barely discernible to the eyes. Whatever that green smoke is, it is horrifying. Just extremely faint wisp of it was so dangerous that it could kill the white elite. Then I wonder how dangerous would be its real power. Only golden elite will be likely able to face its real power. I think even they will have to be careful of it. This smoke was released by the leader of the Grim Monster, whose power is equal to the guild leader of S-Class Guild, that the Grim Monster ought to be very powerful. Only Grim Monster powerful, as it could have such strange power. This green smoke is very infectious. It is not an occult method, it is some soul ability or either mystical method. I think it is a mystical method, as I've never seen anyone using a soul type ability before, but I never saw anyone use the mystical method also. But I still feel this strange infection energy is mystical ability, as its effects are too mystical. The infection is getting cleansed, and through the speed of cleansing is very slow, it is still getting cleansed, and that is not the only thing that is getting cleansed. Suppressive energy is circulating through my whole soul, which means not only it cleansing the infection part of the soul, but also a good portion of the soul. I started to feel its effect from the moment. I had begun circulating it, and would have enjoyed it if not for me being overwhelmed in pain. I still feel that overwhelming pain, but it is a little manageable now that I got used to it. If I am not wrong then, after I cleansed my soul completely of the poison, it would take me at most a week maximum, while minimum a second, after I finished cleaning all the infection. I hope that happened, but nothing can't be said about the secrete method. This method only has one circulation, which made it impossible for one to guess when one going to make a breakthrough in it. I was circulating when I got a pleasant surprise. I had created a seal of supreme combat exercise. I had created one few days and did not think I would able to create one this early, as I had made zero progress in the 38th seal. I had just kept circulating it unconsciously, and before I know it, the seal is of supreme combat exercise is created. Step, step, step. I was reeling in joy when I heard the hard steps. It had been half an hour since I got infected by green smoke. Be it grim monster or a human did not dare to get close to us till now, but seeing how strangely we are lying, but now someone had finally come. Ashlyn, be ready, I said to Ashlyn, hearing the steps. I don't want to use Ashlyn, but whoever coming toward me has a bad intention, then I will have to ask Ashlyn. Step, step, step. It's grim monster. I said in my mind. It had entered my range, and I was able to sense the distinct flavor of killing intent, which only grim monster could emit, and it is powerful grim monster. I was able to detect powerful 9-star elite level battle power from it. Looks like I have to use Ashlyn. I thought, but did not ask Ashlyn to attack, as I will only ask her for help when it will give an indication to attack me. A thud. It came closer to me, and I was able to see its face. It is a ratman holding two short-bladed. I sensed its killing intent spiking, and knew it is going to attack soon, and about to ask Ashlyn to come at when I heard a weird noise, and I saw grim monster falling me. Why? I asked to no one when I saw a 3 meters tall grim monster falling on me, though the fall was small. When some part of grim monster fell on you, it hurts a lot and feels even weird when you can directly see its face in front of you. It was a good thing that its blades didn't touch me, otherwise I would get some injury, which I am no condition to heal. This ratman has the expression of intense pain on his face, and its body constantly shaking. It is acting just like me. The only difference is I have a chance to live, but it does not. As time passed, more and more came close to the crater, but except for nobody dared to enter the range of crater, and the one grim monster that dared to enter had infected the same as the ratman that is on my legs. Since no human or monster dared to take a step inside in the crater, they may look on outside, but they did not dare to come inside, which is very good thing for me, as nobody would disturb my recovery. There is quite a bit that dangerous grease smoke lingering in the air. After getting infecting first, I got fain whip of 2 times, and these 2 times that green infection wanted to climb back, but my suppressive energy handled it very well. I think it had been more than an hour since I got infected, and luckily, I have finished cleansing 90 of that infection, and now about 10 had remained, which I think would be finished cleansing in 10 to 15 minutes, and after I would be out of the danger. I continued cleansing and also circulated the body cleansing exercise in hope for creating another seal, but that does not happen. I am making progress in the supreme combat exercise, but it is not as fast as I would like. If I were to deal with cleansing by half an hour, then I may have a chance to create another seal, but I will be an idiot if I stay a minute more in my state here. I reached the very last stage, and less than one of that green energy had remained. I had thought I would finish this last bit of it under the minuet, but soon realized that it is extraordinarily strong, and I have to use more suppressive energy that before I could scratch it. It is a good thing that my soul had cleansed quite much, and I could now bear to circulate more suppressive energy. The only problem would be the pain that came with it. I let out another noiseless scream and started to circulate more suppressive energy. It felt like I have circulating lava inside my soul. I want to stop circulating, but I couldn't, as it would take hours if I circulated with the original energy. Time passed by as I let out the noiseless screams as I kept circulating. The only thing that made me keep going is that green energy whittling away bit by bit. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the last bit of green smoke cleared, but before I could enjoy what happened, I started to hear familiar cracks from my soul, which made me extremely ecstatic. Bang! The cracks continued for a few seconds before I heard the bang, and I again found myself in the conscious space. Being familiar with ist working, I wasted no time in summoning my swirling armor in front of me, started to do a little tweaking, and some new ideas I had over time. Swirling armor could say to be my best move in both offense and defense, and I want to make it even better. Even if these changes are small and tiny, I will still give them pretense over the other thing. A silver burning armor had appeared in front of me, and I started applying my new ideas right away, and a few seconds later it collapsed, but I did not feel anything, seeing that as I know this will happen. Time passed as I kept making changes in it, and by the time I had finished, I felt my swirling armor had become better than before, though the changes I made in were minute they helped it reinforce further. After I finished with the swirling armor, I pulled out the memory I saw in the potion particle. I wanted to see it to see what lacking feeling I am when I used the simplified moves. After pulling out the memory, I divided it into the frame by frame. I want to check each frame and see what I am lacking. I continue to look at each frame, and again, the feeling of astonishment emerged from my herd seeing how every gigantic beast with the single slash of its sword. I have been so wrong. I said after a long time, the moves that I thought simplified moves are not simplified moves at all. Instead, they are part of the sword style. This sword style contains 24 simple sword moves. These sword moves are very simple, but they are perfect. Every maneuver of sword style is effective to strike the core of the enemy, but that is not the most fantastic thing about this sword style. The most fantastic thing about this sword style, it is versatile. Every move of it could be instantly changed into other, as long as one practice it to the highest level. He will never about to worry about fighting new sword style again, as with the help of those 24 moves, one can create their style with is suitable for them. But before doing that, I will have to be proficient at the 24 moves first, which itself will take years. These moves my simple, but they are extremely hard. For one to gain mastery over them, I will need to practice them for years. After confirming my theory was right, I wasted no time in practicing these 24 moves, and such time passed by. Crack, crack. Some time later, I started to hear a crack, and knew my time in the conscious space is over. Like last time, this time also I've gained quite much in the conscious space, but unlike last time, I wouldn't have to wait a bit to test them out, as outside the biggest battlefield waiting for me. Finally, I whispered as I looked at the dark sky, which is bathing in the soft moonlight as before. It has been a few hours since the battle started, and about 2 hours since I got infected. The battle is still raging furiously. I could hear shaking of the earth continually. The killing intent in the air is so thought that I could smell it when I take a breath. This killing intent urging me, wanting me to bolt out into the battlefield to kill everyone I come across. I controlled myself and started to check the condition of my body. When I heard the cracking sound, right after I cleansed the infection, I had reached the second accomplishment. That time I had instantly thickened the suppressive energy even more and started circulating it, despite it affecting my soul adversely, and also speed up the process of circulation of supreme combat exercise. That had profited me a lot after reached the second accomplishment. The soul damage automatically healed, and I was able to circulate shit loud of suppressive energy into my soul, and got significant benefits from the Supreme Combat exercise. I had 38 seals of Supreme Combat exercise before I blink out to the conscious space, and now when I had checked the condition of my body, I found there are 4 big seals and 1 small seal in my temple space. That means I had created 4 minor and 1 amethyst seal, which is enormous progress. Every amethyst seal is precious. The advancement of soul and body it gives is invaluable. Bang. I easily freed by 1 leg from the monster's body, and used that leg to kick the monster that was top of my legs away. This monster had been giving me lots of creeps, but I was powerless to do anything. But now I become fine, I made sure to give it a good kick. After kicking the monster, I get up, and next moment I caught a whiff of that fantastic smelling deadly green smoke. My expression changed a little before turning normal. After getting conscious, I did not stop circulating the secrete method, just toned down its power as it was very unbearable for me. I had thought something like this might happen, and because of that I was very ready for it, and still is. I take a look at the crater, which is at least 10 meters in diameter. The impact was really powerful to create such big and deep crater. I was about to leave the crater when I saw 2 bodies of grim monsters. These monsters are dead. They are dead within 5 minutes of being infected. Not everybody could have the treasure like soul-tempering diamond, which is the best treasure for cleansing the soul. I walked toward the monster and placed them into my storage. If these were any other grade monsters, I would not have taken the risk of staying in the crater longer, but these are bodies of 9-star elite monsters. Not only their bodies are valuable, but their storage also held useful things. After storing the bodies of the grim monster, I walked out of the crater, and what I see the battle that is raging fully, and humans are fighting tooth and nails. Probably that is why the difference between grim monsters and humans had lessened a little. But there are still an awful lot of grim monsters that are killing humans. I watched the fight for a few seconds before the silver fire started appearing on my body, and soon that silver fire had turned into the armor that is made of fire. Bang. As the complete armor appeared on my body, I activated the mini blast and sped toward the battlefield at the blurring speed. Puche slice puche. This time I wasted no time. As soon as I come within the range of the grim monster, I launched a couple of long-range attacks before I started killing them all with the sword. This time I bore no distinction between the grim monster. I killed whoever grim monster my gaze fall won, be it a rookie grim monster or the 8-star elites. I started to kill them all. I had wasted a total of 2 hours when I was infected. In these 2 hours, I would have killed thousands of the grim monster, and that hundreds of thousands of mana crystal at least. I have lost so much crystal, and now I will work extra hard to gain all these mana crystals. So in the killing, I spared no grim monster. Whatever grim monster had appeared in my eyes would be dead. These grim monster have become perfect practice target for me, on whom I could practice the 24 moves that I learned. It is very difficult for one to change one's fighting style, especially when one using it for years. Using these moves on the grim monster is helping me get familiar with movements. If I used these moves on some strong grim monster and made some mistakes, then I would be paying a considerable price. I might even lose my life. I could continue with my old sword style in battle and then practice in the safety of the training room, but I did not do. In my opinion, battle is the best teacher. Here is a high pressure which would help improve every second. Compared to it, the progress I would make in the safety of the home would be nothing. Boom, bang crack bang, fuck. I cursed loudly as I burned away all sweat that had appeared on my body. I was killing grim monster when suddenly an attack came from above upward not far from me. If not for feeling threat and activating mini blasts at an unnatural angle that broke few of my bones, I would be turned to ash like several grim monsters, and human did. These unlucky fellows, they became collateral damage of the fight that is being fought above. This is not the first time this happened ever since the Golden Elites had joined the battle. This is happening quite regularly. Sometimes it would hit empty space, and sometime it would hit the people who are fighting below. Forget about others. I nearly became the collateral damage of the battle that is happening above. If not for me having such fabulous treasure like soul-tempering diamond, I would have gone to the underworld like the 2 grim monsters. Time passed by as I continued killing. More than an hour passed, and I killed nearly 2,000 grim monsters. Compared to millions that are fighting, this number is nothing, but it is still noticeable. I could feel the gaze of a few grim monsters on my back. They have not attacked me yet, but it wouldn't be long some of the loose patients and attack like the Cheetaman did. Bastard. A few minutes later, I did get attacked. It was a lightning antilopman who launched an attack of the lightning blade on me, but unfortunately, despite its attack being fast, I was able to dodge it and seeing that it cursed at me loudly. After dodging its attack, I did not continue running away but stopped and walked toward the monster with fire on my armor, getting little compact with every step of mine. Finally, my swirling armor had reached 0.6 compactness. If it had been only second accomplishment, I wouldn't have been able to make it 0.6 inches compact this early. The reason I was able to do it because of the soul energy provided by the amethyst seal. It is very hard to make progress in the swirling armor. Each step harder than before, it will become even harder to make it reach the compactness of 0.5 inches. It will be difficult, but as long as I was able to do it, my power will increase tremendously. Good, you are not the coward who only knows how to run, said Antirlopman and attacked me with its long black blade which is covered in the purple lightning. Its speed is very fast, similar to that of Cheetaman who chased me a few hours ago. It appeared in front of me in a second and swung its blade in the attack. Seeing its blade coming at me, I did not back down as I am confident in countering it. I activated my mini blast behind my sword hand and attacked the grim monster to counter its attack. After my swirling armor reached the compactness of 0.6 inches, its power had increased again. Before my power is equal to peak 8-star elite, and now, if I am not wrong, then it is equal to early 9-star elite, similar to the antilopman in from me. Clang. Our weapons clashed and I felt immense force rushing toward me. I have never come across such force. If it entered my body, then it has the power to break every bone in me. The force rushed out of my sword and entered my swirling armor, where it spread across all the swirls through the complicated network of lines and got crushed by them bit by bit. By the time the moment was over, a very tiny amount of force had seeped inside me, which was enough to only shake my body slightly. If it had been swirling armor compactness of 0.7 inches, I would have directly blown apart, but this armor perfectly bore it. This is the difference of power between each micro-inch. Every single micro-inch increased the power tremendously, and the power of armor would increase even more when the compactness of armor reached the 0.5 inches after crossing the wedget. It looked quite shocked seeing me taking its blow without a problem, but that did not slow it down as it attacked again, and thins the lightning arc on its long blade had become quite thick. Clang! I felt like I was electrocuted. Last time I had felt a negligible current, but this time I felt full-blown electrocution. If not for me having high will power and experienced all sorts of pains, I would be flung away the sword from my hand. The purple lightning is very powerful and even more potent than my fire ability, but swirling armor still countered it perfectly, but I still have to bear the full sensation of lightning. I was surprised seeing the lightning getting crushed, but I still feel the full sensation of it. I thought about it, but I was not able to find the reason for it. If not me only feeling sensation and not its dangerous power, I would inevitably run away from the fight. The only I can conjure about this strange lightning energy that it somehow affects the mind also. Either it's a peculiar ability of its lightning power, or it is some mystical ability. I don't know as I don't come across such ability like this before. You have quite a willpower. Let's see how long you are able to bear the effect of my mind shaker, it said, and attacked me even thicker bolts lighting covering the blade. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons kept clashing, and with every clash its power would also increase, and the stronger energy would again fry my mind. If not for me experiencing the worst, I would have shaken by its strange mind-numbing attacks. With every move, the mind-numbing attack got stronger and stronger, but I did not even hitch for me. The physical and elemental attack is more worryful than the mind attack. I am now spinning whirls on swirling armor as fast as I could so I could gain more offensive and defensive power, but the swirls had to reach their limit, and after they reach their limit, I will have a choice but to use the occult method, which I don't want use before my opponent does. Clang, clang, clang. We exchanged a few more moves, and I was about to use the occult method when it abruptly stopped and looked at me with a cruel smile. I have rarely met anyone within the same power level as me who experienced my mind shaker without much reacting. You should feel honored to last this much because next moment you will pain that you never felt in your life. It said, and its aura started to rise, and before I could think what it did mean, I found its powerful blade which is now completely cloaked in the purple lightning coming toward me. Feeling its aura rise in such a dangerous level, I knew it had used the occult method and used quite a bit of power in it, seeing that I also did not hold back and started to summon the occult energy into my body. Clang, see. I sucked a sharp breath when our weapons clashed and clearly understood what it had meant. If not for all the pains, I would have directly gone into the coma or died on the spot feeling such pain in the body. Was this your great move? All I felt is a tickle, I said smilingly at its expectant face. It would expect to see my squirming body begging for its mercy, but what I did was clearly opposite, which made it extremely happy. You bastard, it shouted infuriatingly as it attacked, and it attacked me with its full power, seeing that I did not hold anything back and asked the occult energy to my limit and started fighting it. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons blurred as intense clashing sound rang across us, but nobody cared. Both of us are fighting with our full strength with only focus on killing another. Move after move clashed, but no one gained the upper hand. Even I with my killing making slow progress. If this continues then, I would need at least half an hour to crack its defense. As I was searching for a way, a bold idea came into my mind, and that is to use those 24 moves. In this fight, I did not fight with those 24 moves, as I thought it would be too risky before I could gain enough mastery over them to fight instinctively. I thought about for a few seconds before I finally decided to use them despite knowing that I may very well lose my life because of this. I don't make that decision because I wanted to cut the time, though that is the partial reason but not the main reason for my decision. The main reason is that I want to get the hand of the 24 moves, and what better way could be than a high-pressure fight where I could lose my life any moment. Tear. After making my mind, I immediately started using the simplified moves, and the two later I barely survived against the blade. It had torn my clothes through the cover of swirling armor. One small bolt of lightning even slipped into my body. It made me complete numb for the moment. Clang, tear, clang, clang. Our weapons kept clashing, and now and then its blade would tear some clothes of mine. One time it even left a scratch and transmitted quite a big bolt of lightning into me. If not for me crushing it with force of my rule powers and occult energy, I would have become numb, and that moment would have become my end moment. Clang, 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 tear. We kept clashing, and at first, its blade was able to breach my defense quite easily, but as the time passed, it had become harder and harder till it became very rare, and few minutes after that I started to breach its defenses. These 24 moves are fantastic. With just 10 minutes of the fight, I was able to get close to its fatal points. These moves are direct and straightforward that directly attack the enemy's core. Time passed by 15 more minutes passed, and now it is rarely able to breach my defenses while I am breaching its defenses every few moves. It started to make it hesitate if I kept fighting it this way, and it would surely flee as soon as its chance. Puchai, my sword pierced its heart. I kept fighting it till it was ready to run, and just as it was about to make a move to run away, I took a daring chance and able to pierce its heart. I took out my sword and placed the corpse of the monster into my storage. This fight was different. Not only I had experienced an extraordinary ability from the grim monster, but I had also fought with the 24 sword moves. It feels really weird to say to 24 sword moves even in mind, so I decided to change it to the name Clock Sword Style. Clock Sword Style, as it is 24 different moves like 24 ticks on the clock. I have fought for it nearly an hour, and I do not regret wasting my time with it, as the fight with having given me the confidence to fight against the strongest opponent with clock sword style. Bang! Without wasting any time, I activated the mini blast and started killing again. Just like before, I bore no discrimination. I kill every grim monsters I have come across as its 1-star elite or 8-star elite. As for 9-star elites, they hadn't started following me yet, and I did not attack them on my own. Currently my power is equal to early 9-star elite, means I can fight one of the weakest 9-star elites. So unless grim monsters started to chase me on their own, and their power is what I can handle, only then I will fight them, or if not then I will continue running, and with my power reaching 9-star elite, there are barely any 9-star elite that could match up to me in my speed. So I kept killing grim monsters without worries, and with the smile on my face as I consider these grim monsters are not the living beings but pile of mana crystal. Each grim monster represented the pile of mana crystals to me. The more I kill, the bigger the pile of the crystal would become. Bastard, wait. 2 hours passed by and now 4 9-star elites are chasing me, and each one of them is stronger than me. I had thought I would have some 9-star elite that would have a similar level power as, but it looks like I was too hopeful. All the grim monsters that are following me and very strong, and I could not defeat them, so the only option I have is to run, and to be honest, this chase did not affect me much as I continued killing any grim monsters I have coming across. Now and then I would see some silver and golder elite falling from the sky. Most of the time, they would get up and flew up again to fight, but sometime they would stay dead. I have come across a few bodies of silver and golden elites while I was running and wanted to store them in my storage. Not to forget the level of treasures they will have in their storages, but the sheer amount of mana crystals I would harvest from them would be very astounding. With every level in Star Elite, there more than double increase in the mana crystals. This is between great, but this difference in power is nothing compared to the difference in power between White Elite, Silver Elite, and Golden Elite. I can see the difference clearly when I looked up, so when I can very well imagine how much mana crystal I would be able to harvest from the Silver and Golden Elites. I may not have the power currently to beat and harvest from the Silver and Golden Elites, but one day, I will have it and that I will be swimming in the mana crystals. Boom, boom, boom. The chase continued for little more than an hour when I started to hear another set of loud booming sounds. There is already that sound above us with the Golden and Silver Elites fighting now, this new sound seeming coming closer and closer. Before I know it, the blurring forms came toward our battlefield and started to fight in the above battlefield. It would take even idiot of realizing what is happening. The Silver and Golden Elites of other battlefields have come and joined out the battlefield. As for why they did that, I fucking don't know. I do not have much information, and from what I have read, these grim monsters apply different strategies in different battles like any sane, so there must be some reason for them doing that. Now the question is, if the Golden and Silver Elites of the battlefield of the other battlefield have come, then would the Silver Elites would follow, and if they followed, then the White Elites from other battlefields will go as well. Boom, 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 step, step, step. I did not have to wait long as a minute after Golden and Silver Elites of other battlefields have come. The Golden and Silver Elites have also followed, and soon White Elites have also started to come. They will come in few minutes. While running away, I had opened a feed and saw the grim monsters and humans of all 3 battlefields are coming toward our battlefield, and in a maximum of 10 minutes, all the 4 battlefields would become one. This shocked me. Currently, more than 3 million people are fighting the battlefield, but when people from other battlefield came, it will be whopping 12 million. With such huge number, the utter chase would follow, and the battle that had been going in steady pace will explode. I have to be extremely careful. After the battlefields merged, there will be thousands of 9-star elites that will jumble in one place. As everybody started to notice what is happening, the mood of the battlefield began to change. The 4 9-star elite were chasing, slowed down till one kept pursuing me, and that also tones down its effort. Not only, but the people fighting on the battlefield also started to fight little reservedly and started drinking potions and other things they got. When all the battlefields merge, the real battle will start, and that there will be no break. Everyone will fight for blood, and the battlefield will only stop when the other party completely killed or they ran away. To make that happen, one party would have to kill nearly all the people of another party or make it retreat in defeat. These are the only 2 ways that battle could end, but no matter which thing happens, humans going loose lots and lots of people. If we are fortunate, then our losses could be between 50 to 100,000, and if we are unlucky, then more than 1 million would die. These deaths are genuinely shocking, but it will happen. I have to work hard and be smart so that I could be in the list of people who will die on the battlefield. The people from the grim battlefield will arrive soon, and like others, I should also make the preparation. I thought and took out the violet berry from my storage and pop at my mouth. As its juice traveled inside my body, I felt all the tiredness and fatigue vanishing away, and I felt like I had just woken to feel completely refreshed without any tiredness into my body. Not only that, my mana storage, which had been emptied little, also instantly filled to the brim. What I had eaten is now called Vigor Berry. Like its name suggests, it filled body with vigor, and eating it does not have side effect, but one can not more than 9 vigor berries in a day, otherwise the berries wouldn't give much effect. The vigor berry could make one reach his peak condition instantly. The only thing it can't do is heal injuries, but that is a small problem, especially for me. The vigor had made come to my peak condition, and now all I have to do is wait for the grim monsters of other battlefields to come before I can start to slaughter them. Everywhere I look, I found utter chaos. It had been a few minutes since the battle started, and what I see is a pile of bodies already piling on the ground. Everywhere I see bodies. The only relieving thing about the bodies is that most of them belong to the grim monsters. There are only a few in between bodies of humans that could be seen. The bodies of humans may be in between the grim monsters, but when one could them, the sheer number of them would make one's heart bleed. Since the battle started, I have been quite low profile, not wanting to attract too much attention, as I am already very attention-grabbing with my body covered in weird in silver armor. The reason I did continued the wanton killing of my grim monster, because I don't want to make myself a target of lots of grim monster with the start of the battle. I wanted to wait a bit before everybody got busy with their fight before I start my wanton killing. That time, even if some 9-star elite caught my wanton killing few grim monsters in the Battle of Millions, I would still be able to handle them well. As long as there are no more than 10 swift 9-star elite chased me, I would be fine. Slice puche puche. I waited for 15 more minutes before I started my killing again, and this time, my killing speed was faster than before as the grim monster is everywhere. There is 8 million grim monster on the battlefield. I have to wave my hand, and grim monster would get cut by my sword. Unlike before, I now have to be very careful. There are powerhouses everywhere. If not for me having a killing rule which helps me sensing battle power of others, I wouldn't have been able to kill as many as grim monsters I've been killing now. As that time I would have to look at the grim monster's forehead before I can even think of attacking. There are many grim monsters followed me, but there are only 3 which come very close to catching me, and one had nearly killed. All these 3 were very powerful. The 3 of them were experts in speed and also possessed the power of peak 9-star elite. I had to spend a lot of time to have them stop chasing me. In such a way, a total of 8 hours had passed, and now sun appearing through the clouds. Yesterday in the early evening the battle had started, and now there is dawn, but there is no sign of people stopping. Both grim monsters and humans are fighting furiously, not only down but also above. The booming sound of silver and golden elites fighting had never lessened. Instead, it intensified. Clear tiredness could be seen their faces, but it would vanish for a while as they drank the invigorating potion. The humans have become wild dogs. They are using everything they had to fight. I have even seen one give a headbutt to the grim monster. I had thought that humans went crazy, and about to help him as he was within my range, but soon stopped seeing it is the strategy of humans to make the grim monster loosen its guard before he could launch the fatal attack at it. Chew. I popped up another vigor berry before I started killing again. This is my 3rd vigor berry in the battle, and it is helping me vary me in keeping myself in the peak condition throughout the battle. Few seconds after eating the vigor berry, I found myself returning to my vigorous form. I felt my body is brimming with energy, and I could kill any grim monster that appeared in front of me. Though there is still mental tiredness, it can be suppressed enough not to affect my battle power. I had started killing for some time when suddenly I felt a strong killing intent locked on me, and when I looked back, I saw a 9-star elite blazing horse coming at me. I stopped, suddenly noticed its battle power, and a scatic smile couldn't help but appeared in my face. Since I had killed the antelopeman, no early 9-star elite had come after me. All those came were peak and mid 9-star elite. I wanted to fight against a 9-star elite of my level, but I never had able to find one. But now that I saw this blazing horseman, I couldn't help but get excited, and as I again found a powerful opponent to test my clock sword style which I had practiced whole night. Though this blazing horseman is quite stronger than the opponent I would have liked to fight, I still decided to fight as if things got harder, I could always run. Hee hee. That horseman let out a cruel laugh as it came at me with the swift speed, but when it was halfway, I noticed a fluctuation in its killing intent, and next moment I felt its battle power rising. Seeing that, I know and activated my occult method at full power without hesitation. This horseman is quite smart, fearing I will run away. It had used its full power from the start, so it could finish me off in a single move, so I could not run away after seeing its power. Well, it is bad luck. If it had been any other, he would have fallen into its trap, but not me. I was able to see through it with crystal clear clarity and will give it quite a big surprise. It came toward me with its usual speed, but just as it came closer to me, it swung its axe at me with the power that is not present before. It would have very hard to defend against such insidious attack if it were any other. but for me, this is an excellent chance to finish the battle in seconds. Bang. KRRRR slice. I activated Mini Blast at full power and used my sword against its, but this time I did directly countered its blade but clashed against its corner and diverted it using minimum power before directly slicing across its chest. I made a massive wound on its body. The injury I have it very serious as it cut to the bone. Bang Puchai. I called by my sword slightly and used Mini Blast again to pierce its ear directly. When it took its last breath, it was shocking. Well, I would be in its place if I would have been its place. I had used all my power into 2 attacks and top that I used moves from the Clockwork Sword style. The whole attack happened within a second. I just about removed my sword from its chest when I felt extremely threatening sensation and that I knew if it hit me, I would surely reach the underworld. I will die, I will die. I shouted in my mind as this sensation completely overpowered me so much that I wasn't even able to take a breath. It felt like someone holding my breath, which I am supposed to breathe. I know this is not what is happening. I am just frozen in fear due to this extremely threatening feeling I am feeling. Through the sheer willpower, I controlled the fear I was feeling enough to move my eyeball, and what I saw is people standing still like a statue. Their bodies are shaking uncontrollably. I could 100 of people falling on the ground every second. That not it, I even saw people from above stopped fighting. There is no booming sound or shaking of the earth. Everything has become utterly silent. If I am not wrong, then someone very had swept their wills on the battlefield, projecting their will on everyone. This powerhouse must be supremely powerful, as its will alone was enough to make everyone shaken to the core that did not dare to breathe. I stood shaking like the rest of the people on the battlefield, struggling to breathe when I noticed an interesting thing of will, or I may say wills. On the battlefield, there is not the single will, but 2 will, and these 2 wills seem to be in the contest. These wills seem to be fighting each other, and the whole battlefield is the just collateral. I was lucky to notice this. The level powerhouses who are battling with is too high that other people could not notice the difference due to their low level. I was able to notice them due to sheer coincidence, but I did not feel happy about it at all. These 2 powerhouses are battling, and if they increase their will a little high, then people will not only get unconscious, some people's brains may get fried too. Thud thud, just as I thought that the 2 wills increased their power, I felt my blood run cold, knees buckle. If not me holding myself with great willpower, I would have fallen to the ground like people around battlefield. Thud thud thud. Suddenly in the soft sound of falling, I heard a loud thud behind me. Even if I could move my eyes, I could tell by the sound that someone from the above had fallen. It may be Silver Elite or the Golden Elite, but I think chances of them being Silver Elite high, as I believe those who can become Golden Elite must need high willpower to gain the power of Golden Elite. After that first loud thud, I kept hearing them now and among the soft thuds. Seeing the constant sound of falling I am hearing, I think more than 99% of people on the battlefield have fallen to the ground. I am barely keeping myself up, and the worst thing is that the power 2 wills are continually rising. They are getting stronger and stronger every minute that I found my knees shaking. Now even my toddler sister came and pushed me lightly. I would surely fall. That is how precarious my condition is, and that was just the projection 1 wills and not their real powers. To them, we are weak as ants. To finish us off, they do not need to launch an attack, just suppression of will would be enough. I may not know much, but I don't think Lord or Duke have this strong will power. I think it must be either Prince or King Powerhouse whose wills we are facing. I still believe only those powerhouses can suppress millions of people with their wills alone. The falling of people had slowed down, but it was not because of the power of wills had decreased. No, the reason is the exact opposite. Due to effect of strong will, there are barely any people left standing on the battlefield. Most of the people had fallen long ago, and those who remain standing are on the verge of the falling. I want to let go. I wanted to let everything go and fall unconscious. Their pain in the will, but the complete suppression unbearable. To take a breath, I have to use all my energy, and every time the power of the wills increased, I would nearly suffocate. The pressure these wills put out is immense, if not the many events I had gone through, and many things I have experienced that made my willpower firm. I would have never bear the suppression of these wills. In front of my eyes, there used to be thousands and thousands of grim monsters and humans, and now I am only seeing 7 people standing on the thousands. Of the 4 are humans, and 3 are grim monsters. 1 grim monster is clearly on the edge of falling. If willpower had increased even a little, then that grim monster would surely fall. I wanted to harness this suppressive will to practice my methods, but I was unable to do so. Forget about supreme combat exercise and secrete method, I was not even able to run my refinement engine, which I do unconsciously every moment I am awake. The suppression is so high that I wasn't even able to operate my refinement engine, a thing I am most familiar with. Thud thud thud. The suppression increased again, and the next moment, I again started to hear a thud. Not 3 of the 7 people in front of me fell. I even heard loud band. Some powerhouses from above must have fallen down. I also very of falling my knees that were already shaking started to shake even more, and all I could do is muster all my will and breathe the air inside me. As the powers of the will had increased, my breathing stopped again. I had muster all my will to breathe in a small amount of air into me. With falling of another grim monster, now I can see only 3 people standing in front of my eyes, of which 2 are humans, and 1 is a grim monster like me, all of them on the verge of falling. I felt like I have reached my limit, and if willpower increased again, then I might fall on the ground to unconsciousness. Just as I thought that the willpowers increased again, and this time, it rose by quite a margin, I felt like I am feeling unconscious as I thought my thoughts were slowing down at a visible pace. I tried to resist it, this feeling of unconsciousness that came over me, but I could not, but I continued to do that. I want to resist it until I became conscious. It would have different things if someone powerful attacked me, and I got injured for that one have the power, but falling unconscious just due to projection will, I find it shameful. I always felt my will is very firm, but now I am bending under someone else's will. I find this utterly shameful and humiliating, so I will resist till it breaks me. Some time ago I lost my sight, or I might say my thoughts have become sluggish enough that my brain can't process what it is seeing, so everything around me dark. I had thought the darkness would be black, but there is no color. It is like asking a blind people what they can see, but how would they answer they never see any color in their life? That how my condition had become, there is darkness around me, but this darkness is not a dark color, it is just filled with silence and emptiness. The tug of war between 2 wills is continuing with no winner around. Every few minutes or seconds, I don't know they will increase their willpower and try to push another away, but the other would also increase its power, and they would be locked in the stalemate. After long observation of their wills, my slow brain concluded that this 2 people are increasing their willpower by some fixed unit. As for what unit it is I don't know, or I didn't there was any unit for the willpower if not for seeing their will's power would increase at a fixed rate. To put it in other words, they are clashing on the firmness of will, to see whose will is firm. If they used their full will projection, then all the people here would have had their brains fried. In my observation, I found that one party has a slightly weaker than the other, but that party didn't want to accept that, and probably that is why that one kept increasing its willpower while another party reciprocates. It is very clear by their action they don't want to harm the millions that are fighting. If they were not holding back, then we would be standing right now. Buzz, the willpowers increased again, and I again felt onslaught on the will, and I again started to give my all. I had already decided to resist till I have my last thought. I do not want the shame of being unconscious my pressure of others' will. Even if that powerhouse is lord of this world, I will never bend my will in front of it. I would rather let my willpower break and turn into vegetables rather than bend down in front of someone else's will. Buzz. The willpower increased again, and this time I reached my limit and felt the last of my thoughts turning blur, and despite that I kept resisting, but it seems like this I had reached my limit as I found my consciousness slipping away without stopping. Is this my limit? I thought sluggishly. Though I know I had reached my limit, I had to continue resisting. I won't fall under anyone will without any struggle. I kept struggling as my conscience slipped, and finally came a moment when I could process only one though and that too going away. Soon that one thought, which filled with resistance erase away under the pressure of Colossus will, and I was about to fall into unconscious when I saw a light. That light was very faint, but it is also very clear in this dark space. I instinctually focused on it and found my power returning to me. Though the speed of return is very slow, it is returning nonetheless. I don't know what this faint light is, but it had somehow helped me from loosing into the unconscious. It had helped me from drowning under those calluses' wills, as I kept looking at that faint light and found my thoughts very slowly returning to me. Those calluses' wills are weighing down me every second, wanting me to sink into a sea of the unconscious, but I did not. That faint light has become my anchor for me, which I could hold on under the storm of wills. Time passed by and the power of 2 wills kept increasing, and due to that many times I nearly sank into the unconscious, but I always able to hold though that faint light. It's somehow also always able to help me falling into the unconsciousness. Suddenly I felt the pressure from 2 calluses would vanish, and light instantly appeared in front of my eyes, so as my thought process returned to normal. When I looked around, I saw the view I will never forget. I saw millions of people lying on the ground they are unconscious. In the whole battleground, I found only round 11 people are standing. In millions of people, only 11 people remain standing, and there are 7 from the human side and 4 from the grim monsters of different tribes. To my utter surprise, I saw 2 familiar among us, 7 humans. Though I can't seeing their faces clearly, I am very familiar with their silhouette. They are twins Sophia and Reina, both of them able to bear the colossus pressure of wills. We 11 people looked at each other. Despite the difference, our eyes met, and we nodded at each other. Even if we are enemies and would kill each other without single though, we still gain the respect of each other. What we have experienced was more magnificent than battle. Where millions failed, we survived. These facts are alone enough garnered great respect and feel pride. After taking one more look at the battlefield, I typed the few buttons and looked at the condition of my friends. The drones above looked fine. I don't think the wolves have damaged them. Soon 9 windows projected appeared in front of me. 4 windows are of my friends, while the other 5 were from the rookies that were under me. I took a sigh of relief, seeing they are alive like I had to guess. Sophia and Reina are standing, but Leo and Rachel also awake. They are crouching down like hundreds of other people. They are not falling unconscious under the high pressure, already a very commendable thing. When I looked at the 5 rookies under me, I thought they would be all lying unconscious, but Drone showed one is very much awake, though she is nearly laying on the floor from her slight movement. I could see that Tina is away. As I've observed, this girl had a commendable will. She will have a bright future with such a firm will. After some time, the people who were already awake starting to stand up, I also used this chance to collect the body of 9-star elite and my sword which had fallen under my grip at no time. Pan, Zan, I had just thought about how they will wake up millions of people who are lying down when I heard 2 blaring horns from toe sides. These horns are deafening, and hearing I felt like ants are biting all over my body. Hearing that people started to wake up, and after waking up, they started to gather in a group, humans on one side while grim monster on others, and they all have one thought: whether the battle would continue to not. We people from both sides stood opposite each other, with only one thought in mind: whether the battle will continue or not. The wills that had swept over us may seem like taken hours of our time, but the wills had swept over the battlefield for barely an hour. The unconsciousness had given most people some time to rest, and now they are in better condition than before for the fight. We all waited for the decision, just one order, and we will fight. We will have to fight whether we want it or not. When I look above, I saw hundreds of golden and silver elites grim monsters standing in the lead of 9 grim monsters. In 9 I could see the foxman that cloaked in the green smoke, and I still feel a shudder when I looked at that green smoke. That green gas is terror. Just one faint whip of it made me reach the gates of the underworld. I can't imagine what my condition would be if I take the full breadth of that green smoke. I looked away quickly before that foxman could notice my gaze. The sense of such level of powerhouses are powerful. If not for thousands of people looking above, that foxman would have easily able to feel my gaze when I looked at it. On the human side, 5 people are leading the charge. They are guild masters of the 5 S-class guilds. Their level is similar to the 9 grim monsters in front of them. When I looked at the people behind them, I had easily spotted the Vice Guildmaster Alina of Raging Thunder Guild, who had exhorted me of my totem artifact blueprints. Feeling my gaze, she looked at me, and when she saw me looking at her, she gave me a look before looking away. Kill the ORCS, leave no alive. There was nothing for a few minutes. Both sides just kept staring at each other, but suddenly gruff voice of the grim monster commanded loudly, and right after that human side ordered to kill, so the battle will be not stopping anytime soon. As we heard the command, both sides attacked each other like wild dogs. These people have already been bearing the frustration of falling unconscious during the Battle of Will. Though the Battle of Will had given them a chance to rest, they are still very frustrated toward it. Any self-respecting evolver would not want to be bend under the other will. He may become a follower of others by respect or fear for additional power, but his will, it always remains independent. So earlier when the wolves swept over, even that may be unintentional, they felt angry toward it. So now when they got chance, they went completely undone, killing any grim monster they have come across. Puch puch puch. I too started to kill every grim monster below the 9-star elite would lose its life under my attack. As I was killing, I felt there is a change in me, and this change is huge. Earlier when I activated the swirling armor, it only took 2 seconds to appear in on my body completely. Usually it takes 3 seconds, and I many times tried to cut the time but never had been successful, but now I had unknowingly did that. That's not all. I am also finding killing very easy, though earlier also I had just needed one move to kill those below 9-star elite. This time it felt natural than before. I know some changes had occurred to me, and this change came after I bore the onslaught of wills. The first few minutes I did not understand what this change is which had increased my strength. There is no change in my mana, my body and soul, so I was very hard to understand what had increased my strength. But as I kept fighting, I felt I understood a little about this change and strength it had brought me. I now understood the things about me at a deeper level. I could now utilize the power of my body better, use my soul correctly, and use mana without much wastage. Not only that, I now felt that I had gained the small efficiency at the clock sword style. To gain this amount of understanding, I would have needed at least 1 month if not 3, but I have achieved all that just within an hour, and I felt like this just the starting. I will gain many good things after as time passed by. Puch. I want to test my power against the 9-star elite, and I would have gone to fight one if not for me controlling myself. There are millions of grim monsters on the battlefield, and they represent an immense amount of mana crystal. So I would gain 10 times more mana crystal fighting indiscriminately in the same amount of time that I will spend of fighting 9-star elite. So unless some 9-star elite grim monster followed me on its own, I would only then engage with them. Time passed by and more than 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, I had killed more than 2,000 grim monsters, but to my utter surprise, barely any 9-star elites followed me, and those followed me have given up a few seconds after the chase. Seeing that, I just wanted to stop and find some 9-star elite to fight, but I did not as I have grim monsters to kill. An hour passed by and I again killed more than 1,000 grim monsters, and finally I saw a grim monster following me, and seeing the anger on its face and killing intent it is emitting, I had likely killed some of its kin. "You bastard, wait, you have killed my brother. I will not rest till tear part of your body while you are alive," said the hyena that had started to follow. This hyena is quite strong, a mid-9-star elite. This is the grim monster I was waiting for against it. I can thoroughly test my limit, and if it is too strong then I could always run. Bang! Not wanting to waste any time, I activated my occult method at full power and activated Mini Blast to get the highest speed. It looked surprised seeing me coming at it, but it did not back down instead. It also activated its occult method at full power. "Bring it on," it shouted as it attacked and swung its sword at me with the full power. Clang. Step, my sword directly clashed against it, and I felt my internal shake as I vomited blood from my throat. I got slightly injured, but the grim monster got injured more as it's not only vomiting blood non-stop but also taking steps back. Hee, bang, bang. Laughing through the bloodied teeth, I activated a mini blast on my legs and hand and attacked. Puchai, it got alarmed by seeing me coming at it as it hand stabilized itself. To defend, it used its axe in a defensive position, but unfortunately, before it could put up the defense with its axe, it found there is a sword that already pierced through its chest. Puchai, I pierced my sword through the grim monsters. This is the 14th 9-star elite I had killed since morning. My confidence had grown ever since I had killed that hyena, and after that, I started killing 9-star elite that followed. All the 9-star elite I had killed were early or mid 9-star elite. I was not able to kill late and peak. I had tried to kill late 9-star elite, but barely able to run with my life, and since then, I only targeted the early and mid 9-star elite. As I kept fighting, I had noticed that my learning speed had increased. No, saying that would be wrong, the better word for it, that I am tuning in with the world, which is helping me understand the things more clearly. It is an afternoon of a second day. It had been near 18 hours we are fighting and near 1,000,000 people are dead. Bodies could be seen littered around, but nobody had time to care for them as everybody is busy in the fighting. I could see many powerful people fighting in the battlefield. Some of them caught my eyes, and I noticed that these people are those who were able to remain standing despite facing the onslaught of too powerful will. He also had experienced a change after facing such powerful wills. Of millions of people, only 11 people were able to bear the onslaught. There ought to be something special about them. In the battlefield, I have come across the twins. They were fighting a 9-star elite together, and from what I had seen in my glance, I could tell that they were able to kill that grim monsters. They already had the power of the early 8-star elite when they came out of ruin. After near 2 weeks, they can form their ability armor. Though their armor is not as powerful as mine, it still took their power to mid 8-star elite, and after facing an onslaught of the will, their power had reached the peak 8-star elite. So with their fabulous teamwork, they could easily able to kill an early 9-star elite and fight equally against the mid 9-star elite. I placed the body of the 9-star elite into my storage before starting my killing again. Though the cruel battle is fought around me, I am having the time of my life as I am killing any grim monsters I have come across, and no one is capable of stopping me. Only those fighting above are capable of stopping me, but I don't think they would, as they have not interfered in the battle below till now, and I don't think they will unless, of course, if I killed some kin of grim monsters that are fighting above. If I did kill some silver elite or golden elite grim monsters kin, then it will be very hard for golden or silver elites of humans to save me. Well, I wouldn't stop killing just because I might kill some kin of silver or golden elites. If something that sort happens, then let it happen. I am not going to stop just because there is the probability of occurring. More time passed and evening came. The whole day had been passed since we were fighting, but there is no sign of battle stops. The faces which were filled with energy after they woke up from the unconsciousness is no longer there. There is the only fatigue filled in their faces. Those below 3-star elite barely have the energy to lift their weapons. They are fighting through the sheer will. These lower-level evolvers, which numbered in millions, will able to fight a few hours more before they collapse in the exhaustion. Battle will end in an hour, so kill as many grim monsters as you could. I was just wondering how long battle would last, seeing the condition of lower-level warriors, when the loud voice of grim monsters and human rang out one after another, saying battle will last only for an hour. When people heard that order, be it grim monsters or humans. An expression of relief appeared on their faces before they become ferocious and started to fight as others had killed their lover. This is a final hour, so they did not have to hold anything back in fear, needing the energy for later. Now they would splurge the energy without care. Their even projection of gigantic clock appeared on the wall of the outpost that everybody could see no matter where they are on the battlefield. I too popped up a vigor berry in my mouth and sucked as much as the occult energy I could and started to spin my swirls faster and faster. In the whole battle, I have never used all my power. I had always held something back, but now I did not hold back anything, not even a speck of power. Bang, I activated the mini blast, and though the blurring speed I started killing, I have become a reaper. Whenever I passed through, the bodies of grim monsters would fall. One could see the bodies are falling behind my wake as I slaughter the grim monsters. In my crazy slaughtering, it did not take 10 minutes before the first grim monster started to follow. Now less than 1 hour till the battle ends, and the grim monster also did not have to hold back anything, so I think I will have to lots of grim monsters behind me. But before that happened, I should finish this grim monster who had just started following me. This grim monster is from some cat tribe, which I can't seem to identify. From its battle power, I could conclude that this monster is this 9-star elite, so I should be able to finish it off pretty quickly. I may be even able to finish it one move if I am lucky. Bang! I quickly turned and activated the mini blast as I sped toward the monster. Seeing me coming it instantly became happy and used all of its power to defend against my attack. Krrrr puchai. My sword clashed against its blade, but instead of clashing directly, I used the corner of its blade to change the momentum of my sword before I perfectly pierced my sword through its head. Guests, it made some unrecognizable sound before it falls dead. This move of mine may simple, but it is exceedingly difficult. I had calculated all the aspects before I could launch such an attack. If I had made the slight mistake, then instead of killing, I would be killed, as its blade would have directly pierced through my heart, and most importantly, I could only such move kill only early 9-star elite. It was really difficult and dangerous to use such move against the mid 9-star elite. I removed my sword off its chest before placing the body in my storage before I started killing my spree again. Not and then I would kill some 9-star elite. Most of the time I would focus of early 9-star elite as they were easier to kill, but sometime I would also kill mid 9-star elite. In such a way, 55 minutes had passed, and now only 5 minutes are remaining till the battle ends, and because of that I am facing quite a trouble. Only 5 minutes had remained, and people have become wild animals. One could see then using every bit of their strength plus some to fight against the enemy. Most of the people fighting are seriously injured, but they didn't seem to care about any of that as they are fighting ferociously while comparing to others. My body's condition is quite fine, but I am not. Currently I am using all my strength running away. In 50 minutes I slaughtered shitload of grim monsters. I killed so many that I couldn't count, and that irksome grim monsters, or I might say tens of grim monsters. There are a total of 31 grim monsters following me for the past 5 minutes, and all of them are 9-star elite. It would have been a different thing if there are 10 to 20 grim monster following, but this one is reaching the limit. Though their speed is no match for, they are powerful and have enough numbers, and with the correct strategy, they could easily catch me. If this chase were not on the battlefield, they would easily be caught, but catching me amongst the millions is very hard. Still, I am cautious as half of them who are following me are late and peak against which I am no match. Seeing such a number following me, I had stopped killing. I don't want to take any risk as few seconds of delay could make me lose my life, so I only kill those who obstruct my view. As for others, I leave them be. I have to run for 4 more minutes. As long as the 4 minutes over, I will be safe from these 33 monsters. Yes, in a minuet, 2 more 9-star elite had joined the chase, which again increased the pressure on me. Seconds passed and they turned into minuets, and finally 3 more minuets passed, and now less than 1 minute had remained, to be exact about 33 seconds. The last minuet had made people crazy. Not only humans have become crazy, some grim monsters also have gone crazy. A few more seconds passed, and now there are only 5 seconds that had remained for the battle to be over. I was running when I saw 4 grim monsters coming at me. I about took a turn seeing them as I usually do, but suddenly my eyes constricted when I remembered their battle power. An extremely daring plan came into my mind. All the 4 grim monsters are early 9-star elites, and there is a perfect chance I might able to kill them if I overdraft the occult energy. Overdrafting is always a bad option as it harms one's soul and body, but I am going to do that for a few seconds. So the harm that I would receive would be minimal, but that is not the main problem. But the main problem is I have to kill 4 grim monster 4 seconds. This is a very daunting task, but if I were able to do it, then it would be amazing. I made the decision in less than 1 second and started sucking more occult energy, which is very harmful to my body. I could feel it making small tears forming on body and soul. Bang! I activated the mini blast and went toward the monsters. I had kept its power as usual, giving no sign that I was overdrafting the energy. Seeing me coming toward them, all 4 grim monsters have become vigilant. They have seen my killing style and knew how I fight, so seeing me coming at them, they all became extremely vigilant. Bang, I moved at the blurring speed, and in less than a second I appeared in from then and activated mini blasted behind my sword hand. This time I had used my full power activating the mini blast. Puchai. The first grim monster found its chest before it even knew what happened. My sword it too fast. They just heard the bang sound, and next moment they saw sword inside the chest of their comrade. That was the easiest part. With such speed, even mid-9-star elite would not have been able to block my attack. The hard part had begun, and now not only I have to survive from the attacks of 3 grim monsters, but I also have to kill them, and fortunately I have a plant. Bang bang crack, bang bang pacha pacha. What I did in the next second was one of the most dangerous things I have ever done. Seeing their attacks coming toward me, I activated 2 mini in quick succession at different angels, while spun me without moving me much far, and it also gives me momentum from which I had decapitated 2 grim monsters. Though this move had worked, it cost me also. The bone of my leg had snapped in 2 by the pressure of the mini blast and the angle I moved. It had completely snapped the bone in 2. I wanted to eat the speck of ominous core, which I had hidden in my mouth to heal my injuries, but I had no time as the last grim monster's attack about to touch me. Slice. Next moment the last grim monster's attack came and for my neck wanting me to cut into 2, but at last moment I moved my little and its axe sliced on my shoulder. It was good thing that I had artifact for protection otherwise. Its axe would have separated my shoulder from my body, cutting it in half. The worst thing is this bastard had cut on my right shoulder, making it completely useless. It was a good thing when I saw its axe coming and had already reached my storage and removed the spare sword out when it had nearly cut my shoulder off. Bang, slice. It was just removing the axe from my shoulder to launch another attack when I heard the most dreadful sound of its life, and the next moment, it found head flying in the air. Hee, finally got you. I was about to take out the axe off my shoulder and chew the speck of ominous plant when a grim monster appeared in front of me and attacked without wasting any second. Seeing the grim monster appeared in front of me, the color drained from my face as I am currently no condition to counter its attacks. Battle is over, stopped fighting. It axe just half-meter away from me when the order from above rang out. As it rang across the monster ears, I saw conflicting emotions in its eyes, but it finally stopped its attack, and when the attack stopped, its axe was just inches from my face. Consider yourself lucky to be saved by order. Next time I see you, you will be dead, it said as it took back its axe. You won't be even able to survive if we fight now, I said as I take out the axe from my shoulder and crushed several specks of ominous monster core. I could feel my injuries healing it visible, so even if it attacked me now, I am sure I could defend myself with another sword. When my wounds healed completely in a few seconds, I could kill this grim monster at is a mid-9-star elite. It gave me a stare before it started to walk toward the place where grim monsters gathering. Seeing it is leaving, I let go of the occult energy that I was overdrafting. As I did that, I felt heavy weakness coming over me. This weakness had not only came from the overdrafting of the occult energy, but also the day from the full day of fighting. All I wanted to is sleep here or now. With the heavy tiredness I am feeling, I wouldn't mind the dead bodies litter around me. I want to eat the vigor berry to erase all the tiredness I am feeling, but I did not, even if I have lots of vigor berries. I will not use them just so erase the tiredness I am feeling. Vigor berries are precious and should only be used when it is needed, so I suppressed the tiredness and looked at my wound, which has nearly healed. Feeling worried about my friends and rookies, I checked their condition and heaved a sigh of relief, seeing all of them are fine. Though some of them are quite battered, they are fine. I did not see any missing limb or other severe problems for them. I closed the feeds on my holowatch and started collecting the bodies of 4 9-star elites that I had killed before I walked toward the million crowds of humans that are gathering on the opposite side of the grim monsters. While going toward the gathering, I saw hundreds of thousands of medical drones flying out from the city and started to inject the potion into injured. Drones are far more efficient than humans. Their sensors let them know who is alive and who is dead. With that information, drones have to inject the medicine into them to save them. If we do this work, it will take hours even with us knowing who is alive, who is dead, while medical robots will not take more than 15 minutes to do that. The battle was something, right? I heard a familiar voice behind me. Yes, it was something. I replied to Sophia with a sigh. You must have killed quite a lot of grim monsters. When I saw you were killing every grim monster that came in your way, Sophia teased. To that, I just smiled. They had killed a lot of grim monsters. When I saw them last time, they were killing a group of grim monster that had surrounded them. We soon reached the place where the millions of humans gathered and walked toward our friends. I wonder if any one of us would appear on the list. Rachel said suddenly, forget it. Only very powerful 9-star elite appeared on the list. Leo interjected. The list they're talking about is the killing list. It is the list that shows top 100 people that killed the most grim monster. Don't say it too early, you never know I might on the list, Sophia said mysteriously. Leo and Rachel thought of it as a joke and laughed it off, but I did not. I have seen their battle. Even if I saw it for a second, I know they might appear on the list. Individually, they are peak 8-star elite, who are no match for any 9-star elite, but together, they could easily kill any early 9-star elite and fight equally with the mid 9-star elite. Their teamwork is impeccable, and their abilities complemented each other, which made them a killing machine, especially when the fight is crowded. Even I, who have the power to kill any mid 9-star elite, is not confident in beating these two sisters. Time passed, and soon, half an hour passed since the battle is over, and now both sides had gone back to their respective groups. But now I looked at the Grim Monster, I saw the clear distinction in the numbers of Grim Monsters. In this battle, they have lost about 1 million to 1.4 people, while we about 100,000 to 400,000. This is just the estimate. They will publish the real data in a few hours. Still, the result of the battle could be said to be extremely good to both sides. If compared to the other battles of these numbers where half the people die, still seeing the dead bodies littered around the battlefield, my heart couldn't help but bleed. This is my first time seeing this huge amount of death, and this is just the starting, as the battlefield of these levels was the smallest. I have heard in the main battlefield that is on the central continent, armies that numbers in the billions fight. I couldn't help but imagine how that battlefield would be. It must be grand where top powerhouses fight. I shudder in fear but couldn't help but get excited after imagining that scenario. The gruff voice spread over the battlefield, and the next moment, the grim monster started retreating, and I felt terrific when I saw they are not taking the bodies of the dead. I had known that this would happen, but I still felt good when I saw the grim monster are leaving without taking the bodies of their comrade. If a human had been in their place, we would not have left the single body. We have the choice. It is said that Grim Monster considers utter disgrace to die under the blade of humans, which they believe the race that is beneath them. So they would prefer to let their bodies rot that than take them back. We saw the orc leave, but nobody went to collect the bodies of the Grim Monster, as there is still some time before we could do that. After the Grim Monster went far away, the non-combat personally came out of city gates and started collecting the dead human bodies. Humans could only do this work as only we can operate storage devices. Collect the loot. The voice resounded, and millions of people went toward the battlefield while looking at their holowatches. The drones completely record the battle, so they had perfectly recorded every kill that one made. So one doesn't have to be worried about forgetting the location of the kill or someone taking their kill. The location of every kill is accurately shown in the map. One has to go and collect the bodies. I did not wait and started collecting bodies hurriedly, as I have to collect a shitload of them. Time passed by as I kept collecting bodies of grim monsters all over the battlefield. I was collecting bodies when I felt people's gaze me. First they're few, but I found hundreds, then thousands of gazes locked me. I first did not understand the reason, but when I looked toward the city wall and the gigantic projection top of it, I immediately realized why all these people are looking at me. Above the wall, I saw a gigantic projection, and on that projection are the photos and names of the 100 people, including their rank and points. To my utter shock, I am ranked first, but that is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking this is my points. They are 4 times greater than the one who ranked second. That means there is a significant difference between my points and points of those ranked below me. I had expected myself to be in top 10 of the list, but I never had I thought I would be at the top. I had thought I would be at the bottom of top 10 at most, as there were many powerful people present on the battlefield. There are at least 100 peak 9-star elites that were present on the battlefield. I am a lot weaker than them. The only advantage I had against them is my speed. It is because of the speed I was able to kill thousands of monsters within an hour, as expected. I said as I checked the kills, the reason I was able to gain so many points because of the sheer number of grim monster I have killed. I had killed more than 10 times number grim monster, that one who ranked second, but when one looked at the monster quality, it is worst in the top 10. All the people in the top 10 had killed more 9-star elites than me, the number of points they were able to get due to that, while my points were baked on that. The killing list the most import list, but there are 4 other lists also, and I am 3 of them, so except for absent from the one list, I am present in 4 other lists. These 5 lists are the killing list, the strongest list, the fastest list, the unique list, and the amazing moves list. Except for the strongest list, I am present in all 4 lists, but I am not the only one in my group present. 2 other people are also present in the room. Sophia and Reina had also appeared in 3 lists, and like me, they have also topped on 2 lists. The killing list referred to the kill count. As for the strongest list shows the one who is strongest, while the fastest list shows who is fastest, and there is no doubt that I am the fastest. They have attached a projection on mine in fastest like which is shot from above there. I could be seen in the form of the silver blur, which is cutting down any grim monster that came into the way. The drones had shot these widows very well. They have shown me killing 1-star elite to 9-star elite without stopping. I am not the narcissist, but I have to say I look so damn cool. I am going to send the link of this video to Rachel and others. The last two lists are a little different, but this list shows one's talent and potentials. The Sophia and Rain top the unique list and amazing moves list. In unique, one could see the power of girls' ability armor. I felt if I hadn't taught the girls this ability armor, I would be topping this list and had not put into measly 9th position. These two twins look very enchanting donning the armors of ice and fire, especially when they fight the grim monster with their impeccable teamwork. The last list, the amazing moves list, and this also I would top the list if not for me teaching them the ability armor. Sophia and Reina topped the list while I had come second. There is a video attached to it, and it is most seen footage on the battlefield. In this video, twins could be seen donning the ice and fire ability armors, and they are surrounded by the 7 9-star elite grim monsters. The 7 grim monsters are attacking them, but the twins with their impeccable and completing abilities are perfectly countering the attacks and injuring the grim monsters in the process. Their fights looked like it shot it in the special effects studio, as all colorful abilities could be seen in the battle could be countered by the pure white ice fog and scarlet fire. Third finished quite long, but one would not feel bored watching. I am ranked second in the amazing moves list, and here I could be seen fighting my last fight, where the girl's fight is little more than half an hour long. Mine is just 16 seconds long, and that because it slowed. Its original time had been 4 seconds. Too fast for people to see it. Here I could see running toward the grim monster wearing exquisite armor. Even my average face looked handsome donning it. I moved toward the grim monster before I am killing first and decapitating 2 before killing last. This battle looks surreal even to me because with the precision I attacked is too unbelievable, and the moves I performed with help mini blast are even more amazing. Due to the footage being very high quality, people could see my smallest movement. They could see concentrated fire lighting behind my limbs when I activated the mini blast. They could see how I pierced my sword at the center of the grim monster's chest. They even see my bone of my let snapping and axe cutting through my shoulder. Even I watched it. I couldn't help but marvel this move of mine. Though I marveled at it, I also saw many flaws in it. I could see the mistakes I've made. I will rectify them when I trained. This battle has given me lots of great ideas. I want to actualize them as soon as I got the time. I could feel thousands of gazes on me, which made me feel very uncomfortable. I have never been gazes of this many people before. If not for me collecting so many bodies, I would have surely gone back to the city. Suddenly I stopped what I am doing. I asked myself as I saw myself collecting bodies. I have killed more than 10,000 dead bodies. Even if I used all my power to collect bodies, it would take me at least half a day for me to collect all these bodies. Why I should do this when I could employ others do that? I can hire non-combat personnel to collect bodies for me. I hadn't thought of this before because I have never done this before. There always be me who collect the bodies of the monsters I have killed. I pressed on several buttons and hired several hundred non-combat personnel to collect the bodies of monsters for me. I have shared my authority with them so they could track the bodies of grim monsters that I have killed and not sound an alarm. Though it is quite expensive to hire so many people, it is no problem for me seeing the insane numbers of grim monster I had killed, and now I just have to relax and wait. It will not take more than 2 hours for them to collect all the bodies. It took about 1.5 hours for the non-combat personals to collect over the 10,000 bodies of grim monsters. It was faster than I had expected. I had thought it would take them 2 hours, but they had finished half an hour early. I am now sitting by the gate, waiting for the order of the guild leader. Despite the battle is over, we can't go home yet as we have to keep watch and be ready in case the grim monster came back. So unless we got sure confirmation that the grim monster will not turn back and came attacking again, we would not be entering back to the city. As I was sitting, I saw many people coming near me and pointing and whispering. Some daring ones even began to talk to me and took photos with me. I had got a little intimidated by the attention, but as time passed, I got used to it. I may be fine, but the Sophia and Rain nearly mobbed. There are 2 beautiful girls who are deadly as well beautiful. Anyone would get mesmerized by them, and probably due to that, they had a mob of fans behind them. In the end, they had to run away and had to wear cloaks and masks and hide in a very discreet place. The lists had earned them celebrity status in the outpost, and they already got very devoted fans who will not go away no matter what they do. I had quite a laugh seeing the girls' condition and sent them quiet text making fun of their condition. Compared to them, I am in much better condition. People would look at me, and some daring ones would approach, and they will leave soon after they took photos and made some small talk. "Instructor, you are amazing," said Jen as she comes to me with 4 others. I could see the excitement in the eyes of 5 of them. Tina even has a look of near fanatism in her, which scared me little. "I am nothing compared to them," I said as I looked at people above toward the silver elites and golden elites. In front of silver and golden elites, this little ability of mine is nothing, I said. This battle had opened my eyes wide. It gave me a new goal, and that is taking my power to the golden elite if possible, then reach the peak of it. Though it will be very hard, I am willing to give my all for that as long as I kept giving my all, and with the help of some luck, I might able to become golden elite. It would be excellent if I can realize that goal before reaching the time of competition, then it would be excellent, but I know because the golden elite in 1 year is a fool's dream, but I will still try. Disperse. Time passed, and 4 hours passed since the battle is over when finally, the familiar voice rang across the battlefield. Hearing that thousands of people rushed through the gate, I too took a jump in the sky and walked toward my apartment. On the way, I met twins and teased them a little about their newfound celebrity status and their horde of fans, some of which were following us. Soon we reached our apartment and parted ways to go toward our own apartments. When I reached my apartment, the drone was already waiting there with the food. I took the food box from the drone and opened the food inside it for Ashlyn to eat while I went to the shower. I am feeling very, very tired. If not for me being of dried sweat all over my body, I would have eaten and slept. I got out of the shower in half an hour and started to eat directly. I had eaten some snacks when waiting, but they were not able to satiate my hunger. I ate until I feel satiated before lying on the bed. I had just closed my eyes and nearly fallen to sleep when I opened my eyes with much difficulty and tapped a few buttons on it before I closed my eyes again. What I had just done was put my holowatch to the silence. I am extremely tired fighting nonstop for the whole day, and tomorrow I want to sleep till later, so fearing someone call me, I had put my holowatch to the silence so that I could get a night of uninterrupted sleep. I fell into the deep sleep a second after I closed my eyes, and I slept soundly without any disturbance. When I woke up, the bright sun hanging outside my window, and seeing that I knew I had slept till afternoon. Sleeping for 12 hours, I felt very refreshed. No tiredness could be felt from my body. As I get out of bed, I felt my body is lighter than usual, and I also felt freer. If I were to perform that dangerous move I had performed yesterday, I now will be more efficient and will make a lot fewer mistakes. The battle had given me lots of experience. As long as I digest it, my power will sour. After checking my movements for some time, I went to the bathroom to freshen up before I started to make a quick breakfast for Ashlyn and me. The breakfast got ready in 15 minutes, and I ate it with Ashlyn. There are lots of calls and emails than I had expected. I muttered when I looked at them. I found there are lots of missed calls and emails. The one who called me most is Rachel. She has the maximum number of missed calls, ranging from last night to just 15 minutes before. There are missed calls from other people also. Some of them are from whom I had met only once. After checking missed calls, I started checking emails. I found lots of them from the unimportant people, except for 5 mails which are sent by the Guild and Adventurer's Paradise. I wanted to read the emails as they seemed necessary, but I did not, as there is something essential for me to do is called someone. Try. I was about to tap on the call button when my holowatch buzzed with Rachel's name, and I answered it without hesitation. You were amazing, Rachel said. Just as I accepted the call, I could see her small projection on my halo watch and could see her face filled with expressions of amazement. Everyone is amazed by your performance, and my sister is directly going train after watching the clips of your battle, she said with a laugh. Rachel's younger sister Sarah, obsessed with combat. I can't help but imagine the look on her face when she looked at the guy, who she looked down so much, cutting one 9-star elite after another. Don't be hard on her, my sister just don't trust people easily, said as she saw my expression and knew what I was thinking. Snort. I snorted loosely. Sarah is not bad, but she has the habit of looking down on others, not only me but others also, which is why a lot of people don't like her. By the way, Sophia and Reina looked beautiful in their ice and fire armor, she said, and my heart skipped a beat for some reason, warning me that I had entered the very dangerous territory. I should carefully navigate in it. A small mistake and I will be gone for. You must have helped them create it, right? She asked. Her voice and her face seemed normal when she said it, but I could tell her eyes flashing when she said that, and to be honest, seeing that a shudder ran through me. Yes, I said, if the familiar person to hear me now, they would notice that my voice had gone an octave lower. I may be unexperienced in with girls, but I am not totally clueless. Though I know Rachel is not angry with me teaching the twins to create the ability armor, she isn't happy either, and I could even see the signs of jealousy in her eyes, which is a very bad thing. You will also teach me, no? She asked in a slow, hearing that I felt a slight shudder ran through my body. What I helped them create is the most basic one, but your armor will be better than them. I had already thought some ideas for it, I explained. What I had just said was a half-truth. The reason the twins only able to create the basic ability armor because of their control over their ability. If they gain finer control over their abilities, then their armor would automatically become powerful. That's good. Oh, and Sarah and Max had shown some interest in it. Will you help them know? She asked. Why don't you add your mother and father, also some cousins? I'll also help them too. I grumbled loudly inside my heart. Of course for you, I will do anything, I said with a smile. To be honest, I don't feel too happy teaching her siblings. Sarah had always looked down on me, and Max, her brother, would always glower at me angrily, which I never understood why. I knew you would never say no to me. A bright smile bloomed across her face when she said that. We talked for half an hour more before I hanged up and called my other friends, as they have also left missed calls and voicemails. It took me an hour before I replied to everyone's call by calling them personally or sending them a reply. Only then I have time to read the emails about that the Guild and Adventurers Paradise had sent, and when I read them, an ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face, as each mail is giving bigger surprise than before. I've never expected, I said to myself, and closed the window after reading the last ladder. Both Guild and Adventurers Paradise had upgraded my authority, not only that now I can leave Outpost whenever I want. The battle had given enough experience to the rookies that they don't need training anymore. The other thing they have given me is access to their occult method. Both Guild and Adventurers Paradise have given me 100-hour comprehension time with the occult skill, but I am not much interested. The reason all the method looked the same because a quarter 25 part of every occult method has to constitute of strengthening energy. Only after one able to use a quarter occult method would they come across the real occult method, but that is near impossible in night stage. Currently, I could only harness about one of the occult method. If I were tried to two, then my whole body would disintegrate. The occult methods are for the Lord and above the stage. In the night stage, we are only able to use the small part of the occult method. I don't think even golden elites would able to use more than 10 of the occult energy. I quickly made a call to friends and soon booked the earliest ticket to home. Due to my authority access, I got the ticket of speedy airship that will depart the day after tomorrow. It will take to the home in 3 days, instead of regular 5 to 6 days. That means I will be leaving nearly a week early and will spend 18 days at home. I couldn't help but get excited over the peaceful time I will spend at home. It had been nearly 4 months since I had come to the grim battlefield, and in these 4 months I am barely able to relax completely. Now that I am going home, I could relax and let my mind and body rest, which is urgently needed. Closing all the windows of my HoloWatch, I started to cook and also mentally list out the things that I wanted to do. Time passed by and before I know it, 2 days passed. I am currently readying myself as I have to leave in 10 minutes for the airship that I have to pick. I have double-checked everything in my storage, the things I have brought for my parents and sister, and some other things I will need. This outpost may be a war outpost, but one can get almost anything here. These outposts had a direct connection with the central continent, and many things from their flow here, so as long as things are not rare, one could get it. If it not present, the one could order it after paying a premium. These past 2 days went before I notice, and the funny thing is, I did not have the time even to harvest the grim monsters I have killed. Not only me, but others also did not have the time to harvest, as everyone is busy shopping and doing some important things. In the past 2 days, not only have I done lots of shopping, but I have also done other things, like giving some stuff to rookies. I have lots of stuff that is not going to be any use to me and some stuff that I have in a large quality. I have given them some of it. It will improve their speed of practice. If I had such resources, I have given them in the first month of the outpost, then my progress would have been very high. The only depositing thing happened in the past 2 days that I wasn't able to collect all the materials for my totem artifact. Yesterday, the Vice Guild Master had surprised me saying she found one material earlier than expected. I thought she found metal, not the natural treasure, but to my utter disappointment, she had found the natural treasure. If she had found the metal, then I would have been able to create my totem artifact, as I already have the natural treasure. So except for that little disappointment, everything went very well in the past 2 days. "Why are you so late? We have been waiting for 15 minutes, Sophia said to me as I came out of my apartment building. Well, no matter, let's go. She cut me off before I could even say a word, with her taking the air. Reina and I followed before and flew toward the airport. 15 minutes later we reached there, where Leo and Rachel were already waiting. Let's go, the airship will leave in 15 minutes, said Leo to us, and we walked toward the airship. The airship also about 150 meters long, but it looked way slimmer than the previous airship that I brought me to the airport. This airship had 6 more thrusters than the normal airship, which will make us journey fast. Though the ticket is quite expensive, half the travel time worth it. Wow, this airship is far more luxurious than when we had come, said Sophia. We entered the airship. I had seen the photos of it when I booked the airship. Knew it is luxurious airship laced with all facilities, but seeing it with my eyes, I found this ship is even better. I got a little surprised when I noticed the battle power of people on the ship. All of them had the battle power above the 3-star elite. I even sensed some peak 9-star elite from the ship. This ship had come from the mid-zone, and if I did not get an upgrade in my authority, I would never have been able to book this swift airship. We directly went to the Great Hall and ordered some refreshments from the bar that is attached to it. We waited, spent some time there, and walked toward our respective suites 5 minutes before it takes off. The cabin suite is small as last time, but a lot more luxurious. I sat beside the window waiting for airship to flew up. I like watching the scenery on the ground becoming smaller and smaller when airship flew up. Flying in the airship is much better in that flying oneself, one can enjoy the scenery without worrying about other things. Soon the airship started to fly up an outpost below, getting smaller and smaller, till all I was palm-side black spot surrounded by green. As the airship reached a sufficient distance, it activated its thrusters and flew at a breakneck speed. I have to say this airship is very fast. When all its thrusters activated fully, it started to go very spot. The outpost below quickly disappeared as the airship began to fly by piercing through the air. Time passed by as the 3 days had passed in a jiff. In the 3 days, except for practicing a little and sleeping, I taught basic ability armor to Leo and Rachel. With them, I did not as go detailed as I with twins, but I still taught complete basics. If everything well, then they will be able to create basic ability armor in a month or two. As for creating armor as complicated as my swirling armor, that will depend on their intellect and control over their ability. The ability armors gave quite a boost, but it required one to work hard as well, especially on their control of ability and soul power. These two things made the armor strong. When donned the swirling armor, had to separate strand of my soul into more than 100 parts. Each strand control one swirl, and there are hundreds of small and big swirls all of the armor, and not to forget I have also have to use some soul strands to control the underground network of those lines. When I think about my ability armor, I felt quite proud as I know how much I have worked hard to create and to create something like this, others will have to work harder. Tring tring. My HoloWatch buzzed, and on the HoloWatch is the name of the person that had just called 3 hours. Have you reached home yet? I heard when I answered the call there are still 2 hours. I replied with a sigh. It is Ellen. She has been calling me since yesterday saying she had sent a big surprise for me at home and I should check it. Well, it is very important to me for you check it. Check it as soon as you reached home, she said. Yes, I replied and cut the call. She must have sent something very important to be so excited, and looking at her face, it seemed to be a very important thing, so I will check it as soon as I reached home. Like Rachel, she is also stuck in her outpost for 5 more days before she could come back to the capital. Yes, the capital. Rachel had shifted her parents to capital a few months ago. If not for my father landing a job in the capital, I would come to the capital to meet her. Another hour had passed, and now they're only an hour before the airship reaches the capital. I started to feel excited as the airship reached close to the home. Tring tring, half an hour passed, and I am preparing to walk out of my cabin when my HoloWatch buzzed again. I thought it was Ellen and about to scream at her saying I will reach home in half an hour when I found it is not Ellen but Jill. Have you reached home yet? I received a call and heard the same annoying question I have listened to the past few times, but this time I did not get angry. Who would get upset when hearing her sweet voice and seeing her cute face? No, but I will be in half an hour, I replied. Good, Will and I have collected all the materials. Now you just have to send that blueprint, and we will craft our Emperor-class totem artifact, she said. You guys can collect all the materials. I asked in astonishment while cursing my heart out at myself. Jill is constructing an Emperor-class totem artifact, and materials it needs are very rare. That includes one natural treasure. She and her brother are not the only twins and people on Rachel's side also able to collect the things. Only I left alone in my group of friends that hadn't able to collect all the materials of the totem artifacts. Yes, my father had some connection in the central continent, she said. Same fucking. My friend said the same thing, just in a different context. I wish my parents would also have some contacts in the central continent. I would have liked it if my parents were to know someone from the central continent, I thought jokingly. Oh, I have sent something to you, I hope you like it, said Jill sometime later. I was about to ask her what she hand sent, but she had cut the call before I could ask her. It looks like I will have to reach home as soon as possible. These girls very excited about the things they had sent, which are making me extremely curious about what they had sent. Finally home, Sophia said. We walked out of the airship. Yes, finally. I couldn't say home as this was my first time in the capital. The capital, as I have seen in TH photos, is grand as I have expected and felt quite refreshing after the monotone color of the outpost. It also felt a little cheerful compared to the always serious environment of the outpost. We got out of the air station and flew toward the core part of the city. It usually is forbidden to fly over the core part of the city for ordinary people, but due to the guild badge, we could fly over it. My parents also live in the core part. The organization my father worked for have provided them with a small villa, so we are all going toward the central section of the city. Mitchell, don't forget to come tomorrow. Sophia said, don't worry, I'll be there. I said before moving toward my parents' house while they went toward theirs. In our group, except for Rachel, everyone is from capital. Rachel is also staying in the capital for a day at the twins' house. She will leave for Westblood tomorrow after the ceremony is over. Tomorrow twins are going to craft their totem artifact, and they had invited me to be a witness. Crafting a totem artifact is a big deal, especially Emperor-grade artifact, which will stay with them for their whole life. It is the reason Rachel is staying for a day in the capital, otherwise, she would already be left for the Westblood. After flying a few minutes, I reached my home like others. I did not tell my parents about me coming early. They still think I am coming a week later. Thud. Soon I reached my parents' house and landed in front of its gates. The organization has offered quite a great accommodation, I said as I looked at the small villa that my father's organization him. Though the villa is small and it looked beautiful, a perfect place for the small family. Ding dong. I touched the screen at the gate and soft chime rang out. Now I just have to wait in them to be surprised. Click, Mitchell. The opened and next moment my mother let out a loud shout of surprise as she saw me waiting by the door. Broth, but my eyes and not on my mother, but a small bundle to Joy with a ponytail come from behind, and when she saw me, she also couldn't help but shout cutely in her toddler's voice. Mom, would you? I said to my surprised mother as I motioned toward the gate, which she forgets to open in her surprise. Oh, she said and quickly tapped few buttons on HoloWatch, and next moment the gate opened and I went in. Weren't you going to come a week later? Mother asked. Yes, but something good happened and I got to leave early, I replied before crouching down, picking my sister. How is my cute little sister? Brother had missed you so much, I said in a baby voice before I picked her up and started to kiss her chubby cheeks, which made her squeal in delight. Bother candy, she asked in toddler's voice after finished kissing her chubby cheeks. You are such a smart cookie, said as I took out one small sachet of candies. I will give candies, but you have to kiss brother cheeks first, I asked as I waved the sachet PF candies in front of her. She looked at the packet of candies for a second before she started to kiss on my cheeks. Here you go, I said. I gave her sachets of candies, which she started to eat without waiting for her any second. Mitchell don't gives her too many snacks. She didn't eat dinner when her stomach filled with snacks, Moan said as she went to the hall. It's just little snacks, mother, I said, and next moment, I found two gray spark sparrows coming at me, and seeing them, Ashlyn flew out of my shoulder to meet them. By the way, where is father? I asked, seeing my father present is not on the hall. He is busy in its lab. Don't worry, he will come out soon, mother said. I nodded and sat down on the sofa with a Caroline on the lap, who is busily munching one candy and after another. Mom, did some package arrive on my name? I asked. If I did not open the package now, I would never hear the end of it from the Ellen. Yes, there are two. One id from Ellen and other is from a girl named Jillian, Mom said as she gave me two packages. Both of the packages are small, just one is thin and flat while the other is a small box. Tier. I first opened the thing and flat package as it was on Ellen's name, and I am inquisitive about what's inside it. So I tore open the packaging, and inside it is a card on which is written invitation. It is a folding style card, so I opened and read what this invitation that Ellen had sent it is. I'll be damned, I said loudly in utter shock. My voice is so loud that not only my mother looked at me, but my sister also, who was busy munching up candies. What is it? My mother asked, seeing me cursing out loud. I did not answer, just handed her the card. When she read that, her eyes had also popped out. Damned indeed, she said after some time. The invitation that Ellen had sent is the invitation of her engagement. This news is very shocking given her past habits of changing girlfriends like they were cloths. She nearly had a fling with every girl in our school, including the one I wanted to date. Though I knew she had a serious girlfriend, I had never thought it would be this serious that they would become engaged. Seeing this engagement invitation, I have become even more curious about this mystery girlfriend of hers. She has this new girlfriend for a little more than 2 years, but I had never seen her. She has been secretive about her girlfriend. She never posted her photo on social or anything. Well, I will finally get to see her mysterious girlfriends and also that teacher she talked so much about. I will just have to wait for another 9 days. Tier. Placing the card beside me, I took the small package that Jill had sent and tore the packing on it and opened the fuck, Mitchell. I cursed loudly when I saw what Jill had sent me, and admonished by my mother loudly that even my little sister looked at me with pity. Mitchell, don't use bad words in front of your sister, mother said, but I saw in no mood to hear that as I am looking at the thing that Jill had sent me. Seeing that thing, I am so excited that I am shaking in the excitement. I have seen so many mysterious things, but whenever I see it, I couldn't help but get excited whenever I see these things. What Jill had sent me is knowledge crystal. Seeing it, I couldn't believe what she had sent this, as the value of it had far surpassed the Emperor-grade blueprint that I was offered to the siblings. I looked at the knowledge crystal for a while before taking out the note that was attached to the. When I read the note, I understood why she had sent me the note and felt very touched by it. She had said when she entered the ruin, she had directly transported to the broken vestige where she had found 7 knowledge crystals, but to her utter disappointment, they were all the same. One could use only one knowledge crystal of one type and would not able to assimilate the knowledge crystal of the same type. She had found 7 knowledge crystals. She and family would have used 4 and the remaining one she had sent to me. If she wanted, she would have sold it and would have received a whopping amount of money, and getting emperor blueprints and materials for it would have been possible. She still gave it to me. I felt very touched about her gesture. The only disappointing thing, she did not mention the type of knowledge this is. Well, I will know it when I assimilate it. Michiel, what it is, Mother said, and her voice so close, and I got startled that I accidentally touched the knowledge crystal. I was about to curse loudly but stopped myself, as I know it very badly if I swore for a second time, especially my sister in my lap. I stopped myself and laid against the sofa and waited for the usual process of knowledge assimilation to start, but few seconds passed, and nothing happened. I was surprised seeing that and again touched the knowledge crystal, but the result was the same. I smiled mirthlessly, seeing that this could mean only one thing. I already assimilated the knowledge that contains within this knowledge crystal. Till now, I have assimilated 4 knowledge crystals, and that means this knowledge crystal contains similar knowledge as the 4 knowledge crystal, or I might say 3 knowledge crystals. It should not contain the knowledge of the totem artifacts, otherwise Jill would not have been that excited when I told her I would be giving her the blueprint of the Emperor-class totem artifact. This could only mean this knowledge crystal contains the knowledge of universal language, natural material, or fauna. Michiel, suddenly I heard the loud shout, only to see my mother shouted at me, and my father also appeared near me without me knowing. I am sorry, I had just got too excited seeing this thing, I said ruefully as I motioned toward the knowledge crystal. What is this crystal? Mother asked again. This crystal is a miracle. Each of these crystals have a certain type of knowledge, and it will assimilate in you when you touched it. The knowledge will become your memory, which you can access at any time, I said, and hearing them both, their faces changed. An expression of utter shock could be seen on their faces. I gave a box to my mother so that they could take a look at the crystal carefully. For real, this tiny thing could do something like that, said my mother, and touched the crystal before I could caution her that even simple touch could start the assimilation. Thud, Michiel, my mother said slowly as she started to shake a little, and that box also fell from her hand, seeing that I gently placed my sister beside me and stood up. Michiel, what happened to you, mother? My father asked worriedly as a held mother, as she completely lost control over her body, and she had become dazed. She is fine. Mother had touched the knowledge crystal, thus starting the assimilation process, I explained as father gently laid mother on the sofa. How long this process will last? My father asked. She shall be able to wake up in 5 to 6 hours. I said, Mommy, we were just talking when we heard the soft voice. My little sister, who was munching candies, now looking at mother with a sad expression. Her cheeks nearly puffed, and her eyes became little watery if did not say something. Nothing will happen to Mommy, dear, she is just sleeping. Father consoled. He picked her some and started to explain why Mommy is sleeping. A few minutes later, she calmed down and again started munching on the candies. Time passed by soon. 3 hours passed, and the evening came. While my father watching over my mother, I freshened up and made some calls. Ellen seemed very happy when I congratulated on her engagement and even asked her if she could let me talk to soon-to-be fiancé, but she rejected. She said I would only meet her when she came back to the capital. She also said that she would be bringing her mysterious teacher, and I should take chance ask her everything I could. As she said, her teacher seemed to know everything. This teacher business seemed odd to me, and she only told me about this teacher 2 weeks ago. This teacher had come from the headquarters of her organization, which in the central continent, and how he became her, it was a fascinating story. Ellen said that a few days after she came to the outpost, she came across a very dangerous grim monster and fought it very fiercely, and while fighting, some strange marks started to appear on her body, which boosted her power, and she was able to kill that grim monster. After the battle, those strange marks disappeared and never appeared. No matter what she tried, she had nearly lost hope when 2 weeks later, they appeared again and started to give her extreme pain. Under this pain, she had no choice but to report to her guild and her organization, and 3 days later, this mysterious teacher of her arrived. Not only she brought medicines that can relieve pain, but she also learned to summon those strange marks. It's all felt so surreal to me. If not for her summoning out those marks live, I would have believed she was joking with me. She said those marks gave as her boost in strength. I asked her what those marks are and if I could also summon them out, but she shook her, saying only a few people in the world have them. As for what they called, she did not know, as her teacher did not tell her. I again congratulated her before cutting her call. Then I called a Jill again and thanked her for knowledge crystal and asked her what type of knowledge crystal which is she sent me, but she refused to tell me. Instead, she said I should assimilate it and know it firsthand. It looks like I will have to wait till my mother wake. She should be able to wake up in 2-3 hours. To pass the time, I started to cook, as it was time to cook, and my father's cooking is bad, and by the time I had finished cooking an elaborate meal, more than 2 hours had passed, and my mother started to show the signs of waking up. How are you feeling? My father asked when the clarity returned to her eyes. I am fine, just there's so much knowledge inside my head. Mom said as she sat up. Which knowledge was it? I asked. I am feeling inquisitive natural materials. Mother replied, so it was the knowledge of the natural treasures. Well, it's good that she did not get the knowledge of the universal language that would have little useless in her condition. I am sorry I have wasted such precious thing. Mom said suddenly, there is no waste, Mother. I have already assimilated with the knowledge of natural material, so it was no use to me. I was going to give that to you guys, I added. That knowledge crystal was useless to me, so I was going to give it one of my parents, so it did not much matter whether it was assimilated by my mother or father. After I finished speaking, my father started to ask serious of questions. He directly went to research mode and started to ask all sorts of questions. The more he knew about the knowledge crystal, the more curious he would become, and I even saw the tiny part of jealousy in his eyes. I have seen my father jealous before. He would always be calm and collected, never much showing other emotions. It looks like I will have to find some knowledge crystal for him. Dinner is ready, let's eat. I said. Everyone nodded. My father also woke up my sleeping sister. Usually they did not let her sleep in the evening, but since my mother was assembling, she was on the verge of crying. Father made her sleep. 15 minutes later, all of us on the table, including my little sister and 3 birds. The meal I made is from the medicinal monster, but I had lowered their potency enough that even my parents could eat. What is it? It's so delicious. Mother said just after taking one bite. Smilingly, I explained every dish I made and what I had added in them. The dinner passed in a laugh, and after the dishes, I retired for the night. I wanted to pass the gifts at night, but decided to do it tomorrow as I am feeling a little tired with the 3 days of travel. I went to my new room and practiced for 2 hours before taking a shower and laying on the bed to sleep. When I woke up, it was dawn. I get out of bed and started to make breakfast for myself. Half an hour later, I finished making it and eat with Ashlyn before I started practicing as the medicinal heat started rising in my body. After leveling up to the lieutenant stage, the needs of miracle fruit energy have become astronomical. Every day, I had to put myself at risk eating high-level medicinal monsters' meat so that I could feed it. Still, despite all the regular feeding, the miracle fruit energy growing at languid speed, it is so slow that I wanted to beat my head against something, but I have no choice to bear with it. It is the only way that could help me level up without making me feel any side effect. Though it is very tiring and time-consuming, it has its benefits. This way, not only will I be able to merge more medicinal energy into my body, which made the vitality of my body soar, but it is also motivating me in performing body cleansing technique. I am already close to reaching the 3rd major cleansing of body cleansing technique. When I went through it, my strength will rise yet again. I practiced for 1.5 hours before I showered again and started to cook breakfast for my parents. I was just busy cooking when I heard the soft steps behind me. When I looked back, I saw my little sister coming toward Ashlyn, her tiny hands. After breakfast, Ashlyn left. I thought she went out to take a fly, but looked like she went to my sister's room. Brother Candies, she said cutely as she came closer to me. I was about to reply when I heard a voice behind me. You haven't brushed your teeth yet, but demanding candies from your brother, said Mother's strict voice. Brush your teeth first and eat breakfast, only then you are allowed to anything else, said Mother as she took her to brush. I was about to say something, seeing tears nearly appeared in my sister's eyes, but stopped myself on time, as I do not want to scold my mother. I have brought some gifts for you guys, I said after breakfast, and before they could say anything, I started to take out things that had nearly filled the hall. Since when did you become spendthrift? My mother said angrily. Relax, Mother. Money is the only thing I am not worried about now, I said. Nora, though the gifts are too much, Mitchell is right. Those who go to the grim battlefield, money is the last thing they need to be worried about, my father said, which surprised me little. I was a little surprised hearing that. Before going to the grim battlefield, I had only mentioned that I am going to a very dangerous place. I never said the word grim battlefield. The only way he could know about the grim battlefield as his new organization, as when I told him about going to the dangerous place, he hadn't connected the dots back then. Well, you have brought lots of stuff. We will need some time to sort them out, I said as she looked at all the stuff. Toys, my sisters shouted after seeing lots of toys around her. There are stuffed toys, dolls, and other things that I had brought. Yes, brother had brought lots of toys for you, I said and started to help her with opening packages with her. With every new toy came out a smile. A smile on her face would become bigger and bigger. These are not the important things I have for them. If not for them wasting too much time in the introduction, I would have given to them now. My father and I have to leave early. He had to get his office while I have to go to the twins' house for the totem ceremony. They will be crafting the emperor-grade artifacts. I want to witness every moment of it, so I would not make any mistakes when they craft their totem artifact. I'll come back by evening, I said to Mother after some time before I walked out of the house and took the air. The twins live the most elite area of the capital, and this is also the only part of the capital where I can't fly. Thud. 10 minutes later, I landed in front of the huge gated community. I could see sprawling mansions inside with people and coming and going toward their business. I scanned the pass that twins had sent me and walked inside. I saw a mansion which is at least 10 times bigger than my house. I walked for a while before I stopped in front of the gate of beautiful mansion. The home of the twins is beautiful, enough to make jealous for a second. You have arrived on time. We were just about to start in a few minutes, Sophia said as she opened the big gate. You have quite a beautiful house, I said, as I looked at the beautiful sprawling mansion. This mansion looked like it had come out of some architectural magazine, and there is barely such beautiful mansion in the area. We have made all the preparation, and I was about to call if you had arrived, she said as walked, and minute later we arrived in the grand hall. What a great practice hall. I said in my mind, this practice hall is huge, and I could see various types of weapons and other things that are hanging around the hall. This hall is big enough to practice any weapon. Even archers like Rachel would find such a training hall amazing to practice. There are already 5 people waiting. 3 of them I know they are Raina, Leo, and Rachel. As for 2 the other people, they are likely to be Sophia and Rachel's parents. Seeing them, I could see from where the beautiful looks of twins came from. Both of their parents look handsome and beautiful, so naturally their children will also be beautiful. When I walked closer to them, a shudder ran through my body and my eyes contracted. I can't sense their power nor their level, but the threat I am feeling from them extremely high that I can't measure. Going into the outpost, I know all the higher-ups from the different organizations are above the night stage. They are from the central continent or practiced in the central continent for some time. These people have 2 jobs here. One is to find fresh talent for their organization in the central continent, and the other is acts as reserve force against the grim monsters. Ma'am, sir, I said politely, you must be Mitchell. We have heard so much about you from the girls, said Sophia's mother. Mom, Dad, now that Mitchell had come, we will start, Sophia said. Okay, be calm and follow the procedure and everything will go well, said their father. Sophia and Raina walked the opposite the end of the hall before they take out the furnace and sat center of it. The furnace is nothing but a platform made of unique material. One has to carve the runic blueprint on it and placed all the material, as described in the totem artifacts information, before summoning out the seed. After the one has to activate the formation and mold the artifact according to one's imagination. This is the specialty of Emperor-class artifact here. One does not need a mold formation. One only has to imagine, and the artifact will become just like they imagined. Though there is an option of mold in the formation, nobody in the right mind would choose the when one can have the artifact out of their imagination. Sophia and Raina sat on their furnaces and started to place the materials in their specific places. There are many types of materials there. All of them, without a doubt, are rare and precious, but most precious of all is the natural treasure. Sophia used the natural treasure of fire alignment, while Raina uses the natural treasure of the ice alignment. They choose to create their totem artifacts with the same attributed abilities they have. After they have placed every material on its place, they summoned out the totem seed, which started to float above their head. The totem seed of them looked just like the totem seed I have inside my heart space. Buzz, buzz. As the totem seed came out, both of the furnaces buzzed simultaneously, and runes started to glow and move as if they have the life of their own. Few seconds after the formation got activated, the runes began to float through the body of the Sophia and Raina before they connected to the totem seed that is floating above their head. As the totem seed connected with the formation, the runes started to get brighter, and the materials that are spread across the furnace began to come closer and closer before they started to merge in the groups. Though the process may seem fast, it is happening at a languid pace. The method of totem crafting is long, especially that of Emperor class. It could take between 6 to 12 hours. The materials kept slowly merging while Sophia and Raina had their eyes closed with the look of concentration. It may seem like formation is acting on its own, but no, it is controlled by them. It would have been better if the girls hadn't crafted Emperor-grade totem artifact. Twins' mother said with a sigh, though she seemed happy that her daughter is crafting Emperor-class totem artifact. There's some sadness could also be detected in her voice. Why do you say that, ma'am? Leo asked before I could. The Emperor-class totem artifacts are different from the rest of the artifact, said. You must all know that at every stage, one produces a totem seed, and through that totem seed, they can create different totem artifact. But when you create Emperor-grade totem artifact, you have to use all the totem on the single totem artifact. Not only Emperor-grade totem artifact eliminates the possibility of creating another artifact, but also with seed, it needs more and more precious materials, she said with a sigh. I know all this, and before passing the Emperor-grade method, I have them about but they were okay with that as the power provided by the Emperor-class artifact is incomparable. You might not know this, but the materials needed for higher stages of Emperor-class artifact are very precious, and all these precious materials strictly controlled by high-level organization. Unless you are a member of that organization and have enough potential, They will not provide you those precious materials, she said while looking at her daughters who had reached the initial state of crafting. Why do they control this precious material strictly? Leo asked, hearing that I wanted to smack my head, as Rachel did as there is a straightforward answer. Why? Because these materials are scarce, and they don't have it to provide for their member, and that is also the reason why the Emperor-class blueprints are so strictly controlled. The fewer people have those blueprints, the few will search for them, she said. What Twin's mother said is true, but there is another reason as well, that is that Emperor-class blueprints are too powerful, and they only want their members to have such powerful artifacts. Even if we don't add the next stage materials, and just kept adding seeds, the artifact would still be more powerful than the artifacts of other class, I said. This was the reason why I chose to craft the Emperor-class artifact, despite the rare and precious of materials it needs in further stages. Even if I don't add any material, my artifact is still going to be more powerful than the artifacts of other class. What you said is true, but who would be satisfied with the lesser power of their artifact when they could make it even more stronger after taking some efforts? Said Twin's father. This is the first time he spoke, and what he spoke the point. If I could increase the power of my artifact after collecting some material, then I would try my all collecting then. For that, I would pay any price and check out any source. The more power one, the more he will lust for power. This is the truth of the world that is applied to all beings, whether they are intelligent or unintelligent. Time passed by as Twins continues to make the process in the crafting of their totem artifacts. It had been 3 hours since the twins started the process of crafting their totem artifact, and all the material has turned liquid, and now they are slowly merging. The process is slow but constant. Every second something and something happening, so we did not get bored, just watching the process quietly while sitting on the comfortable chairs that mother of Twins' mother brought out from their storage. 3 more hours passed, and now nearly all the materials had merged. As long as all the materials fused, half the process would be complete, and it would not take another half to be completed. I could see the melted materials coming closer and closer to each other before slowly merging into each other. This process may simple, but it is very hard. If one could see clearly, they would see small dense ruins floating around the liquid. This is a complicated and comprehensive process. One has to be very careful when doing it. A simple mistake could result in the loss of whole material, and seeing the rarity of material, especially natural treasure, nobody want to make a mistake and waste the treasures. As such, another hour had passed, and finally, the liquid completely merged. When that happened, the blob of liquid started to float in the air, and at the same time, the totem seed, which is above their head, also began to move toward the blob. Buzz, buzz, loud buzz rang out from with the difference of minute as the two things merged, and a few seconds later, both of them started to release opposite energies. The blob in front of Reina began to release the ice energies, while the blob in front of the Sophia began to release the fire energies. First, they were quite faint, but soon they became stronger and stronger till it started to affect us, and a few minutes later it became even more stronger than Sophia's mother had to put a transparent energy shield to protect us. That was the first time I saw the power of those above night stage and even touched it to get a feel of it. When I touched it, it felt semi-solid and repelled I had a little. I was a little surprised seeing it in the semi-solid state, as this means those above night stage can solidify their mana at some level. This is such a fantastic ability, and which can help one do many things. If not for the rapid change happening around Sophia and Reina, I would have done a few more rounds of touched up with the energy force field. After the emittance to energy, the colorless blobs started to change their colors. One started to turn scarlet, while others began to turn white. The color is not the only change happening to the blob, it finally started to change the shape as well. I could see the two blobs forming the shape of the sword, but one could see a clear difference in their swords. The sword Sophia imagining is falchion on the other hand, the sword that Reina imagining it a delicate type of rapier. Though they are twins and look the same, their nature and choices are very different. Half an hour later, the blob took the complete shape of swords, except that they are still in the semi-liquid form. This means nearly 90 of the process has completed, and now just last one step had remained. Just as I thinking that the semi-solid swords came toward the girls before seeping back into their body, this is the last and most important step. If they can do this correctly, then they will have an Emperor-class totem artifact. This last step will take 1 to 2 hours, and from what I have read, this is the easiest step as one has to form the connection with the artifact. If that happened, then the sword will become a permanent part of them. Time passed by, and I watched them with the bated breath, but I saw nothing. The twins were sitting on the furnace till about an hour later. The twins' bodies started to glow in scarlet and white light. The fire and ice energies, which have nearly disappeared, came back in full force. If not for Rihanna's mother quickly protecting us with the shield, the clothes we were wearing would have been burned into the crisp. That was just the starting as the energies started to get stronger and stronger until they created the domain of their own and began to clash against each other. It was a good thing the twins had chose the opposite corners if they can be closed, and then there would have been an unimaginable to consequences. The energies kept getting stronger and stronger until I could start to feel fatal threats from the energies. I know if I enter anyone their domain, then I would be grievously injured at the least and dead at most. Some time passed, and the energies became strong enough to freeze the life out me and burn me to the ash. I had expected a reaction, but not the reaction this intense. The Emperor-class totem artifacts are something else, muttered Reina's father. The energies kept getting stronger and stronger for 10 more minutes before they suddenly stopped and started to get weaker and weaker by the second before completely disappearing within a minute. A minute later, twins had opened the eyes and walked out of their furnace they were sitting on when they came closer. I was able to sense their battle power, and I was shocked. Their battle power is 9-star elite and mid 9-star elite at that, and this just started as they had just created the totem artifact and have not used to its power. I do not doubt in few days when they got adequately get used to their totem artifact, their power would be above the 9-star elite. Even lowest grade artifact raises one's strength quite much, and this is an Emperor-class totem artifact. Raising one's stretch by small level is nothing surprising, and what I had just said at my estimate as their strength could go even further. Is everything went well? Their father asked. It went very well. The artifact we have crafted is beyond amazing. I can't wait to test their power, said Sophie excitedly, and next moment her gaze fell on me, and I felt goosebumps rising all over my body. I control the shudder I am feeling and carefully sense their power again, which is mid 9-star elite, but this time I felt there is slight increase. However, I can't be sure as the difference is minute. Come show us your artifacts, Rachel asked in excitement. The atmosphere their artifact had created is compelling, and now everyone is curious about the power and look of the twins' totem artifact. Yes, show us your artifacts, Leo repeated. Okay, twins said in unison as next moment, one scared and white glow appeared in front of them, giving off a slight feeling of hot and cold. Gasp, gasp. They stayed in their glowing form for a few seconds before they have revealed their true self, and just as we saw it, we couldn't help but gasp as they are stunning. They are beautiful, whispered twins' mother as she saw the totem artifacts of her daughters. They are wonderful and very different from each other. Both of them had crafted the swords, but their swords are opposite to each other. Sophia crafted a falchion while Reina has rapier. One makes a forceful attack while others do light, but lethality. Both projects are the same. Sophia's falchion is fully scarlet is color, and there are enchanting fire marks imprinted all over it. They so stunning that one just wants to keep looking at them. Just seeing the marks on the sword, one would start to feel the pressure that sword emits unconsciously. On the other hand, Reina's rapier looked very delicate. It looked like her sword is made of complete ice. The sword of Reina is magnificent. It had the guard which looked like it made of thin transparent ice, and it also small ribbon attacked to it, which is floating as if there is the wind, but the thing that most defines her rapier is painting on its blade. It is mural of tiny reindeer dancing in the snow, and if one kept looking, one would feel the mural came alive, and reindeers are dancing. Seeing the mural, I had decided that the totem artifact I will craft will also have the painting on its blade. Seeing your weapons, I just want to create my totem artifact here and now, said Rachel as she looked the totem artifacts of twins jealously. So Mitchell, why don't we fight? I want to test the power of my totem artifacts. Sophia suddenly said, in her eyes, I could see flames of battle, and I know seeing her nature, she will not accept no. Okay, I said as fighting intent started to burn in my eyes. After the battle, I had made quite an improvement, and I also want to test against her. I am fighting against both of you, I asked when I saw both of them coming to the center of the practice room. Well, we always fight together, and against such strong opponents like you we have to fight together. If I alone fight with you, then it would take long for you to beat the poor girl like me to a pulp. So I asked Reina to come as well, said Sophia with very realistic expression, and the moment I felt shudder running through my body as I felt two very intense gazes on me for a second. I knew these two gazes of twins' parents, likely warning me never to do something bad to their daughters. Fine, now that you two are fighting against me, I will use my full power, I said as the silver fire started to envelop my body, forming a complete swirling armor. This time I did not hold back anything. Not only I had compressed my armor to the limit, but I also used the occult method to limit as fighting against the twins going to be very difficult. Even before crafting the totem artifact, the twins had the power to hold me back. However, I would able to suppress them but not truly defeat them due to their impeccable teamwork, and now with their power increased, they will suppressing me and even able to defeat me if I am not careful. As I had summoned my ability armor, they also summoned their, but theirs looked basic compared to mine. Ready? I asked to wing. They nodded. Bang, bang, just as they nodded, I activated the mini blast and went toward them at the blurring speed. Before even a second passed, I arrived before them and attacked with the power of the mini blast. They seemed quite surprised, but quickly used their sword as the defense without missing the beat. Clang! Both of their swords clashed against mine, and I felt immense shock traveling inside me, but the swirls of my swirling armor blocked out of it except for leaving a tiny bit, which was enough to shake my body a little. Bang! Clang! Seeing my attack got defended, I quickly took my sword. I attacked again at full power without holding anything back, which was still blocked by the swords of the two girls. The teamwork of their girls is beyond amazing, as if they had the innate connection to each other, which helped them synchronize their moves. I first thought it was just their impeccable teamwork, which they have refined since childhood, but as I kept fighting with them, I started to think maybe there is more to that. I had never asked them about it as it was their personal secret, but I am very sure that is the reason for their impeccable teamwork, so it is either that, or they are practicing some secret technique which helped them form a connection with each other. Clang, clang, clang. I kept launching attack after attack, not giving them a moment of respite, as I am aware of their power that is rising steadily as they are fighting. The totem artifact not only increased their power, but it also helped them understand their abilities even better, which is why, while fighting, I started to feel their control over their abilities getting better and better. With such control, they are ready to make improvement in their ability armor. It would take time as they have to apply their inspiration on it. Clang, clang, clang. Some more time passed, and now I am losing my edge in combat very fast, and girls aren't having any problem defending against my moves, if not for me using every bit of my soul energy to spin swirls more quickly for greater power, and using clock sword style at its highest. I would have been suppressed by girls by now, but that time isn't far too. With speed they are improving, it wouldn't take long for them to start suppression me in the battle. Mitchell, why are you running? Fight with us fairly. Sophia said as she defended against another of my long-range attacks. It had been 10 minutes since I was suppressed by the girls. If not for me having me mini blast, which gave me fantastic speed, I would have beaten black and blue by this time. Currently, I am running using a mini blast and attacking them with the long-range attack, which is stopping them from coming at me with their full power. I give up. I said finally, as there is no use, all I am doing is running away and attacking, which are having no effect on them. I retracted my swirling armor and walked toward the rest when I saw the expression of the shock of everybody's face, with shock on Rachel, and Leo's face is more evident than others. Watching the footage and watching with Own is really different, Leo said with the sigh while looking at me, to which I could only smile ruefully as I know what he is referring to, but now compared to twins, my power is nothing. I will have to work very hard if I want to catch up to them again. This ability armor of yours give you great speed. It will be amazing if I can gain such speed, she said softly. Rachel is an archer, and speed is necessary for them to get away from the enemy who came very close. Don't you worry with your wind ability. As long as you can create the ability armor, you will able to get the swift speed, I said. The ability armor made by wind power and lightning power would be unusually fast, even a little faster, the fire ability armor. Your control over your ability is quite good. Praised twins' father before turning toward twins, girls. You should focus on ability control more, it will be beneficial toward future practice. It took me 1.5 hours to get out of the twins' home. I would have left sooner, but their mother is quite forceful, so I had to stay for dinner. Thud, I landed the front yard of the house, shocking my parents and sister, who were relaxing on the chairs of the front yard. Mitchell. Both my parents shouted in unison. My landing was too abrupt that surprised them very much. My father even took out the sword from its storage. Don't you know it is forbidden to fly in the central part of the city? You could get punished for this. My father said sternly as I walked toward them. Don't worry, I have an authority, I said, which seemed to shock even my father. The only people who could fly over the city are the high-level members of the organization, and there is the reason for that. There is a power formation laid in the central part of capital. It is not only in the capital of the Republic, but it is put on the capitals of all the countries the capital, including underground chambers, which act as a fortress. It was done that if grim monsters attacked with force, the humans will somewhere safe to stay till the reinforcement from the central continent arrives. So out of respect, only those who earned the contribution in the battle against the grim monsters will get to fly over the city. I only got this authority after fighting the dangerous battle. Brother can take me to fly, my sister asked in her broken toddler voice. Of course I will take you to fly, but not today. I said, I will take you tomorrow. I added when see her becoming sad by the answer. It is a perfect time to take her to fly, as she will be able to see the city lights from down below, but I have so many things to do, such as cooking and giving some important things to my parents. Time passed in home, and before I know it, it had been 8 days since I arrived at the capital. These 8 days were quite peaceful except for one day. It was 2 days ago when I was taking my little sister on her daily rides on Ashlyn. One stupid monster attacked Use, but it was burned into the ash by Ashlyn before it comes closer to me. These days were completely relaxing except 2 hours of morning and evening, where I have lots of things attached to my body by my father. On the second day evening of coming home, I gave my parents some things which included complete body cleansing technique, soul tempering diamond, and potions, which is materials I brought from the ruin. Since that evening, my father had started to collect the data from me for research purposes, as he said. He even took the leave so he could collect the data off from everyone, including himself. He is very fascinated by how the method works, the secrete method and body cleansing method primarily, and that is why he not only collected data from me, but from my mother and himself also. Even my sister wasn't spared. I had brought lots of herbs for her to create talent-enhancing and physical-enhancing solution. It was a good thing that my sister is very well behaved. As long as she had packet candies in her hand, she will happily become subject to any test. In these 8 days, I got many surprises. The biggest one, that of my father, reached first major cleansing in body cleansing exercise and first accomplishment in the supreme method. He became near fanatic for his research that he would practice every moment he got, and probably due to his fanatism for research, he had created 5 amethyst seals, while I am still hanging on 4th amethyst seal. It was very shocking he was able to do that because of the restriction of their and their monster's talent. Both of my parents are still at the specialist stage. If others were to know that they can do such things, they would be shocked to the core. My mother, who usually lazy and hates to practice, also did something incredible. My mother was able to reach the first major cleansing of the body cleansing technique, and she is ahead of my father in body cleansing technique. She is fervent practicing it, and every time before performing it, she would eat the medicinal monster's meat to the dangerous level, and every time she would perform until she became unconscious through exhaustion. I am quite shocked seeing her behave like that, as the practice is the only thing she least cared about. I might say she even hated it, but for body cleansing exercise she would go crazy for, and the motivation for all this is baby soft glowing skin. When she got to know the soft baby skin I have is not because of some potion, but due to the body cleaning technique, she had become completely different women. Now I truly understand why people said, women go crazy for beauty. My mother is a prime example of that. It was a good thing she is following my example like the father. She is practicing all 3 methods together, so even if she doesn't have much interest in the other 2 methods, she's still making slow progress in them. These days my father had become very energetic. He had not only drunk various soul and body-enhancing potions, but he is also regularly practicing, which made him grow powerful beyond his level. He is also very happy these days, especially in the past 2 days. When I had told him accomplishments in the secrete method could lead one to mysterious conscious space, he crazily practiced the soul method that he nearly tore his soul apart. But the crazy practice bore the fruit. In 5 days, he was able to reach the first accomplishment, thus reaching conscious space. He said that conscious space had helped him expedite his research by hundreds of times, and now he is practicing even more crazily to reach the consciousness space the second time so that he could advance his research. The only regret I have that currently, I did have a way to make parents level up safely. There are many ways out there, and my father also offered a level up from his organization, but he rejected it, as all their ways either damaged one's talent and potential. Even though their talent is not much, they don't want to damage it by forcefully leveling up. There are several ways to level up safely, but all of them are available on the central continent. I also have some formulas that could help them, but nearly all of them required something that could be found or ordered in from one. There is one safe way, but for that, I will have to create 100 seals of Supreme Compat exercise. Every ruby seals produce some drops of origin. My origin would be useless them, but Ashley N's origin would not, as she would also be able to produce the origin after my ruby seal imprinted on her. As long as that origin fed to the monster of my parents, who are the same race as Ashlyn, also her parents, that origin would spark a potential in them, and spark will help them level up a few stages. If they are lucky, then they might even level up to Ashlyn's stage. Though this is not the only way, this is the safest and easiest way that could be done on our continent. Today is a little different from the rest of the day. Yesterday evening Ellen had returned from the grim battlefield. In few hours I am going to meet her and the mysterious girlfriend hers. I am a little curious about this would-be fiancé of hers she had been so secret about. Tring tring. I was playing with my sister on the floor when my holowatch buzzed. When I looked, I found it was Jill. Seeing that, I accepted the call. Look at my totem artifact. This the first word she said, and next moment and I saw a beautiful emerald scimitar. Her scimitar is a simple design, but that is what makes it beautiful. The edges of her scimitar seemed very sharp, sharp enough that anything that will touch it will be sliced apart. It is the perfect weapon for her who has the speed type ability and also comprehended the speed rule. Your scimitar is very sharp. I praised her totem artifact, right? Even my father was impressed by the sharpness that I had imagined out in the blade. She said, All the Emperor-class totem artifacts are amazing, but one does little research and worked on their imagination a little before crafting artifact they can make it even better. I had asked Jill to take some time in thinking before she crafts her totem artifact so that it could become even more perfect. Take a look at my totem artifact. Isn't it better than the Jill's? I heard a familiar voice behind Jill, and the next moment, William's projection appeared in front of me, and he was holding giant crystal sword. This crystal sword is slightly smaller than William. It is not only large, but it is also wide. It is wider than my thighs. This sword radiated power. It will not only hack people, but it will also be used to throw them away if used as a bat. It is an offensive as well as defensive weapons. He would be able to defend against most of the attacks due to its width. Yours is good too, but you will have to work extra hard if you want to handle the jumbo expertly, I said. Handling such a heavy sword is not a simple matter. One not only needs to have bodily strength, but also skills. Of course, I will work hard to handle this jumbo, William said proudly before the screen transferred to the Jill. That is runic bracelet, and center of the bracelet is a gem, and if one takes a good look inside the gem, they will find there is a small crystal which little bigger than the grain of rice present there. That is the soul tempering diamond. I had sent to the Jill with the secrete method, and I had also sent her herbs and the potions formulas so they could concoct the soul and body strengthening potions. It is at least I could do with knowledge crystal she has given me. The value of the knowledge crystal far surpassed the value of the things I have given her. My mother, ever since she had gained the knowledge, she would daily browse the sites that sold unknown things, and she even went to the famous markets of the capital to find some hidden gems. I could see happiness when she buys some unknown metals of high value from the site or market. However, their value is nothing to me, but seeing how happy they make her, I took them as they are very precious. I talked with Jill for a while before I cut the call and again started to play with my sister, as I have nothing much to do for a few hours before I have to meet with Ellen. Nearly all my friends had crafted their artifact, including Rachel and Leo. I am the only one who had remained to craft it. I now just needed only material. As long as getting that material, I would be able to craft my artifact. I had even asked my friends for help. From them, I come to know that Vice Guildmaster was indeed telling the truth that material is very rare in the central continent. It would have been a lot better if I had picked up other totem artifacts, but that totem artifact was most suitable for me. Time passed, and after come, my sister is currently sleeping soundly in her room, and I am reading, but I have to the window as it finally time for my meet with Rachel. Went to my room to freshen up and change clothes before I go out to meet Rachel and her mysterious girlfriend. A few minutes later, I took the air and started to fly toward the cafe where we are meeting. These days, I fly every day in the evening. Ever since her first ride, my sister insists daily that we fly. So I took her into the sky, and when the height is sufficient, Ashlyn grew big so we could ride on her relaxedly. Unlike other children, my sister does not fear the heights. She instead enjoys it very much, so I daily took her into the sky to fly. Thud. In a few minutes, I landed in front of the cafe and went inside and looked around, but did not see Ellen anywhere and about call her when my gaze fell on the two girls on the corner of the cafe. These two girls were kissing like nobody's business, and one of that girl is Ellen. I wasn't able to see earlier due to my view was obstructed by her would-be fiancé, who was in her lap kissing her. I walked near them and watched them for a few seconds, hoping they would notice me on their own, so I wouldn't have to break their makeout, as no one likes to be disturbed when they are making out, but seeing how engrossed they are in each other, I have no choice but to do that. I coughed little loudly, so I would break their makeout session for at once. Hearing the loud, awkward cough, both of them stopped kissing and looked toward sound angrily and about to say something sharp when they saw it is me and closed their mouth. Mitchell, it's been long, said Ellen with a little awkward laugh. She helped her girlfriend get off her lap, and I finally get to see her face. Madeline, I said out in surprise. I know this girl. It had been years since I saw her. First time I saw her in the training facility of my first apartment building in the Westblood, on the third day of me arriving at the Westblood. She was fighting Nigel that time. She had broken the heart of a poor guy, and he had challenged her out of embarrassment, but in that challenge he was beaten black and blue by her. I did not saw her after that. From what I heard from Nigel and Billy, she had joined the Crystal Knights and moved to a different city. You know her, you know me, both of them asked in unison. I shook my head to their question. She used to stay in the same apartment building as me in Westblood, and from what I had heard, she left that building 2 days after I got there, I said. Hearing that, look of understanding dawned on their face. You mentioned, Fran, what you heard, where you had the crush on my fiancé, Ellen said teasingly as she took the hand of Madeline in hers and kissed it softly. Hearing that, stress lines on my forehead formed, and I gritted my teeth lightly, as I clearly remember memory, where she was half naked and fiercely kissing the girl I had a crush on. No, I did not have a crush on your girlfriend. He was my friend who had, and your fiancé quite badly beat him, I said through gritted teeth. I still remember how badly he was lost. That poor guy directly fell unconscious that Billy had to carry him out of the ring. Are you talking about Nigel? Madeline asked. There was slight anger that could be seen on her face when she asked her. I can't fault her for her anger, as Nigel had become quite obsessed with her that he even started stalking her. Only after she went to another city that he slowly started to become better. Yes, I said, Mitchell, tell that your friend that never come across me, or I'll beat him till he can't see straight, Ellen said. I will do that, I said, and I will tell him, by Ellen's nature, she will surely beat him if he comes across her. How do you two meet? I asked, feeling curious about their encounter and dating. Well, as you know, after she joined Glass Knight, she was sent to the city I was in for training, and from then it started. First, it was just a fling on both of our parts, but soon we fell in love. She explained their love story in short. That was all about me. What about you? Were you even able to ask a date from the girl? She asked teasingly, clearly wanting to provoke me. Well, ever since you made out with the girl I like, I had completely lost the confidence to ask any girl out. I teased back. The teasing smile on her face disappeared as right after hearing what I had said, Madeline looked at Ellen intently. Babe, did you have a fling with your friend's crush? Madeline asked in a very sweet voice. Hearing her question, all the smile on her face disappeared as she started to glare at me fiercely. Feeling her glare, I had just smiled. I had gotten really sad when I had seen Ellen half naked with the girl I liked. In the whole year, I was never able to talk that girl confidently. Though I know it's not Ellen's fault. If she had known I have a crush on that girl, she would have never had a fling with that girl. That was all in the past, love, and that time if I had known Mitchell had a crush on her, I would have never touched that girl, Ellen hastily explained. Haha, both of us started laughing, seeing her behavior, but stopped the next moment stopped after seeing her glaring at me. After that, we started to talk on the lighter subjects as everything that is going on in our life. I have seen your clip of your battle. You have grown quite stronger, Ellen said after some time. Do you want to fight? I asked every time we met. We fight to test our strength with each other. Till now we have fought 5 times and 3 times I won while the other 2 times she. The 2 times she had won come under the time when I was trying to break my limit. That was the year where I made the slowest progress, and this time I especially excited as for some unknown reason, I wasn't able to sense their battle power. Not only was I not able to sense their battle power, but I also wasn't even able to sense their level. It's like they have some layer protecting them, which is making them very hard for me even to gauge their threatening level. This rarely happens, but I am happy this time as it will make a fight between us even more exciting. Why not? I have even booked the practice hall expecting this, Ellen said as she gets up and typed few buttons at her holowatch. Let's go, my teacher is already waiting there, she said. With her lead, we walked out the cafe. I thought we would be taking the hover car, but to my surprise, both girls jumped into the air in a smooth motion. How do you have authority? I asked. Only those who fought the battle against the grim monster were able to get the authority, and not all able to get it. Only those who made it to the lists were able to get it. Teacher had shared some of her authority with us. She said, which again shocked me as I have never thought someone could share their authority with them. This teacher of hers is becoming more and more mysterious. In the conversation earlier, she had mentioned her teacher many times, and now this sharing of authority, I became even more curious about this mysterious teacher of hers. Mitchell, when you fight me, use all your strength, show all your moves. If you can impress my teacher, she might give you tips or 2, and believe me, her tips are very useful. Ellen said. Her voice had become very serious when she said she spoke the last sentence, which increased my curiosity about her mysterious teacher even more. Thud, thud, thud. We landed in front of Salvador's arena, the most famous practice ground of the city. I got a little surprised that seeing her getting a pass here, as I am with my current wealth and power could not get permission to practice here. From what I have heard, this practice hall is made by higher-ups of all organizations for them to practice here, so if I want to get the permission of practice here, I will have to be a silver elite at the least. Since this my first time here, I had just followed Ellen and Madeline's lead, and soon we reached a luxurious lawn which they entered unhesitatingly. Teacher, Lady Vivian, Ellen and Madeline said simultaneously when they looked at graceful women in her late 30s regally sitting on the sofa. I don't why, but when I looked at her, I want to kneel for some reason. When I come to myself, I found myself with nearly bowing. I abruptly straightened up in surprise and again looked at the women in front of me and found the same feeling coming over me again, but this time I was aware and controlled myself. I was about to greet her when I got another surprise when I noticed this woman in front of me has chocolate-colored skin, which is very rare in the continent. The only time I had seen this skin shade in the big battle. The Guild Master of Red Flag also had the same exotic color skin. In our continent, we did not have people of other color skin than white, but Junction Midzone where I am going, I will meet many people of different ethnicities. I am very much looking forward to it. Ma'am, I said respectfully and also took the chance to observe again and found she is a gorgeous woman. Even with age her beauty is not diminishing. It is instead making her even more attractive. She finally looked at me, and under her gaze, I felt naked. I felt like every secret of me is open in front of her. I could not hide anything from her even if I wanted. She even looked at the finger of my right hand where my storage ring is, which scared the hell out of me as that storage ring present inside my finger. Until now, nobody had able to notice it. Is he the friend you are talking about? He is nothing special, she said in the ethereal voice. I was so lost in a view that it took me a second to notice what she had just said, and to be honest, I felt little angry. Teacher, Ellen said loudly in a complaining voice. Fine, I will not say anything about him till your little fight is over, said the woman as she lifted her hands in defeat before she walked out of the lounge, and I began to follow her with Ellen and Madeline. I will apologize for her. My teacher had no bone in her tongue. She says whatever came in her mouth, Ellen said apologetically in a loud voice, clearly wanting her teacher to hear it loud and clear, but it's like her teacher didn't hear it as she continued walking without any change in her gait. Though her words are a little hurtful, I did much mind them. I prefer to make people believe through my action and not words, so I just stayed quiet and smiled at Ellen in understanding. Soon we reached one of the training fields, and I got blown away by it as it is huge. It is at least 10 times bigger than the practice hall in Twins' home. In such a huge space, I could use the mini blast without the constraint of the space. You can fight. Let me see the power of your friend who you talked so much about, said her teacher, though her voice did not have a mocking tone at all. I could feel the emotion of slight delirium through it, as she did not believe I could be a match of her student. Feeling apologetic gaze of Ellen and Madeline, I just smiled and walked toward the arena thinking using every bit of power against Ellen, as I had a feeling that I will have to use all my in fighting her. As I reached the center of the arena, I summoned my fire, and within a few seconds, a beautiful silver fire armor appeared in my body. Ready, Ellen? I asked as the swirling armor completely appeared on my body. Ready, Ellen replied. Bang! Just as I heard her affirmation, I activated the mini blast at the full power and moved toward her. Against her I am using all my strength. I had compressed the fire armor to its limit, and also used every iota of occult energy and rule power I could muster as I instinctively felt that Ellen is much more challenging to handle than Twins, against which I badly lost. Seeing me coming at her, Ellen did not move. She just took out her sword, which is not her totem artifact, and stayed in her place, waiting for me to come closer. Soon I reached closer to her and got quite surprised seeing her casual attitude despite me coming closer to her, and what is more surprising, that I am not sensing any power radiating from her. Usually when one radiated some power. Even the team who used to hide his power used to radiate some when he was in his attacking mode. But from Rachel I am not sensing anything. Seeing that, I felt even more uncomfortable, and decided to use every shred of power I have in it. Bang! I attacked and used every bit of power I had. Even when fighting against the Twins, I had held something back, but against the Ellen, I did not. Seeing my attack coming to Rachel did not move. She remained static in her casual pose. Seeing her like that, I started to doubt myself about her power estimation, and about to divert my attack when felt Ellen move. Clang. She attacked, and she attacked so fast that I wasn't even able to see it. One moment she attacked, and the next moment I heard loud clang ringing across my ears and immense force coming toward me. Puh-puh, step, step, step. The force reached my swirling armor, and it had puffed it apart. It would have puffed apart when, if not for me, using all my soul energy to stabilize my armor forcefully. Though I was able to save my armor from puffing out, I was not lucky enough to save my body from getting seriously injured by a half-force that seeped inside me. It had stuck me like a hammer. It had injured nearly every internal organs of mine and even attacked bones. I was so injured that I continued taking a step back while vomiting, if not for me controlling vomiting enough to crush the speck of ominous plant's core, which healed my injuries quickly. Otherwise, I would have still been vomiting the blood. I barely stabilized myself and looked at Ellen with shocked gaze. I had felt the force that had seeped inside me a moment ago, and knew that this a purely physical force. There is no other energy involved in that attack. It had neither elemental energy or occult energy, it's just pure physical power. That shocked hell out of me. This is an absolute shock to me, because I am aware of what it means to have such a powerful body, and how hard I would have to work hard, and how much resources I would need if I want to get such a powerful body. My peak strength, I produced it through the combination of physical body, elemental energy, rule power, and occult energy. Only after combining these things would I get the power I wield, but she has the body powerful enough to give her power above my combination of 4 power. I can't imagine how powerful her body is. I am aware that it not the full power of the physical body, seeing how casual she was when she responded to my attack. Hee. I smiled as I wiped the blood off my lips with my sleeve, and next moment, I activated the mini blast and went toward her to attack. This is a very rare chance. I rarely get to fight such a powerful opponent where I did not have to worry about me dying. I'm very excited at this time. I am going to challenge my limit and also see where her limits are. While I moved toward hers, I started to circulating supreme combat exercise and also started circulating the secrete method after I enveloped my body with suppressive energy. Others might think that it impedes my power, as both of the methods put loy of strain on one's mind, but I agree to disagree. Though these methods put a lot of pressure in my mind, they also help me challenge my limits, which is why I am circulating them. Ellen remains casual like last time seeing me coming, and like the last time this time, also she responded to my attacks when my sword reached very close to her. Clang, step step. This time also the immense force came inside me after the attack, nearly puffed away the swirling armor I am wearing. When the force entered inside me, I had to take a step back, but unlike last time, I did not vomit the bucket full of blood, as this time a second before the clash I ate the speck of ominous plant core, so while I was getting injured by force, I am also getting healed by the speck of ominous plant's core. So by the time all the power of force spent inside my body, there were no injuries in my body as all of them were healed by the healing power of the speck that I had eaten. Hee hee, bang. I laughed and activated Mini Blast again and went toward Ellen this time. I tried different move of clock sword style, but like last time, this time also Ellen defended against my attack casually. Clang clang clang. As such, I had exchanged 12 move with Ellen, and in these 12 moves I had used 11 specks of ominous plant I had hidden under my teeth, but despite that, I did not stop. As I am really enjoying the fight, my friend's strength is way above me that I wasn't even able to gauge correctly, but this is a good thing I have gotten bored from seeing everyone's power and fighting according to it. Fighting Ellen is a challenge itself, as I used up every spec I had. I am getting injured at every attack of Ellen more and more. Still, despite that, I kept attacking her with the attack that is stronger than previous. She is really strong. I have to say, and not able to see her battle power, and seeing her casually responding to my attacks, my thoughts started to wander, and I came with a shocking possibility. The more I fight her, the more I understood that she had already reached the new level while I am still being stuck in the ladder, as every moment she making progress akin to the gallop of a horse while I am walking with the speed of ant. I have to fly at a speed of bird only, then I will able to catch up to the galloping horse that she is and surpass. Mitchell, it's enough look at your condition. I heard when I about to activate another mini blast. Her words had brought me out of trance state I was in, and when I looked at myself I found myself completely bloody. My skin was torn, my bones were broken, and with me coming out of that fighting trance I started to feel the hell-like pain, feeling such pain. So that the first thing I did was to took the speck of ominous core out of my storage and ate to recover from the bloodied state I am. A second after eating the core, I felt my injuries healing and pain lessening at the visible pace. So you are a silver elite now, I stated as I looked at Ellen. When I said it, I am shocked myself as I have seen how powerful these silver elite are in the battle. To become one had to cross the chasm that exists between two grades of elite. I thought I would need at least 2 months for me to become a silver elite, and that would happen if my luck is exceptionally. But if it is bad, then it may even take 3 to 5 to 6 months. But looking at Rachel, I have to create an extremely luck for myself so that I could become silver elite as soon as possible. Yes, Rachel replied in affirmation, which I know she would. So when did you become silver elite? I asked, hearing that question. The expression on her face has become complicated and struggle appeared on face. Just before I entered the ruin, she said finally, hearing her answer, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. I thought she might say she had become silver elite in the ruin or after coming out of ruin, but she had become one before she entered the ruin, which completely changed everything. It had been 4 months when we went to the outpost, and Ellen said those mysterious marks appeared on her body in the first week. She reported them in the second week, and in the third week, her mysterious teacher had arrived. Means her teacher had arrived about 20 days before she entered the outpost. She went from barely a white elite to the silver elite in a mere 20 days. I know my estimation is correct, as ruin opened in about 40 days after we went to the outpost. Her mysterious teacher had made her silver elite from the white elite in barely 20 days, and not to forget the 60 days she had spent in the ruin, and 20 days she had spent in the outpost after she returned from the ruin. I didn't dare to imagine how much progress she would have made in these nearly 3 months. She might have already become peak silver elite, or close to becoming golden elite, or become a golden elite. No wonder she said she did not want the strengthening potions and Emperor-class totem artifacts blueprints when I offered them to her. Time passed quickly, and soon 10 more days passed, and finally the time of my leaving had come. I will board for Midzone in few hours. After the first fight, I fought with Ellen 3 other times, and all the 3 times I had lost miserably at first, but I had already expected that. The reason I fought her to get the experience of fighting a silver elite. Though despite being continuously getting beaten by her, I did learn a lot from, and one of which that I am now able to use to clock sword style a lot more efficiently. Fighting her, I tried every move of sword style in ways I could think of, though any move did not affect her as she has the advantage of the absolute strength. And that was the time I completely understood the old saying that, in front of the absolute strength, all tricks were useless. I had also attended her engagement ceremony, which was simply beautiful. It was small and beautiful. Other than progress in clock sword style, I had also made progress in body cleansing technique and supreme combat exercise. I had gone through the third major cleansing and created 2 seals of supreme combat exercise. Though I was not able to level up, I had able to feed lots of medicinal energy to the miracle fruit energy. After the first time losing to Ellen, my craziness reached the level of my mother, and that is why every day I would consume the meat of medicinal monsters, enough that it could make me explode. This way, I would not only able to feed the medicinal energy to miracle fruit energy, but a lot of medicinal energy also able to seep inside my body, which melted and fused with my body when I reached the third major cleansing yesterday, and I would be able to level up in maximum 10 days. With all my hard work, I think my power had reached near peak of 9-star elite, and even if peak 9-star elite against me, I would be able to kill it if I am fighting it for sufficiently long time. This progress speed is very fast and would have made me proud if I hadn't had to see Ellen's power, and now after fighting with Ellen 4 times, I understood very well that my speed of progress is very slow. If I keep progressing at such speed, then I will never be able to catch up to Ellen. The only regret I had that I was not able to estimate Ellen's real power and not able to see those mysterious marks, which boosted her power. Ellen had offered to show them to me on her own, but I declined. I had already decided that I will see them with my effort. I want to become powerful enough that she has to summon those mysterious marks to fight against me. Ashlyn, go out, go out. I heard excited toddler's voice. When I looked up, I saw Ashlyn in half-meter form flying around the house with sister sitting top of her, my sister enjoying herself very much. Initially, I did not plan to disclose Ashlyn's abilities to my parents as it quite dangerous secret, but when my sister started to shout, Ashlyn grow big, Ashlyn grow big, for several days whenever she saw Ashlyn, I had to tell them about some of Ashlyn's abilities. Since that day, other than our daily evening rides, she would also ride on Ashlyn in the home, and with Ashlyn being an expert flyer and fire harness that keeps my sister safe, I don't have to worry about her safety. Currently, she is asking Ashlyn to take her outside of the home like she asked every day, but Ashlyn did not. After reaching near the door, Ashlyn expertly turned and flew back toward the kitchen again. Time passed and soon 3 hours passed, and I am now it is time to leave. Unknowingly, some tears had appeared in my eyes which I quickly vaporized with the help of my ability. Ready? My mother asked. I nodded, and soon 4 of us walked out of our house and sat on the luxury hovercar that was already waiting. If you stayed a week more, you would have celebrated your birthday at home, my mother said softly. I can't, mother, even if I want to, I said with a sigh. My birthday is in the week, and my mother wanted to stop till my birthday, and I also wanted to celebrate it with my family, but I can't. The rules of Grim Battlefield are very strict, and I have to report at the midzone within the 5 days. If I did not say in time, then the strict action would be taken against me. In the Grim Battlefield, we are fighting a real war. The rules of strict and slight dereliction come with heavy punishment. Soon we reached the airport of the capital and got out of hovercar and walked inside. As we were walking, now and then I sensed some people looking at us. To be honest, they are looking at my sister and mother. Usually people only stop to see my sister given how cute she is, but now people also looked at my mother. My mother is a beautiful lady, and I had many times wished I had inherited her genes of good look rather than my father's, who has average looks. In the 20 days, my mother had done something impossible. She had reached the second major cleansing of the body cleansing technique within 3 weeks. It had taken me months, but she had done it in the days. In these 3 weeks, she would daily eat the medicinal monster's meat beyond her limit and practice her body cleansing technique. These 2 major cleansings had made her skin vibrant and flawless that everyone would get enamored by it. I too had gone through the 3 major cleansing, and my skin more flawless and vibrant than hers, but due to my average looks, people rarely noticed it. We reached the lounge and sat there waiting, and there are still 15 minutes before the airship arrived at the port. All my friends are already left. Twins and others left yesterday, while Ellen and Madeline with their teacher left in the morning. Unlike my friends who are going to midzone and me, Ellen and Madeline directly went to the warzone. Only those who had the power of Silver Elite are qualified to go to the warzone. The warzone is the real deal. That is a place where Silver and Golder Elites trained, and if one wants to reach the top, that is the place they should aim for going. Ting. It's time, I said as I received the notification from the airship. Go, be safe, said my mother. I nodded and went for the last hug. Brother leaving. My sister said, till now we did not tell her that I am leaving, but seeing I hugging them, even a child could understand what is happening. Yes, I have to leave, but don't worry, I will come back soon for my cute little sister, I said as I kissed her chubby cheeks several times. Come soon. She said with tears in her eyes, "I will come back before you even know it," I said as I give her packed of candies, but this it did not seem to make her happy. "Bye," I said and gave my sister one last kiss before I started to walk toward the airship. It had been an hour since I sat on the airship, and the melancholic mood I had started replace with excitement as the airship began to fly toward the Westblood. In 15 minutes, the airship will reach the Westblood, and I will finally meet Rachel after more than a month of separation. We have been together for a week, but I had missed her very much, especially in the outpost, and now the airship moving closer and closer to her, I can't seem to contain my excitement as I will be able to meet her in her very soon. Some of the things she did and asked me made me a little angry, but when I think through perspective, I could understand why she did that, but it still made me quite angry. Every relationship has some good and bad things, and her extra love for her siblings is bad of her relationship. There may be some things she might not like about me. As I said, no relationship is perfect, one has to make it perfect through compromise and understanding. Time passed, and soon I saw the silhouette of the familiar city below me, Westblood City. The first big city where I spent nearly 2 years of my life. This city gave me many things, and I learned many things in it. This city had a major influence on my progress, and would still influence my future progress. Few seconds later, the airship started to descend toward the airport, and seeing that I get out of my cabin suit, and went to the main hall of airship to wait for Rachel. Thud. The airship landed with the thud, and hearing that thud my heart started to beat at thundering speed as I look at the door of the airship that opened for passengers to come in. Seconds passed like hours when I saw people entering inside one after, but there is no sign of Rachel. Soon as a minute passed, and I was about to call Rachel when I finally saw her coming with her roaming as if searching for someone. She's wearing a short yellow sundress which accentuated her beautiful long legs perfectly. When our eyes met and a joyful smile formed on our lips, and the next moment, we both walked toward each other in hurried steps. H kissed me. Few seconds later, we met halfway, and I opened my mouth to say something, but she interrupted me and asked for the kiss and who I am to refuse a lady a kiss. I kissed her and kissed her with passion. I let out all the longing I had felt for her. I bear out all my emotion in that kiss, and seeing the same passion in her response, I know she had felt the same. We kept kissing and only stopped when we felt the airship is ascending in the sky. "I missed you," we said to each other in unison and laughed. "Let's go," I said. We walked toward my cabin and entered inside. And just as we entered inside, we started kissing, and this time our kissing is more passionate than before. This time we did not control our hands like earlier, as we have completely lost in passion. I am happy that she is wearing short sundress, as it did not take long for my hands to reach her smooth, naked thighs. The skin felt wonderful. It felt like I am not touching her skin but silky satin. I did not shy away from touching her beautiful thighs, as I know she is enjoying it from the way she is. Slowly, I let my hands move upward while enjoying every inch of her skin. She did not resist it. Instead, she even consented to it from the way she is responding, and who I am to resist an adventure. My hands continued going upward and about to reach her wonderful ass when I felt a push from her. I found myself pushed onto the bed, and before I could respond, I found Rachel top of me, and we started kissing again this time. She was even more passionate, and all I could do respond with the same passion. I again resumed my exploring, but this time I placed my hands directly on her ass inside her as I touched her ass. I felt shudder running through her body, and her kisses became more passionate. I became extremely happy, feeling no resistance from her, and started to explore her wonderful ass. Her ass is best not only is it soft, but it is also firm, which gave the heavenly feel when I squeezed. I have not only explored her ass but also squeezed both of the cheeks with my heart content. Squeezing her felt wonderful. It is even more wonderful than the masturbation. It is such a wonderful feeling that I wanted to keep doing that. I played with her ass with my heart content, but I did not move past it. Our relationship had not touched that stage where I could touch that boundary, at least not before I could take her to the proper date. We continued kissing for some time before we finally stopped, breathless when we stopped. We did not speak, we just kept staring at each other with a smile. "I did it for you," I said, smiling. What I said is right, everything I did it for her, and hearing that a beautiful smile dawned on her face. "My sister felt bad taking so many things from you without giving you anything in exchange, so she asked me to give you this," she said as she gives me a small silver box. "What's in it?" I asked as I took the box from her hand. "You will know when you open it," she said mysteriously. Feeling curious, I opened the box and saw the thing I never expected to see. Gasp! I let out a huge gasp when I saw the thing inside it. Inside the box is a tiny glass bottle, and in that glass bottle had a single drop of liquid which seemed to contain all the colors of the world. Is this the liquid of 1,000 inspirations?" I asked in shaking voice. "Yes," she replied with a smile. "This drop of liquid is invaluable, especially when it is taken at the right time. It is called Liquid of 1,000 Imaginations. It functions about the same as the reward of the second challenge of Grand Palace in Ruin. It helps one concentrate all the inspiration one had, though it did not work on rule power, it's still valuable. If I drank it now and think about clock sword style, in just a few minutes, my understanding of clock sword style would advance by leaps and bounds. With Sarah giving me this liquid, I now owe her the favor because the value of this thing is far above what I had given her. "You are not angry with my siblings anymore, right?" Rachel asked. "I now owe them a favor," I said breathlessly as I finally closed the lid of the box and placed it in the storage. Though using it will have an increase in power, it will still be not enough to help me charge me to become the Cyber Elite, so I will store it in my storage and use it when I really need it. "Come here," I said to Rachel. She came and sat on my lap with her legs scissoring my waist, and next moment we started kissing. This time there was no hot passion in them, just silent passion. We are not kissing like a hungry teenager like we were doing earlier. This time our kisses were slow and langed. We are just enjoying each other's company. Time passed by in the airship ad before I know it. 5 days have passed. These 5 days were relaxing, except for when we go to sleep in our different cabins. We have been literally together. We have even trained together in a special training room that I booked after paying a premium. Though I was not able to make any progress, Rachel did. She had finally reached the first accomplishment in the secrete method, which had finally helped her create the ability armor of her own. I had taught her daily through the link when I was home, but long distance could not be compared to close distance training where I could correct her simplest flaw. Like her sister Sarah, she also has the lightning elemental ability, which is hardest to control and bear more destructive power than the elemental fire ability, and probably that is why she took longer to create an ability armor. Her ability armor is the most powerful basic ability armor I've ever seen. It is not only due to the lightning ability, but also due to my guidance, which helped her create the best ability armor she can operate. With the ability armor, her power had finally reached 9-star elite, and now except for peak 9-star elite, no one could defeat her except for me. Of course, I may not have made any significant improvement, but I did make some tiny improvement, and which took my power peak 9-star elite. Now I have the ability to defeat any 9-star elite, seeing that I finally heaved a sigh of relief as I can entirely focus on becoming the Silver Elite. There is a huge gap that exists between the WoW Elite and Silver Elite. To pass that gap, I will have to make huge advancement, as if I continue to progress at my current speed, then it would take me months to become one. This will be our last training on the airship Hun. Rachel said we reached the small training. Yes, I replied as I watched her remove the jacket she was wearing. The movements were seductive but straightforward that even my little brother went to attention. Soon she completely removed her jacket before throwing it away, and I got to look at the perfect body of her. She started doing that since the day we started training, and every day I got enamored by it, and knowing I like her show, she makes it even more elaborate. The first 2 days she was quite clumsy, but after that her movement became seamless, and now I could barely spot any flaws in her movements. "Let's start," I said as I ate the red piece of cooked meat. Beside me she did the same, but her piece of me was much smaller. Right after eating the piece of meat, we started practice. As if it did not then, we would explode due to the immense medicinal energy. Like me, Rachel also started to follow the formulae of crazy practicing. Seeing how she is behind me in the secrete method and body cleaning technique, she also insisted on trying crazy training method. I started practicing with the 4 of my methods as always, but today I am focusing extra on body cleansing exercise, as if I tried extra harder today, then I might be able to level up to the mid-level of the lieutenant stage. With that thought in mind, I continued practicing pose after pose, never stopping. An hour passed as of this, and I had finally reached my limit, and now barely able to move my body, but I am still performing as I looked at the cloud of miracle fruit energy, which hadn't grown big enough. I still have to feed it some more energy before it became big enough to help me level up, so I continue performing in snail-like speed. I remain, even after all the energy sapped from my body. Thud. Finally, after God knows how much time later, the miracle fruit energy eventually grew big enough to help me level up, and seeing that I let go and fell on the ground with a thud. While I am extremely tired and just wanted to sink into unconsciousness, I forcefully controlled my consciousness and watched miracle energy spreading in my body and leveling me up. I could feel the strength of my body and soul increasing visible rate, while the tiredness I am feeling receding at a visible rate. A few minutes later, all the things in my body had calmed down, and I had formally reached the mid-level of the lieutenant stage. Though the level of up did not give me a heavy boost, it had increased my overall aspects, which will aid me further in practice. "Let's go freshened up. There is barely an hour before the airship will land in the midzone," Rachel said. I nodded and walked out of the training room with her. We went to our room for the shower before walking toward the Great Hall, as there is barely half an hour remaining for the airship to land in the Milfred. Time passed as we remained seated in the Great Hall drinking the drinks we have ordered from the bar, and soon, we felt the airship descent from the cloud, and I got to see the city that is hiding below. It is a huge city, at least 20 times bigger than outpost I was in. There are all sorts of buildings could be seen. Some were small while others were tall, with different styles of architecture. Thud, a few minutes later, the airship finally landed on the ground and its gate opened for people's departure. Ting ting, as I walked out airship, my holowatch buzzed. Not only mine, but Rachel's and others also. The Adapturers Guild is sending the information booklet. I did not read it immediately as I was busy observing the scenery and the people around me. It's truly a junction midzone. Rachel said breathlessly. I nodded as we already could see the people of different ethnicity and race around me. So where are we staying? Asked Rachel after we got our fill from the diversity around us. Let's sit and look, I said as I motioned toward the empty seats in the lounge. In the home, I wanted to research the place I will be staying in the midzone, but I could not as no information about it could be accessed from my authority, so all I could is wait in disappointment. As we sat on the chair, the Adventure's Paradise site, and tapped on the lodging section in it. In the lodging section, I typed the requirement of the lodging we wanted. We had already decided to live together, though we will stay in a separate room but still live together. So, we need a place big enough that has separate rooms for us, and the most important aspect we need is a practice hall. We need a practice hall. It had to be big enough for us to have a normal fight without much restricted by space, though I know such space will be very expensive. I did not care about as the mana crystals are the only thing that I don't lack. My God, are these prices? Rachel said in astonishment, not only her, but I also got shocked seeing the prices. They are beyond my imagination. It felt like the outpost I had been a backward village, which lacked even basic facilities, while this place is the world's biggest and most developed metropolitan. If my parents were to see these prices, they would directly fall unconscious. This how obnoxious prices here are. If not me having loads of mana crystal that could feel the storage artifact, I would say something in shock as Rachel did. In the outpost, I used to live in the apartment, which cost less than 1 mana crystals, but here, even the smallest apartment cost 1,000 mana crystals, and the places of requirement started from the 25,000 mana crystals. The prices are so high likely due to the strength people here possess. The lowest level of strength here is 3-star elite. Even the non-combat personnel here have the strength of 1-star elite or above. And for the one who possesses strength of 3-star elite, 1,000 mana crystal just changes as one would gain for killing a single grim race monster of similar strength. So the sky-high prices here are not that surprising. After the initial shock, we calmed ourselves down and started to browse the properties in earnest. Though the prices here are high, they are not that high for us who have mana crystals in millions. So we calmly browsed the properties, checking what they offer and what we need. Are we sure about this one? I asked Rachel, motioning toward the lifelike projection of the place we have chosen. Yes, Rachel said, and the next moment I clicked on the rent, and we both started signing a bunch of documents. This place we are renting cost a whopping 60,000 mana crystal. Though it is expensive, it is worth it. It not only had a big living space but also had the 3 practice halls. Of the 3, 2 are small, while one big enough that could fight without much feeling restriction of space. I wanted to pay the rent alone, but Rachel insisted on sharing, and seeing her insistence, I had to let her pay half of the rent. Meet you at home. I said yes, let's see who gets there first. Rachel said as she took the air. Both of us are flying toward the directions of our guilds as we have to register in it before the evening, and also a complete bunch of formalities. I take a look at the Rachel one last time before I speedily flew toward the Raging Thunder Guild of the Milfred. It took few minutes for me to reach Raging Thunder Guild, and I have to say it's huge, way bigger than the one in the Fort Cavendish, and the aura released by the bolt sign is way more domineering. When I got close to it, I felt all the hair on my body stood up, and I felt a very dangerous feeling from it. It is even greater than what I had got from the twins' parents, this bolt weapon. I thought the one in the Guild of Fort Cavendish only has a suppressive feeling, but it had posed only slight harm, but the thing in front of me is the real deal. It had immense power, and it even has the power to fatally injure or kill the powerhouse at the level of twins' parents. I observed the bolt for a while before I walk inside the guild through its huge door. Excuse me, where is the registration? I asked while showing the Raging Thunder badge I got in the Fort Cavendish. 4th floor is for registration, she replied. I thanked before I walked to the elevator for the 4th floor. Just as she said after I reached the 4th floor, I found it is for people like me who had newly come to the midzone from the outpost. The registration went smoothly. I filled all the paperwork, and now I just have to register my strength officially and get a new badge, and after that I am free. Proving strength is extremely simple. I just have to fight some opponents from the imaginary crystal. It's just like Guild Challenge. The only difference is that the opponent I would face going to a higher level. I could do this within the 3 days, but I decided to get over it so that I can complete all the stages of registration. Bureaucracy is a bitch, and I don't want to get stuck inside it more than I need to. So I quickly got into the elevator to go the ninth floor as that is where the imaginary crystals are placed. And yes, the guild in the midzone has more than 20 imaginary crystals, so unless a lot of people are using them, there won't be any line. I chose the mostly empty room and went to the crystal room directly and sat down and concentrated on the crystal, and a few seconds later, my consciousness entered the imaginary crystal. In the crystal, I finished change after challenge. I cut down each challenger in the single move except for last. It took me a minute to finish it off, as it had the strength of the peak 9-star elite. I finished the guild challenge within a minute and about to go down, but decided to go up. On the 10th floor, there are again imaginary crystal, but unlike those imaginary crystals on the 9th flood where I had to fight the 12 challenger, here I will have to fight only one, and if I won that fight and then I will be eligible to go to Warzone. The strength of the challenger here 1 silver star elite. As long as one has the strength of 1 star elite, they can apply for go to the Warzone. So this time also, I chose the empty hall and directly went inside the crystal room, and like last time, finished withing a minuet. Still, this time there was no happiness on my face, as the challenger I faced were finished me off in a single move. Its attack was so fast that I got killed before I even know it. Ellen had gone too soft on me. She had just used a fraction of her power fight me, while the 1 silver star elite that I fought had finished me with a single attack, and I wasn't even capable of seeing. The power of 1 silver star elite is really amazing. I thought excitedly, though I was sad at first by my defeat. After a few minutes I got excited as the first time I got the idea about the target I have to chase. When I was fighting Ellen, I would not estimate her power as she had been a silver elite for a few months, and her power is much greater than the simple 1 silver star elite. But this time I had fought the 1-star silver elite, know what power it possesses and what I had to get such power, and that is making me very excited. I once again went to the 4th floor, complete the registration, and to the new guild badge which is purple, placing badge back to my chest, I went to the 2nd floor. There is one last thing I have to do, and that is pay for the apartment. I've rented an apartment but not paid for it. So, I am using guild to pay for it just as Rachel did from her a few minutes ago. I finished paying Crystal in a few minutes after I get out of my apartment and half an hour later I reached in front of the place where I would stay. It is a 100-floor building which is building a rectangular design. In the outpost, the building was not allowed to go higher than the 50 floors, but Midzone seemed to have no such limit as I have seen hundreds of buildings which are taller than it. We have leased the whole floor in the building, which has the penthouse apartment and also 3 training halls, all on the single floor. The best feature of our new apartment is the training room. In the main training room there is even Android which has the power of 1-star silver elite, so that I will have 1-star silver elite back of my call. I can fight it whenever I want, and the day I defeat it will be the day I will be qualified to go to the Warzone, where real powerhouses. Thud, I landed in front of the building, walked, and inside it before taking the private elevator, which directly leads to the apartment. Welcome. I heard as the elevator door opened, and right after I entered the apartment, my lips met with Rachel, and we got lost into the kiss. It's after a while we let go with rapid breath. When did you arrive? I asked. I did everything fast without wasting a single moment, but I was still left behind by Rachel. Just a minute before you, she said, so you haven't explored the apartment yet? I asked. No, let's explore together, she said as she took my hand, and who I am to refuse. One by one we started to explore our huge apartment. We first checked the rooms. They're beautiful and well furnished. I chose the one who had the minimalistic designs, while Rachel chose one which is decorated with bright colors. There is a big hall where more than 10 people could sit, and the kitchen with all sorts of equipment. Some of this equipment I have never heard about. It was a good thing I have Rachel beside me, who seemed to have a basic idea about the kitchen equipment. When I heard what they could do, my eyes started to shine as with them. The things I cook with the help are numerous. I can't wait till to try them all. If not for I have greater excitement for the practice halls, I would start cooking right now. Wow, I said as I entered one of the smaller practice rooms. The practice room is simple, and it did not have decoration, but one click on the command panel, I could completely change that. This training rooms offered all sorts of facilities like a massage table, automatic projectile to train the senses and scenery. I could change the scenery of training to the room to liking to terrain in the world, and it will become it. It will not only look like that terrain, but will also have the climate of that terrain, so I could get a feel of outside while still being inside. But that is not the best feature of this training room. The best feature is gravity. This training room itself is a gravity chamber that can provide the 10x gravity of ordinary. This fucking amazing. In the outpost maximum gravity chamber, they could offer is 6x, but here 10x, and this is in the training room of my apartment. If I went the professional training facilities, I am confident I can find many that offered gravity higher than this. For me, 10x gravity is more than enough, as with every fold of gravity, pressure on the body would increase, and 10x gravity is enough to ground my bones to dust. At my current level, I could only handle 6x gravity, and that is for a short time before I collapsed on the ground. After checking the first training hall, we moved toward the second one, which is precisely similar to others. Rachel is going to take on the left, while I am going to us right. We will use them when we have done some personal training. It's big, bigger than the pictures, Rachel said as we went to the big practice hall. It's quite big, about 60 size of the one that twins' parents have. For 2 people, it is perfect, though if it had been the size of twins' practice hall, it would have been even better. This practice hall looked just the bigger version of the 2 smaller practice hall, but it is different, as it had little different facilities like that 1-star silver elite android and those 2 sticks hanging by the wall. The other 2 practice halls were devoid of any decoration, but this practice hall has 2 sticks if I am not wrong. Then these 2 sticks are practice weapons called morphing sticks. Like their name suggests, they can change into anything, as long as one use the template that's stored in or create a weapons template according to one's suitability. Not only they can morph according to one's needs, but they can also change their weight, which is very suitable for me. I want to gain the mastery in the clock sword style. Practicing it in the gravity with a heavy weapon would turn to be very helpful in gaining knowledge in it. This apartment worth every penny, I said after some time. Yes, it does. Rachel repeated, now that we have gone over the apartment, you have to help me with the thing you have promised, I said and took out the storage from my storage. I wanted to ask Twins help, but Rachel said she would help me when we meet in Midzone, and now that we are Midzone, I can't finally get access to the treasure trove and see if I can hit the jackpot. So much grim monsters storages. You weren't kidding when you said you killed the tens of thousands of grim monsters, Rachel said as she looked at the storage bag I had given her. There are more than 10,000 storages there and would take days if we want to go to other them. It would take at least a full week if we want to go through all of them. She said, well, we have a week, don't we? I said, for the first week, we were free. Each of those who entered the midzone would have given an adjustment time of 1 week before they are sent for the missions. Yes, we do have, and we might able to finish early if we were fast enough, she said. I nodded. It would have been a completely different thing if we did not have such a big practice hall, but we have such a big practice hall, we can directly press all releases, so if we are fast enough, then all of this would be a few days early. Do you want me to open them one by one, or do you have any preference? Rachel asked. I have divided all the storage in reference to the power level of their owners, so I will first go to open the storages of powerful grim monsters before opening weaker ones before all that, but before doing all that, I have special storage that I have to open first. Yes, I want you to open this one first, I said and handed her the storage band from my storage. Seeing me giving her this storage especially, she arched her brow in question. This monster had entered Grand Palace that we had entered and also passed the 3rd test, I said. A look of understanding flashed on her face before a full-blown smile dawned on her face. Let's hope that he got something that didn't get used on the spot, she said, and next moment, I heard the loud thuds and stuff fill Holly. There is barely any space that had left open. Choo choo choo. Just as the stuff appeared, Ashlyn started to chirp excitedly. It was a good thing she is telling me telepathically and not chirping out loud as usually does when she finds something precious. Ashlyn still chirping excitedly in my mind, wanting me to follow direction she wanted. I pacified her and worked through stuff as I usually do. I don't want anyone to know the treasure hunting ability hers, not even Rachel. As I worked through the stuff, putting them in their respective storage of categorization, I found there is all kind of rare and precious thing there ores, metal, herbs, everything. This monster had quite a bounty. No, only it had found stuff of its own, but it had also hunted quite a numbers of humans. I could see body parts and bodies of humans littered around the hall. Ho, I let out a sound as I found the thing which Ashlyn had been excited. Did you find it? What is it? Rachel asked excitedly as she came close to me and looked at the thing I am holding in my hand. I am holding a thumb-sized glass ball in my hand, which had transparent runes carved all over it. The glass ball is not empty inside it. Drops of crimson could be seen floating. This drop of crimson is about thumbnail size and had blue runes floating all in line. These blue runes felt like chains that are keeping that crimson drop in its place. What is it? Rachel asked. I was about to shook my head saying no when a thought came in my mind. This is likely blood of some high-level powerhouse, but I am not completely sure. This may be something else that looked like a drop of blood. I said this is the only plausible answer seeing the color and texture of the crimson drop. I was hoping there would be something interesting, but it turned out to be some blood. Rachel said in disappointment, though this drop of blood that useless to her is very important to Ashlyn and me, and also to the grim monsters. I have heard that the grim monster used some mysterious methods to place the blood of high-level being in their body and slowly absorbed it. Well, now it is mine, and seeing Ashlyn wanted to eat it poorly means she can eat it without harming herself. I just hoped that when she ate it, she could share some benefits with me, just like she is doing with that drop of blood which she already has in her source. I put the glass orb into my storage much to Ashlin's dismay, who wanted me to give that drop now. After pacifying Ashlyn, I continue collecting monster stuff, and a few minutes later, we finished collecting all the things and started on the next storage. I have first decided to collect the stuff from the storages of 9-star elites, and not only they have the highest stuff, but they also have more precious things than other Grim race monsters. If one excludes the silver and golden elites that were fighting above then, the 9-star elites would be the most powerful monster, and they are the most powerful monsters of not only the outpost, but also the midzone. In the midzone, there are very few hunting grounds where one finds the silver elites, as those who could become silver elite, left for the main battlefields of the continent, the war zones. Very few people decided to hang back after reaching the silver elite from both sides. One after another, we opened storages, and in there we found many rare and precious things, but nothing could compare to the glass orb that I had found earlier. Well, it was my luck to come across the grim monster that went to ruin and got the reward that hadn't been consumed outright. Time passed, and soon the evening came and we finally stopped. We have opened lots of storages, but we have able to open the storages of 9-star elites. There are several of them remaining. After that, I freshened up and started to cook, and to my surprise, Rachel come to help me, but she had made me abundantly clear that she would not help in future. She is doing today became she teaching me how to use machines that I had never heard of it before. And that is probably the reason why it took me 3.5 hours to finish cooking, but the result is amazing as I've cooked the best food yet. Mitchell, this so good. Rachel said with the mouthful, it is, their state-of-the-art cooking instruments are good. With their little help, I was able to make a meal even more delicious. We ate, and after we immediately went to train as medicine, the energy was bubbling in our body. Nearly 1.5 hours later, we finished and went to the respective room for the night. After showering up, instead of sleeping, directly took out the small glass orb and started to observe the ruin on it, so I could take out the blood drop that inside the glass orb safely. Got it? I thought I have been studying that glass for a past hour, finding a way to open it safely only after referring to several ruin books was I able to find the open ruin. I once again checked it, as this blood is not a simple thing. If it exploded, then not only would take me, it would also take Rashalon rest of the building. I don't want to die and neither want to kill before me. Hence, it's better if I am completely sure before pressing any rune. Shoo. Finally, I pressed the rune after spending half an hour making sure that I am right, and just as I pressed the button, all the runes on the glass orb started to light up one after another, and the glass orb blossomed. Yes, blossomed. It blossomed as a rare flower does in the moonlight. It is a breathtaking and enchanting scene. The glass orb blossomed and revealed the crimson blood in its center. I had thought that the chain-like runes would also break out from the crimson orb, and I would be able to sense the aura blood like the blood in Ashlyn's source, but nothing that sorts happened. Chew, I got lost in observing blood when I heard an excited chirp, and before I could do anything to stop Ashlyn, she ate the whole blood drop before going inside me. Ashlyn, I said loudly before opening the blood orb. I have asked to give some time to observe the blood before she eats it, but it seemed like she wanted to eat this blood drop too much that she couldn't wait. I would have liked to observe that chain-like ruins, but it seemed like my luck was too bad I wasn't able to do that. I was glooming over that fact when I felt weird energy spreading through my body. It is completely different from the energy that others drop. That other drop increases my ability, but it seemed to be strengthening my body and soul. Its effect on the soul seemed quite less compared to its effect on the body. I concur and quickly closed my eyes to go to the source. In the source, I saw the scene completely different than I had imagined. In the source, I saw a big crimson blood drop above the blazing figure of Ashlyn's source, just like the other blood drop, which is being suppressed. With the other blood drop, Ashlyn used to draw out lots of energy. With this one, she is barely drawing out the wisps every few seconds, and these wisps of energies are quite faint. This blood drop's level is very high otherwise. Ashlyn would straight up sucked it instead of drawing wisp after wisp at a time. Though these wisps are small and faint, each is very powerful, as even after sharing a tiny fraction of wisp with me, I could feel obvious increase in my strength. Unlike the first blood drop, this blood drop did not increase the power of the ability, but instead increased the body and soul, and from what I've observed, it's used 3/4 of power for body and 1/3 for the soul. It would have been very good if it could increase the body and soul by half, as it would have been perfect for body and soul synchronization, in that I would have been able to use more occult energy. Well, I can't cry for more as I am already getting this much with every wisp. There is tiny increase in my power. The more Ashlyn could suck out the energy wisp from the blood drop, the better. Time passed by as the process continued the same. I don't know how much time passed as I did not let out my consciousness from the source. I am entirely concentrated my mind on watching the process, though I don't know how much time passed, but I am aware of the progress I have made. Currently, my body had gone though the strengthening of one amethyst seal while soul and half amethyst seal, and this was just a starting as I feel there is still some time before this process could end. I was right, the process continued for quite a while before it's finally ended, and the benefits I got were tremendous. The bodily strength I got is equal to the strength of 3 amethyst seals, while my soul got the boost of 1.5 amethyst seal. This progress is immense. If I were to use body cleansing exercise, then it might take me months, but here I got within a few hours. With this strength, I once again took the giant step towards Silver Elite. This boost would have been enough to advance 2-star in the White Elite, but to reach the strength of the Silver Elite, it is not enough. I will need to several of such boosts before I could finally charge into the Silver Elite. Became Silver Elite is very hard. Just the resources that needed to charge into it are immense. I wonder how much resources one needs advance in Silver Elite and then charging into the Golden Elite. Just thinking about the resources, my head started to buzz. It a good thing I have Ashlyn, who sometimes performs miracles like this, which helped me increase my strength quickly. I am ecstatic with my progress. The only thing that made me disappointed that I was not able to comprehend anything from the blood. Not only this blood did not have any rule power in it, but it also has any aura. If me not me gaining strength through it for the past hour, I would have believed this is just a significant drop of blood. Finally, the condition of my body. I open my eyes and look at the time in my holowatch, only to see little more than an hour had passed. I was a bit surprised by that as I had thought at least 4 hours would have been passed. After checking everything right, I fell into sleep, and when I woke up, it was already early morning. Getting out of bed, I freshened up before I walked into the kitchen and started to cook breakfast for Rachel and me. Soon Rachel woke up and we ate breakfast together before training. In training, I found out I am having a small problem body cleansing exercise. Not only that, but I also have a problem in the circulating secrete method. When I noticed this happening, I immediately understood the reason is just like when I got the energy of blood drop infused within my ability, I have to spend considerable time adjust to that power. Something like that also happened to my soul and body. With a sudden infusion of strength, they have become rigid. It is not much of a problem. As long as perform body cleaning technique and secrete method to the limit, the rigidness should be gone. That is what happened. I had performed the body cleansing technique and secrete method to my limit, and all the rigidness I was feeling was gone. It took you quite a while to finish it off. Rachel teased as she came behind me. The injuries she had gained have been completely healed, and there was no sign of the dried blood on her body. If not for seeing her tore cloth, one would think she had just entered the forest, had yet to have any fight. Rachel is not the clean freak, but she did not like blood on her body. She would clean it off as soon as she got the chance. I was just playing with it, I said. What I said is right. If I had full strength against this grim monster, then a minute would have been more than enough to kill this monster. After saying that, I crouched down and placed my hand on the grim monsters whose life is barely hanging by a thread. What are you doing? Rachel asked, seeing me touching the grim monsters instead downright killing it. Studying its body and veins, I said, which close eyes as I extend my senses in its body. If it had been in its peak condition, it would have been able to resist my infiltration, but its like is barely hanging by a thread. It had no time to care about my sense infiltrating its body. If it had any ideas why I am doing that, it would have resisted with all of its power. Why? Rachel asked. This time I did not answer her. Instead, I took out the gag and put on the grim monster mouth and started to bind its arms and legs so it would stay on its spot for what will happen to it. It receded when I am biting it, sensing something bad will happen, but its resistance was futile. After biting up perfectly with the strongest biting artifact I have, I got up and started to charge the ability of my red sword, Puchai. In a few seconds the point Inferno fully charged, and seeing that I brought down by piercing the exact center of Grim Monster's chest, which is also the center of its magic veins. Ooh, just as I pierced it, the center of its chest turned red, and soon that red started spreading through its magic veins as if it is lava. The Grim Monster roared in pain and tried to break away with biting, but it was all useless. Their bindings are strong enough to bound a Silver Elite, and this Grim Monster is just a little stronger than the White Elite, it far from having the power to break away from binding. You are trying to harvest elemental crystals, Rachel stated, finally understanding what I am trying to do. I have been successful only time harvesting mana crystal, and since that time trying my all to harvest the elemental mana crystal, though I was not have been successful after that. I have lots of experience, and my control over the energy is far, far better. It had been more than 3 months since I tried it last. In the ruin, I could not harvest it as it is not the complete world. To harvest the mana crystal, one needs the help of the world to convert Grim Monster's dark energy to mana we use. After coming out of ruin, I had numerous chances when I was training the rookies, but I did not do that as I did not want to ruin the impression of myself in front of them. I still remember how starry-eyed I was when I saw my former team leader harvested the elemental mana crystals, and I could not do that in the battle also as one need Grim Monster alive when one started the harvesting process. There is an easy way to harvest the harvest elemental mana crystal, and one just needs to special Grim Race Monster and special runic disc that harvest the elemental mana crystals. Without that special runic disc, one cannot harvest the elemental mana crystal from special Grim Race monsters, but anyone could not get the special runic disc. One has to have the power of Silver Elite before Guild could sell to one. I'm not a Silver Elite, and this Grim Monster is not special, though special Grim Monsters are not rare in the Mizone, so if I want the mana crystal, then I have to elementalize the dark energy of the Grim Monsters with my effort before I could harvest elemental mana crystal. As I watched the bright red lines extending all over the Grim Monster's body, my herd started to beat faster and faster. I have never been successful despite my hundreds of tries, and reason for all that is control over my energies. But this time, I am very sure of the success. Not my control over my energy improved by far, my killing rule also advanced, which helped me gauge the exact amount of energy I would need to elementalize this monster. And seeing the progress, I am feeling more and more sure that I will be successful this time. In the past, when I tried to elementalize, there would always smoke or signs burning marks over the body of the Grim Monsters, but this time, there were no such signs on the Grim Monster's body. Everything is going smooth. The mana veins of it looked like I am not converting the dark energy in them, but feeling the veins with bright red blood. Soon all the veins of the Grim Monster elementalized, and seeing that a smile couldn't help but form on my face, but the process had not complete. Yes, there is another thing remain. In the first step, the mana veins of the Grim Monster get elementalized, and in the second step, these elementalized veins would spread the mana into every cell of its body and convert all the elemental energy into the dark elemental energy. This second process sounded hard, but it was the easiest one as long as mana veins completely elementalize. There would no problem in elementalizing the rest of the body. Just as I thought, the elemental veins started to spread the elementalized dark energy in every corner of the Grim Monsters, turning it the elementalized dark energy. The faint redness started to spread all over the Grim Monster body, while all the Grim Monsters could do whimper in extreme pain. The second process is the reason why the Grim Monster needed to be alive during the elementalization. One could elementalize the veins in the dead body, but spreading that energy into every part of the body in a systematic, balanced way is beyond one's control. Even the Golden Elites would have excellent control over their energy could not do this. This process is very complex, and only an alive body could do it. Soon the whole body of the Grim Monster became red, and it also breathed its last breath just after the whole process completed. Yes, 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 I said with joy to do this. I have experimented on hundreds of bodies and wasted lots of mana crystals, but I did not regret it as I have finally succeeded. So a few seconds after the process completed, I took out the runic disc and placed on the chest of the Grim Monster and waited for fire crystals to appear. Clang, our weapons clashed again, but this time, no one moved. We just stayed rooted on our spot. It had become quite surprised seeing me not move, although this attack of it was more powerful than the last. Clang, clang, clang. But it did not spend much time thinking about it, seeing me taking my sword back and attacking again. It responds without missing a beat. We started to clash intensely, with each attack of us is more powerful than before. The battle was very intense, with a simple mistake one's part could result in death. So each attack of us is extremely calculated and flexible. Those who can cross the boundary of white elites are very smart. Though white elite may be the lowest of elites, one still has to expend countless resources and bear hardships before one could reach it and surpass it. Clang, clang, clang. I spin the swirls on my armor faster and faster for more power while it is too using its all to fight me. We are fighting in the stalemate with no winner in sight, but it could change any time. If I had some hidden strength or I had started to us the occult method, then the battle could change ant time. I will not use the occult energy, not in this battle unless this orc uses something that I could not defend with my current power. I very rarely get to fight the opponent of similar who I could not finish quickly. These opponents are gems that help me challenge myself and help me furnish in my fighting my style. So when I find them, I make sure to utilize them fully. Squeeze then to the last of their value before killing them. Time passed by. I kept fighting while inching closer and closer to my victory, while Rachel is also doing the same. Fighting the Grim Monsters of higher strength, Rachel is having quite a hard time, but she is still fighting. However, she has got injured bit during the initial period of the battle. Her condition has now stabilized, and she is currently fighting the Grim Monsters on equal ground. I hope the Grim Monsters she is fighting is a little stronger, strong enough to make her utilize her totem artifact. She had been quite secretive about it, and when I asked to show me her totem artifact, she had diverted my question, saying it is not ready. I got quite confused by her answer, as one could create the totem artifact in the single day and one could use it at will whenever they want, but Rachel said her totem artifact is still in the process of crafting. I had asked her why it is not ready, but she had just smiled instead of answering my question. Seeing that, I did not ask her about to again, but I have some theories. The mysterious energy is one of them. There is mysterious energy in Rachel. It barely noticeable, and I was lucky enough to sense in from Rachel when we were in the ruin. Rachel rarely used this mysterious energy, or I might say she barely able to use. Till now I have fought with her many times, but I had sensed that energy from her only 2 times. One time in the ruin and one time yesterday when she was beater black against that silver elite android. The reason I had said she could barely use it because both of the times I have sensed it, it was very faint, but every time Rachel used it, she got tired. The grim battlefield had broadened my horizon about many things. If I was still in Westblood, I would have scoffed toward such things with my narrow horizon. Oh, time passed by, and we kept fighting. I was fighting the grim monster when I heard the blood-curdling screams from a distance. Both of the cries rang out only for a moment before it stopped. Rachel had killed them. I thought she had killed the grim monsters, and from short screams I have heard, it is clear that both of the grim monsters died in seconds, and their death was cruel. Bastard, I will kill you. Werewolf, opposite of me, screamed after hearing the screams of its comrades and started to attack me in a fury. Good. I said with a laugh, seeing the fury he is attacking me with. I have had gained the upper hand in the battle, and would not have taken the finish it off this monster. But after hearing the death of its friends, it had got angry and started to attack me in fury, which increased its power so much that it started to suppress me heavily. I was barely able to defend against its attacks. If I am a bit slower than next second, either my head will fly up, or I would cut into two. That is how dangerous battle had become. It is not only we humans who could use our extreme emotions to challenge our limit, but other beings could do as well, whether it is monsters or grim race, and this grim monster feeling extreme emotions is a very good thing for me. From it I could sense the different flavor of killing intent that had reached the limit. It is very good, and most of my concentration is fixed on it, observing it as much I could. My killing rule and sunfare rule had reached the limit of middle level of basic grade, and now I want to advance them into the high level, which is a very difficult thing as it would need a lot of insight, which I have. The big battle had helped me gain a lot of insight. If I am right, then I have more than enough insight to advance to the high level of the basic stage. The only problem is chance. I need a chance to convert all the insight into comprehension, but how difficult that is. The chance come through the luck. If not for that, many people wouldn't have stuck in their current grade of rule power. It would have been quite great if I had access to the comprehension room. With the help of it, I would need less than a half an hour to make my rule power advance, but unfortunately, I did not have access to the comprehension room. Die. Time passed, and with the passing time, its anger rose to the level that grim monster went in a frenzy. Now it is crazily attacking me. There must be someone important to this grim monsters in the 2 grim monsters that Rachel had killed. Death of those grim monsters made it go to the frenzy, but unfortunately, it is no use. I have nearly understood the grim monster power and battle style, and I would just need a small chance to kill it in the single. If others were looking at our fight, they would think I am having a hard time against this monster, but the truth is I am acting to find the chance, in which I found it. As I found the chance, I did not waste it. Without hesitation, I used the 3rd move of clock sword style, Puch. My sword pierced through its heart without any obstruction, and I was to release a large amount of sunfire to burn its heart when I remembered something, so instead of sunfire, I used killing energy to immobilize it and left it at death's door. It took you quite a while to finish it off, Rachel teased as she came behind me. The injuries she had gained have been completely healed, and there was no sign of the dried blood on her body. If not for seeing her tore cloth, one would think she had just entered the forest, had yet to have any fight. Rachel is not the clean freak, but she did not like blood on her body. She would clean it off as soon as she got the chance. I was just playing with it, I said. What I said is right. If I had full strength against this grim monster, then a minute would have been more than enough to kill this monster. After saying that, I crouched down and placed my hand on the grim monsters whose life is barely hanging by a thread. What are you doing? Rachel asked, seeing me touching the grim monsters instead downright killing it. Studying its body and veins, I said, which close eyes as I extend my senses in its body. If it had been in its peak condition, it would have been able to resist my infiltration, but its like is barely hanging by a thread. It had no time to care about my sense infiltrating its body. If it had any ideas why I am doing that, it would have resisted with all of its power. Why? Rachel asked. This time I did not answer her. Instead, I took out the gag and put on the grim monster mouth and started to bind its arms and legs so it would stay on its spot for what will happen to it. It receded when I am biting it, sensing something bad will happen, but its resistance was futile. After biting up perfectly with the strongest biting artifact I have, I got up and started to charge the ability of my red sword, Puchai. In a few seconds, the point Inferno fully charged, and seeing that I brought down by piercing the exact center of Grim Monster's chest, which is also the center of its magic veins. Ooh. Just as I pierced it, the center of its chest turned red, and soon, that red started spreading through its magic veins as if it is lava. The Grim Monster roared in pain and tried to break away with biting, but it was all useless. Their bindings are strong enough to bound a silver elite, and this Grim Monster is just a little stronger than the white elite, it far from having the power to break away from binding. "You are trying to harvest elemental crystals," Rachel stated, finally understanding what I am trying to do. "I have been successful only time harvesting mana crystal, and since that time trying my all to harvest the elemental mana crystal, though I was not have been successful after that. I have lots of experience, and my control over the energy is far, far better." It had been more than 3 months since I tried it last. In the ruin, I could not harvest it as it is not the complete world. To harvest the mana crystal, one needs the help of the world to convert Grim Monster's dark energy to mana we use. After coming out of ruin, I had numerous chances when I was training the rookies, but I did not do that as I did not want to ruin the impression of myself in front of them. I still remember how starry-eyed I was when I saw my former team leader harvested the elemental mana crystals, and I could not do that in the battle also as one need Grim Monster alive when one started the harvesting process. There is an easy way to harvest the harvest elemental mana crystal, and one just needs to special Grim Race Monster and special runic disc that harvest the elemental mana crystals. Without that special runic disc, one cannot harvest the elemental mana crystal from special Grim Race Monsters, but anyone could not get the special runic disc. One has to have the power of Silver Elite before Guild could sell to one. I'm not a Silver Elite, and this Grim Monster is not special, though special Grim Monsters are not rare in the Mizone, so if I want the mana crystal, then I have to elementalize the dark energy of the Grim Monsters with my effort before I could harvest elemental mana crystal. As I watched the bright red lines extending all over the Grim Monster's body, my herd started to beat faster and faster. I have never been successful despite my hundreds of tries, and reason for all that is control over my energies. But this time, I am very sure of the success. Not my control over my energy improved by far, my killing rule also advanced, which helped me gauge the exact amount of energy I would need to elementalize this monster. And seeing the progress, I am feeling more and more sure that I will be successful this time. In the past, when I tried to elementalize, there would always smoke or signs burning marks over the body of the Grim Monsters, but this time, there were no such signs on the Grim Monster's body. Everything is going smooth. The mana veins of it looked like I am not converting the dark energy in them, but feeling the veins with bright red blood. Soon all the veins of the Grim Monster elementalized, and seeing that a smile couldn't help but form on my face, but the process had not complete. Yes, there is another thing remain. In the first step, the mana veins of the Grim Monster get elementalized, and in the second step, these elementalized veins would spread the mana into every cell of its body and convert all the elemental energy into the dark elemental energy. This second process sounded hard, but it was the easiest one as long as mana veins completely elementalize. There would no problem in elementalizing the rest of the body. Just as I thought, the elemental veins started to spread the elementalized dark energy in every corner of the Grim Monsters, turning it the elementalized dark energy. The faint redness started to spread all over the Grim Monster body, while all the Grim Monsters could do whimper in extreme pain. The second process is the reason why the Grim Monster needed to be alive during the elementalization. One could elementalize the veins in the dead body, but spreading that energy into every part of the body in a systematic, balanced way is beyond one's control. Even the Golden Elites would have excellent control over their energy could not do this. This process is very complex, and only an alive body could do it. Soon the whole body of the Grim Monster became red, and it also breathed its last breath just after the whole process completed. Yes, 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 I said with joy to do this. I have experimented on hundreds of bodies and wasted lots of mana crystals, but I did not regret it as I have finally succeeded. So a few seconds after the process completed, I took out the runic disc and placed on the chest of the Grim Monster and waited for fire crystals to appear. Ting, finally I heard the melodious voice that I had been waiting to hear for a few minutes. D-Hub. As I took out the runic disc from the Grim Monster's body, its already dried, vitality-less body turned to dust. 1,062 fire crystals, I shouted happily before I started to laugh madly. The amount is really great. I did not expect that this grim monster would give me this much crystal, as even a peak 9-star elite would give around 7,000 mana crystal, but this monster has given me more than 10,000 crystals. The value of one elemental crystal is 10 normal mana crystal. This means the 1062 fire crystals I have is equal to 10,620 regular mana crystal. I am feeling really happy, not because I was able to harvest 1,000 mana crystal, but because I was able to harvest elemental crystals, which are always very scarce despite their continuous supply from the warzone. The supply of elemental crystal always very scarce, and it is understandable. These elemental mana crystals are better than regular mana crystals, as they could do many things that normal mana crystals won't able. They are needed in everything, from the airship fuel to alchemy, from practice to creating totem artifact. Everyone is in need of them, and that is why every batch that appeared in Adventure's Paradise always sold out quickly. You will teach me harvesting elemental crystal, right? Rachel asked as she took the red fire crystal from the disc. Sure. I said it would have been quite a hassle if she had lacked the control over energy, but her energy control is more than enough to harvest the elemental crystal. It would take a few tries under my instruction before she was able to harvest the elemental crystals from the grim monsters. Let's go, I said, and we walked away, and few minutes later we have come across the new team of the grim monsters. They were all the 9-star elite, but way weaker than the team of the grim monster we have fought earlier. We had finished them off within few minutes and started to harvest them, like last time. This time also I have elementalized them before harvesting the elemental crystals of them. Rachel also had beaten 4 grim monsters and intentionally kept them alive to harvest the elemental mana crystals off them. Rachel did not succeed, though that had frustrated her a little. She also understood that she will not succeed in just one day. After finishing off the first team, we finished off second, third, and fourth teams. We kept killing, and we head deeper for the stronger opponents. We are still roaming in the outskirt, but going a little deeper. As we go deeper, the opponents we fight also got stronger, but we have not come across any opponent that has power above the white elite. Let's take a little rest. I said this hour had been little straining. The opponents were not strong, but we have fought were numerous. We have fought near 39-star elites in the single. Just as we finish with one team, others attack us. The only good thing is that I was able to harvest elemental mana crystals from all the grim monsters that I've killed. Choo-choo. We were just resting when Ashlyn started to chirp through our connection, telling me that a very strong grim monster coming to our direction, and they are coming at a swift speed. Just as I heard that, I immediately got and took my sword out of the storage. Seeing me standing up abruptly, Rachel also followed the suit. Are the grim monsters coming? She asked. Yes, very powerful ones, I said, and second later, I sensed them coming toward our direction. It had happened so fast that I did not get a chance to explain her details. Found another one, I said, and next moment, 2 grim monsters suddenly appeared in front of us, and when I saw them, I understood the reason why the so suddenly appeared in front of them despite we are hiding in the hidden place. They are from Dogman tribe, and a special Dogman tribe which specializes in smell. The Dogman tribe already specializes in the smells, but this horned Dogman tribe is famous amongst the Dogman tribe for their extremely sharp nose. The nose is not the only thing that made them famous, but their viciousness also made them very famous. The grim monsters are vicious, but there is some tribes in it that are level beyond that, and this horned Dogman tribe one of them. They love to torture their opponent, play with it till their prey started to beg them to end their life, and from what I've read, most of the people that died under them have their mind broken. That is how vicious the member of horned Dogman tribe is. Our luck is quite bad. These 2 monsters have power above while elite, especially that taller horned Dogman is very strong, quite stronger than the werewolf I had fought the first time. The shorter one is not much weak either. Its battle power is about the same as the werewolf I had fought. You will have to use all your power to fight them, I said to Rachel, while also asked Ashlyn to keep an eye on Rachel and help her if she comes across any life-threatening danger. Alger, these 2 seemed quite powerful, said the taller horned Dogman to short horned Dogman. It's good thing, brother, they are strong. The weaklings are no fun anymore. They couldn't last few minutes before they started to beg us to kill them, said short Dogman as he eyed Rachel like he is eyeing his new toy from which he will going to have fun. Seeing his gaze toward Rachel, I wanted to claw out its eyes, but I controlled myself and kept looking at the tall Dogman, who is very powerful, that even I am not sure if I will be able to beat it with all my power. We kept looking at each other without making any sound. This is not the only battle of strength, but also psychology. The earlier sentences, they said, were the psychological attack to reduce our confidence with the notorious fame of their tribe. If it had been regular 9-star elite, they would have started shaking. The notoriety of the horned Dogman tribe is quite well known, and probably that is why they gave 3 times more merit points than the grim monsters of the similar strength. The current staring contest is also a psychological battle. The intention of it is simple. It wanted to destabilize our mind, so we could not attack and defend with full confidence. As the staring contest goes on, I couldn't help but marvel the ability of horned dogmen, using such psychological strategies, these monsters even able to kill the opponent that is stronger than them. Attack. I shouted suddenly, and Rachel and I attacked the horned dogman immediately. Just now I had sensed the fluctuation in its killing intent, and knew it is ready to attack. So without hesitation I attack. It will not only break the momentum it was about to attack, but will also give us edge in the clash due to the same reason. The monster looked a little surprised by us attacking them a second before they supposed to attack us, but they quickly got over it and countered in the swiftest speed they could muster. Clang! Its thin sword slashed against mine, and I felt my internal organs shake, and blood came to my mouth which I had forcefully drunk back. If not for me using all the power of my swirling armor from the beginning, I would have received the tiny internal injury. I'm still quite fine. Rachel, who just clashed, had directly flown back while puking lots of blood on the way. Though I am worried about her, I did not move to help her. I am sure that Rachel will able to handle that dogman. If she didn't, there is still Ashlyn who will save Rachel before anything serious could happen to her. So I have to concentrate on my fight alone and leave Rachel to herself. It looked at me intently before it attacked me again, and this time its attack was even more powerful. Seeing the attack, I know it above the capability of my current swirling armor. So without hesitation, I activated the occult method and added occult energy into my swirling armor to reinforce it further. Clang! I defended against its attack, and this time I did get even a shock. It's all absorbed by my swirling armor, but I am not happy as another attack is coming toward me, and like before it was stronger than before. Clang! Puh! Step, step, step. Blood could be seen coming spraying on the ground, but it is not my blood but the blood of the grim monster. I have decided to use all my strength and finish the monster as soon as possible. In the earlier attack, I had used all my strength wanting to pierce its neck in a single strike and was got quite close to doing that, but at the last moment, its thin sword appeared and defended against my attack. Hee, you will pay for this, you bastard. It said angrily as it swung its sword toward mine, which is coming for its neck. Clang! This time also it had defended, but unlike last time, this time it had just shaken a little before it had launched the attack at the same time as me. Clang! Our swords clashed, and this time we stayed on our spot without the slight shake, seeing that my expression could help but became unnatural as I know that I will be facing its real power now. Clang, clang, clang. Without waiting for any moment, we started to attack each other first. The attacks did not affect me, but when the next attack came I stuck a little, and next attack, I had shaken even more. At every its power getting stronger and stronger, and all I could do is spin the swirls faster and faster for more power, and also observe its moves, so I could defend against them better. Step, step, step. But that seemed to not work much as its attacks have become even stronger, and now I am completely gone on defensive, and now taking a step back at every attack of its. It would have used all its power at beginning, but it did not. It is increasing its power slowly with every move. It is doing that to create an illusion to make me believe that he more powerful than it really is, and if it wants then it could kill me at any moment. I know this strategy well as I used it, and I know how useful it is. This psychological strategy is continuously added pressure on one until one believes that opponent is more powerful than it and started to fumble, and that gives its opponent chances to attack. This strategy is good but useless on me. I clearly know the depth of its power. It is powerful than me but not powerful enough to kill me in the single attack if it had used all its power. At best, it will have to try for a few minutes before it could launch a fatal attack on me, and I am not an idiot to let it do that. If things got really hard and there is no way to survive them, I will ask Ashlyn for help. She now has enough power to kill this monster. Slice, fuck, I cursed as its sword sliced across my hand. It was a good thing I had sensed its attack and moved on time, otherwise what I would have received would not have been a thin wound. Slice, slice, slice. After first wound, more and more wounds started to appear on my body. First I was able to dodge some attacks, but now it had become quite hard to dodge the attack. Every attack of its would hit my body and would appear. Even my neck and face wasn't spared from the injuries. If not me having a speck of ominous plant's core, I would have bled dry by now. Currently, I am very precarious situation where the smallest mistake on my part could make my head fly high. The only reason I am alive till now because of the killing rule I have, which give me instinct and warning about the danger. If not for it, I would have reached the underworld few minutes. Though most are the bad news, there is one good news, and that is that the grim monster had reached the limit of its power. It is using all of its power fighting me. Now I have to leave out of this precarious situation, and for that, the only thing I have to do is keep fighting. Only fighting it would I able to get out of this precarious situation and will able to kill. Slice, slice, slice. Bloody wounds kept appearing on my body every few seconds. There is no stopping them. All I can do is bear them and then crush the speck of ominous plant's core, which is hidden in my teeth when my injuries reach the certain limits. Time passed by and soon 2 hours passed, and just like before my body is bloody, but unlike before, the wound on my body is not healing anymore, and which making it very happy. I'm also happy I have been experiencing this unimaginable pain of hundreds of wound on my body for near 2 hours. Now it had come time to avenge all this, but first I have to find a perfect chance to kill it. Slice, slice, slice. More and more wounds appeared, and they felt damn painful, but I have to bear them despite having the ability to avoid all of its attacks. With the 2 hours of fighting, its fighting style had become clear in my eyes. I could predict the trajectory lines of its attack and just as had to move a little to avoid all that. Why don't you just die? It shouted in fury. It was its seventh time shouting that, and every time I would just give it an irritating smile, but this time I will not. You haven't died yet, so how can I die? I said, and my sword fluidly passed by its sword. It got alarmed seeing that and tried to defend, but it was all for naught as my sword had already reached its chest. Puchai. With just slight obstruction, my sword passed through its chest and pierced its herd. Just as it did, I pumped a lot of killing energy into its body, making it completely immobile. Shik, I took out my sword from the grim monster's chest one smooth motion and crushed the last speck of ominous plant core in my mouth to heal my injuries. Thud, its body fell on the ground, and my injuries started to heal at the visible speed and within a second. This was the bloodiest fight I have been in quite some time. I did not get much injured in the battle as I am now. Hearing the sound of fighting, I know Rachel is still fighting and about to walk toward her when I noticed Horned Dogman, which is lying immobile on the ground. I did not kill it as I have to harvest the mana crystal off it, so without wasting any time I bound it and started to charge my sword. As for Rachel, I am sure she will handle that monsters on her own, and there is Ashlyn, who will save her if she comes to any danger. The Horned Dogman had probably guessed what is going to happen to, and it is now begging with its eyes, but I did not feel any shred of the mercy of it. It is sure that it had done things that are 100 times worse than what I am going to do it. Puchai. As the sword completely charged, I pierced through the center of the chest, and it started to make muffled noises through the gag, but I did not listen to them for a bit, and I am solely concentrated on the red lines that are spreading all over its body. Soon the lines finished spreading, and its body started to turn red after elementalizing its magic veins. Its elementalization of its body started, which finished in few seconds. This process may seem long, but it happened very fast. It finished within the minute. The harvesting process takes a longer time than the elementalization process. Seeing its whole body elementalized, I placed the runic disc on it to harvest the fire crystal from the grim monster's body. I was quite surprised to see that the monster is still alive. This monster was really powerful. Such terrifying vitality helped it survive the whole elementalization process. If I had not used the runic disc, I am confident that it would have reversed the elementalization and became good as new in just a few hours. That is why it is important to kill grim monsters on the chance one got, otherwise with their terrifying vitality, they could heal from any damage. After placing the runic disc, I did not stay near the body and walked toward the place where Rachel is fighting. It is one thing elementalizing the body, but if I stayed there till the crystal's harvest, then I would not hear end of it if Rachel came to know. It took me a few minutes to reach the place where Rachel and that Horned Dogman fighting. When I looked at their fight, I was quite surprised to find that Rachel seemed quite fine. It was the grim monster that is having a hard time. The grim monster is barely able to defend against Rachel's attacks. If not for it having a terrifying vitality, it would have died under the Rachel's blade. Against the grim monster, Rachel is still not using her totem artifact, but I could still sense that mysterious faint energy from her. This is what gives her boost in power. This energy is really mysterious despite being faint to the degree of barely noticeable. It gives a huge boost to Rachel. I couldn't help but wonder about the amount of energy she has, and if she had it in huge amount and she would able to use it all, then what terror she would bring. The fight is continued. Though the Rachel had the clear upper hand, the grim monster is not weak either, especially now when it at its last leg. It is giving it all to survive. I found a hidden spot I sat while enjoying the view of Rachel as she fights. She is really graceful, every movement from her exclude grace. It's like she is not fighting but dancing. Puchai, she is finally able to pierce its heart after some time, though it cost her a little as she had exchanged wound for a wound, but compared to wound on her shoulder, which could be easily healed, the wound on the monster's heart is really dangerous. Just one simple command and lightning rule that is lingering in the monster heart would obliterate its heart. Well done, I said as I come out of my hiding place. She did not seem surprised me coming out after her battle is finished. It took me more time to finish it off comparing to you, said Rachel as she started to bind and gag the monster, and after she finished with it, she took out the artifact from her storage and started to charge it. Puchai. In 10 seconds, the weapon is fully charged, and she brought it down on the center of the monster's chest. In the whole day, Rachel had experimented with more than 20 grim monsters today, but she was not successful even once. Well, I had tried with near 1,000 had that experience. I would have not needed that much if I had the control over the energy I had now. Just 2-3 days would have been more than enough for me harvest the elemental crystal. As Rachel started pierce the grim monster's center of mana veins, the center turns completely purple before it started spreading all over its body. I looked at the line spreading purple lines with a surprised expression, as till now, Rachel never had able to elementalize more than 3/4 of the magic veins, but now it had surpassed the previous process in reaching the ending. Yes, 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 I did it. Rachel started to shout and started to do the silly dance, which I had never seen her do before. I looked at the monster's body incredulously. I could see the elementalized veins, which now elementalizing the whole body of the beasts. The process is nearly completed. As long as the whole body elementalized, she will be able to harvest the lightning crystals. I had never thought she would be able to do this on the first day, trying with just 20-something grim monster to practice, while it took me months, and I practiced with near 1,000 monsters. Didn't you say I would need at least 3 days before I will be able to harvest the crystals? She said as she looked at me after she placed the runic disc on the monster to harvest the crystals. You are very talented. I've underestimated you. I said I wanted to say, it is a fluke. She still would need at least 3 days of practice before she could do it perfectly, but I am not an idiot who will say that. Ting. Time passed by, and a few minutes later, the ting of runic disc rang out. Hearing that Rachel did not waste a second, she took the runic disc off the dried body of the grim monster and looked at the bright purple crystals with starry eyes. 1050 lightning crystals, Rachel said after seeing the numbers on her runic disc. She got quite many lightning crystals, just 10 less than what I got from the werewolf. After a few minutes, we walked toward the monster I had killed. It had already become the dried husk. I took the runic disc out of it and looked at the number of crystals it had harvested. 1370. 1,370 crystals, which are quite a huge number, 300 more than the previous maximum. Rachel had got quite angry for the moment, but that anger did not last long as she is still quite ecstatic about the elemental crystals she had harvested. Shall we return? I asked after seeing the time in my holowatch. Yes, it's time. She replied with that. We started to walk out of the forest, but just 5 minutes on our way back, we have come across the big team of the grim monsters. There were 11 grim monsters in the team. All of them were peak 9-star elites, and it took us 10 minutes to finish them off and another 10 minutes to harvest them. Rachel's mood had become quite bad when we were harvesting the grim monsters, as all the monsters she tried to elementalize failed. What I had thought had become a reality, the elementalization of grim monsters, was a fluke. She still needs to practice little more before she could learn to harvest the elemental crystals off the grim monsters. On the way, we have come across the few more teams of grim monsters, and we kill each and every one of them and harvested mana crystals off them, and like before, Rachel was not able to elementalize those monsters also, which made her mood even bad that she started to use her frustration on the grim monsters. In her frustration, she had revealed her true strength, and I was surprised to find that it was little below. If she had fought the tall horned dogman earlier, she would also have able to finish it off. An hour later, we finally got out of the breeze forest and took the air and fly toward the Milfred. We were quite on the way, both for our own reason. She was quiet because she was going over the mistakes she had made during the elementalization process, and I am quiet because I am thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthdays, and tomorrow, also the days that I was planning on taking Rachel on the date. We haven't made our relationship official yet, and to do that, I have to take her to date. Rachel had explicitly said that I could only call her my girlfriend when I took her on the date. So I will take her on a date tomorrow, and for that, I have planned everything. I have not only noted down on the best spot on the city, I have also made a reservation in the best restaurant of the Milfred by paying a fortune. I just got excited thinking about tomorrow. It is going to be the best and I couldn't wait for it to come. Mitchell, look, Rachel said suddenly in a loud voice, breaking the beautiful fantasy I was imagining. Hearing Rachel's voice, I looked at the direction which Rachel is looking at, which is above, and found an incredible scene going on above. Aurora. I said out loud in confusion before shaking my head. Aurora only appear on the north, and the colors I see above are completely different that of Aurora I have read about. The colors I see in the circular fashion, not in the wave fashion in what Aurora is. In the sky there is a fusion of gray, black, pink, and violet. These colors had formed the very beautiful circular designs on the sky. They are all over it. There is no part in the sky where I could not see them. When did they appear? I asked Rachel just a few seconds before I called you. She answered while looking at the beautiful spiral multicolor phenomenon in the sky. It appeared a few moments ago and completely filled the sky. I thought these spirals did seem simple. There must be something about them, but no matter how much I think, I did not seem to know and read about it. Do you know anything about this phenomenon? I asked Rachel. She shook her head, saying to me, "Let's go back to the Milfred. Only there we will know about it," I said. She nodded, and we started to fly toward the Milfred by out quickest speed. On the way, we saw thousands of people stopping and staring at this phenomenon, and some like us, after seeing this abnormal phenomenon, are moving back toward the city. "This phenomenon is not normal," Rachel said after some time. I couldn't help but nod. If it had been normal, we would have heard about it. "The guild must know about it. As soon as I get the signal, I will search about it in guild's feed. That will surely have some answer." We kept moving toward the Milfred at our quickest speed, and soon we are able to see the silhouette of the Milfred, and a few seconds later signal come to our holowatches. Ting ting. I was about to open the guild feed when I saw several notifications popping up, and one of them from the guild marked purple. If it had been any other colored, I would have ignored it, checked the guild's feed first before reading what it said, but after seeing it as a purple mail, I opened it without hesitation and started to read it. Just as I expected, the message is about the phenomenon that has appeared in the sky. The guild had immediately called me back and given instruction on what I have to do. "Did you also get the purple mail from your guild?" Rachel asked. "Yes," I replied, and we both increased our speed again. In 5 minutes, we have reached the Milfred and directly walked toward our respective guilds as instructed. While moving toward the guild, I continuously checked my feed and feed off the guild, and was very surprised when I found that this abnormal phenomenon is not only happening in the midzone, but also happening all over the grim battlefield. Be it outpost, midzone, or warzone, this phenomenon had covered the entire grim battlefield. From what I am reading, this phenomenon seemed to cover only the grim battlefield, while there is no sign of it in the rest of the continent. I first did not believe it, but all threads I am reading seem to say the same, so I think that is the truth. There is another interesting thing I read from the feeds, that guild had only sent the purple, summoned to those who have the power of the 9-star elite, or above, while rest of the people have received the brown notice saying they should come to the city as soon as possible and be ready for guild summons, which again seemed a little weird. Thud, I landed in front of the guild and went inside without wasting any time. This is a purple command. Has to be a mistake following it, otherwise I might get charged by dereliction of duty. Entering the guild, I directly walked toward the elevator and went to the 15th floor as I had ordered. A few seconds later, the elevator reached the 15th floor. I got out of it and walked toward the specific hall mentioned in the mail. When I reached it, I found there are already 30-something people waiting in the hall. I took the empty seat and waited. The purple mail said that after entering the guild, I have to test my combat power. This command not only given by our guilds, but other guilds also have given this confusing command. They would have already called us to the conference room if they have something to notify us, but instead, they have asked us to do a combat power check. It is a command and I have to follow, so I stay seated on my chair and wait for my turn, which came about an hour later. This time too, I have to test my combat power in the imaginary crystal, but the challenges I have faced in it are completely different. The challenges started from the low 9-star elites. They continued till the power of the challenger reached above the 9-star elite. I continued fighting, defeating one challenger after another. In this way, I have defeated the 7 challengers using all my strength. After 7 wins, I have finally come across the opponent that I cannot defeat. Ting. I had just taken the steps out of the room when my holowatch buzzed with the another purple mane. The command in it is very simple. I just have to go to the hall in 31st floor. Without wasting any time, I walked toward the elevator, and a few minutes later, I stepped on the 31 floors and walked to the hall where they asked me to go. My mind is burning with the questions. The purple command is the second highest command in the midzone. It is not even used when the army of grim monsters attacks the city. So whatever that phenomenon in the sky is very, very important, more important than battles that happened every few years. Soon I reached the hall and walked inside. It only finds it is huge, huge to the degree that thousands of people can sit inside it. The chairs in the hall are divided into a group of 5. It is evident they want us to sit on the group, which had made me even more curious. I once again looked at mail to see the seat number I've assigned and walked toward it. Soon I found my seat and found there is a beautiful girl already sitting beside my chair. This girl is gorgeous, with chocolate skin and straight black hair. She looked beauty incarnate with those long legs of hers, which seemed to have the power to enchant anyone. What surprised me most about her battle power, battle power is massive. If I am not wrong, then she is Silver Elite. From what I had gathered since entering this massive hall, that all the people I have sensed seem to have battle power above while elite. I had even spotted Silver Elites when I was walking toward my seat. Silver Elites are very rare in the midzone, as those who can reach that level move to the warzone. I gave a slight smile to her as I took a seat beside her, which she reciprocates before went back to her holowatch. I too, after sitting, opened several feeds and stared to search for information. The huge hall barely filled with the people. Time passed as I continued reading the feed while messaging my friends, who also seem to have no idea about what is going on and waiting in the hall, just like me. The 3 chairs beside also had been filled with one girl and 2 young men who also have the battle power similar to me. I was chatting with Rachel, who just cut her call off as the vice guildmaster of their guild has entered the hall to brief them about the developments. Another half an hour passed, and all the seats in the hall are nearly filled. People were talking amongst themselves or busy on their holowatches, when suddenly everything is quiet down. When I looked up, I saw a green-haired young man about my age had entered the hall and is now standing on the stage. "May I have your attention, please?" said the young man. His voice is soft, but it rang across the whole hall. "You all must have many questions about urgent summon. Let me clarify them," he said, not giving anyone a chance to ask the question. "This urgent summon is about the phenomenon in the sky. The phenomenon you see in the sky is a significant one. It is known as the phenomenon of transformative origin," he said. "Transformative origin. I have never heard about it. The knowledge of the natural material also did not have any mention of it, but that is natural. The knowledge can't have knowledge of everything, as every day new things would appear, and this transformative origin could be unique to our world, and thus did not have mentioned in the knowledge. But one thing is sure, that it is very important because the word origin is used. This word can't be used lightly. In the knowledge I have, many things have origin in their names, and all these things are extremely important ones. This phenomenon appears when mana and dark energy of the grim monsters fused and gestate for hundreds of years beneath the earth. In this gestation, they produce a miraculous water, which is known as water of transformative origin," he explained. "I am shocked hearing that, as there is something in the knowledge that is similar to this, and that thing is very precious. That thing could do many things, and if this water of transformative origin had a fraction of properties as that material, then it will going to make lots of things very easy for me. The water of transformative origin miraculous and have many uses, but most of the important use of it is the ability to alter one's talent. In the night stage, you did not know the importance of talent, but it will become evident to you when you all level up from the night stage," he said. His eyes became complicated when he mentioned the talent, but filled with zeal whenever he said the water of transformative origin. Hearing what he said about altering one's talent, I am becoming pretty sure that this water of transformative origin possesses similar properties as some things that mentioned in the knowledge of natural materials. I have to get this water of transformative origin, not only for me but for my family also. Its help will be immense, raising my strength. Not only it will help in increasing my strength, but it will also be very helpful in crafting my totem artifact. Raising talent is not the only thing it can do. It can also be used the crafting of totem artifact, and could lift the grade of the artifact and increase its potential with just a few drops, and it can even be used on the totem artifact that is already created. It can also be used in the alchemy to produce precious potions and could directly be consumed to increase strength, but that is the most wasteful method to use it. He stated many more uses of it that completely charged up every person that is listening if he permitted them. Then people would not waste a single moment to bolt out of the door to search for it. Though it is extremely miraculous, finding it equally hard as well. It is found beneath the earth and leaves very few evidence its presence. One had to be very aware of signs and also needs to have sufficient to find it," he said, sobering up those who are ready to charge out of the door. "The reason you have called here because you are the best in the guild have a mission for you, and that is to kill as many as grim monster you can," he said. Instead of getting charged up from his words, everyone became confused. "As this what we do daily, we hunt as many as grim monsters we can." Seeing our complex expression, he decided to explain further. "After the appearance of the phenomenon, it will take 48 hours to maturate, and only after 48 hours, it will show the signs. In these 48 hours, you will have to get rid of the maximum grim monsters you can, so the signs started to appear. We will seize the maximum transformative origin water," he explained. A look of understanding finally flashed across everyone's faces hearing that. So, the guilds want to reduce the competition before the final price appeared. It did not need much to think that we will be going outside again, and these 48 hours are going very brutal, more brutal than the battle I have fought in the battle, as we are not the only ones who will do that. The grim monsters would also be doing the same, and they will have an advantage as they have more experts than us. Your mission will last 48 hours. In that time you have to kill as many as grim monster you can. You will be divided into the group of 5, as you have already guessed, with the Silver Elite as the lead," he said. Just as he said that, everyone started to look at everybody. Silver Elite is a big thing, and everyone wants to know who is Silver Elite amongst. I did not look around case I know who's going to be our leader. Normally, it takes 48 hours for transformative origin water mature, but some mature early, and you all might find if you are lucky. I will be sending you all the documents about signs you should look for to find transformative origin water while killing grim monsters. He did not give us the time to read the documents as he started to explain the mission in detail and also started to answer the questions that we have. An hour passed by as such, and at the end of it, he sent the mail about mission, in which there are details of team members and the name of team leader and the area which got assigned to us for the hunt. This mission is dangerous, but only you can participate in it. The guild members and members of Milford will be depending on you. I wish you all very best, he said before leaving. I was supposed to start the guild mission official 3 days later, but now I am starting then 3 days early, and mission I have received is also a perilous one with higher chances of dying. I wish I could decline this mission at least for the day, but I can't. It is a compulsory mission, but if I refuse it, I will have to face the immense consequences. If it were 2 days after, there would have been no hesitation in my heart as such dangerous missions are what I liked most. They are ones that made my heart excited and improve in such environment faster, but it's just that I had planned so much for tomorrow that I felt little regretful that everything is going for naught. I was busy with my thoughts when the voice of the team leader brought me myself. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Kaala Morgan, your team leader, said Mitchell Czar, Alex Stone, Ronnie Peer, Stephen West. We introduced ourselves one by one. Alex is a tall, pretty girl. She's almost as tall as me and looked very heroic with her blonde bob. Ronnie is cute-looking guy with oriental traits like Kyla. He is also not native of our continent. And then there is Stephen, is just a regular guy with average features just like me. We are already aware of our battle power. We should discuss the strategy of dealing with grim monsters that we will be facing, Kyla said, and she opened the map of Crimson Lake, which is an area we are assigned. With 2 hours in hand, we started to discuss the strategy of dealing with grim monsters. Making strategy is necessary before every mission. Rachel and I had made the strategy yesterday after we decided to hunt in the Breeze Forest. We discussed the strategy to the minute detail. Every revealed some of their secrets, and including me as in such a dangerous mission. The more we know about each other, the better. The one that helped make strategy quickly as possible is Kayla's familiarity with Crimson Lake. She had hunted in that area quite extensively and very familiar with it. Let's go, we can read the document on the way, Kyala said excitedly. Everyone nodded and walked out excitedly. There is fear, but there is also excitement in everyone's eyes, though we are going on the important mission, and our primary focus should be hunting grim monsters. Everyone knows that is the utter lie. Finding the transformation origin water is the primary focus on everyone's heart. It is so damn precious and important to everyone that most people would focus on finding rather than killing grim monsters. Though the chances there will be a tiny amount of transformation origin water will mature before the 48-hour, there is still a chance as there is less competition from the fellow humans, as before 48 hours are over, those below 9-star elite won't be permitted to go outside. We have also been advised not to spread the information early. If we do that, we will face the consequences, and one of them is we will not be permitted to search for water of transformative origin. This had been done to stop the unnecessary death that will occur in a rush. Though it will save the other humans, it will add more pressure on us because, on the grim monster side, they will not stopping from going outside. So we will not only be killing high-level grim monsters but low-level ones also. As Kyla said, this mission will be hell. Nobody talked as we flew outside the city. Everybody is busy reading the material we have from the guild. The document had mention of signs one should look to search for the transformative origin water. The signs spotting origin water, I might say, are not that great. The first and most noticeable signs in growth. These places where transformative origin water would appear have the lust growth of vegetation. This sign is very useful in the place like wasteland and forest, but it difficult in forests where we are going as everywhere is greenery, and one needed an astute eye to spot the extra lust greenery in greenery. There are other signs as well, like faint sweet smell and crystallization of rocks, but spotting these signs is difficult, as the scent emits by high-grade transformation origin water, and the scent is very faint that one needs to have strong senses before one could notice it. So one not only needs to be lucky enough to stand above the transformative origin water, but also need to have keen senses to smell that faint smell. As for spotting crystallized rocks, that is even more difficult as most of transformative origin water found beneath the ground. So the crystallized rocks also present beneath the ground. One could rarely spot the crystallized rocks above the ground. There are other signs as well, but they are also difficult. That is why it took weeks to find all the transformative origin water, and some are hidden beneath the ground for a month, even years, to be found later. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, we landed on the ground. This is a range of safe areas. After that, the hunting grounds will begin. As for the Crimson Lake that we had been assigned, there is still some time before we could reach there. Has everyone finished reading the document? Kyla asked. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Good, now let's enter and find some origin water, Kyla said and motioned me to take the lead. Earlier, I have mentioned that I have sensory abilities, so it is right for me to take the lead. I nodded and walked into the forest with everyone behind me. Usually, I don't tell people that I have the sensory abilities as it is one of my best-kept secret, and only a handful of trustful people know about it. But this mission is too dangerous that I decided to tell others about it after weighing pros and cons. 10 minutes passed by. I did not hear the sound of bug or chirp of birds, though the hunting grounds usually gloomy due to the presence of the dark energy. It felt extra gloomy today for some reason. Suddenly, I stopped and expanded my already expanded senses before speaking. There are 8 grim monsters in 30 clock, about 60 meets from us. They have the average strength of the 5-star elite. I said in a soft voice. All of them looked very surprised, not expecting my sensory abilities to be this powerful. That is why there are doubts that could be seen in some people's eyes. Alex, Stephen, go deal with it, Kyla said. Both of them acknowledged without hesitation and walked toward the direction of grim monsters. A minute later, we can hear faint metallic sounds and screams, which stopped abruptly in a few seconds. A minute later, Alex and Stephen returned without any change in their expression. The only evidence of battle they have drops O grim monster's blood. Have you finished everything? Kyla asked. Yes. Alex and Stephen said in unison while looking at me with an expression of awe. The killing rule is one best sensory rule. There are very few people who can stay hidden from it. We did not waste any time and silently walked deeper into the forest. But 2 minutes hadn't passed when we come across another grim monster team this time. Kyla sent Stephen alone, who, like last time, finished the battle in 2 minutes before returning. Last time one person would have been enough to finish the group of grim monster, but team members were skeptical about my sensory ability, but after experiencing its accuracy, they started to believe it. As time passed, we come across more and more teams. Every few minutes someone goes, finish the team of grim monsters. Just half an hour we have had finished off more than 100 grim monsters. And as we started to get deeper into the forest, we began to come across more and more teams of the grim monsters. Their numbers are so high that all the time, we have to send 3 people in different directions to finish them off. Now I clearly understood why they sent only those who have the power above. While elite for this mission because there are so many grim monsters, they are damn too many. Only we are capable of finishing these monsters within seconds before moving on. We are like a very sharp knife, cutting everything that came in our way. With the silver elite as a leader, there will be very few grim monsters that could do anything to us. We will have to bear this pressure for 24 hours. After 24 hours are over, the guilds will send the 9-star elite. After they came, the pressure on should lessen lot less. Another 2 hours passed, and we have killed a few hundreds of monster. We are not only killing the monsters, but also searching for the origin water. But our lady luck did not seem to shine on us, as we have not spotted any signs that are mentioned in the document yet. Look, I suddenly said as I pointed at the certain place, but all of them did not seem to notice it. I wanted to smack my head. This starless night, and everything is very dark despite them. Wearing a very advanced night vision glasses, their vision is not as good as me who have the aid of killing rule. Be it light or dark, it did not affect me. I can see it fine no matter the time. Seeing they have not noticed what I had pointed toward, I walked toward it, and when we were halfway there, everyone noticed what I am pointing and hastened their steps. It is recently dug. Kayla said as she saw the hole. This is the first proof we saw of someone searching the origin water. Though everyone is searching for the origin water, no one had dug the hole yet. There is no use of digging the hole if you're not sure about the signs. Sniff, sniff. I crouched down and took a sniff, and except for the earthy smell, I did not find any scent. Whoever dug the hole found nothing. I said, if there had been origin water, it would have left some slight proof, and we would have able to find it. I still look around the hole as no one would dig the hole unless the saw signs, and I found that greener around the hole does seem extra lust. No wonder they dug the hole here. I had just taken a step when I stopped suddenly. An expression on my face became serious. There is a team of 9 grim monster at 7 o'clock and about 80 meters away. All of them have the power of above the while elite, with their leader being a silver elite. I stated, hearing that everybody became serious, as since the first time entering the forest, we have found the prey that we have been sent to kill especially. Everybody stilled hearing that, and serious look appeared on their faces, as the time for the real mission has arrived. We are sent here to kill as many as powerhouses of the grim race. Like us, they possess a fearsome might and could casually kill thousands of lower-level powerhouses. We have to lessen the number of these powerhouses, so when the origin water appear, our side could get the maximum amount of it. Can we handle them? Kyla asked. In the few hours they have come to know that I can estimate the power everyone I've come across. Yes, we can handle them, but everyone will have to use all their power from the start, I said. The silver elite is very strong, a little stronger than you, so you will have to handle it alone while we will handle 2 grim monsters each, I added. We are going to fight the grim monsters. Does anyone have any objection? Kyla asked. Everyone shook their head saying no. This is what our mission is, and so is our duty to our race. Let's go then, Kyla said in a serious voice. We walked toward the grim monsters, and this time we did not conceal our tranks while walking, and due to them the grim monsters were already waiting for us when we reached there. We were just searching for some delicious humans, and they delivered themselves to us, said the leader of grim monsters. It licked its nearly non-existent lips with its forked tongue. Water Serpentman Tribe. I don't know the exact name to the tribe as there are too many snake tribes that use water elements and blue scale that grim monsters in front of me have. We are also searching for you. As you know, the practice needs lots of resources, and what better ways to gem than harvesting them from guys. Kyla used the same playful tone in her taunt as the grim monster did, but her voice felt much better to ears than barely understandable words of the grim monsters. Hearing Kyla's taunt, look of extreme anger appeared on grim monsters' faces. If one asked which word grim monsters hated the most, then that would be harvest. They simply hate that word and would turn livid whenever they heard it. Beat this bastard till they are unconscious, but don't kill them. I want to hear their scream when I marinate with 3-color poison and eat them alive, said leader PF Grim Monsters as it ordered to attack. Just as I heard that the fire armor started to appear on my body, my teammates were a little startled by that, but they had no time to ask the questions as the grim monsters coming at them. You seem to like to fire little too much, little bastard. Let's see if still like it when we cooked you in it, said one of the 2 grim monsters that came at me. Both of them have the power above while the elite, and if I were to equate them, then their power would be comparable to the last grim monster. I had barely able to win after fighting for 2 hours. As they came closer to me, they licked their thin sword with their forked tongue before they launched attack me. It was a good thing I had compressed my armor to the limit from the beginning and also used occult energy, otherwise I would not have been able to defend against their attacks. Clang, slice. My sword clashed against the one sword, and I was about to defend against the second sword with the help of my shield when the bastard of grim monsters had increased the power of attack at the last moment, and its sword circumvents my shield, given a deep cut on my hip. It's fortunate that cut is only deep. If I had not reacted in time, I would have been cut into 2. I did not expect to get injured in the first attack of grim monsters. I have to be very careful, as every attack of these monsters has the power to kill me. A slight mistake, and I would be a go from the world forever. Hee, you are a quite lucky little bastard, but soon you will realize you are not, said the snake's man with the weird smile. A frown appeared on my face seeing its weird smile. I did not take its weird smile seriously, nor do I have time as their second attack is coming. Whatever weird present in their attack, my rule powers are strong enough to deal with it. Clang, clang, slice, slice. These monsters are fucking strong, as after the first attack I have received another injury and then another and another. Soon my body had become bloody due to it, and the most frustrating thing is, I can't simply heal these injuries. I have first had to burn away water corrosive properties these attacks are laced with, and then cage the occult energies with my rule power before the speck of ominous plant's core could heal them. I have to do all that while fighting, and for some reason I am having a nagging feeling that there must be something else in the wounds. I was not able to find it first, but due to nagging feeling, I kept trying and trying until I finally got a glimpse of it. When I found it, I couldn't help but get surprised by it, as that thing is way too sneaky. I was about burned it way, but stopped as I had different ideas about. I did not burn it, but I have also not left it alone. I create tiny points of sunfire and place it into that thing. These dots of sunfire are special. They are cased with my killing energy when it placed between that thing. So no matter how big that thing grows, as long as I want, I could burn it all away with the single intention. Clang, 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 slice. These grim monsters are using their full power from the beginning, wanting to finish me off as soon as possible, but it is not that easy. First 15 minutes I had danced on the edge of life and death. Every attack was like a death decree that I would have to survive with all my power while dealing with injuries I am receiving. But after 20 minutes I got a little breather, though I am still dancing on the edge of life and death. The intensity of it lessened a little, which is good. I just have to keep fighting. As long as I fight sufficient time, I am confident in dealing with them. All I need is time. Little bastard, you are quite slippery. Every time I thought I have you, you slept away somehow. Well, no matter, enjoy a few minutes of life. After that what you will experience the hell, said the grim monster. A visible frown appeared on my face to show it, but inside it I am laughing madly as I am also waiting for that thing to act. Time passed and another half an hour had passed. Not instead of getting injured every second, I am getting injured at every minute. The blood injuries all but disappeared, leaving the only one which is also healing at the visible rate. I was just fighting when suddenly intense pain shot through every part of my body, and I felt my body became heavier that within a second I have lost all the advantages I had in the combat. Slice, slice, he, little bastard, you finally experienced it, said the grim monster as both swords of both grim monsters cut across my chest, inflicting gruesome injuries on me. Slice, clang, slice, clang. 2 huge wounds appeared on my body. The grim monsters did not show mercy. After giving me 2 gruesome wounds, they kept attacking me. More and more gruesome would start to appear on my body. There is poison inside me, and this poison is quite insidious. When it entered my body, it did not react. It just kept spreading all over my body without having it even a bit. Only after it spread in every part of my body large quantity, only then it reacted, and it reacted with full power. Not only it brought the torturous pain, but it also started to corrode my body from inside. It is a particularly nasty flavor to it. If possible, I don't want to experience it again. Though this poison is very nasty, it is very much in my control. If I want, then I could vaporize it within a moment. I had already made such preparations earlier when I had sensed it earlier, but it is not the time. Slice clang. The grim monsters kept attacking me without any mercy, and I kept defending with me all. There are keep cuts all over my body. The only place there is no cut is my neck. There are no cuts on my knot because they are not able to, but because they did not attack it intentionally. Their boss had ordered them not to kill, so they left the neck area as it is. Even if they had attacked my neck, I am confident on dodging it in my current poisoned condition. Rogo, it is enough if we kept attacking it. It will die, and the boss would get angry, said one grim monsters to another. Currently my whole body is bloodied, and except for my neck, every part of my body is injured. Everywhere they looked, they would see a horrendous wound. My skin is completely flailed that even I look myself right now, I would get a horror strike. That is how bad I am looking right now, and the funny thing is that is the least of my worries. The sad thing is the pain and the corrosive poison that is injuring my body at a deep level. Seeing my wretched condition, I wanted to get out of it, and I could, but I controlled myself as the time of that had yet to arrive. Look at the bastard still standing and glaring at us with its ugly eyes. Just seeing that look, I want to cut off its neck, said Grim Monsters angrily, and hearing that I glared at it even more. What are you glaring at, you bastard? Do you want to die? Said the Grim Monster as it came closer to me and then poked at my cheek with its sharp finger. Are you angry you can attack with that little sword of yours that you have not let go? Said the Grim Monster as it poked into my chest wound even more deeply. Ah, I screamed through the gritted teeth, and it is not the act it's poking is damn painful that I just want to scream aloud. Scream, you little bastard, the louder the better, said the Grim Monster as poked its sharp finger poked even deeper in my wound. Fucking bastard. I wanted to pierce the chest of the bastard with my sword, but I could not as I am waiting for the other grim monster to come closer. I could kill this bastard who is poking my chest, but then I will have to waste some more time to kill another bastard. I don't want that. I want to finish both of the bastards together and get it done with this fight, and I think it would not take long. As this grim monster torturing me, I could see the other grim monster is wanting to do same, it just that it is little more cautious. But that caution is sleeping from its eyes as it's seeing how its friend is torturing me and enjoying it. It also wanted to do the same. My patience paid off as finally, after 5 minutes, the other grim monster started to come toward me. The cautions it had in its eyes all but disappeared. I watched it coming closer to me, and just as it was one step away from me, I activated the tiny bombs of sunfire that I mixed within the poison, and in a moment all the poison that is torturing me completely vaporized. In home, being a research subject of my father, I asked many questions to my father, and one of them is effectively dealing with poison. My father suggested many ways, but I like this the most. Though it may seem like an easy method, it is very difficult. I have practiced it for more than 2 weeks and even poisoned myself intentionally many times to practice this method, and it's worth it. Puchai. As the second monster appeared in front of my sword hand, which had been shaking all the while, suddenly stilled before moving it in the blurring speed. Before the monster could notice what happened, my sword had already pierced its heart from the back. Slick. A fire covered my body again as I took out my sword from the monster chest and attacked the second grim monster. Due to my attack on the first monster, second monster got some time to react, but that was not going to save it. It had already swung the sword at me when I saw removing me my sword from its friend's chest, seeing that I am not worried as I had already expected this. The reason I was able to kill the first monster is due to a surprise attack, and I will have to kill the second monster in one move also, otherwise it would take me a few more minutes to kill it. Bang. Just as its sword about to reach my neck, bang, sound rang out, and next moment, my sword, which had quite far suddenly appeared in front of the thin sword of the monster. The monster seemed shocked seeing my sword appearing suddenly in front of it. It had thought it would get a sure kill, but my sword appeared in front of it to block the way. Got angry seeing that and added all of its power into the sword, which made might of its sword grow even further. Seeing that instead of getting worried, I rejoiced as everything is going according to my calculations. Krrrr, my sword clashed against it, but this time instead of directly clashing against it, it crashed on its side. It started to slide across its blade, diverting its way, and despite using all its strength, it is powerless to stop its sword from being diverted. Sheeing, Puch. Finally, my sword reached the end of its sword's blade and passed it, making a sheeing sound, and just as it did, horror appeared on the grim monster face. It started to make a retreat, but it was already too late retreat as my sword had pierced through its chest cleanly. A look of horror appeared on its face seeing its chest pierced and wanted to move it limps, but it is powerless to do so as, for some reason, it had been completely immobilized. I have not killed the both of Grim Monster, as both of them represents the shitload of elemental mana crystals, which I don't want to lose. I added some more killing energy, before adding the beads of sunfire into its heart currently. I don't have the to harvest the mana crystals, so I added the lots of beads of sunfire into its hearts. If its heart beat faster than what I had determined, the beads of sunfire will explode, killing it on the spot. It is a precaution against it. I don't want it to gain mobility and come after me again after finished with. I moved toward the first monster, which had just fallen into the ground. I also did the same with it as I did with the second monster. One cannot predict anything about the grim monsters. With their terrifying vitality, anything is possible. After getting up, I crushed all the speck of ominous core and saw my body healing at the rapid pace. As my injuries healed, I closed my eyes and sensed the condition of the battlefield and found it very grim. Except for Kyla, everyone has fallen. Though they are not dead, their condition is not any better than it. This invisible poison is really frightening, I muttered as I sensed the condition of my friend. This poison is really dangerous. It was because of my senses I was able to sense it and take a precaution against it, but others do not have keen senses like me. I don't know how Kyla dealt with the poison, but from what I can follow, she is not affected by it, but she is no condition to help others as she is slightly disadvantageous against the grim monster. Looks like I am the only one who can help my teammates. I thought as started to stealthily walk toward Ronnie as he is closest to me, at about 40 meters distance. I silently walked toward him, and soon I reached close enough that I could see him, and when I look at his condition, I couldn't help but shudder. The grim monsters had bound him and now torturing him, and all he can do is scream in pain. The grim monsters seem to enjoy his screams more and more, which is why they are trying every torture method they know on it. This is my first time seeing the cruelness of the grim monsters. I have read about it much time, but it is my first time seeing it. This is the war between two races. There is no boundary, and morality exists in between. If we have been on their place, we would do the same. We do it every day as we harvest the mana crystals from them while they are alive. I cloaked myself in the killing energy and moved close as I could. It took me a few minutes, but I finally reached the 3 meters behind the grim monsters. There is no question about saving Ronnie, and seeing these two grim monsters being very close made my job even easier. I took out another totem artifact from my storage, gripped it tight, before taking a leap at the grim monsters with all my strength. I would have liked to use my swirling armor for this sneak attack, but it too noticeable and bright grim monsters would have noticed them way before I had gotten close to them. But I am worried, though I may get less power than usual for my attack, I still have the killing energy which would help me soundlessly approach them. Puchay. The sound of my jump startled them, and they got into attention and about to act, but it was already becoming late as by the time they have heard the sound, I had already approached them, and my sword had pierced through their hearts from behind. Even with the killing energy cloaking me, this attack would not have been successful. The reason I can beautifully execute such successful sneak attacks because these bastards were too engrossed in the torture that they have lost the complete caution. Schlick. I took out my swords from the chests of the grim monster and moved toward Ronnie and checked his condition, which seemed bad as the poison has corroded quite a much of his body. Don't resist, I said to Ronnie and started to transmit sunfire into his body, or I might say Ashlyn is transmitting the sunfire into his body. My control over my rule power is great, but it not great enough that I am capable of burning invisible poison, which is good at hiding. In a minuet, Ashlyn successfully able to burn away all the invisible poison present in Ronnie. Eat this, I said, stuffed few specks of ominous monster core in Ronnie's mouth. His injuries are too heavy that one speck will not be quickly able to heal all of his injuries. As his injuries were healing, I started working on the binding, which is very touching to release. I had to spend quite an effort before I could release Ronnie from the bindings. I've immobilized them. You can torture them all you want, but we have to save Alex and Steven. Ronnie nodded and summoned his totem artifact, and we walked toward the direction of Alex. When we reached close enough to see the condition of Alex, I found she is in the same state as Ronnie, getting tortured by the grim monsters, but unlike Ronnie, only one grim monster torturing her, while other is just watching in relish. I will not be able to attack these grim monsters together as I did with Ronnie. Well, that time I was alone. This time I had Ronnie with me. You distract the grim monster while I launch a sneak attack. After finishing one, we will finish other together, I said to Ronnie. Then we discussed the plan in little detail before moving toward the direction. Soon I reached the closest I could go with grim monsters, while Ronnie directly appeared in front of them, and seeing him, both of the grim monsters attacked him together. Puchai. As they started fighting, I am waiting for my chance, which I got a minute later and attacked. The sneak attack was successful. I was able to finish the one grim monster, while others killed by Ronnie and me together. Ronnie was ferocious, fighting the grim monster, not caring about a bit of the injury he is receiving on the way. The torture had left quite a scar on his mind, which will take time to heal. I burned away all the poison on Alex's body and gave her specks of ominous plant core to eat before I opened her bindings. We did not as much time as we walked toward the Stefan is who was in the same condition as Ronnie this time. There was no sneak attack but the direct attack. With 3 of us together, we finished the grim monster in less than 3 minutes. Hun. I had just opened the Stevens bindings when I sensed something, and smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Kyla had finally able to kill the silver elite grim monster she was fighting. Kyla had killed her opponent as well. I said as I opened the last binding on Stefan. A smile appeared on everyone's serious faces. That grim monsters were the biggest threat from that team. If she had been unsuccessful, then no one would have been able to save us from that monster. Silver Elite is too powerful. Even if 4 of having fought together, we still would have stood no chance against it. It wouldn't have taken it 10 seconds to finish all of us. I was worried for nothing. You guys seem to have finished them already. Kyla's voice rang out as she came out of the woods. Alex, Ronnie, and Stefan's face stiffened when they heard Kyla's praise. We are not that lucky. The invisible poison was too strong. If not for Mitchell saving us, we would be still getting tortured till you arrived, Ronnie said with a rueful smile. A look of surprise appeared on Kyla's face when she heard that. You all have 10 minutes to rest and harvest. After that, we will leave, said Kyla after a few seconds. Everyone nodded and walked toward the monsters they have fought. I also started to walk toward the monsters I had beaten. I was just halfway through it when I began to hear the painful scream of grim monster. The cry was so painful that I began to feel shudder all over my body just hearing it. That was just starting, as minutes later, 3 more torturous screams had joined the previous, and they were as shudder-inducing as previous. These guys are taking all out of what they have suffered, I thought. Hearing the screams of grim monsters, it is evident that they are getting tortured, and the pain they have been receiving is more painful than what they have induced. I did not listen much to these screams and walked toward the 2 grim monsters who are lying immobile as I left them. But this time, instead of struggle, there is deep fear present in their eyes. It is very clear that they are listening to the torturous screams of their friends, and hearing that, they also started to shudder, fearing I would say to torture them. Don't worry, I will not going to torture you, I said, hearing that their frantic eyes became little calm. I am just going to harvest the elemental crystal off you, I added after a second. The eyes that became little relieved turned more frantic than before, and they started to resist with all their resistance was so great that they were able to move their limbs. Unfortunately, there is no relief for them. Even if I was not here and they were able to get rid of the killing energy present in their body, they still would have died by the sunfire beads I've left in their bodies. I crouched down and started to bind and gag their bodies, so they could not put up any resistance during the process before I pressed a hand on their bodies and started to examine every part of it. Harvesting elemental crystal from the special grim monster is harder than the normal grim monster, as special grim monsters have their flavor of elemental energy. So unless I have a special runic disc that is capable of harvesting elemental mana crystal, I to do the old way, and that is, I have to override whatever elemental dark energy they have with my sunfire. I have many times failed in being successful in the harvesting elemental crystal from the elemental grim monsters. It is to be said that I have never been 100% successful, and I plan to rectify that. After getting a sense of their bodies, I charged my sword and pierced the chest of both of the grim monsters, respectively, and the result was neither happy nor sad, as I was successful in elementalizing one monster while failed another. Shaking my head, I placed the runic discs on both of the grim monsters and waited for it to harvest the mana crystals from the grim monsters. Your control over abilities is very good. You are able forcefully to mentalize the special grim monster with your elemental energy, Kyla said from behind. It is not that great, otherwise I would have been able to elementalize second grim monster also, I said as I looked at my failed attempt. There will be no elemental crystals that would be harvested from it, just the normal crystals. Looking at your progress, it wouldn't be long before you will able to elementalism every special grim monster without failing. Kyla said, I hope so. I replied with a small smile. Kyla did not need to put much hassle like me. Being a silver elite, she could get special runic disc from the guild, which could harvest the elemental crystals from the special grim monster, as harvesting elemental crystals from the normal grim monsters. Being a silver elite, she would have enough control over her powers to elementalize it and harvest the crystals from it. Ting ting. A few minutes later, melodious ting rang out one after another. I took the mana crystals from the discs and placed them back in the storage after taking a look at their numbers. Time passed by, and soon, 10 minutes passed, and the team once again assembled. The faces of 3 of them look a lot more relieved from before, but I could feel the change in their emotional stage. Though they have been tortured for a short period of time, it had still left a mark on them. It will take some time and therapy to heal the mental scars that grim monsters made on their minds. Lead the way, Mitchell. We have to cover quite some distance to reach the Crimson Lake, said Kyla. If it had been any normal day, it would have taken a maximum 2.5 to 3 hours to reach the Crimson Lake from the Milfred, but more than 3 hours had passed, and we are nowhere close to reaching the Crimson Lake. At my estimation, at a minimum, we reach the Crimson Lake by midnight or at a maximum at dawn, and looking at grim monsters we are fighting every few minutes, reaching midnight would be a long shot. Dawn would be a correct answer. It had been an hour since we fight the group with the Silver Elite, and much to our relief, we have not found another group with the Silver Elite. This is not Warzone. The numbers of Silver Elites are very few in numbers. It was our bad luck that we have come across the team, which is led by the Silver Elite, this early. Though we have not come across the Silver Elite teams, we have come across more than enough team of grim monsters. We have killed all of them without leaving anyone alive. Just 10 minutes ago, we came across a huge team that had 27 grim monsters with 7 peak 9-star elite to finish them off. We did not even take 5 minutes. Hun. We were walking through the forest silently when I stopped and concentrated, and when I opened my eyes again, there was a smile on my face filled with hope. What I heard just now, communication between a team of grim monsters. Just as ahead they have seen the signs of origin water, and now they started digging it excitedly. There is a team of 6 grim monster ahead of us with the Silver Elite as a leader 50 meters ahead of us. They have just spotted the signs of origin water and digging it. I stated what I had sensed. Do we attack now or wait? I asked Kyla. We will wait. Kyla replied, keep an eye on them and inform me if immediately of important events. She instructed. She did not mention origin water in her instruction, but I could clearly sense she wanted to. She just did not mention it because she did not want to rally the hopes of everyone. Origin water is a big thing. A single drop is enough to make an uproar. If we can find even a single drop of it, we will be the luckiest team that is sent outside. I closed my eyes and kept my senses locked on the grim monsters who are digging cautiously with the specialized tool. They did not seem to want to make a mistake and jeopardize everything if they found the origin water. The document stated that the original water is always cased in the thin crystal and could easily break away with slight mishandling. So one has to be very careful and follow all the steps to recover the origin water safely. Choo-choo. They continued digging and digging. I was so concentrating on them that when Ashlyn chirped telepathically, I felt like she was screaming at me. I did not have to process what she said at the same time she chirped. The expression of Silver Elite Grim Monster also changed, as its hands started shaking as it digs. A few seconds later, other Grim Monsters' expressions also changed as they began to take a deep break, as if wanting to smell something heavenly. Ashlyn wanted to fly away from my shoulder, but I stopped her, as it is not a time for Ashlyn to reveal her abilities. They have likely found the origin water, I said in a soft voice, but excitement is unmistakable in my voice. Likely. Kyla asked. There was so much excitement in her voice that has to force herself with great willpower. Others also looked at me with great expectation. There was so much excitement in their eyes that I feared they would open my head and read my thoughts if I did not inform them quickly. It is sure they are already found the sure signs and are now digging with the shaking hands, I stated. Inform me as soon as they took out the origin water from the ground. Kyle interacted excitedly. I nodded and continued looking at grim monsters with the burning excitement. Time passed by and 5 minutes passed, and grim monsters are still digging ever so slowly with their shaking hands when suddenly, the leader lifted a hand and stopped everyone from digging. All the grim monsters stopped, seeing the silent order from the leader. After stopping the grim monster from digging, Grim Monster half buried its palm under the earth and gently took it out. Both of its palms came out of the earth, bringing lots of dirt, but inside that dirt, in small uneven crystal size of thump, I can only see the size of the crystal but could not determine how much liquid present inside the crystal or what color is the crystal is, as the color of the crystal determines its grade. The grim monsters opened their mouths to make a loud sound, but it had stopped them from doing that. After stopping them, it slowly peels away the dirt on the crystal softly before a human thumb-sized crystal appeared in front of every grim monster's eyes. They have found the transformative origin water. It is thumb-sized crystal, I informed. Hearing that wave of excitement washed over everyone's face and they gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight any moment. Did you able to determine its grade? Kyla asked. Number, replied in one word without explaining further. I am quite impressed by Kyla's coolheadedness. Instead of sharpening her sword and asking, it would right time to attack, she first asked me the grade of the origin water. Team leader, do we attack now? Alex asked. As she asked, she even quietly summoned her totem artifact, which she had used only one time in the fight when we were fighting Silver Elite's team. Now is not the time. If we attack now, the grim monster will fight us with Took and Nail. We will follow them for a while before attacking them. We are not to let them know we know about them having the origin water, Kyla said. I am again impressed by Kyla's cool-headedness. If others were in her place, they would have ordered to attack seeing the price's origin water, but she remained cool-headed despite knowing that and thought of a perfect strategy to attack. Attacking the grim monster now and attacking them later may not seem different, but it is very different from the psychological point of view. As she said, we attack now, they will be very aggressive and fight to tooth and nail to keep the treasure they had just found. But we attack later, they still fight as aggressively as it will be the battle of life and death. But that time, they will not know that we know about the treasure they had will now, and will not have that extra energy they will have now. This difference may seem minute, but it makes the big difference in the fight when the opponent you're fighting is already stronger than you. So the strategy she made is perfect. It will give a slight advantage in the fair fight, and if we can take the one or two grim monsters in a sneak attack, then it would be even better. Mitchell tells me immediately when they started to leave, Kyla said. I nodded. The grim did not leave immediately. The first watched the crystal amongst themselves. Only when every grim monsters had their fill with crystal did the leader took it away, and they started to leave. They are leaving. I said when the grim monsters started to leave, we will follow them from a distance and attack them 20 minutes later if everything went smoothly. Kyla said. Everyone nodded and started to follow the grim monster at a safe distance. Since finding the origin water, the grim monsters have become quite cautious. They would always look around here and there for any enemies. We continue to follow them at a safe distance, always keeping the maximum length. As for the grim monsters we have come across, Kyla finished all of them. She took action killing the grim monsters. Any team of grim monsters we have, she died them. If any of us acted, we would make noise, but she is so damn fast that she did not make any sound killing the monsters. Time passed, and soon 20 minutes passed, and now it is time to kill some grim monsters and take the origin water from them. The grim monsters had lost most of the extra vigilance they had after they got the origin water. Now they are like any other team, except for slight happiness on their faces, which couldn't be hidden. It is a perfect time to launch an attack, as if we wait longer then some unknown factor may emerge and ruin our chances of gaining the origin water. I will attack first and kept the Silver Elite occupied. Mitchell then attack sneak attack if you guys were able to launch sneak attack. Good, otherwise don't force yourself and directly enter the battle, Kayla said. This strategy is perfect. If there had not been a Silver Elite, there would have no need for Kayla to attack first, and my sneak attack would have the results better than I will have now. But Silver Elite changes anything. If I try to launch the sneak attack in the presence of the Silver Elite, then I am only seething my death. With the senses of Silver Elite, it could sense me just as I launch the attack and would only need to perform a casual attack to finish me off. Okay. We said to the plan. Kyla did not wait any longer and went toward the group of Silver Elite. At the same time, we all kept following the Grim Monster group at our normal speed. After 2 minutes, I saw the battle between Kyla and Silver Elite Grim Monster started while the 5 Grim Monsters took sides and began searching for humans. As with every Silver Elite, there is a team of people behind and they are searching for us. You guys attack first. I will launch a sneak attack when you are fighting, I said and started informing them of my plan. 5 Grim Monsters have the power above the White Elite. I want them to fight 5 of them, and when they are fighting, I would come from behind and launch the sneak attack. They all nodded and went toward the Grim Monsters, and a few minutes later, the battle started. 3 humans against 5 Grim Monsters. This battle may seem overwhelmingly in favor of the Grim Monsters, but it not. Though it is in favor of Grim Monsters, but not overwhelmingly, they have the advantage of numbers. If they have been fighting one-on-one, then they would not be at such a disadvantage. After watching the fight for a few minutes, I walked toward the fight covering myself with the thick killing energy, and soon reached near the fight. There is the only distance to 10 meters between me and Grim Monsters I want to kill. There are 5 Grim Monsters fighting, with Rolly and Alex fighting against 2 Grim Monsters each while Stefan is fighting against the one. I am currently planning on killing the Grim Monster that is fighting the Alex. Killing 2 together would be very hard, and I am not aiming for that. I am aiming to kill the one Grim Monster first before killing others with Alex. The Grim Monster we are against this time is a little tough. These Grim Monsters are from the Malachite Hogman tribe. This is a tribe of special Hogmen that have Malachine fangs and layer of malachite covering its body. It gave them superior defense. I will have to attack very hard if I want to kill them at a single attack. I watched for a while before I started moving closer and closer, till there was a distance of 3 meters between us. If the Grim Monsters were stationary, they would have sensed me at such close distance despite killing energy covering my body. I waited with bated breath and looking at the perfect chance to launch an attack. It came after the long wait of 4 minutes. Just as I saw the opportunity, I wasted no time in acting on it. Sup, putting all of my energy in my legs, I leap. My leap is like a leopard, it is very fast, as it barely took the minute for me reached near it. The monsters sense me coming from behind, but they could not do anything. Not only they have sensed me too late, but Alex's attacks have also occupied them that they would not be able to move their weapons for the defense before it is too late. Krrrchai. As my sword touched the back of it, it felt obstruction of its malachite scale. They were stronger than I had imagined. Their defense is very powerful, but in the attack I have also used all my power. The malachite scales only able to stop my sword for the short moment before it pierced through it and entered its skin. After passing its malachite scales defense, my sword had become a hot knife that is passing through the butter. It passed through its skin just like that before it pierced its the heart, where I added a shitload of killing energy and beads of sunfire as the precaution. Schlick. I took my sword out of the grim monster back and look at other grim monster who is fighting furiously with Alex that she is barely able to defend against it. I did not waste any time and summoned my swirling armor. 2 seconds later, I joined the fight with Alex. With the power of 2 of the combine, the grim monster finished within 5 minutes. It would have taken less if not for it having such fucking high defense. The defensive power of these monsters are too strong. Even with the swirling armor, I had spent quite an effort before I was able to pierce its heart. Thud. This bastard was quite strong, Alex said as she accepted the speck of ominous core from me. I couldn't help but agree with her. If I had been alone fighting with this monster, then it would have taken me at least an hour to kill it. You go help the Ronnie, I will kill the grim monster that Stefan is fighting, I said Alex. She nodded and walked toward Ronnie, who is fighting some 100 meters away. Alex went to Ronnie and started fighting with grim monsters. Ronnie's condition was quite bad as he was fighting the 2 grim monsters, but just as the Alex joined, pressure on lessened quite a bit as now he only had to fight only 1 grim monster. I would have gone with Alex to help Ronnie, but that would be taking too much of time. I first want to kill the grim monster that Stefan is fighting, and then go with Stefan to help Ronnie and Alex. This will take less time and risk. Just like before, I got as close as the grim monster that Stefan was fighting before launching a successful sneak attack on it. Right after both of us went toward Ronnie and killed the grim monster that he was fighting. With 3 of us together, the monster was killed within 2 minutes, and when we went to Alex again, it did not take us even a minute to kill the grim monster she was fighting. Now the only grim monster that is remained to be killed is Sliver Elite that Kyla is fighting, and against it, we are no use. She will have to kill that grim monster on her own.